Chapter 1. The drums of the ancestral ceremony pounded through the Shun clan compound like a second heartbeat, and Shun Wei hated every resonance. He stood at the back of the great hall, his white cane pressed against the cold stone floor, his sightless eyes fixed on nothing. 18 years of nothing. 18 years of darkness, so complete that he had forgotten whether it had ever been different. Around him, the voices of his clan swelled with anticipation as one young cultivator after another stepped onto the measuring platform, their spiritual roots flaring with colored light that Shun Wei could not see but could feel, faint ripples of energy that brushed against his skin like distant heat. He had learned to build a world from what darkness left him. Sound told him how large a room was. The measuring platform had a slight hollow ring when footsteps approached it, suggesting the stone was thinner there, underlaid with a spirit formation channel. Smell told him who was nearby, sandalwood and metallic energy from the formations, the specific leather oil that Shun Hao used on his boots, the faint medicinal scent from his grandfather's hands. Heat told him when someone was directly in front of him and how much spiritual energy they were cycling. 18 years had made these senses sharp enough to be useful. Not to a cultivator, sharp for a person. That distinction had haunted him his entire life. The Great Hall itself was a monument to ambition. Carved from a single block of spirit-reinforced granite, its vaulted ceiling rose 40 meters above a floor inlaid with formation patterns that the Shun clan's founder had inscribed 3 centuries ago. Banners of deep crimson and gold hung from iron brackets along the walls, each bearing the Shun clan crest, a mountain split by lightning. The air smelled of sandalwood incense and the faint metallic tang of active spiritual energy, scents that Shun Wei had cataloged and memorized since childhood, because they were among the few sensory inputs that reminded him he existed in a world of cultivators. Shun Hao stepped forward. The hall erupted in cheers. Shun Wei's cousin mounted the platform with the confident stride of someone who had never doubted his place in the world. Even without sight, Shun Wei could picture it, the squared shoulders, the lifted chin, the practiced smile. He had memorized Shun Hao's footsteps the way other people memorized faces. The sharp click of polished boots on stone, the slight drag of the left heel that Shun Hao had never bothered to correct, the pause at the platform's edge where confidence became performance. 3-element spiritual root: fire, earth, wind. Qi condensation, 4th stage. More cheers. Shun Wei felt his grandfather's weathered hand squeeze his shoulder. The old man's fingers were calloused from decades of sword training. Each ridge and groove a topographic map of a life spent in service to a clan that had rewarded loyalty with diminishing respect. Outstanding. The clan patriarch Shen Daoming declared from his elevated seat. The pride of our younger generation. Shun Hao descended from the platform and made a deliberate detour toward the back of the hall. His footsteps stopped directly in front of Shun Wei. Still here, cousin? Shun Hao's voice dripped with the particular cruelty of someone who enjoyed an audience. I thought they stopped inviting the blind ways to these ceremonies. Shun Wei said nothing. He had learned long ago that silence was the only weapon available to a boy who couldn't see the fist coming. He kept his expression neutral, his breathing steady, and waited for Shun Hao to lose interest. In the interim, he listened. Shun Hao's breathing was slightly elevated, more from pleasure at the performance than from physical exertion. His audience, the nearby disciples, shifted with the subtle acoustic signature of people who found cruelty entertaining but would deny it afterward. His grandfather's grip was steady, but the rhythm of his breath had changed, the compressed pause of someone choosing not to speak immediately. Leave him be, Hao. Shen Yun's voice was quiet but carried the unmistakable authority of someone who had once commanded armies. The grandfather's hand remained on Shun Wei's shoulder, protective, steady, unyielding. Shun Hao snorted. Protecting your crippled grandson again, old man? How long until you realize he's just consuming resources the clan needs for cultivators who can actually fight? The words should have stung. They didn't. Shun Wei had heard every variation of this speech since he was old enough to understand language. He cataloged the insult with the same detached precision he applied to everything. One more data point in a comprehensive map of how people treated those they considered beneath them. The map was very complete by now. His grandfather's grip tightened almost imperceptibly, but his voice remained calm. The ceremony isn't over, unless you've decided to disrupt the patriarch's proceedings. Shen Hao considered this, the politics, the optics of challenging an elder in public, and retreated with an exaggerated sigh. His footsteps faded back toward the front of the hall, each step radiating the casual arrogance of someone certain the world would always arrange itself to his benefit. Ignore him, Shen Yun murmured. I always do, Shen Wei said. But something twisted in his chest, not pain, not anger, but something deeper and harder to name. The the quiet certainty that this was all his life would ever be. The ceremony would end. The compound would return to its normal patterns. He would return to his room and practice his breathing exercises and prepare for another day of existing at the margins of a world that had categorically decided his existence didn't matter. He had lived this certainty for 18 years. He had never stopped questioning it. The ceremony continued. More names were called. More cheers erupted. And Chen Mu stood in the darkness, counting heartbeats, waiting for it to end, unaware that the sky above the compound already held the first faint streak of light that would change everything. Chapter 2. That night, a star fell. Chen Mu was alone in his room in the eastern dormitory, the smallest room in the building, tucked at the end of a corridor that the other disciples avoided because it smelled of the medicinal herbs his grandfather applied to his eyes each evening. The herbs never worked. Nothing ever worked. But Xin Yun applied them with the same patient care every night, as if routine itself was a form of hope. The old man had left an hour ago. Shen Wei had counted his grandfather's footsteps down the corridor, heard the specific sound of the compound gate closing, and settled back into the room's familiar silence. He knew every sound this room made. The particular creak of the floorboard near the window, the slight whistle of wind through the gap in the eastern wall, the distant rhythm of the night patrol's footsteps cycling around the compound perimeter. He sat cross-legged on his narrow bed, practicing the breathing exercises that were the only cultivation technique available to someone without spiritual roots. Mortal body cultivation, the lowest of the low, the thing that even the weakest chi-sensing cultivator looked down upon. But Shen Wei practiced it with ferocious dedication because it was the one thing he could do, and doing nothing was a death he refused to accept. His room was sparse, a bed, a desk he had never seen, a shelf holding folded clothes he identified by texture and fold pattern. A window he kept open because the night air brought sounds from the compound that helped him track the movements of people he could not see. The watchguard's patrol route, the training hall's late-night sparring sessions, the kitchen servants gossiping about which elder had eaten too much at dinner. Tonight the compound was louder than usual. The ancestral ceremony's celebration had migrated to the outer courtyard. He could hear the clink of wine cups, the overlapping conversations of cultivators who had more reason to celebrate than he did. Someone was playing a stringed instrument badly. Someone else was laughing too loudly. The night had the particular, slightly unreal quality of forced festivity, the way it always felt to Shun Wei when he was at its margins. He breathed in through his nose, held, released through his mouth. The cycle repeated, each breath pulling a microscopic amount of ambient spiritual energy into his body, where it dissipated almost immediately because he had no meridians open enough to retain it. It was like trying to fill a sieve with water. But over 18 years of relentless practice, even a sieve retains moisture. The sound hit him first. Not sound exactly. A vibration, deep, subsonic, resonating in his bones before his ears registered anything. His trained senses, honed by 18 years of compensating for blindness, caught the disruption before anyone else in the compound could have noticed. The air pressure changed. The ambient spiritual energy spiked so dramatically that even his barely open meridians felt it, a tidal wave of power crashing through the atmosphere. The courtyard celebration went silent. One moment, voices and music and the clink of cups. The next, a silence so absolute that Shun Wei could hear his own heartbeat. Then the impact. The eastern wall of his room exploded inward. Shen Wei was thrown from his bed, his body striking the far wall with enough force to crack the plaster. Pain erupted across his back and shoulders, but his mortal body conditioning had given him a durability that exceeded normal humans. He didn't break. He lay still for a moment, cataloging, ribs intact, spine aligned, skull unbroken. He had survived the impact. Good. Now, where was he in the room? He could feel the far wall at his back. The explosion had come from the east side. The object that caused it was something burned in the wreckage of the wall. He could feel the heat, intense, concentrated, somehow both scalding and freezing at the same time. The air around the burning object thrummed with spiritual energy so dense that Shun Wei's skin prickled, every nerve ending reporting a stimulus his brain had no category for. He crawled toward it. Later, he would wonder why. The rational response to an explosion was to flee, to call for help, to wait for someone with actual power to investigate. But something pulled him forward, not a physical force, but an instinct deeper than logic. The burning object was meant for him. He knew this the way he knew his own name, without evidence, without reason, with absolute certainty. His fingers found the fragment. It was small, the size of a walnut, and impossibly hot. The pain should have made him release it. It didn't. The moment his skin made contact, the heat transformed into something else. a current of energy that surged through his hand, up his arm, and directly into his skull. Chen Mu screamed. The energy tore through his head like lightning through a tree, searing paths through tissue that had been dormant for 18 years. His optic nerves, dead since birth, ignited. His visual cortex, a dark continent in a brain that had learned to function without it, erupted into chaotic activity. Pain beyond anything he had imagined hammered through his consciousness, and for 3 eternal seconds, Chen Mu existed in a state of pure, unprocessed agony. Then the pain stopped, and the darkness opened. Chapter 3 Light. Chen Mu had no framework for what he was experiencing. He had read about light in books transcribed into raised characters. He understood the concept intellectually, knew that sighted people perceive the world through reflected electromagnetic radiation. But understanding a concept and experiencing it were separated by a canyon so vast that his mind nearly shattered trying to bridge it. Colors crashed into his consciousness like waves against a shore. He didn't know their names, couldn't connect the visual input to the linguistic labels he had memorized from descriptions. The world was a kaleidoscope of undifferentiated sensation, beautiful and terrifying in equal measure. Shapes materialized from the chaos. Edges, surfaces, depths. The room around him resolved from abstraction into concrete reality, and it was nothing like he had imagined. It was smaller. The walls were closer together than his spatial mapping had suggested. The ceiling had a crack he had never detected by sound or touch, running from the destroyed eastern wall to the far corner like a frozen lightning bolt. His bed, was a collection of shapes and textures that his hands knew intimately, but his eyes were seeing for the first time. The rough weave of the blanket, the dark stain from spilled medicine, the depression in the mattress where his body had lain for 18 years. He looked at his hands. They were scarred. He knew this. He could feel every scar, every callus, every ridge of thickened skin from years of navigating a world designed for sighted people. But seeing them was different. The scars formed a pattern of accumulated damage that told his life story more honestly than any words. Burns from the kitchen where he had learned to cook by touch. Cuts from the workshop where he had insisted on learning to carve. Calluses from the white cane that had been his primary interface with a world that didn't want him in it. Then the golden text appeared. It materialized in his field of vision like words written on the air itself, luminous characters hovering over his own hands, pulsing with a gentle light that seemed to come from inside his skull rather than from any external source. Chen Mu, mortal body, 9th stage, peak, spiritual root, null, dormant, sealed, condition, severe cranial trauma, optic nerve regeneration in progress, foreign spiritual energy integrating with neural pathways. Note: subjects' 18 years of sensory compensation have created an unusually refined neural architecture. Integration efficiency, 347% above baseline. He stared at the golden text, uncomprehending. The words were in a language he could read, standard script, but their meaning was impossible. Mortal body, 9th stage? He had assumed he was at 2nd or 3rd stage at best. And his spiritual root wasn't absent, it was sealed? Footsteps thundered down the corridor. Voices shouted, alarm, confusion, authority. His grandfather's voice rose above the chaos, sharp with fear. Wei, what? Shen Yun burst through the door and stopped dead. Shen Wei looked at his grandfather, truly looked at him, for the first time in his life. The old man was smaller than he had imagined, but broader, with a face carved by decades of wind, war, and worry. His hair was white, thin, combed back from a forehead that bore the deep horizontal lines of someone who had spent a lifetime frowning in concentration. His eyes were dark and sharp, nothing like the gentle voice that Shen Wei associated with safety. But it was the old man's expression that broke something inside Shen Wei. Shen Yun was staring at his grandson's eyes that were looking back at him, focused, tracking, alive, and the retired elder's face held an emotion so raw and overwhelming that Shen Wei's newly activated visual processing could barely interpret it. Joy, terror, hope, grief, all at once, layered and contradictory. The face of a man who had prayed for a miracle and was now terrified of what that miracle might cost. Grandfather, Shen Wei said, and his voice cracked on the word. I can see you. Chapter 4 The compound erupted into chaos within the hour. The meteor fragment had punched through the eastern dormitory's wall, destroyed half of Shen Wei's room, and embedded itself in the floor where it continued to radiate spiritual energy at levels that made the clan's measurement instruments spike into their red zones. The Shun clan's elders gathered in emergency session, their voices carrying through the compound's corridors in fragments that Shen Wei's trained ears caught despite the closed doors. His grandfather had bundled him into a guest room on the western side of the compound, away from the crater, away from the fragment, away from the curious and suspicious eyes of clan members who had already begun whispering about the blind boy who could suddenly see. Chen Mu sat on the edge of a bed that was larger and softer than his own, his newly sighted eyes struggling to process the steady stream of visual information that his brain had never been equipped to handle. The guest room was richly furnished. Silk hangings and patterns he could now see were Shun clan crimson, wooden furniture carved with mountain motifs, a porcelain tea set on a lacquered table. Every surface generated golden text. Silk hanging, grade 3 spiritual fabric, age, 47 years. Condition, minor fading. Spiritual retention, 62%. Origin, Greenvale Textile Guild, Master Weaver Luo Jingfei. Tea set, mundane porcelain, age, 12 years. Condition, hairline crack in second cup, invisible to naked eye. Value, 3 silver taels. The information was relentless. Everything he looked at produced golden text. Furniture, walls, the grain of the wooden floor, the pattern of the ceiling beams. His brain, starved of visual input for 18 years, was compensating by processing everything at maximum intensity. It was like being dropped into a river of data and asked to swim. Focus on one thing at a time, Chen Mu murmured to himself, and turned his attention to the only object in the room that mattered. His own reflection in the polished bronze mirror hanging on the wall. He had never seen his own face. The person staring back at him was thin, thinner than he had expected, with the angular features of someone who ate enough to survive, but never enough to thrive. His skin was pale from years of limited sunlight, stretched over cheekbones that were more prominent than they should have been. His hair was dark and straight, cut short by his grandfather's careful hands. His eyes, the eyes that had been dead for 18 years, were now a startling amber gold, luminous with the remnant energy of whatever the meteor fragment had done to him. Chen Mu, full assessment, age, 18. Height, 175 centimeters. Weight, 58 kilograms. Underweight. Physical condition, above average for non-cultivator due to mortal body training. Muscular development optimized for balance and proprioception rather than strength. Notable feature, eyes have undergone complete spiritual reconstruction. Current visual acuity exceeds normal human parameters by approximately 400%. Divine Appraisal Eye, active, current mode. Insight, passive. All objects within visual range generate automatic assessment panels. Note, this ability has no recorded precedent in available historical records. Classification, unknown. Potential, unmeasurable Divine Appraisal Eye. The golden text had named his new ability, but the name raised more questions than it answered. Where had it come from? Why him? And what did unmeasurable potential mean for a boy who had been dismissed as worthless by every authority figure in his life except one? The door opened. Shen Yun entered, his expression carefully controlled, and sat beside his grandson. The elders are arguing, the old man said. Some want to examine you. Others want to examine the fragment. A few want both destroyed. Destroyed. They're afraid, Wei. Unknown spiritual phenomena frighten powerful men more than armies. The patriarch has ordered the fragment sealed and placed in the clan vault until they can determine its origin. Shen Yun studied his grandson's face with an intensity that Shen Wei could now see rather than just feel. What happened to you? Shen Wei hesitated. His instinct, refined by 18 years of vulnerability, told him that the full truth was dangerous. If the elders knew about the golden text, about the appraisal eye, about the information panels that hovered over every object like whispered secrets, they would want to control it. Control him. I can see, he said simply. The fragment hit me, and I can see. Shen Yun's eyes narrowed. The old man had spent decades reading people, and he knew evasion when he heard it. But he also knew his grandson, and he understood that some truths needed to be revealed on the speaker's schedule, not the listener's. We'll talk more later, Shen Yun said. For now, rest. And Wei, don't show anyone what you can do until we understand what it is. The warning was unnecessary. Shen Wei had survived 18 years of blindness by understanding one fundamental truth about the Shen clan. Weakness was exploited, and strength was coveted. Either way, you lost. Chapter 5. 3 days passed before Shen Wei left the guest room. During those days, he taught himself to see. The process was nothing like he had imagined. Sighted people took vision for granted. It was automatic, effortless, integrated into their consciousness so deeply that they couldn't separate the act of seeing from the act of thinking. For Shen Wei, vision was a foreign language that his brain was learning from scratch. He spent hours studying the relationships between objects and their visual representations. How distance changed apparent size, how light created shadows that revealed shape, how color shifted with the time of day as sunlight moved across the walls. His appraisal eye helped. The golden text provided labels for things he couldn't yet identify by sight alone: names, materials, conditions, spiritual properties. It was like having a translator standing beside him, converting visual gibberish into comprehensible information. But the eye also overwhelmed. Walking across the room generated hundreds of assessment panels, each one competing for his attention, each one containing information that his data-hungry brain wanted to process. On the first day, he learned to filter. By focusing his attention narrowly, he could suppress the golden text for objects he wasn't interested in, reducing the flood of information to a manageable stream. It was similar to the techniques sighted people used when they ignored background details to focus on a conversation: selective attention, but applied to a supernatural ability rather than natural perception. On the second day, he learned to walk with his eyes open. This was harder than it sounded. For 18 years, his mobility had been governed by sound, touch, and the white cane that mapped the world in sweeping arcs ahead of his feet. Now he had to integrate visual information into a movement system that had never used it. He stumbled into furniture that his cane would have found first. He misjudged distances that his echolocation would have measured precisely. He walked into a door frame because his spatial processing couldn't yet translate visual width into body width clearance. But his brain was extraordinary, not because of the appraisal eye, because of 18 years of compensation. His neural architecture, rewired by nearly 2 decades of intense sensory processing through non-visual channels, adapted to the new input faster than any brain had a right to. By the end of the second day, he could navigate the guest room without stumbling. By the morning of the third day, he could catch a dropped object by sight alone. On the third day, his grandfather brought him clothes that fit properly: a simple gray robe, cotton trousers, cloth shoes, and told him the clan elders had requested his presence. Requested or demanded? Chen Mu asked, adjusting the robe in front of the bronze mirror. The golden text informed him that the fabric was grade 1 spiritual cloth, barely better than mundane, and had been worn by at least 2 previous owners. Does it matter? It tells me how much control they think they have. Shen Yun's eyebrows rose fractionally. The expression was subtle, the kind of micro-movement that sighted people read instinctively, but that Shen Wei was only now learning to detect visually. He had always read his grandfather's emotions through voice tone, breathing patterns, and the tension in his grip. Seeing the old man's face express those same emotions was like hearing a familiar song performed by a different instrument. It was a request, Shen Yun said carefully, but one that would become a demand if declined. Then let's not give them the satisfaction of demanding. They walked to the great hall together. Shen Wei left his white cane behind, a deliberate choice that his grandfather understood without explanation. The cane was a symbol of dependency. Walking without it was a statement. The world outside the guest room was a sensory assault that nearly broke his concentration. Sunlight hit his eyes with an intensity that made him gasp. The compound spread out before him in full visual glory. Buildings he had mapped by sound now revealed in stone and timber. Courtyards he had crossed by counting steps now visible as expanses of fitted flagstone. Cultivators he had identified by footfall and voice now had faces, expressions, bodies that communicated information his brain scrambled to process. Every person he looked at generated golden text. Shun Clan Servant, Mortal Body, 3rd Stage. Shun Clan Outer Disciple, Qi Sensing, 1st Stage. Shun Clan Inner Disciple, Qi Condensation, 2nd Stage. The information was immediate, precise, and completely invisible to everyone except him. No one noticed the golden text. No one saw the assessment panels hovering over their heads. The appraisal eye's output existed only in Shun Wei's perception, a private layer of reality accessible to him alone. And in that moment, walking through the sunlit compound with information streaming into his consciousness from every direction, Shen Wei understood the true scope of what had happened to him. This wasn't just sight. This was something far more dangerous. Chapter 6. The Great Hall was different in daylight. During the ancestral ceremony, it had been a cavern of sound and sensation. Now, with morning light streaming through the high windows, it was a space of hard edges and harder stairs. The clan elders sat in a semicircle on the raised platform, their cultivation levels displayed in golden text above their heads like invisible crowns. Shun Wei cataloged each one as he walked the length of the hall with his grandfather beside him. Shun Daoming, Patriarch, Foundation Establishment, 3rd Stage. Shun Garan, 1st Elder, Foundation Establishment, 1st Stage. Shun Liang, 2nd Elder, Qi Condensation, 9th Stage, Peak. Shun Yumei, 3rd Elder, Qi Condensation, 8th Stage. Shun Huanming, 4th Elder, Qi condensation, 7 stage, 5 elders. 2 at foundation establishment, 3 at Qi condensation peak or near peak. By the standards of a minor clan in a rural province, this was respectable. By the standards of the broader cultivation world, it was nothing. A collection of cultivators who would be considered juniors in any major sect. The patriarch studied Chen Wei with the assessing gaze of a man who had spent decades evaluating human potential and finding most of it wanting. Shen Daoming was tall, gaunt, with silver hair pulled back in a topknot secured by a jade pin that the appraisal eye identified as a grade 4 spiritual artifact worth more than everything else in the room combined. So, Shen Daoming said. The miracle. Shen Wei bowed. Patriarch, 3 days ago, you were blind. Now you stand before us with functioning eyes. The healers confirm that your optic nerves have been completely regenerated by an unknown spiritual force. The patriarch's tone was clinical, but his expression held something Shen Wei couldn't yet read. Something between suspicion and hunger. Explain. The meteor fragment struck my room. A piece of it made contact with my skin. I experienced intense pain, and when it subsided, I could see. In your spiritual condition? I remain at mortal body, patriarch. This was true, technically. The appraisal eye was not a cultivation technique, and his spiritual root was sealed, not active. He was still, by every standard measurement, powerless. First Elder Shen Guiren leaned forward. He was a thick-necked man with small, calculating eyes that the appraisal eye described as belonging to someone with moderate spiritual talent, significant political ambition, and a mild personality disorder characterized by excessive need for control. The fragment is being analyzed by our formation masters, Shen Guiren said. Initial assessments suggest it contains an unknown type of spiritual energy, nothing matching any catalog material in our archives. The question before this council is what to do with you. I'm not a threat, First Elder. You're an unknown, which is worse. 3 days ago, you were a blind cripple consuming clan resources. Now you're a blind boy who can suddenly see, touched by an unidentified celestial object. Shen Guiren's lip curled with something between contempt and suspicion. In my experience, miracles have costs. Shen Wei felt his grandfather tense beside him, but the old man said nothing. This was Shen Wei's test, the first of many, though he didn't know that yet. With respect, First Elder, I'm not asking the clan for anything. I can see. That's all that's changed. I'm still willing to contribute however the clan requires. The patriarch raised a hand, cutting off whatever Shen Guiren was about to say. We've decided to place you under observation for 30 days. You will remain in the compound, submit to daily examinations by our healers, and refrain from any activity that might be related to the fragment's energy. At the end of 30 days, we'll determine your status. Observation. The word was neutral, but Shen Wei heard its subtext clearly. House arrest. They were afraid of what he might be, and their fear expressed itself as control. I understand, Patriarch. One more thing. Shen Daoming's voice dropped, and the room's temperature seemed to follow. If you develop any unusual abilities, anything beyond normal sight, you will report them to this council immediately. Is that clear? Shen Wei met the Patriarch's eyes. The golden text hovering above Shen Daoming's head pulsed gently, invisible to everyone in the room except the boy they were trying to contain. Perfectly clear, Patriarch. He walked out of the Great Hall with his grandfather, and neither of them mentioned the lie. Chapter 7. The observation period became Shen Wei's training ground. With the entire clan watching for signs of abnormality, he learned to use his appraisal eye in secret, suppressing the golden text in public, activating it only when he was certain no one was observing the telltale amber glow that sometimes flickered in his pupils when the eye engaged at full power. He developed a technique of half-activation, keeping the eye at its lowest setting, where it provided basic information, material type, structural condition, approximate age, without the intensive assessments that made his eyes glow. This stealth became second nature within a week. By the 10th day of observation, Shen Wei could walk through the compound with his eye active at low power, and no one noticed anything unusual. The healers examined him daily and found nothing beyond regenerated optic nerves and slightly elevated spiritual sensitivity, consistent with someone who had been exposed to a spiritual event but hadn't gained any cultivation from it. The lie was easy to maintain because the truth was invisible. The appraisal eye didn't register on any measurement instrument the clan possessed. It wasn't a cultivation technique. It didn't use qi, didn't require spiritual roots, didn't follow any of the established frameworks that the clan's healers knew how to detect. It was something else entirely, something that operated on principles that the golden text itself described as predating conventional cultivation methodology. During those 30 days, Shen Wei also discovered his appraisal eye's secondary mode. It happened on the 14th day, when he was examining the compound's perimeter wall during one of his supervised walks. The wall was old, 3 centuries old, according to the Eye's primary assessment, and it bore the accumulated damage of weather, spiritual fluctuations, and the slow erosion of time. The golden text cataloged this damage with clinical precision: stress fractures in the lower courses, spiritual energy depletion in the formation stones, weathering patterns consistent with prevailing wind direction. Then, without conscious intent, his perception shifted. The golden text vanished. In its place, a different kind of vision emerged, one that didn't describe what things were, but what was wrong with them. The wall's stress fractures blazed with crimson light, visible pathways of structural weakness that connected and branched like a network of glowing veins. The formation stone's depletion zones appeared as dark voids, pockets of emptiness where energy should have been but wasn't. Every flaw, every weakness, every point of potential failure lit up like a constellation of damage mapped across the wall's surface. Fracture Sight, activated, mode, flaw detection. Reveals structural, spiritual, and material weaknesses in analyzed targets. Current target, Shen Clan Perimeter Wall, Section 7. Critical flaws detected. 3. Note: if exploited simultaneously, these 3 flaws would cause catastrophic structural failure in this section within 0.3 seconds. Shen Wei stared at the wall with new eyes, literally. His appraisal eye had 2 modes: insight, which told him what things were, and fracture sight, which told him how things could break. Together, they formed a perception system that was both analytical and tactical, the ability to understand everything and to see the weakness in everything. The implications made his hands tremble with excitement and dread. He glanced around quickly. His escort, a bored outer disciple who had been assigned to shadow him during his supervised walks, was picking at his fingernails 20 meters away, paying no attention. Good. Shen Wei filed the discovery away and resumed walking, his expression carefully blank, his mind racing with possibilities that he wouldn't fully understand for weeks. But the wall's secrets were already teaching him the most important lesson the appraisal eye would ever provide. Everything had weaknesses. Everything could break. And knowing where to apply pressure was worth more than all the brute force in the world. Chapter 8. The observation period ended without incident. On the 30th day, Shen Wei stood before the Elder Council again and submitted to a final examination. The clan's senior healer, a matronly woman named Chun Liling, whose appraisal eye assessment read, Qi condensation, 6th stage. Specialty, diagnostic healing. Accuracy, 94% within her cultivation range. Cannot detect phenomena above foundation establishment grade. Performed every test in her repertoire. She tested his meridians. Still dormant, as they had been since birth, sealed by whatever force had locked his spiritual root before he was born. She tested his spiritual sensitivity. Elevated but not dramatically, consistent with proximity exposure to the meteor fragment. She tested his neural pathways. Regenerated optic nerves, fully functional, with no detectable anomalies. He's healthy, Chun Liling reported to the council. The blindness has been cured. Beyond that, I can find nothing unusual, because the appraisal eye was beyond her detection range. It was a phenomenon that operated above foundation establishment, above anything the Shun clan could measure, hiding in plain sight behind the limitations of the people trying to find it. The irony was not lost on Shen Wei. The patriarch nodded. Then your observation period is concluded, Shen Wei. You may resume normal activities within the compound. However, the restrictions on leaving clan territory remain in effect for all disciples, and you are no exception. Thank you, Patriarch. One more thing. Shin Daoming's voice carried the tone of an afterthought, but his eyes held something sharper. Your status in the clan has not changed. You remain a non-cultivator. The elders will assign you duties commensurate with your abilities. Do not expect the miracle of sight to alter your position. Translation: you're still the bottom of the hierarchy, and don't forget it. Shen Wei bowed and left. Outside the great hall, his grandfather was waiting with a cup of tea that Shen Wei's eye identified as containing 3 medicinal herbs: ginseng root, cloud lotus petal, and a trace amount of spirit-infused honey that Shen Yun must have been hoarding from his personal reserves. You passed, the old man said, handing him the cup. They found nothing because there's nothing to find. Shen Wei sipped the tea. The golden text provided a complete nutritional and medicinal breakdown, including the fact that the combination of herbs would improve his neural processing speed by approximately 3% over the next 6 hours. His grandfather had been feeding him this exact combination for years, adjusting the proportions with each batch. The old man knew more about medicine than anyone in the clan gave him credit for. Wei. Shen Yun's voice was quiet, the voice he used for truths that needed walls around them. What really happened in that room? Shen Wei looked at his grandfather. The golden text above the old man's head read, Shen Yun, Qi condensation, 8th stage. Note: public records list subject as Qi condensation, 5th stage. Actual cultivation is being deliberately suppressed to appear weaker. Estimated true potential. Foundation establishment, sealed by self-imposed restriction. His grandfather was hiding his real strength. Had been hiding it for years, maybe decades. The discovery hit Shen Wei like a physical blow, not because it changed anything, but because it revealed that the man he trusted most had his own layers of deception. I see things, Shen Wei said quietly. Information. About everything I look at. Materials, conditions, cultivation levels, hidden properties. It's like the world is annotated with text that only I can read. Shen Yun was silent for a long moment. Can you control it? I'm learning to. Can anyone detect it? Chun Liling couldn't. I don't think anyone at the clan's level can. Good. The old man's expression was unreadable, a mass perfected over decades. Tell no one else. Not yet. Not until we understand what you have and who might want to take it. Grandfather, why are you hiding your cultivation level? Shen Yun's tea froze halfway to his lips. The micro-expression that crossed his face lasted less than a second, but Shen Wei's newly trained visual processing caught it. Surprise, assessment, and a flash of something that might have been pride. Because the Shen clan is not what it appears to be, the old man said. And the people who run it are not who they claim to be. I'll explain everything, but not here and not now. He glanced toward the compound's main buildings, where the elders were undoubtedly already discussing their plans for the miraculously healed blind boy. For now, just survive. Can you do that? I've been doing that for 18 years. Then you're ahead of the game. Let's go home. Chapter 9. The weeks that followed the observation period were the most transformative of Shen Wei's life. Freed from constant supervision, he threw himself into training with an intensity that bordered on obsession. Every waking hour was divided between 3 objectives: mastering his appraisal eye, learning to see like a sighted person, and beginning the cultivation that his sealed spiritual root had always denied him. The first objective was the most straightforward. The appraisal eye responded to practice the way any skill responded, with gradual improvement through repetition. He trained by examining everything in the compound: walls, weapons, cultivation manuals, medicinal herbs, formation arrays, people. Each examination provided data, and each set of data refined his understanding of how the eye worked. He discovered patterns. The eye's assessments were not magical omniscience. They were analysis, derived from observable physical and spiritual properties that the eye could detect. The information it provided was limited by what it could measure, which meant that objects or beings above a certain threshold of power appeared as partial assessments with gaps and warnings. The eye couldn't read what it couldn't perceive, but its perception range was expanding daily. He began to develop a system. The eye was best used not as a continuous flood, but as a deliberate tool, activated with intent, directed with purpose, then dimmed to let the gathered information integrate. Running it at full intensity constantly was like trying to read 100 books simultaneously. Useful in short bursts, overwhelming as a permanent state. He practiced switching between modes: passive awareness, active scanning, focused deep analysis. Each mode had its role. He also discovered that fracture sight had combat applications. The realization came during one of his now unsupervised walks around the compound, when he passed the training hall where inner disciples sparred under the supervision of Elder Shun Huanming. He stopped to watch. He could watch now, a luxury so novel that it still made his chest tight with gratitude, and activated fracture sight on the sparring cultivators. The effect was stunning. Each fighter's body lit up with a network of crimson lines, structural weaknesses in their defensive chi, gaps in their guard, timing vulnerabilities in their technique sequences. The information was real-time, updating with every movement, every shift in stance, every fluctuation in spiritual energy. He could see exactly where each fighter was vulnerable and exactly when that vulnerability would be exposed. Shun Clan Inner Disciple, Li Fun, current technique: Iron Mountain Fist, 3rd form, flaws. Left guard drops 2 centimeters during transition between 3rd and 4th form. Right ankle carries old injury, microfracture, improperly healed, that reduces stability by 15%. Core Chi cycling has a 0.4 second gap every 7th rotation. Exploitation window: strike left ribs during form transition. Success probability: 91%. Shen Wei watched the spar with fracture sight active and saw the outcome before it happened. Li Fun's opponent, a bulky disciple named Wang Tao, stumbled through the exact gap the eye had predicted, and Li Fun's guard dropped at exactly the moment described. The fighters were unaware of their own patterns, trapped in habits and muscle memory that the appraisal I dissected with surgical precision. If Chen Mu could fight, if he had cultivation, technique, physical training, the fracture site would make him devastating. He would see every weakness, every opening, every flaw in an opponent's defense before the first strike was thrown. Combat would be a puzzle already solved. But he couldn't fight. He had no spiritual root, no chi, no technique. The appraisal I showed him the weaknesses of the world, but gave him no power to exploit them. It was like being given a map to a treasure vault, but no key to the door. He spent 3 hours at the training hall's edge, watching, cataloging, building his understanding of how techniques worked from the outside. He couldn't practice what he observed, not yet. But the data was real and the understanding was genuine, and understanding was the foundation everything else was built on. His 18 years of darkness had taught him that. Unless there was a key he hadn't found yet. That night, alone in his repaired room, the eastern wall had been rebuilt, though the appraisal I noted that the new stonework was 12% weaker than the original. Chen Mu turned his eye inward for the first time. He had avoided self-examination. Something about looking at his own spiritual condition frightened him, the same way a patient sometimes avoided looking at test results. But curiosity had always been stronger than fear in Chen Mu's psychology, and tonight, curiosity won. Chen Mu, internal assessment, spiritual root, celestial grade 5-element root, sealed. Seal type, prenatal binding, applied before birth by unknown entity, seal condition, degrading. The meteor fragment's energy has weakened structural integrity by 23%. Estimated time to natural seal failure, 8 to 14 months. Note: artificial acceleration of seal degradation is possible through targeted spiritual energy application at 3 specific meridian convergence points. Chen Mu read the golden text 3 times. Celestial grade 5-element root. The rarest spiritual root classification in cultivation history. A root that encompassed all 5 primary elements in perfect balance. Most cultivators had single-element roots. Talented cultivators had 2 or 3. 5-element roots were the stuff of legends, mentioned in ancient texts as belonging to cultivators who had reshaped the world. And his had been sealed before he was born. Someone had deliberately crippled him. Someone had known what he was, what he could become, and had chosen to prevent it. The blindness, the powerlessness, the 18 years of darkness, all of it engineered. All of it intentional. The realization didn't bring anger. Not yet. What it brought was something colder and more useful. The understanding that his life had been shaped by forces he couldn't see, and the determination to see them clearly now. Chapter 10. Chen Mu spent 3 days planning before he attempted to unseal his spiritual root. The appraisal I had identified 3 meridian convergence points where the seal was weakest. The meteor fragment's energy had created hairline fractures in the binding that, with precise application of force, could be widened into full breaks. But precise application of force required spiritual energy, and Chen Mu had none. His mortal body cultivation gave him physical resilience and enhanced senses, but it didn't generate the qi necessary to interact with meridian-level structures. He needed help. On the 4th night, he went to his grandfather. Shen Yun's quarters were at the far end of the compound, in a small house that had once been part of the elder's residence before his retirement from active service. The house was modest. 3 rooms, simple furniture, a small garden that the old man tended with the same quiet precision he applied to everything. The appraisal I revealed that the garden's soil had been enriched with trace amounts of spiritual energy over decades, producing herbs of marginally higher quality than anything grown elsewhere in the compound. "I need your help," Chen Mu said, sitting across from his grandfather at the kitchen table. "I found something about my spiritual root." Shen Yun set down his tea, the same medicinal blend he always drank in the evenings. "Tell me." "It's not absent. It's sealed. A celestial grade 5-element root, bound before I was born by an unknown entity." Chen Mu watched his grandfather's face for the reaction. "The seal is degrading. I can accelerate the process, but I need someone to apply qi to 3 specific meridian points. The precision required is beyond what any healer in the clan could manage without knowing exactly what they're doing." Shen Yun was quiet for a long time. The silence stretched, filled with the distant sounds of the compound settling into its nighttime rhythms. Patrol footsteps, insect song, the faint hum of the perimeter walls formation arrays. "You know about my real cultivation level," the old man said. It wasn't a question. Foundation establishment, sealed by self-imposed restriction. "Close. Foundation establishment, 3rd stage. I suppressed it after your parents disappeared because someone needed to stay invisible to protect you, and a foundation establishment cultivator in a minor clan draws attention." Shen Yun's voice was steady, but his hands, Shen Mu noticed, were trembling. Your father had the same root. Celestial grade 5 element. He was sealed too, but he found a way to break it. That's why they killed him. The world tilted. My parents were killed. The clan records say they died in a spiritual beast attack when you were 2 months old. The truth is more complicated, and I've spent 16 years trying to untangle it. Xinyan reached across the table and gripped his grandson's wrist. I'll help you unseal the root, but you need to understand what that means. The moment your root activates, people will sense it. A celestial grade 5 element root generates a spiritual signature that's unmistakable to anyone above core formation. The Shun clan doesn't have anyone at that level, but the sects in the region do. We'll have days, maybe hours, before someone comes looking. Then we need to be ready to leave when they do. Shun Yun studied him for a long moment, and Shun Wei saw the old man's expression shift through a sequence of emotions that his newly trained visual processing cataloged with painful clarity. Grief for the childhood his grandson had lost, pride in the man that childhood had produced, and fear, deep, old fear, of the forces that had already taken one generation and might take another. We unseal it tonight, Xinyan said. Xinwei nodded. Tonight. He didn't ask about the risks. He had lived for 18 years in a cage made of darkness and limitations. Whatever lay beyond the seal, whatever dangers, whatever enemies, whatever truths, it was better than another day inside the cage. The old man released his wrist, stood, and began preparing the room with the methodical efficiency of someone who had been waiting for this moment for a very long time. Fellow cultivators, before we begin this journey, strengthen this channel's foundation. Subscribe and ring the bell so you never miss a new chapter. A single like fuels the furnace. Now let us begin. Chapter 11. The unsealing took 4 hours. Shen Yun worked with a precision that belied his aged appearance. His foundation establishment cultivation flowing through his fingertips like liquid light as he applied targeted chi pulses to the 3 meridian convergence points the appraisal eye had identified. Each pulse was a microsurgery, a carefully calibrated burst of energy designed to widen the fractures in the prenatal seal without triggering the seal's defensive mechanisms. The appraisal eye served as the surgical guide. Seal integrity, 77%, 74%, 71%. Fracture point alpha, widening. Current gap, 0.3 millimeters. Spiritual equivalent. Fracture point beta, stable. Apply 12% more pressure at 15-degree left offset. Fracture point gamma. Warning, defensive mechanism priming. Reduce chi input by 40% for 30 seconds. Shun Wei relayed the eye's instructions to his grandfather in real time, and the old man adjusted with a responsiveness that spoke of decades of experience. They worked in tandem, the eye providing intelligence, the cultivator providing power, and the seal weakened layer by layer. At the 2-hour mark, the seal's defensive mechanisms activated. Spiritual energy pulsed through Shun Wei's meridian system like an alarm, and a wave of pain, sharp, deep, bone level, radiated from his core outward. The seal was fighting back, trying to repair the damage faster than they could inflict it. Hold still, Xinyan commanded, his voice rock steady even as sweat streamed down his face. The old man was burning through his chi reserves at an unsustainable rate, but he didn't slow down. I need to hit all 3 points simultaneously. On my mark. The eye says the window is 0.7 seconds. Beta needs to be hit first, then alpha and gamma together within 0.2 seconds. I have 2 hands, Wei. Then hit beta with your right, and I'll guide your left to alpha and gamma. The coordination was imperfect. The timing was human, but it was enough. At the 3-hour mark, the seal cracked. Not broke, cracked. The fractures widened into gaps, and through those gaps, spiritual energy began to leak into Shun Wei's meridian system for the first time in his life. The sensation was indescribable, warmth, pressure, expansion, like blood flowing into a limb that had been numb for 18 years. His dormant meridians activated in sequence, each one igniting with a flash of pain that was immediately replaced by a rush of power. Seal integrity, 31%, 22%, 15%. Spiritual root activation, in progress. Elements detected: fire, earth, water, wood, metal, all 5 elements. Confirmed. Classification: celestial grade 5 element spiritual root. Active. The remaining seal shattered at 4 hours and 12 minutes. The spiritual energy that erupted from Shun Wei's core was visible, a pillar of 5-colored light that shot through the ceiling of Shun Yun's house, through the roof, and into the night sky above the Shun clan compound. Gold, crimson, blue, green, silver. The 5 elements manifested as intertwined streams of light that spiraled around each other in a display that was beautiful, terrifying, and impossible to hide. Shun Yun staggered back, his chi reserves depleted, and stared at his grandson with an expression that the appraisal I described simply as awe. "We need to leave," the old man gasped. "Now." But Shen Wei couldn't move. His body was processing the spiritual energy flood, his meridians opening in rapid sequence, his cultivation base forming in real time. The appraisal I tracked the process with clinical precision. Cultivation advancement, mortal body qi sensing, instantaneous, qi sensing, qi condensation, accelerated, 5-element root provides 5x normal absorption rate. Current level, qi condensation, first stage, rate of advancement, unprecedented. Stabilization required within 10 minutes or spiritual root damage may occur. Grandfather, help me stabilize. I'm advancing too fast. Shen Yun, despite his exhaustion, placed his hands on Shen Wei's shoulders and began channeling the last dregs of his qi into a stabilizing formation, a technique that slowed spiritual energy absorption to prevent meridian rupture. It was a technique designed for foundation establishment cultivators, applied by a man who had been hiding at that level for 16 years. The stabilization worked. Shen Wei's runaway advancement slowed, settled, and locked at qi condensation, second stage, a level that would have taken a normal cultivator with a 3-element root several months to achieve. He had done it in 4 minutes. Shen Wei opened his eyes, his golden amber eyes that now carried the visible shimmer of active cultivation, and looked at his grandfather. "I can feel it," he whispered. "Everything. The qi in the air, in the ground, in you. It's everywhere. And everyone within 100 kilometers felt what you just did." Shen Yun replied, his voice tight. "We have maybe 2 hours before someone arrives to investigate that light pillar. Pack whatever you can carry. We're leaving the Shun clan tonight." Chapter 12. They were too slow. Shen Wei had barely finished gathering his few possessions, a change of clothes, his grandfather's medicinal herbs, and the small jade pendant that Shen Yun said had belonged to his mother, when the compound's alarm formations activated. Crimson light flooded the corridors, accompanied by a deep, resonant bell tone that meant unauthorized spiritual activity had been detected within clan boundaries. "The elders," Shen Yun muttered, pulling his grandson toward the compound's eastern wall, the section where the appraisal I had previously identified 3 critical structural flaws. "They'll lock down the main gates first." Shen Wei's eye was active at full power, golden text streaming across his vision as they ran through corridors lit by alarm formations. He could see the spiritual energy patterns of clan members mobilizing throughout the compound, elders converging on the central courtyard, disciples scrambling to defensive positions, servants retreating to sheltered areas. The compound's security formations were activating in sequence, layered defenses designed to contain threats rather than repel them. They were designed to keep things in, not keep things out. The Shen clan was a cage, and the bars were tightening. "The eastern wall," Shen Wei panted. "There are 3 structural flaws in Section 7. If you hit the center one with a foundation establishment strike, the section will collapse in 0.3 seconds. Shen Yun didn't question how his grandson knew this. He simply ran faster. They reached the eastern wall as footsteps and shouting voices converged behind them. The appraisal I tracked the approaching pursuers, 3 inner disciples at qi condensation, led by none other than Shun Hao, whose golden assessment panel now carried an additional note that made Shen Wei's blood run cold. Shun Hao, qi condensation, 4th stage, intent, hostile, has been informed of Shen Wei's spiritual root activation. Primary motivation, jealousy. Secondary motivation, orders from First Elder Shingarin to detain. Note: subject is carrying a Grade 3 restraining talisman supplied by the First Elder. This talisman can suppress cultivation up to foundation establishment for 72 hours. Grandfather, Shun Hao has a restraining talisman. Grade 3. It can suppress foundation establishment cultivation. Shen Yun's expression hardened. Then we don't let him use it. The old man planted his feet, dropped his suppression technique, and let his foundation establishment cultivation radiate for the first time in 16 years. The spiritual pressure hit the approaching disciples like a wall, and Shun Hao, confident, arrogant Shun Hao, stumbled backward with wide eyes. Your foundation establishment? I'm your great-uncle, you little fool, and I've been protecting this family since before your father was born." Shen Yun's voice carried a commanding authority that Shen Wei had never heard from the gentle old man. "Stand down. I have orders from the First Elder. The First Elder's orders don't supersede blood obligation." Shen Yun turned to the wall and struck it. The impact was precise. Foundation establishment power applied to the exact center flaw that the appraisal I had identified. The wall section held for a fraction of a second, then collapsed outward in an avalanche of stone and mortar that created a gap wide enough for 2 people to pass through side by side. Cold night air rushed in. carrying the scent of pine forests and freedom. Go. Shen Yun shoved Shen Wei through the gap. You're coming with me. I'll hold them here. You run. East, toward Greenvale City. Find a man named Su Tianlao. He runs a shop in the merchant district, sells junk. Tell him your grandfather sent you. Shen Yun's eyes were fierce, determined, and terrified in equal measure. He'll protect you. I'm not leaving without you. You are, because I'm telling you to, and because if they catch us both, everything I've done for 16 years is wasted. The old man's voice cracked for the first time. Run, Wei. Please. For me. Shun Hao and the disciples were recovering from the shock of Shun Yun's revealed cultivation. The first elder's voice echoed from deeper in the compound, barking orders. The alarm formations were being directed toward the breach. Shen Wei looked at his grandfather, really looked, with every aspect of his appraisal eye, and saw the truth the golden text confirmed. Shen Yun, intent, sacrifice. Will engage pursuing forces to provide maximum escape window. Probability of survival, 67%. Higher if opposition is limited to qi condensation cultivators, 67%. Acceptable for the old man, apparently. Not acceptable for Shen Wei. I'll come back for you, Shen Wei said. I know you will. Shen Wei ran into the darkness. Behind him, the sounds of combat erupted, his grandfather's foundation establishment techniques clashing with the restraining talisman's energy, shouts of surprise and anger from disciples who had underestimated a retired old man for 16 years. He ran until the compound's lights were fireflies behind him. He ran until his new cultivation pushed his body to speeds his blind self could never have imagined. He ran until the forest swallowed him and the night became his ally, hiding him in the same darkness that had been his prison for 18 years. But this time, he could see in the dark. Chapter 13. Shen Wei ran through the forest for 6 hours before exhaustion forced him to stop. He collapsed beneath the canopy of an ancient pine tree whose appraisal eye assessment described it as spirit-enhanced pine, approximately 400 years old, root system connected to a minor ley line providing passive spiritual nourishment. The tree's branches formed a natural shelter, thick enough to break the wind and dense enough to conceal him from aerial observation. His body ached with the particular pain of muscles pushed beyond their limits. His newly activated cultivation base hummed in his chest like a second heart, cycling qi through meridians that were still raw from their sudden opening. The appraisal eye noted that his physical condition was strained but not damaged, recommends 6 hours of rest and passive qi absorption to restore optimal function. 6 hours. He didn't have 6 hours. The Shun clan's pursuit would reach the forest by dawn, and while his grandfather's intervention would have delayed them, it wouldn't stop them. First Elder Shinguiren would send trackers, cultivators who specialized in following spiritual signatures through wilderness terrain. He sat with the anxiety of his grandfather's unknown fate and didn't let it drive him into motion. His grandfather had been clear, run. The order was deliberate, given by someone who had calculated the odds and made a decision. The best thing Shen Wei could do for Shun Yun was to successfully escape, making his grandfather's sacrifice, if it came to that, worth something. Going back would not help Shen Yun. It would hand the Shun clan 2 prisoners instead of 1. He stayed still, breathed, and thought. But Shen Wei had an advantage they didn't know about. He activated his fracture sight and examined his own spiritual signature, the trail of qi he left behind him like a scent trail. The eye showed him exactly how the signature dispersed, a fading pattern of 5-element energy that clung to surfaces he had touched, hung in air he had passed through, and seeped into earth he had walked on. Spiritual signature, Shen Wei. Dispersal rate, 4.2 hours, significantly faster than normal due to 5-element roots' balanced energy distribution. Detection range, approximately 200 meters for qi condensation trackers. Countermeasure. Ambient spiritual energy in forest is dense enough to mask signature if subject remains stationary for 3+ hours. 3 hours of staying still, and the forest would absorb his signature. 4 hours, and the trackers would lose his trail completely. 6 hours of rest would restore his body and erase his path, a perfect alignment of needs. The forest was alive around him. His eye, always cataloging, mapped the nightlife. A family of spirit rabbits whose low-grade cultivation gave them bioluminescent eyes that moved through the undergrowth in silent procession. An owl whose eye assessment came back as modified by passive spirit energy absorption. Intelligence rating elevated above normal avian baseline. Fungal colonies on the deadwood nearby that were processing spiritual energy through their mycelial networks in ways that were, according to the golden text, technically a form of cultivation without consciousness or intent. Life everywhere, doing what it did. Completely indifferent to the escaped clan scion sitting against a tree nearby. Chen Mu settled against the pine tree's trunk, closed his eyes, and began his first real cultivation session. Qi flowed into his meridians from the forest's ambient spiritual energy. The five-element root absorbed all five elemental types simultaneously. Fire from the warmth of decomposing leaves, earth from the soil beneath him, water from the morning dew forming on branches, wood from the living trees, metal from mineral deposits deep underground. The absorption was effortless, natural, like breathing after a lifetime of holding his breath. His appraisal, I tracked the cultivation progress in real time. Qi condensation, second stage, 47% to third. Absorption rate, 5.3x baseline, 5-element root plus forest ley line enhancement. Estimated time to third stage, 14 hours at current rate, fast. Frighteningly fast. Normal cultivators spent months at each substage. Chen Mu's combination of a celestial grade root and the appraisal eye's optimization guidance compressed months into days. But speed without control was dangerous. The eye warned him. Caution, rapid advancement without technique training risks meridian instability. Recommend acquiring formal cultivation method before advancing beyond Qi condensation. Fifth stage, he needed training. He needed techniques. He needed the man his grandfather had named, Su Tianlao, the junk seller in Greenvale City. Chen Mu meditated until dawn painted the forest in gold and green, then rose, checked his surroundings with the appraisal eye, confirmed that no pursuers were within detection range, and resumed his eastward journey toward a city he had never seen. Chapter 14. The forest between the Shun clan compound and Greenvale City was called the Whisper Wood, and it earned its name. The trees here were old, centuries old, their root systems intertwined with ley lines that carried spiritual energy through the earth like blood through veins. The ambient qi was rich enough that even mortals could feel it as a faint tingling on their skin. For Chen Mu, with his newly activated 5-element root drinking from every elemental source simultaneously, the forest was a banquet. His appraisal eye cataloged everything as he walked. The trees were not ordinary trees. They were spirit-enhanced organisms, their wood infused with trace amounts of elemental energy that made them harder, denser, and more resilient than mundane timber. The underbrush was populated by medicinal herbs that the eye identified and assessed with clinical precision. 7-petal dawn flower, grade 2 medicinal herb. Properties: accelerates meridian healing. Effective for cultivators up to foundation establishment. Condition: peak maturity. Harvest within 3 days for maximum potency. Market value: 15 to 20 spirit stones in Greenvale City. Spirit stones, the universal currency of the cultivation world. Chen Mu had never possessed any. The Shun clan distributed resources based on cultivation rank, and a blind mortal ranked below the servants. But the forest was full of medicinal herbs that the eye could identify and value, many of them overlooked by the casual foragers who harvested only the most common varieties. He began collecting. His hands, trained by 18 years of identifying objects by touch, were perfectly suited to the delicate work of herb harvesting. The eye guided each cut, telling him exactly where to sever the stem for maximum potency, which leaves to preserve and which to discard, how to store each specimen to prevent degradation. By midday, he had accumulated a small fortune in medicinal herbs. Nothing extraordinary by the standards of a wealthy cultivator, but enough to purchase several weeks of food and lodging in a city. The forest also contained dangers. On the second day of travel, the appraisal eye detected a spiritual beast ahead, a creature that registered as something far beyond what he should have encountered in a minor forest. Jade Mist Fox, Spirit Beast, Rank 2, equivalent to Foundation Establishment. Age: 47 years. Condition: injured, right foreleg damaged by formation trap. Wound is infected with residual formation energy. Temperament: wary, non-aggressive toward humanoids unless threatened. Note: this species is highly intelligent, capable of recognizing and reciprocating acts of kindness. The fox was lying beneath a holly bush 30 meters ahead, its white jade fur matted with dried blood around the injured foreleg. Chen Mu could see the formation energy in the wound, jagged fragments of spiritual power embedded in the flesh like shrapnel, preventing natural healing. The injury was painful and slowly worsening. He had a choice. The safe option was to detour around the beast, avoiding contact with a creature whose combat capability far exceeded his own. The risky option was to approach and try to help. The appraisal eye made the decision easy. Fracture site analysis. Wound structure. Formation energy fragments. 7 pieces, lodged at depths of 2 to 8 millimeters. Removal difficulty: low. Fragments have defined extraction vectors. Recommended tool: any pointed implement with spiritual conductivity. He could do this. The fragments had clear extraction paths, and his hands, the most sensitive diagnostic instruments in the Shen clan, could perform the removal with minimal pain to the animal. He approached slowly, hands visible, projecting calm through his body language. The fox watched him with intelligent copper eyes, its injured leg tucked protectively beneath its body. When he was 5 meters away, it growled, a low, warning sound that carried surprising resonance. "I can see what's wrong with your leg," Chen Mu said, crouching to reduce his profile. "Formation fragments, 7 of them, lodged in the muscle tissue. They're preventing you from healing. I can remove them." The fox couldn't understand his words, but it could read his intention. Spiritual beasts at rank 2 had enough intelligence to perceive emotional states through qi fluctuation, and Chen Mu's qi radiated nothing but calm determination. The growl subsided. The fox watched. Chen Mu moved closer, inch by inch, until he was within arm's reach. He produced a thin bronze needle from his grandfather's medical kit, the one possession he would never discard, and guided it to the first fragment using fracture site's precise targeting. The extraction took 20 minutes. 7 fragments, 7 careful insertions, 7 moments of the fox flinching in pain before the offending shard was drawn out and flicked away. By the end, the fox was panting but calm, and the wound, freed from the formation energy that had been poisoning it, began closing immediately with the accelerated healing of a spirit beast. The fox stood, tested the leg, and looked at Chen Mu with an expression that he couldn't read because he didn't have a framework for interpreting animal expressions. Then it did something unexpected. It pressed its nose against his hand, left a warm pulse of qi on his skin, and disappeared into the underbrush in a streak of white jade fur. The qi pulse lingered. The eye analyzed it. Gift, Jade Mist Fox Blessing. Effect, temporary concealment of spiritual signature. Duration, 48 hours. Note, the fox has also marked Chen Mu's scent as ally. All Jade Mist foxes in this territory will treat him as non-hostile. Chen Mu stared at the forest where the fox had vanished. The blessing was useful. It would make him invisible to the Shun clan's trackers for 2 full days. But the real value was the lesson. Kindness had strategic applications. In a world where most cultivators treated spiritual beasts as resources to be harvested, a moment of compassion had earned him an ally. He filed the lesson away and continued walking, his spiritual signature hidden, his herb pouch full, and his understanding of the cultivation world expanding with every step. Chapter 15. On the 3rd day, the fox came back. Chen Mu woke at dawn to find the Jade Mist fox sitting 3 meters from his sleeping position, watching him with the patient attention of a creature that had made a decision and was waiting for the subject of that decision to notice. Its injured leg was fully healed. Spirit beasts recovered quickly once the impediment was removed, and its white jade fur gleamed in the morning light with the lustrous quality of active spiritual energy. Jade Mist Fox, updated assessment, status, companion seeking. This species forms lifelong bonds with individuals who demonstrate compatible qi signatures and benevolent intent. Current bond status, preliminary. The fox is testing proximity tolerance. Note, a bonded Jade Mist fox provides passive spiritual signature masking, enhanced environmental awareness, and, at higher cultivation levels, combat support. "You want to come with me?" Chen Mu asked, sitting up slowly. The fox yipped, a sharp, bright sound that carried an unmistakable affirmative energy. Chen Mu considered the practical implications. A spirit beast companion would draw attention in human settlements. But the fox's masking ability was invaluable, and the Appraisal Eye's assessment suggested that the bond would provide benefits that grew with time. More importantly, Chen Mu had spent 18 years in isolation, surrounded by people who saw him as a burden. The idea of a companion who had chosen him, freely, without obligation, stirred something deep in his chest that had nothing to do with strategy. "Then come," he said, and extended his hand. The fox approached, sniffed his fingers with a nose cold as river stone, and hopped onto his shoulder with the casual agility of a creature born to balance on narrow branches. Its weight was negligible. Spirit beasts were lighter than their size suggested, and its warmth pressed against his neck like a living scarf. They traveled together. The fox's environmental awareness complemented the Appraisal Eye's analytical capabilities. Where the eye told Chen Mu what things were, the fox sensed things the eye couldn't. Emotional undercurrents in the environment, the subtle shifts in ambient qi that preceded weather changes, and the presence of other living beings at ranges that exceeded the eye's detection limits. The forest grew denser as they approached Greenvale City's sphere of influence. The ley lines converged, the spiritual energy thickened, and the vegetation transitioned from spirit-enhanced to outright supernatural. Trees that moved their branches to track sunlight, flowers that bloomed in response to qi fluctuations, moss that glowed faintly in the shade. On the fourth day, Chen Mu emerged from the Whisperwood and saw civilization for the first time in his life. Greenvale City occupied 3 interconnected hills in the distance, its tiered architecture rising from the morning mist like a mountain made of rooftops. Even from several kilometers away, the appraisal eye generated assessment data on the distant structures, population estimates, defensive formation arrays, spiritual energy density readings, commercial district locations. But the data was secondary to the visual impact. Chen Mu had never seen a city. He had never seen any structure larger than the Shun clan compound. Greenvale was enormous. Tens of thousands of buildings, bridges connecting hilltops, elevated walkways threading between districts, and above it all, the faint shimmer of defensive formations that enclosed the city like a transparent dome. The fox on his shoulder yipped nervously. Cities were not its natural habitat. You and me both, Chen Mu murmured. He took a breath, checked his herb pouch, adjusted his simple gray robes, and began walking toward the city. Behind him, the Whisperwood rustled with something that might have been farewell. Ahead, Greenvale waited with answers, dangers, and a junk seller named Su Tianlao who held the next piece of the puzzle. Chen Mu had been blind for 18 years. He had been sighted for 6 weeks, and he was about to discover that seeing the world clearly was the most dangerous ability of all. Chapter 16 Greenvale City's main gate was a bottleneck of humanity, commerce, and low-level bureaucracy. A line of merchants, travelers, and hopeful cultivators stretched from the gate's massive stone archway back along the road for nearly half a kilometer. Guards in the uniform of the Greenvale City Watch, leather armor reinforced with Grade 2 spiritual metal, the eye noted, checked identification papers, assessed incoming goods for contraband, and collected the 2 copper entry fee that funded the city's defensive formations. Chen Mu joined the line and waited, using the time to observe the people around him. His appraisal eye worked continuously, generating assessment panels for every person in his line of sight. The information was overwhelming in its volume and fascinating in its detail. The merchant ahead of him was carrying a cart of premium spirit stones that the eye identified as Grade 1 stones with a thin coating of Grade 2 energy, a common fraud that doubled the apparent value. The woman behind him was a cultivator at Qi Condensation, 6th stage, carrying concealed weapons that the eye cataloged as 2 formation-inscribed daggers and a single-use defensive talisman. The guard at the gate was bored, underpaid, and had a gambling debt that explained the way his eyes lingered on the merchant's cart. This was the cultivation world, not the idealized version from the stories Chen Mu had grown up hearing. Tales of noble sects and righteous cultivators protecting the weak. The real cultivation world was messy, corrupt, and populated by people who were as flawed and complicated as anyone in the Shin clan compound. But it was also alive in a way that the compound never was. The energy of thousands of people pursuing thousands of different goals created a buzzing, vibrant atmosphere that Chen Mu's senses drank in like water after drought. When he reached the gate, the guard gave him a cursory glance. Name? Chen Mu. Clan affiliation? None. The word came easily. He was no longer Shin clan, not by choice, not by circumstance. The clan that had caged him for 18 years and tried to restrain him when he finally broke free was behind him. Cultivation level. Qi condensation, 3rd stage. The guard's eyebrows rose fractionally. Qi condensation was unremarkable, but stating it openly, and at Chen Mu's apparent age, 18, young for any cultivation, suggested either talent or deception. The guard seemed to decide it wasn't worth investigating. 2 coppers. Chen Mu paid from the small pouch of coins his grandfather had pressed into his hand during their escape. The guard waved him through, and Chen Mu stepped into Greenvale City for the first time. The fox on his shoulder pressed itself flat against his neck, overwhelmed by the noise, the smells, and the crush of spiritual energy from every direction. The city's ambient qi was thick, far denser than the forest, concentrated by the defensive formations and the presence of thousands of cultivators going about their daily lives. His eye adapted automatically, narrowing its focus to prevent data overload. The technique of selective attention that he had developed during his observation period proved essential. Without it, the city would have been an unnavigable torrent of golden text. The merchant district was easy to find. The appraisal eye identified commercial zones by the concentration of trade-related spiritual activity, formation-inscribed shop fronts, spirit stone exchange counters, herb and pill shops radiating the distinctive energy of medicinal products. The district occupied the lower slopes of the city's central hill, accessible by a wide avenue that the eye noted had been designed with commerce in mind, broad enough for merchant carts, lined with shops that faced the traffic flow, and subtly graded to encourage foot traffic deeper into the commercial zone. Now he needed to find one specific shop, run by one specific man, in a city of thousands. The fox's nose twitched. It leaped from Chen Mu's shoulder and landed on the cobblestones, sniffing the air with the focused intensity of a creature following a scent trail. "Can you find him?" Chen Mu asked. The fox yipped once and darted into the crowd. Chen Mu followed, trusting a jade mist fox's senses over his own still-developing visual processing, wondering what kind of man sold junk in a merchant city but was trusted by a hidden foundation establishment cultivator to protect his grandson. Chapter 17. Su Tianlao's shop was exactly the kind of place you could walk past 1,000 times without noticing. Tucked between a prosperous-looking herb emporium and a spiritual tool repair workshop, the shop occupied a narrow storefront with a faded wooden sign that read Su's Curiosities, Antiques, Oddities, Fair Prices. The window display was a cluttered arrangement of objects that the casual observer would dismiss as junk. Chipped ceramic bowls, tarnished bronze ornaments, stacks of yellowed paper scrolls, and a collection of miscellaneous items that seemed to have no organizing principle beyond things that nobody else wanted. Chen Mu's appraisal, I saw something very different. Bronze incense burner, grade 5 spiritual artifact, disguised. Exterior appearance, tarnished, chipped mundane bronze. Actual composition, heavenly copper alloy with trace phoenix, ash. True function, formation anchor for area effect spiritual concealment. Active radius, 200 meters. Value, approximately 50,000 spirit stones. Note, this artifact is responsible for the shop's spiritual camouflage. Everything within its radius is perceived as weaker than it actually is. The junk in the window was treasure. Every single item carried a disguise formation that made it appear mundane, and the incense burner at the center of the display powered a concealment field that explained why no one had ever noticed a shop full of priceless artifacts in the middle of a commercial district. Chen Mu pushed open the door. A bell chimed. Mundane brass, the only genuinely cheap object in the building. The interior was dim, dusty, and packed with shelves holding hundreds of items that the eye assessed as ranging from moderately valuable to would destabilize the regional economy if sold openly. A narrow path wound between display tables toward a counter at the back, where an old man sat reading a book with the focused disinterest of someone who expected no customers and was comfortable with that arrangement. Su Tianlao, spirit severing, third stage, suppressed. Public persona, mundane shopkeeper, no cultivation. Actual, fallen cultivator hiding from sect-level enemies. Threat level, extreme. This individual's true cultivation exceeds the combined strength of the entire Shin clan by several orders of magnitude. Current activity, reading A Comprehensive History of Regional Herb Markets, Volume 14. Genuinely interested in the subject matter, spirit severing. The words hit Chen Mu with the force of the revelation about his grandfather's hidden strength, but multiplied by an order of magnitude. Spirit severing was the 7th rank on the cultivation ladder, 4 full realms above foundation establishment, so far above anything in the Shin clan that it was like comparing a candle to the sun. A spirit severing cultivator could annihilate the entire Shin clan compound with a casual gesture, and Chen Mu's grandfather had sent him to this man for protection. "We're closed," Su Tianlao said without looking up. His voice was mild, aged, and completely disconnected from the colossal power contained in his body. "My grandfather sent me." Shen Yun. The old man's reading paused. His eyes, sharp, dark, calculating behind a carefully constructed facade of senility, rose from the book and fixed on Chen Mu with an intensity that made the fox on his shoulder flatten its ears. "Little Yun's grandson." Su Tianlao closed the book. "I expected you 5 years from now. Sit." Chen Mu sat on a stool that the eye identified as a grade 3 spiritual artifact designed to enhance seated cultivation efficiency. Even the furniture was treasure. What happened? Chen Mu told him everything. The meteor fragment, the appraisal eye, the sealed spiritual root, the unsealing, the escape, the fox. He held nothing back. His grandfather's trust in this man was absolute, and Chen Mu had learned to trust his grandfather's judgment above all else. Su Tianlao listened without interrupting. When Chen Mu finished, the old man was quiet for a long moment, his expression cycling through emotions that even the appraisal eye struggled to fully classify. "A divine appraisal eye," he murmured. "I've read about it in texts so old they were written on bone. It's not from the meteor was just the vehicle. The eye is something far older and far more significant." "What is it?" "A perception remnant. 1 of 5. And if the wrong people discover you have it, every major power on this continent will either want to recruit you or kill you." He stood. "But that's a problem for tomorrow. Tonight, you eat, you sleep, And in the morning, we begin your real training." The old man paused. "And stop appraising everything in my shop. It's rude." Chen Mu startled. "You can tell. Boy, I'm spirit severing. I can feel you analyzing the spiritual structure of my teacup." Su Tianlao's expression softened. "But I'll admit, you have the most refined analytical perception I've encountered in 300 years. That's not just the eye. That's you. Your years of blindness gave you a foundation that makes the eye work better than it has any right to." It was the first genuine compliment Chen Mu had received from someone who understood what they were looking at. He didn't know what to do with it, so he simply said, "Thank you. Don't thank me yet. My training is worse than anything the Shun clan ever did to you." Su Tianlao smiled, and it was the smile of a man who had been waiting for a worthy student. Much worse. Chapter 18. The training began at dawn and was, as promised, terrible. Su Tianlao's approach to cultivation instruction was built on a philosophy that he articulated on the first morning with characteristic bluntness. The cultivation world is full of geniuses who die young because they never learned to survive a surprise. I'm going to teach you to survive everything. The first lesson was combat. Not the formal, technique-driven combat that sects taught their disciples. The step-by-step progression through martial forms, the gradual accumulation of power through repeated practice. Su Tianlao's combat training was chaos. He led Chen Mu to the basement beneath the shop, a space that the appraisal eye identified as a pocket dimension, far larger on the inside than the building's footprint could accommodate. The training area was a circular arena 50 meters across, bounded by formation arrays that prevented damage from escaping and healed the floor after each session. "Hit me," Su Tianlao said. Chen Mu activated fracture sight. The old man's body lit up with structural analysis, but instead of the network of weaknesses he expected, he saw something that made his blood chill. Su Tianlao's defenses had no visible weaknesses. Every potential vulnerability was backed by layered qi reinforcement so dense that the eye could barely penetrate it. Su Tianlao, combat assessment. Defensive weaknesses, none detectable at current analysis depth. Recommendation: do not engage. Power differential exceeds safe combat threshold by approximately 500,000%. "I can't," Chen Mu said. "You don't have any weaknesses." "Wrong. I have plenty. You just can't see them yet." The old man raised a finger. "Your eye shows you what you're capable of perceiving. It's limited by your cultivation, your experience, and your understanding. A qi condensation cultivator's eye can see qi condensation level weaknesses. To see deeper, you need to grow, not just in cultivation, but in comprehension." "Then how am I supposed to hit you?" "You're not. You're supposed to try." The eye learns through failure. Every time it reaches for something beyond its current depth and fails, it recalibrates. Think of it as strength training for perception. Chen Mu attacked. His technique was crude. He had no formal martial training, only the mortal body conditioning that gave him above-average physical capabilities. He threw punches, kicks, palm strikes, each one guided by fracture sight toward the areas where the eye detected the faintest shadows of vulnerability. Su Tianlao dodged everything without visible effort. His movements economical, precise, and deliberately slow enough that Chen Mu could see what was happening, but fast enough that he couldn't respond. "Your eye is compensating for your lack of skill," the old man observed, sidestepping a punch that Chen Mu had aimed at a micro-weakness in his left shoulder defense. "That's good. It means your combat perception develops faster than your combat technique. But perception without execution is just spectating." He flicked Chen Mu on the forehead. The flick contained approximately the same force as a speeding cart. Chen Mu flew backward, hit the formation-cushioned wall, slid to the floor, and spent 30 seconds rediscovering the concept of pain. "Lesson 1, Su Tianlao said mildly. "The gap between seeing a weakness and exploiting it is where cultivators die. Your eye finds the target. Your body has to reach it. We're going to train your body until it can reach anything your eye can see." He pulled Chen Mu to his feet. Again, the morning session lasted 4 hours. Su Tianlao hit him 63 times, each impact precisely calibrated to hurt without causing lasting damage. Between impacts, he taught. His instruction was a stream of practical wisdom delivered in the pauses between violence. How to read an opponent's weight distribution to predict their next movement, how to use the environment as a weapon, how to control breathing under pressure, and how to channel qi through newly opened meridians to enhance physical capabilities. By the end, Chen Mu's body was a map of bruises, and his appraisal I had recalibrated 17 times. He could now see 3 additional layers of Su Tianlao's defensive structure, still nowhere near enough to find a real weakness, but 3 layers deeper than where he had started. "Progress," the old man said approvingly. "Most students take a week to recalibrate once. You did it 17 times in 4 hours. Your eye is hungry. My body is broken. Bodies heal. Perception compounds. Rest for an hour. Then we start the afternoon session. Shenwei groaned. What's the afternoon session? Cultivation technique. I'm going to teach you a method specifically designed for 5-element root holders. It's called the Unified Elemental Circulation, and it will triple your cultivation speed. Su Tianlao paused. It will also hurt more than anything I did to you this morning. Shenwei lay on the training floor, staring at the ceiling of a pocket dimension beneath a junk shop, his body aching, his eye evolving, and his understanding of the cultivation world expanding in directions he had never imagined. The fox sat on his chest, licking his chin with a tongue that felt like warm sandpaper. Your grandfather told me to protect you, Su Tianlao said from the doorway. He didn't say anything about being gentle. He closed the door, leaving Shenwei alone with his pain, his potential, and the growing realization that the old man was exactly the teacher he needed. Not kind, not patient, but relentlessly, brutally effective. Chapter 19. The Unified Elemental Circulation hurt exactly as much as Su Tianlao had promised. The technique was ancient, predating the current cultivation system by several thousand years, according to the Appraisal Eye's historical analysis. It was designed for the vanishingly rare 5-element root holders, a category so uncommon that the technique had been practiced by fewer than 100 people in recorded history. The principle was simple. Normal cultivation techniques cycled qi through meridians in a single-element pattern. Fire cultivators cycled fire qi, water cultivators cycled water qi, and so on. Multi-element cultivators used sequential cycling, processing one element at a time and switching between them. The unified elemental circulation cycled all 5 elements simultaneously, creating a self-reinforcing loop where each element's energy enhanced the others in a continuous spiral. The practice was excruciating. 5 streams of elemental qi, each with different frequencies and flow characteristics, had to be maintained in perfect balance while moving through a meridian system designed for one stream at a time. It was like conducting 5 orchestras simultaneously, each playing a different piece, and the penalty for dissonance was physical pain. Shenwei's appraisal eye became his survival tool during cultivation sessions. It tracked each elemental stream in real time, alerting him to imbalances before they became critical, suggesting micro-adjustments to his qi flow that maintained harmony across all 5 elements. Fire stream, 19.4%, increased by 0.6%. Earth stream, 21.2%, decreased by 1.2%. Water stream, 20.8%, stable. Wood stream, 18.9%, increased by 1.1%. Metal stream, 19.7%, increased by 0.3%. The adjustments were constant. A never-ending process of fine-tuning that required absolute concentration. One moment of distraction, one slip in attention, and the elemental balance collapsed into painful dissonance that felt like being pulled apart from the inside. But the results were remarkable. In 3 days of unified elemental circulation practice, Shenwei's cultivation advanced from qi condensation, 3rd stage, to qi condensation, 5th stage. This was a pace that would have taken a talented single-element cultivator 6 months, compressed into 72 hours by the combination of a celestial-grade root, an optimization-capable appraisal eye, and a training method so demanding that it burned away inefficiency through sheer intensity. Su Tianlao watched the progress with the clinical satisfaction of a doctor observing a treatment's effectiveness. You're advancing faster than anyone I've trained. The eye is the difference. It turns cultivation from an art into a science. You can see exactly what your body needs and adjust in real time. Is that why the eye was created? To optimize cultivation? No. The old man's expression shifted to something older and more complex. The appraisal eye is one of 5 perception remnants, fragments of an ancient consciousness that fragmented itself to create the cultivation system. Each remnant grants a different aspect of that original consciousness's power. Yours grants perfect analysis, the ability to see the true nature of all things. And the other 4? Creation, destruction, binding, and void. Each one is as powerful as yours in its own domain. And each one is somewhere in the world, waiting to be found, or waiting to find someone. Su Tianlao poured tea with the careful attention of someone whose thoughts were elsewhere. The last time all 5 perceptions were active simultaneously was 3,000 years ago. The result was a war that reshaped the continent. History calls it the Perception War. I call it the reason I'm hiding in a junk shop instead of leading a sect. You were involved? I was a young man then. Spirit severing fresh, full of ambition and certainty. I saw what the perceptions could do, what they did, and I decided that power like that needed to stay hidden. He met Shenwei's eyes. I've been protecting the secret of the perception remnants for 300 years. Your eye activating means the secret is coming out whether I protect it or not. The old man set down his teacup, which means our timeline just accelerated. You don't have years to train, Chen Mu. You have months, maybe weeks. When the other perception holders sense your eye's activation, and they'll come looking. Some will want to ally with you. Others will want to absorb your power. None of them will give you time to prepare. The fox on Chen Mu's shoulder pressed closer against his neck, sensing the tension in the room. Then train me faster, Chen Mu said. Su Tianlao regarded him for a long moment. Then he nodded slowly, and the training intensified to levels that made the previous sessions feel like warm-ups. Chapter 23 Weeks after arriving in Greenvale City, Chen Mu had transformed. His cultivation had reached qi condensation, 8th stage, an advancement that would have taken years through conventional training. His combat skills, while still raw, had developed to the point where he could fight cultivators at his own level with a reasonable chance of winning, and cultivators above his level with the eye-assisted tactical advantage that turned raw power differences into exploitable gaps. His appraisal eye had recalibrated over 200 times, each recalibration expanding its perception depth and analytical precision. But the most important change was internal. The boy who had arrived in Greenvale, blind for 18 years, sighted for 6 weeks, and running from the only home he had ever known, was gone. In his place stood someone who understood, with the clarity that only the appraisal eye could provide, exactly what he was capable of and exactly how far he had to go. On the morning of the 21st day, Su Tianlao presented him with a challenge. The Greenvale Night Market opens tonight. It's a monthly event where cultivators trade rare materials, techniques, and information. The quality of goods is significantly higher than the regular merchant district, and so are the dangers. The old man placed 3 spirit stones on the counter. These are your starting capital. By the end of the night, I want you to triple it. Triple it? How? By using your eye. The night market is full of mislabeled goods, hidden treasures disguised as junk, and fraudulent merchandise sold as genuine. A cultivator with your analytical ability can spot opportunities that everyone else misses. The challenge was clear. Prove that the appraisal eye had practical applications beyond combat and cultivation. Prove that Chen Mu could operate in the cultivation world as an independent agent, not just a student following instructions. That evening, Chen Mu entered the night market with 3 spirit stones, a fox on his shoulder, and the ability to see the truth behind every transaction in the sprawling commercial event. The night market occupied Greenvale's central plaza, transformed by temporary formation arrays into a labyrinth of stalls, booths, and open-air negotiation spaces. Hundreds of cultivators browsed, bargained, and bartered under lights generated by floating spirit lanterns. The atmosphere was part bazaar, part arena, commercial competition with cultivation backstakes. Chen Mu's I turned the market into an open book. Every item on every stall generated assessment panels that revealed true value, hidden properties, and, in many cases, deliberate fraud. A merchant selling 1,000-year ginseng was actually offering 100-year roots with cosmetic spiritual enhancement. A weapons dealer's Grade 4 spiritual sword was a Grade 2 blade with an unstable formation array that would fail catastrophically during combat. An herb seller's common healing pills were actually quite effective. She simply didn't know she had undervalued her own product. He found his opportunity at a stall in the back row. Unidentified stone, surface assessment, mundane river stone, no spiritual properties, deep assessment, spiritual embryo. Contains compressed elemental energy equivalent to approximately 500 Grade 2 spirit stones. Will mature into a natural spirit stone cluster if nourished with 5-element qi for 30 days. Current price, 2 spirit stones. Seller believes it is a decorative mineral sample. A natural spirit stone embryo, disguised by its own immature state as a worthless rock. The seller, a mortal merchant who dealt in geological oddities, had no idea what she was sitting on. Chen Mu bought it for 2 spirit stones. Then he found 3 more treasures hiding in plain sight. A cultivation manual that an illiterate weapons dealer had been using as scrap paper, worth 100 spirit stones to the right buyer. A broken formation plate that the eye identified as reparable and valuable, and a spiritual herb that had been mislabeled as a different, cheaper variety. By midnight, he had spent 3 spirit stones and acquired goods worth over 1,000. When he presented the haul to Su Tianlao, the old man examined each item, confirmed the appraisal eye's assessments, and nodded. You didn't just triple the investment. You multiplied it 300 times. The old man's expression held something that Chen Mu was learning to recognize as pride. Your eye isn't just an analytical tool. In the right hands, your hands, it's a strategic weapon. You can see through deception, identify hidden value, and exploit informational asymmetry in any environment. He paused, and his next words carried the weight of a decision long considered. You're ready for the next step. Tomorrow, we're going to the Azure Lotus sect's entrance examination. It's time you learned what a real cultivation sect looks like from the inside, and what they're hiding from the outside. Chen Mu looked at the collection of treasures on the counter, each one identified by an eye that saw through surfaces to the truth beneath, and understood that his teacher was right. The junk shop had been a chrysalis. It was time to emerge. The fox on his shoulder yipped in agreement, and somewhere in the darkness of Greenvale's quiet streets, the cultivation world continued to turn, unaware that the most dangerous pair of eyes in its history was about to step onto a much larger stage. Chapter 21. Greenvale City rose from the morning mist like a mountain made of rooftops. Chen Mu had been running through the night, and now, as dawn's light caught the city's tiered architecture, he stopped on a hilltop and stared. He had never seen a city before, had never seen anything before 6 weeks ago, and Greenvale was overwhelming in its scale and density. Thousands of buildings climbed the slopes of 3 interconnected hills, connected by bridges, stairways, and elevated walkways. Spiritual energy permeated the air like invisible fog, far denser than anything he had experienced in the Shun clan compound. His appraisal eye activated automatically, and information flooded his perception. Every building, every sign, every person on the distant streets generated golden text. The city was a torrent of data, shop names, building materials, structural conditions, spiritual formations embedded in walls and streets. It was like trying to drink from a waterfall. Chen Mu closed his eyes, not to block the sight, since his eye worked through his eyelids, but to practice the dimming technique he had developed. He narrowed his focus until only deliberate analysis triggered the golden text. The flood receded to a manageable trickle. The fox on his shoulder yipped nervously. Cities were not its natural habitat. You and me both, Chen Mu murmured, and walked through the main gate. Greenvale streets were packed with humanity and cultivation. Merchants hawked spirit stones and medicinal herbs from wooden stalls. Cultivators in sect robes strode past mortals in rough-spun clothes, the social hierarchy visible in fabric quality and the unconscious way pedestrians parted for anyone radiating spiritual pressure. Chen Mu kept his cultivation suppressed and his head down, navigating by a combination of his eyes' guidance and the instincts of someone who had spent 18 years avoiding attention. Even so, the city's details caught his eye constantly. A street vendor selling genuine sky-grade spirit stones. Spirit stones, low-grade, painted. Actual value: 2 copper coins each. Vendor's cultivation, mortal body. Using mundane paint and polishing to simulate spiritual luster. A fortune teller promising to read cultivation potential. Practitioner, chi sensing, first stage. Method: cold reading combined with basic chi sensing. Accuracy: approximately 30%. Note: genuine belief in own abilities. Not deliberately fraudulent, merely incompetent. And then, sitting cross-legged against a wall in a narrow alley, a beggar in filthy robes with a wooden bowl. Unknown cultivator, nascent soul, 7th stage. Identity: concealed. Multiple identity masking techniques active. Status: suppressing cultivation to mortal levels. Observing passers-by. Warning: this individual's true power exceeds anything in the immediate area by several orders of magnitude. Chen Mu walked past the beggar without pausing, but his heart hammered. A nascent soul cultivator disguised as a homeless mortal. The power differential between that beggar and the strongest person Chen Mu had ever met was like comparing a bonfire to a candle. What was someone like that doing in an alley in Greenvale City? He filed the question away with the collection of anomalies he had accumulated since gaining the eye. The sealed spiritual root in his own body that suggested someone had deliberately blocked his cultivation potential. The meteor fragment launched 800 years ago and aimed precisely at his room. And now an impossibly powerful cultivator hiding in a city alley like a man with something to fear or something to watch. Every anomaly pointed in the same direction without naming the direction. He didn't have enough information yet to understand what he was accumulating toward. He knew only that the accumulation mattered, and that the first rule of intelligence was to collect before analyzing. His immediate goal: finding shelter and orienting himself before the Azure Lotus sect's entrance examination. His eye led him through the market district, past the craftsman's quarter, and into a section of the city that was quieter and slightly run down. Second-hand shops, pawnbrokers, and junk dealers lined a narrow street that smelled of old metal and dust. This was the part of the city where things that had outlived their usefulness collected. Objects too worn to sell in the main market. Knowledge too outdated for the sect libraries. People too old or too tired or too broken to maintain the performance the city's busy districts required. His eye, which had no contempt for outdated or worn things, appreciated the street in a way he suspected the city's more prosperous districts would not have expected. One shop caught his attention, not because of its appearance. It was the most decrepit storefront on the street, with a crooked sign reading Sue's Curiosities and a window display of what appeared to be complete garbage. Broken tools, chipped pottery, tarnished jewelry, a wooden sword with a cracked handle. But his eye saw something different. Broken sword, heaven grade, damaged. Original forge, celestial blade sect, approximately 800 years ago. Current condition, blade snapped at midpoint. Spiritual core intact, but dormant. Repair potential, 94% restoration possible with appropriate materials. Estimated value, repaired 15,000 spirit stones. Chen Mu's feet stopped moving. A heaven-grade weapon. In a junk shop window. Priced at. He leaned closer to read the faded tag, 3 copper coins. He pushed open the shop door. A bell tinkled. The interior was a labyrinth of cluttered shelves, dusty crates, and objects piled on every surface. The smell was ancient. Old paper, rusted metal, forgotten things. Behind a counter that was itself buried under layers of junk, an old man sat reading a book. He was thin, weathered, with wispy white hair and a face like a crumpled map. He looked up with eyes that were surprisingly sharp. "Browsing or buying?" he asked. "Both," Chen Mu said. His eye had already scanned the old man. Su Tianlao, spirit severing, 3rd stage, identity, former guardian elder of the Jade Phoenix sect, destroyed 43 years ago, status, in hiding. Cultivation deliberately masked to appear as mortal body. Condition, multiple old injuries. Spiritual core scarred but functional. Danger level, extreme. Do not provoke, a spirit-severing cultivator. Running a junk shop. Chen Mu's mouth went dry, but he kept his composure. He browsed the shelves, his eye cataloging treasures hidden among trash. A dull stone that was actually a sealed fire spirit. A faded painting that was actually a formation blueprint worth thousands of spirit stones. A cracked jade bracelet that contained a spatial storage technique. He selected the broken sword, the dull stone, and the painting. He brought them to the counter. "These 3, please." Old man Su glanced at his selections without expression. Swords 3 coppers. Stones 2. Paintings 1. 6 coppers total. Chen Mu placed 6 copper coins on the counter. Su Tianlao's hand paused over the coins. His eyes, those sharp, calculating eyes, fixed on Chen Mu with sudden intensity. Not aggressive. Curious. "You're the first customer in 23 years, the old man said slowly. "Who chose those 3 items?" Chen Mu met his gaze and said nothing. "Most people buy the pottery. Pretty colors. Or the jewelry. Thinks it might be worth something at a pawn shop." Su's fingers drummed on the counter. "Nobody picks the sword, the stone, and the painting, unless they can see what they really are." The shop was very quiet. The fox on Chen Mu's shoulder watched the old man with alert jade eyes. "I'll take my purchases and go," Chen Mu said carefully. "Boy." Su Tianlao's voice was soft, but carried an authority that made Chen Mu's foundation establishment cultivation feel like a puddle next to an ocean. "How do you see?" Chapter 22. The Azure Lotus sect held its monthly entrance examination 3 days later, and Chen Mu was first in line. He had spent the intervening days in a rented room above a noodle shop, studying the sect's publicly available information and preparing for the exam. Old man Su's question had gone unanswered. Chen Mu had taken his purchases and left without explaining his abilities. The old man had let him go without pressing, which was somehow more unsettling than if he had demanded answers. The examination grounds occupied a broad plaza at the base of Azure Lotus Peak, the sect's central mountain. 53 candidates assembled under the watchful eyes of sect disciples who served as proctors. Among them, Chen Mu noticed a young man his age with an open, friendly face and the restless energy of someone who'd had too much tea. "First time?" the young man asked, bouncing on his heels. "Yes. Me too. Well, 3rd time technically, but first time I actually qualify. I finally hit chi condensation last month." He stuck out his hand. "Buy foam." Chen Mu. They shook hands. Chen Mu's I provided a quick read. "Buy foam, chi condensation, 4th stage, spiritual root, dual element, wind, earth, special aptitude, formation arrays, natural affinity detected, personality assessment, genuine. No deception detected. Elevated stress hormones consistent with examination anxiety, genuine. No deception. In a world of hidden agendas and poison pills, that assessment was more valuable than any cultivation insight. "What are the exam sections?" Chen Mu asked. 3 parts. Combat demonstration, pill identification, and spiritual root testing. Bai Feng grimaced. I failed pill identification twice. I can't tell a qi-gathering pill from a stomach remedy. Shen Wei suppressed a smile. He could. A senior disciple mounted the examination platform, and the crowd hushed. The disciple was tall, lean, and radiated the cold disdain of someone who believed the candidates beneath him were wasting his time. Zhou Tianming, Foundation Establishment, 7th Stage. Position, Inner Disciple, Azure Lotus Sect, backed by Elder Shun Guiran. Note, no relation to Shin Clan. Hidden affiliation, communication talisman detected, encrypted. External contact, personality, arrogant, ambitious, willing to use unethical methods for advancement. Listen carefully, Zhou Tianming announced, his voice cutting through the morning air. The examination begins now. You will be tested in 3 areas. Those who fail any section are eliminated. Those who pass all 3 may be considered for outer disciple positions. This sect does not lower its standards for anyone. His gaze swept the candidates with open contempt. The combat demonstration was first. Each candidate faced a sect disciple in a controlled sparring match, evaluated on technique, power, and composure. Shen Wei watched carefully as candidates went before him, his eye analyzing each fight's dynamics. When his turn came, he faced a bored outer disciple at Foundation Establishment, 2nd Stage, 1 stage above him. Begin, the proctor called. The disciple attacked with a standard palm strike. Shen Wei's eye read the technique in the instant before contact. Rushing stream palm, common grade, structural flaw. Qi concentration shifts to fingertips during extension, leaving wrist unprotected for 0.3 seconds. Shen Wei deflected the palm strike by tapping the disciple's wrist at the exact moment of vulnerability. The technique collapsed. The disciple stumbled, eyes widening. 2 more exchanges followed. Each time, Shen Wei found and exploited a flaw, not with overwhelming force, but with surgical precision. The proctor's eyebrows climbed. The disciple's confusion deepened. Pass, the proctor said, making a note. The pill identification section was held in the alchemy pavilion. 30 pills were laid out on a table, each in an unmarked jade dish. Candidates had to identify at least 20 correctly. Shen Wei walked along the table, and his eye turned the examination into a formality. Pill 1, Azure Qi Restoration Pill, common grade. Freshly refined, minor impurities in binding agent. Pill 2, Iron Body Tempering Pill, earth grade. Overcooked by approximately 2 minutes. Efficacy reduced to 81%. Pill 3, not a pill. Compressed sugar with aromatic herbs. Decoy item included to test candidates' confidence. He identified all 30 pills. He also noted, quietly, to the recording proctor, that pill 14 was mislabeled in the answer key. The proctor checked. Shen Wei was correct. The answer key had listed pill 14 as a meridian cleansing tablet, but it was actually a soul calming pill with a similar appearance, but different internal composition. Zhou Tianming, who had been observing the examination from an elevated walkway, stopped his pacing and stared at Shen Wei. Who is that candidate? He asked a nearby disciple. Shen Wei. No sect affiliation. Foundation Establishment, 1st Stage. Arrived 3 days ago. Zhou Tianming's eyes narrowed. The spiritual root testing was the final section. A crystalline orb measured each candidate's spiritual root quality and elemental affinity. When Shen Wei placed his hands on the orb, it flared with golden light, and the examiner's breath caught. Spiritual root assessment, celestial grade. Elemental affinity. All-element resonance with primary ocular perception alignment. Quality. Unprecedented in Azure Lotus Sect records. Celestial grade roots, the examiner whispered. The candidates nearby turned to stare. Bai Feng's jaw dropped. Shen Wei removed his hands quickly, but the damage was done. Every proctor, every observing disciple, and Zhou Tianming above them all had seen the golden flash. Pass, the examiner said, his voice slightly unsteady. Strongly pass. Bai Feng appeared at Shen Wei's side as they exited the examination grounds. Celestial grade? Are you serious? I've never even heard of that outside of legends. I'd appreciate it if you didn't spread that around. Too late. Everyone saw. Bai Feng grinned. But hey, at least we'll be outer disciples together. I passed too, all 3 sections. Congratulations. Want to get noodles? I know a place. Shen Wei looked at Bai Feng, genuinely looked, with both his normal vision and the appraisal eye's depth. The golden text confirmed what his instincts already suggested. This was a good person. Honest, cheerful, loyal. The kind of friend he had never had the opportunity to make. Noodles sound good. Chapter 23 Outer Disciple Life at the Azure Lotus Sect was a study in hierarchy. Shen Wei and Bai Feng were assigned quarters in the Eastern Dormitory. a series of small rooms built into the mountainside that caught every draft and leaked when it rained. Their neighbors were other new recruits, most of whom regarded the world with the same mix of ambition and anxiety. The sect itself was impressive, sprawling across 3 peaks connected by spirit stone-paved walkways and elegant bridges. The main peak housed the Great Hall, the sect leader's residence, and the inner disciple quarters. The eastern peak held the outer disciple areas, training grounds, and the Beast Pavilion. The western peak contained the Alchemy Pavilion, the Formation Hall, and the Library of 10,000 Scrolls. Walking its paths for the first time, Chen Mu felt the particular strangeness of arriving somewhere that was simultaneously better and worse than imagined. The Azure Lotus sect had been a destination, an escape, a chance, a future, for so long that the reality of its leaking dormitory roofs and overcrowded training grounds was almost welcome in its ordinariness. This was a place where people lived and worked, not a myth. Myths couldn't train you. Real places could. The fox explored the new quarters with systematic thoroughness, sniffing every corner and inspecting the gaps in the wall boards with the focused attention of a creature compiling a structural audit. When it was satisfied, it curled on Chen Mu's pillow and watched him with jade eyes that somehow managed to convey patient expectation. "I know," Chen Mu told it. "I'll start tonight." Chen Mu spent his first week observing. His eye, running at low intensity, gradually built a map of the sect's true structure, not the official hierarchy of elders, inner disciples, and outer disciples, but the actual power dynamics underneath. Elder Xinguiren controlled the resource distribution for outer disciples and used his position to skim 20% for personal use. 3 inner disciples operated a black market in the eastern dormitory basement, selling stolen cultivation pills at inflated prices. The formation arrays protecting the sect's treasury had been poorly maintained, with 17 vulnerabilities that his eye cataloged in a single afternoon. And beneath the prosperous exterior, the gleaming halls, the well-dressed elders, the carefully tended spirit gardens, the sect was rotting from within. Sound familiar? Chen Mu muttered to the fox, who was curled on his pillow. It yipped softly. The corruption was less concentrated than the Shen clans. No single patriarch orchestrating everything, but it was more widespread. A dozen minor actors, each taking their cut, each exploiting their position, each assuming no one could see what they were doing. The specific shape of each corruption was different, but the underlying logic was identical. People with small advantages exploiting them at the expense of those with none. He had grown up at the wrong end of exactly that logic. He knew its weight from the inside. He also knew that exposing it prematurely, without the standing to make the exposure stick, would simply cause those being exposed to turn their resources against the person doing the exposing. He had no standing here. Not yet. Chen Mu saw all of it. But he was a brand new outer disciple with no standing and no allies beyond by phone. Exposing corruption required leverage, and leverage required power. He focused on cultivation. Chapter 24 Old Man Su's shop was exactly where Chen Mu had left it. Crooked sign, cluttered window, the faint smell of dust and forgotten things. Chen Mu pushed open the door with the bell's tinkle. Su Tianlao sat behind his counter, reading the same book, wearing the same faded robes. "Back again," the old man said without looking up. "I need to buy some things. Most people who realize what I am don't come back." Chen Mu paused. "You knew I could see your true cultivation? You're not subtle, boy. Your eyes track me like a hawk tracking a mouse, even when you pretend to be browsing." He turned a page. "Nobody looks at a mortal shopkeeper with that much caution. You know what I am. The question is what you are." Chen Mu considered his options. Lying would be pointless. A spirit-severing cultivator would see through any deception a foundation establishment youth could construct. Partial truth, then. I have an ability that lets me perceive the true nature of things. Objects, people, techniques. An appraisal ability. Su's voice was careful, neutral. "Yes." "Ocular." "Yes." The book closed. Su Tianlao looked at Chen Mu with an expression that held grief, recognition, and a vast, weary caution. "Sit down," he said. "I'll make tea." Over tea that his eye identified as a rare spiritual blend worth approximately 50 spirit stones per cup, Chen Mu showed Su what he could do. He identified 3 items from the shop's shelves without touching them. A broken cultivation artifact that was actually a sealed spatial compass, a jar of dried herbs that contained a spirit beast egg in hibernation, and a painting on the far wall that was actually a dimensional gateway to a pocket space. Su listened in silence. "The last person I knew with this kind of ability," Su said finally, "was my sect's grand elder. She could see through any deception, identify any treasure, and spot any weakness. She was the Jade Phoenix sect's greatest asset. What happened to her? She was betrayed, poisoned by someone she trusted. Her abilities were harvested. He said the last word as if it tasted foul. The woman who did it used the stolen techniques to build her own power. She founded the Crimson Veil sect. Who was she? Luo Bingwen. Su's jaw tightened. The Jade Serpent. The name meant nothing to Shen Wei, but he filed it away. A cultivator powerful enough to destroy an entire sect and steal perception abilities was someone he needed to know about. Will you teach me? Shen Wei asked. Su studied him for a long time. Why? Because I have a power I don't fully understand, enemies I'm not strong enough to face, and no one else to ask. Honest answer. Honest is all I have. Another long silence. Then Su reached under the counter and produced a jade scroll. Come back tomorrow morning, before dawn, and bring that fox. I want to get a better look at it. Shen Wei bowed. Thank you, Senior Su. Don't thank me yet. My teaching methods are not gentle. Chapter 25 Zhou Tianming's first move against Shen Wei came within a week. Special assignment for the new outer disciples, the duty proctor announced during the morning briefing. Shen Wei, you're assigned to the Alchemy Pavilion Waste Disposal Team. Bai Feng gave Shen Wei a sympathetic look. Waste disposal was the worst duty in the sect, hauling barrels of discarded reagents, failed pill batches, and caustic alchemical residue from the pavilion's lower levels. The work was filthy, dangerous to the skin, and so far beneath a cultivator's dignity that it was traditionally used as punishment. Shen Wei accepted the assignment without comment, bowed to the duty proctor, and spent the walk to the alchemy pavilion running his eye over every aspect of the assignment structure. Who had arranged it? Why? What Zhou Tianming expected as an outcome? And, methodically, what opportunities existed in a place that every other cultivator in the sect dismissed? But Shen Wei's eye saw opportunity where others saw insult. The alchemy pavilion's waste was categorized by the alchemists as any material that failed their quality standards. For a professional pill refiner, that might mean a pill that was 90% effective instead of 95%. For an ingredient, it might mean a herb harvested an hour past peak freshness. For the sect standards, these materials were worthless. For Shen Wei's eye, they were a goldmine. Discarded reagent batch number 47, failed fire lotus extract, status, below sect standards due to 3% impurity, actual value, fully usable for common grade pill refinement. Market value, 12 spirit stones. Rejected pill batch number 203, Qi gathering pills, status, rejected for asymmetric spiritual core formation, actual value, 78% effective. Fully functional for cultivators below foundation establishment. Market value, 3 spirit stones per pill x 40 pills equals 120 spirit stones. The calculations accumulated as he worked. He kept a running mental tally as he loaded barrels. The reagent batches that the alchemists had dismissed for sub% impurities, the pill batches rejected for cosmetic imperfections that didn't affect efficacy, the ingredient remnants that the pavilion treated as cleanup problems rather than partial resources. By the end of his first day, his eye had identified 17 distinct categories of waste that were actually usable materials being discarded because the alchemy pavilion's standards were calibrated for excellence rather than utility. Shen Wei hauled waste barrels with apparent resignation, his clothes stained with alchemical residue, his back aching from the labor. And every day, he quietly pocketed the valuable materials that the alchemists had thrown away. In his room at night, using basic refinement techniques from Wan Shuin's inheritance, he processed the salvaged ingredients into low-grade pills. The appraisal eye guided every step, temperature adjustments, timing, ingredient ratios, with a precision that transformed amateur alchemy into something approaching professional quality. Bai Feng became his distribution partner. These are actually decent, Bai Feng said, examining a qi gathering pill Shen Wei had refined from waste materials. Where did you? He looked at the alchemy stains on Shen Wei's hands and the pill in his own, and understanding dawned. Oh, that's clever. Can you sell them? Discreetly. I know people in the Eastern dormitory who'd buy these at half market price and still think they're getting a bargain. Bai Feng grinned. I'll take a 5% cut. 10%. Deal. Within 2 weeks, Shen Wei's waste disposal duty was generating 30 spirit stones per day in profit. Zhou Tianming, who had arranged the assignment as a humiliation, was baffled by Shen Wei's lack of complaint. He doesn't react, Zhou Tianming muttered to a colleague, watching Shen Wei haul another barrel with the even, unhurried pace of someone who had decided that inconvenience was not worth being visibly inconvenienced by. He should be begging for reassignment by now. Maybe he's just that compliant. No. Zhou Tianming's eyes narrowed. He was not stupid. Shen Wei had already noted that, filed it, and was accounting for it in everything he did. He's up to something. He was right. But what he was up to was not the kind of challenge that Zhou Tianming's experience had prepared him to recognize or counter. Chapter 26. The monthly sparring matches were held in the sect's combat arena, a stone amphitheater carved into the eastern peak. Every outer disciple was required to fight at least once per month, with the results recorded for promotion consideration. Shen Wei's opponent was a second-year outer disciple named Feng Liang, Foundation Establishment, 3rd stage. 2 minor stages above Shen Wei. The match was supposed to be routine. New disciple gets a lesson from an experienced one. Feng Liang was tall, broad-shouldered, and carried himself with the confidence of someone who had won more than he had lost. He surveyed Shen Wei the way an experienced fighter surveyed an obviously less experienced one, briefly, with a kind of professional assessment that concluded the match before it began. Shen Wei conducted his own assessment. The two took positions on the arena floor. "Don't worry," Feng Liang said as they took positions. "I'll go easy." Shen Wei's eye had already completed its analysis. Feng Liang, Foundation Establishment, 3rd stage, primary technique, stone breaking palm, earth grate. Power focused. Slow wind up, secondary technique, earth shield wall, earth grate. Defensive, weakness 1. Transitions between offense and defense take 1.2 seconds. Leaves a gap. Weakness 2. Right foot planted during palm strike. Cannot adjust angle mid-attack. Weakness 3. Shield technique drains 15% of chi per activation. Unsustainable beyond 6 uses. Combat psychology. Expects to win. Will not adjust strategy until damage forces adaptation. Slow to accept new information about opponent's capability. The psychology mattered. A cultivator who expected to win would not change their approach in the first exchange. They would interpret early difficulty as bad execution rather than strategic failure. That meant Shen Wei had approximately 3 exchanges before Feng Liang began to actually engage. He planned to end it in 2. "Begin," the proctor called. Feng Liang opened with stone-breaking palm, a heavy overhead strike that cratered the arena floor where Shen Wei had been standing. The power was impressive. The execution was clean, but the right foot didn't move. Shen Wei circled left, the one direction Feng Liang couldn't adjust to mid-strike, and drove a precise fingertip strike into the gap between the palm technique's power surge and the shield technique's activation. Feng Liang's chi stuttered. The bigger man recovered quickly, throwing up his earth shield wall. The barrier of compressed earth element chi shimmered between them. Shen Wei didn't attack the shield directly. Instead, he feinted left, forcing Feng Liang to angle the shield, then struck the exact point where the shield's chi concentration was thinnest, the upper right corner where the technique's geometry created a natural blind spot. His fist punched through the shield like paper. Feng Liang's eyes went wide. He dropped the shattered shield and launched a counterattack. 3 rapid palm strikes, each one powerful enough to break bone. Shen Wei read them all. Dodge. Deflect. Counter. On the 3rd strike, he stepped inside Feng Liang's guard, placed his palm flat against the larger man's chest, and discharged a precise pulse of chi through the nerve cluster beneath the sternum. Feng Liang's legs folded. He sat down hard on the arena floor, gasping, his chi circulation temporarily disrupted. For moves. 12 seconds. The arena was silent. Then, from the upper tiers where the senior disciples watched, a slow clap echoed. Shen Wei looked up. An elder sat in the observation box, a middle-aged woman with sharp features and a composed expression. Elder Hua Lingshi, core formation, 5th stage, position, Azure Lotus sect, disciplinary elder, secondary, combat instructor, primary, personality, meticulous, fair, values skill over politics, current attention, focused on Shen Wei. Interest level, high. The interest reading was more significant than the clap. Interest from a fair-minded elder meant evaluation rather than intervention. Shen Wei filed it. Useful, potential future ally. Not yet an asset, but worth treating carefully. Elder Hua Lingshi made a small note on a jade tablet. Then she turned her attention to the next match. Zhou Tianming, standing in the inner disciple section, did not clap. His jaw was tight, and his eyes burned. Chapter 27. Old Man Su's teaching was, as promised, not gentle. Shen Wei arrived at the shop before dawn and was immediately thrown through the back door into a courtyard he hadn't known existed. A hidden training space concealed by formation arrays that his eye recognized as spirit-severing level work. "Your eye shows you weaknesses," Su said, standing with his hands behind his back. "But you fight like someone who discovered combat 3 months ago. Because you did. I've been training. You've been winning against people who underestimate you. That's not the same thing." Su's foot moved. Shen Wei didn't even see the kick. One moment he was standing, the next he was on his back with the taste of dirt in his mouth. "Get up." Shen Wei got up. Su kicked him down again, and again, and again. By the 10th time, Shen Wei stopped trying to block and started trying to read. His eye showed the kick's trajectory, speed, an exact point of contact, but his body couldn't react fast enough. The eye is worthless if your body can't execute what your mind perceives, Su said. You see the weakness. Now you need to reach it. Speed, reflexes, muscle memory. These cannot be faked. They trained for 3 hours every morning before Chen Wei's sect duties began. Su focused on fundamentals, footwork, balance, reaction time, qi channeling under pressure. He forced Chen Wei to fight with his eye suppressed, then with it active, then alternating between the two mid-combat. You need to fight without the eye as well as with it, Su explained. What happens if someone blinds you? What happens if a technique blocks your perception? You cannot afford a single point of failure. It was brutally effective. Within days, Chen Wei's combat speed doubled. Within 2 weeks, he could dodge Su's slower techniques, which were still faster than anything he had faced from a foundation establishment cultivator. Between training sessions, Su taught theory. You have 3 modes of perception, Su said one morning, pouring tea. Analysis, seeing what things are. Fracture, seeing where things break. And something you haven't unlocked yet, which I suspect will reveal connections and patterns. How do you know this? Because my former Grand Elder had the same ability, and she described these stages to me before she died. His voice softened. She called the 3rd mode the Destiny Sight. She could see the threads of fate connecting people and events. It drove her mad near the end. That's encouraging. It's a warning. The eye shows truth. Truth is not always kind. Su paused, then produced a jade scroll from his sleeve. I've been developing something based on what she taught me. A combat art specifically designed for perception users. I call it the 7 flaw strike. 7 strikes. 7 types of weakness. Structural, chi-based, elemental, spiritual, meridian, mental, and karmic. Each strike targets a different category of flaw. Most cultivators have at least 3. Someone with perfect technique might have 2. Nobody has 0. He set the scroll on the table. Master the first 4 before the inner disciple promotion tournament. That gives you 2 months. And the other 3? You're not ready. The 5th strike targets spiritual weakness, the flaw in someone's soul. The 6th targets mental weakness, the crack in their mind. The 7th targets karmic weakness, the debt in their destiny. These require not just perception, but wisdom. Use them wrong, and you'll destroy yourself. Chen Wei took the scroll and bowed. I'll master all 4. You'd better. The tournament is where Zhou Tianming will try to end you publicly. Chapter 28. Chen Wei first saw Lin Qingmei at the monthly sect assembly. The assembly was held in the Great Hall, a cavernous chamber that could seat 1,000 cultivators. All disciples were required to attend. Chen Wei stood with the outer disciples in the back rows, Bai Feng beside him, the fox hidden in his robe. The Great Hall of the Azure Lotus sect was older and grander than the Shun clan compound's Great Hall, though it served the same institutional function. A space where power expressed itself through architecture and gathering, where the visible presence of so many cultivators in the same room communicated something about what they were collectively. The Azure Lotus banners, white and pale blue, lotus motif, no lightning, were different from the Shun clan crimson, and the difference in symbol felt meaningful in ways Chen Wei was still working out. The sect master, Lin Zhantian, presided from an elevated platform. He was a nascent soul cultivator with a commanding presence and a voice that carried without effort. His eye assessed him as genuine. A man who had earned his position through cultivator merit rather than political maneuvering, who administered with more fairness than most sect masters in the region, and who was currently managing a low-grade anxiety about something that the eye read as institutional rather than personal. Worry for the sect, not himself. But Chen Wei barely noticed him. She entered from the side door reserved for the sect master's family. Lin Qingmei moved with the fluid grace of someone whose body was an instrument of cultivation. She was beautiful in the way a sword was beautiful, elegant, precise, and clearly capable of cutting. Her hair was dark as ink, pulled back in a simple knot. Her robes were Azure Lotus sect white with silver threading. Her expression was porcelain, flawless, remote, and deliberately impenetrable. She was at core formation, 5th stage. 20 years old. The sect's acknowledged prodigy. His eye activated before he could stop it. Lin Qingmei, core formation, 5th stage. Position, sect master's daughter. Heir apparent, spiritual root, triple element, water, wood, metal. Celestial grade, combat style, jade lotus sword art, heaven grade. Mastered to 7th form of 9. Critical condition detected. Core status, fractured. Hairline crack in cultivation core, originating from external trauma approximately 15 years ago. Cause, poisoning, jade serpent venom. Trace amounts remain in core tissue. Prognosis, progressive degradation. Without intervention, core will shatter within 5 to 8 years. Currently manageable but worsening. Note: subject is aware of condition. Concealing severity from sect members, Chen Mu's breath stopped. She was dying. The most talented cultivator in the Azure Lotus sect, the sect master's only child, was walking around with a cracked core that would eventually kill her, and she was hiding it behind that perfect, frozen expression. He looked at her again, not with his eye this time, just with his own sight, and saw the slight stiffness in her posture that he now recognized as the unconscious bracing of someone managing chronic pain. The way she held her breath fractionally when she sat, then released it with practiced control. The small, careful containment of someone who had learned that her body had a different idea about its future than she did. The mask was good. Excellent, even. Most people in the hall saw only the prodigy, the serene, perfect cultivator who embodied everything the Azure Lotus sect claimed to represent. The performance was sustained not by technique alone, but by years of practice living alongside something that could not be shown. He knew what that practice cost. He had spent 18 years building his own jade serpent venom. The same words his eye had shown him when he analyzed Su's description of the Crimson Veil sect. The same woman, Luo Bingwen, who had destroyed Su's sect. The connection locked into place with a precision that made his eye almost hum with the rightness of it. One woman, one organization, one long campaign of systematic destruction that reached from the ashes of the Jade Phoenix sect all the way to the carefully maintained tragedy of a 20-year-old cultivator who could not afford to show how much she hurt. Their eyes met. It was accidental. He was staring too intently, and she happened to scan the crowd at that moment. Her gaze passed over him with the impersonal assessment of someone accustomed to being watched. Then it moved on. She hadn't noticed him. He was another face in a crowd of hundreds. But he had noticed her, and what he had seen would not let him look away. He spent the rest of the assembly with half his attention on the proceedings and half on the architecture of the problem the eye had just handed him. He knew how to help her. The Myriad Sight Sutra contained diagnostic techniques capable of mapping the venom's spread and the fracture's geometry, and Su's knowledge included Jade Serpent venom countermeasures that had been developed by the Jade Phoenix sect's healers specifically because of Luo Bingwen's use of the poison. The treatment was within his technical capability. The question was whether she would accept it, from an outer disciple who had no official standing and no established reason for knowing what was wrong with her. Chapter 29. That evening, Chen Mu opened the sealed jade slip from the cave inheritance. He had waited until the sect's night bell rang and the training grounds emptied. The jade slip was small enough to conceal in one hand, its surface warm against his palm in a way that ordinary jade was not. The warmth of stored spiritual energy, and perhaps something else, some quality of old intention that did not fully have a name. He had been carrying it since the cave, and every time he reached for it in his memory, the way a person might keep checking that a precious thing is still there, his eye caught the faint pulse of it and confirmed. Still sealed, still intact, still waiting for him specifically. His foundation establishment cultivation provided enough spiritual energy to crack the seal, and the contents unfolded in his mind like a flower blooming. The technique stored within was exactly what the appraisal I had partially previewed. Void Perception Art. Heaven Grade, Superior. Category, Advanced Ocular Cultivation Technique. Designed for Appraisal Eye wielders. Requirements. Foundation Establishment Minimum. Appraisal Eye at Stage 2 or higher. Capabilities. See through dimensional barriers. Pierce all grades of illusion. Perceive time-displaced objects and residual spatial imprints. At advanced stages, see through solid matter and perceive future probabilities. Warning: full activation requires foundation establishment peak. Attempting at lower stages risks spiritual backlash. The technique was beyond anything in the Myriad Sight Sutra fragments. While the sutra enhanced what his eye already did, the Void Perception Art expanded its fundamental capabilities into entirely new domains. Seeing through dimensions, piercing time, reading the future. But the requirement was clear: foundation establishment peak. He was at first stage. The gap was considerable. He spent an hour studying the technique's foundational theory before attempting any of the exercises. The Void Perception Art's creator, unnamed, referred to only as the perceiver in the text, had written with the assumption that the reader possessed both the eye and a theoretical grounding in spiritual mechanics. The notes in the margins of certain sections were dense with corrections and alternative approaches, suggesting the technique had been refined through multiple generations of use. The preliminary section opened with a principle that arrested his attention. Asterisk: the eye shows what is. The void shows what underlies what is. Between them lies complete understanding. A cultivator who sees surfaces and assumes they have seen reality is mistaken. A cultivator who sees the void and ignores the surface is lost. Only those who perceive both simultaneously have approached truth. He read it 3 times and thought about Lin Qingmei, the mask she wore, the reality beneath it that her eye had shown him. Surface and depth, appearance and truth. The eye he had already understood. The void was something he was only beginning to encounter. Shen Wei began incorporating the void perception art's preliminary exercises into his daily cultivation. Even without the full technique, the breathing patterns and qi circulation methods from its introductory sections enhanced his eye's range and stability. His analysis became faster, his fracture sight sharper. The strain of prolonged eye use diminished. He also continued his morning training with Su, his evening cultivation in his quarters, and his daytime sect duties, which had been upgraded from waste disposal to herb garden maintenance after Bifone quietly used their pill-selling profits to bribe the duty proctor. It was a brutal schedule. 4 hours of sleep per night. Training, study, work, cultivation, repeating in a cycle that left no room for rest. Bifone watched with growing concern. You're going to burn out. I'll burn out when I'm dead. That's what I'm worried about. But Shen Wei could feel the progress. Every day, his cultivation solidified. Every morning, Su's kicks landed less frequently. Every evening, the Jade Slip's contents made a little more sense. He was climbing, and the summit was in sight. Chapter 30 Zhou Tianming's second attack was more sophisticated than waste disposal duty. It began with a knock on Shen Wei's door at midnight. Sect guards, 4 of them, with the cold expressions of men following orders they didn't question. Shen Wei, you are summoned to the disciplinary hall on charges of theft from the alchemy pavilion. Shen Wei's eye scanned them instantly. Genuine guards, genuine summons, no hidden weapons. This was official. He was escorted to the disciplinary hall, a stone building that radiated severity. Inside, a panel of 3 elders waited, with Zhou Tianming standing at the side wearing an expression of righteous concern. The charges: Shen Wei had stolen 12 Earth-grade pills from the alchemy pavilion's secured storage. The evidence: the pills themselves, found in a hidden compartment in Shen Wei's room during a routine inspection. The inspection was conducted by 2 senior disciples who will testify to the discovery. The presiding elder said. How do you respond? Shen Wei looked at the pills on the evidence table. His eye read them. Earth-grade Qi enhancement pills, batch number 771, refined by Alchemist Chao Shuming, private practice, not Azure Lotus sect. Qi signature, contains trace signature of Zhou Tianming. These pills passed through his possession before being placed, age since refinement. For months, age in Shen Wei's room. Less than 6 hours, the pills were planted, and his eye could see the Qi fingerprint that proved who had handled them. Elders, Shen Wei said calmly, I request that these pills be examined by an independent alchemist. Specifically, I ask them to test for residual Qi signatures, who handled these pills, and when. The presiding elder frowned. That is an unusual request. These are unusual charges. I am a first-year outer disciple with no access to the alchemy pavilion's secured storage. The locks are Foundation Establishment 3rd stage keyed. I'm at 1st stage. I physically cannot open them. That gave the elders pause. They murmured among themselves. Zhou Tianming stepped forward. The defendant could have obtained the key through illicit means. The theft itself is evidence of his resourcefulness. Then test the Qi signatures, Shen Wei repeated. If I stole these pills, my Qi would be all over them. But I suspect you'll find a different signature entirely. A door opened behind the elder panel. Elder Hua Lingshi entered, her expression sharp. I was informed of these proceedings, she said, taking a seat. I have also taken the liberty of reviewing the patrol logs. The routine inspection that discovered these pills was conducted by 2 disciples who are known associates of inner disciple Zhou Tianming, and it was not logged through the standard inspection schedule. The color drained from Zhou Tianming's face. I moved to suspend charges pending a full investigation, Elder Hua Lingshi continued, including an audit of who authorized the off-schedule inspection. The presiding elder nodded. Charges suspended. Shen Wei, you may return to your quarters. Zhou Tianming, remain. Shen Wei bowed and left. In the corridor, he allowed himself a single breath of relief. The frame had been clumsy, planted evidence, fake inspections, but without his eye and Elder Hua's intervention, it might have worked. Many innocent cultivators had been expelled, or worse based on less. He needed to be more careful. Zhou Tianming would not stop. He reviewed the evening as he walked, cataloging what had almost gone wrong. The frame had been assembled in roughly 12 hours, planted evidence, a coordinated inspection. 3 elders briefed with a prepared account. Someone had done this before, or had access to a template for it. Zhou Tianming was an inner disciple with connections. The inspection authorization would trace back somewhere, and whoever had signed it had taken a professional risk. That suggested a relationship deeper than typical sect hierarchy. He noted this for Bai Feng's growing intelligence file. He also noted that Elder Hua Lingshi had identified the irregularities without being asked, had been watching, he suspected, since the waste incident. He did not yet understand why she had taken an interest in him, but the interest was real, and he should understand its nature before he relied on it. These were the margins where he lived, not in clean victories, but in close calls navigated carefully, advantages accumulated by attention, and the patient work of knowing the landscape before he needed to move through it quickly. Chapter 31. Shen Wei decided to investigate Zhou Tianming properly, using his eye at extended range, a technique Su had been helping him develop. He observed Zhou Tianming's quarters from the roof of a training building 200 meters away. Through walls and floors, his perception mapped the inner disciple's room. Standard furnishings, cultivation resources appropriate for his rank, combat gear, personal items, and hidden inside a hollowed-out section of his bed frame, a communication talisman that pulsed with encrypted spiritual energy. Communication talisman, custom, encryption, Crimson Veil Sect cipher, heaven grade, connection, active. Regular transmissions detected at 2-day intervals. Last transmission, 14 hours ago. Content encrypted. I cannot decrypt at current stage. Origin signal, external. Source bearing, southeast, approximately 400 kilometers. The Crimson Veil Sect. The same organization that had destroyed Su's sect. The same organization whose leader had poisoned Lin Qingmei as a child. Zhou Tianming wasn't just a petty bully with an elder's backing. He was a spy. Shen Wei remained on the rooftop for a long time after that discovery, the cold evening air pressing against his face while he worked through the implications. This changed everything about his understanding of the situation. Zhou Tianming's hostility from the moment of Shen Wei's arrival, the waste disposal assignment, the planted pills, the cultivation observation, none of it was personal. It was operational. He had been identified as a threat before he had even understood what he was. Which meant the Crimson Veil Sect had enough intelligence on the Appraisal Eye lineage to recognize what his ability represented on sight, and had embedded an operative at the Azure Lotus Sect in advance. Not in response to him. In preparation. How long had that preparation been running? Shen Wei shared the discovery with Bai Feng, who went pale. The Crimson Veil Sect has infiltrators in the Azure Lotus Sect? That's an act of war. Which is why we need proof that the elders will accept. My word alone isn't enough. They don't know about my eye, and claiming I can see through walls would raise more questions than it answers. So what do? Map his movements. Find out who he meets, where he goes, what he does when he thinks no one is watching. Build a pattern that proves the connection through normal investigative means. Bai Feng's eyes lit up. Despite the danger, his natural curiosity and love of puzzles had been engaged. I can set up passive formation arrays along his usual routes. They won't detect him. He's too strong. But they can record foot traffic patterns, timing, direction. Do it. I'll handle the observation. Over the next 2 weeks, they built a dossier. Zhou Tianming met with a merchant outside the sect every 3 days. A man Shen Wei's eye identified as a Crimson Veil outer agent. He visited a specific location in the sect's underground passages every 5 days. A maintenance tunnel where he refreshed the encryption on his communication talisman. And he reported to Elder Shen Geirin every evening, though their conversations were too well shielded for Shen Wei's current eye level to penetrate. The picture was meticulous and damning. An inner disciple reporting to a compromised elder. Regular contact with an outside handler. Encrypted communications to a distant base. All of it interlocked. All of it disciplined. All of it running in plain sight of a sect that had no reason to look for what it had no reason to expect. The pattern was damning, but proving it required catching him in the act. That would have to wait for the right moment. He sat on the training building's roof for a while after completing the observation, letting his eye rest in passive mode, watching the wind move through the sect's courtyard trees. The thing about surveillance was that it returned so much that wasn't what you were looking for. The sleeping schedules of other disciples, the quiet argument in the East dormitory, the healer making rounds of the recovery wing with a lantern that moved in a familiar rhythm. The sect was full of lives being lived, most of them with nothing to do with spies or Crimson Veil or power struggles. He was learning to hold both levels simultaneously. The intelligence picture, precise and damning, and the ordinary life of the sect around it. He preferred the second. He spent most of his attention on the first. For now, Shen Wei focused on the approaching tournament. Chapter 32. The Inner Disciple Promotion Tournament was announced for 6 weeks hence, and Shen Wei threw himself into preparation. Mornings with Su intensified. The old man shifted from fundamentals to advanced technique, drilling Shen Wei on the 7 flaw strike's first 4 forms until they were instinct rather than thought. The structural flaw strike you already know, Su said, circling Shen Wei in the hidden courtyard. It targets physical weaknesses, cracks, stress points, material imperfections. Your eye finds them. Your strike exploits them. He tapped a wooden post. Shen Wei's fracture sight found the weakness. His fist struck it. The post split. Good. The chi flaw strike is next. Every cultivator's chi has an irregularity, a ripple, a deviation, a point where the flow is slightly imperfect. Most irregularities are harmless. But if you strike during the irregularities cycle, he placed a hand on Shen Wei's chest and discharged a pulse of chi that found the single imperfection in Shen Wei's circulation and amplified it. Shen Wei gasped and fell to his knees. His chi flow hiccuped, stuttered, and took 3 seconds to stabilize. That, Su said mildly, is what it feels like. Now learn to do it to others. The chi flaw strike was harder than the structural version because chi was in constant motion. Finding the irregularity was like spotting a ripple in a fast-moving river. But Shen Wei's eye was designed for exactly this kind of analysis, and within a week, he could identify chi irregularities in real time during combat. The elemental flaw strike exploited elemental imbalances. Every cultivation technique had an elemental alignment, and every element had a counter. But the 7 flaw strike went deeper. Instead of just opposing fire with water, it found the exact ratio of elemental chi where the technique was weakest and concentrated the counter-element at that precise point. The spiritual flaw strike, the 4th form, was the most conceptually difficult. It targeted the connection between a cultivator's spirit and their technique, the invisible thread that gave a technique its intent and direction. Severing that thread, even temporarily, caused the technique to collapse regardless of how much raw power it contained. Shen Wei found the spiritual strike hardest to learn, not because the analysis was beyond him, his eye could identify the spirit-technique connection with reasonable clarity, but because the ethics of the strike gave him pause. Hitting someone's body was combat. Disrupting someone's chi was combat. But reaching into the invisible connection between a cultivator's spirit and their technique felt like touching something private in a way the other strikes did not. Su noticed his hesitation. "You're overthinking it," the old man said. "The spirit-technique connection isn't the spirit itself. It's a working mechanism. A cultivator's sword is connected to their hand by grip and intent. Striking the grip is not touching the cultivator's soul. The spiritual flaw strike targets the mechanism, not the person. But it feels, combat is full of things that feel uncomfortable until you understand them correctly. Understand it correctly. Feel uncomfortable later." He practiced until the discomfort was subordinate to precision. Training with Su was different from anything he had experienced before the eye. His grandfather had taught him to be careful and quiet and to avoid drawing attention, which were good lessons for survival. Su taught him to be precise and deliberate and to understand why each motion worked, which were different lessons, the lessons of someone who intended to be more than a survivor. There were evenings when the distinction between the two kinds of knowledge clarified itself in a single exchange. Su correcting the angle of his wrist, the strike that had worked being replaced by a strike that worked and understood itself, and Shen Wei feeling the difference in his body before he could name it. He was becoming someone who could fight. He was also, slower and less obviously, becoming someone who knew what fighting was for. "But you won't use the 4th form in the tournament," Su warned. "It's too distinctive. People will ask questions you can't answer. Save it for when you need it." "And the other 3? "The 5th targets the soul. The 6th targets the mind. The 7th targets karma." Su's expression was gravely serious. "I'll teach them when you won't accidentally destroy yourself or someone else." Chapter 33. The tournament opened on a clear morning with the entire sect assembled in the combat arena. 112 outer disciples had registered, competing for 16 inner disciple positions. The format was a bracket elimination, 3 rounds on the first day to narrow the field, semifinals on the second day, and finals on the third. Shen Wei drew favorable matchups in the first 2 rounds. His first opponent was a second-year outer disciple who used a wind blade technique. Shen Wei's eye read the technique structure before the first blade left the man's fingers. Howling wind slash, earth grade, structural flaw, wind chi disperses by 40% beyond 5 meters. Effective range limited despite apparent long-range capability. Shen Wei closed distance immediately, stepping inside the effective range. At close quarters, the wind cultivator had no secondary technique. A chi flaw strike to the solar plexus disrupted his circulation, and a follow-up palm strike ended the match. The whole exchange lasted 11 seconds. His second opponent wielded a fire spear, decent technique, good power, but the spear's shaft was the weakness. Spirit wood spear, earth grade, flaw. Heat conductivity in shaft creates microfractures during fire chi channeling. After 12+ technique activations, structural failure is likely. Shen Wei fought defensively, forcing his opponent to attack repeatedly. The crowd read the defensive pattern as timidity or caution and murmured accordingly. Let them think that. On the 14th fire technique, the spear shaft cracked. On the 15th, it shattered. The opponent, suddenly weaponless, was finished with a single structural flaw strike to his hastily raised guard. The murmuring changed to something more uncertain. People began to pay attention. His third opponent was different, a quiet, intense young woman who used formation arrays in combat. Bai Feng, watching from the stands, leaned forward with professional interest. Mei Xilan, Foundation Establishment, 5th Stage, Technique, Entrapment Formation Combat, Unique Hybrid Style, Weakness, Array Deployment requires 2 seconds of concentration. Vulnerable during setup, this fight was trickier. Mei Xilan placed arrays on the ground while moving, turning the arena floor into a minefield of spatial traps, gravity wells, and paralysis zones. Shen Wei's eye mapped each array as it appeared, showing him the safe paths between them. But she was fast, and the arrays accumulated until the safe zones were tiny. He had to admit she was skilled. Her formation work was economical, each array designed to cover the gaps left by the others, creating a web that tightened with every additional deployment. In his peripheral awareness, Bai Feng's formation-trained mind was trying to predict her next placement, and even he was struggling. Shen Wei stopped avoiding and started disrupting. Using fracture sight, he identified each array's structural node, the single point where the formation's chi structure was anchored, and struck them while moving. Arrays shattered left and right. Mei Xilan's eyes widened as her carefully constructed trap network collapsed. She deployed 3 more arrays in quick succession, clearly trying to overwhelm his ability to keep up. His eye processed all 3 simultaneously. He dismantled them in the order that cleared the most space, moving with a precision that drew a sharp intake of breath from someone in the audience. In the end, she conceded with a respectful bow. "You see things others don't," she said. "I'd like to learn how." "Maybe after the tournament," Shen Wei replied. The crowd was chanting his name. In the inner disciple section, Zhou Tianming watched without expression, but his hands, hidden in his sleeves, were clenched into fists. Shen Wei noted this from the competitor area through a brief application of his eye, not reading Zhou Tianming's cultivation or techniques this time, just observing the posture, the white-knuckled grip, the controlled mask over something that was not entirely under control. Zhou Tianming had spent resources framing him and failed. He had spent influence arranging the inspection and been publicly rebuked. Now the outer disciple he had treated as disposable was advancing through a tournament that Zhou Tianming's own combat specialty should have guaranteed him access to if he'd entered. The psychological architecture of that failure was not something Shen Wei needed his eye to read. He understood it from a different kind of experience, being underestimated for so long that having your measure taken correctly felt like an act of aggression. Chapter 34 Day 2. Semifinals. Shen Wei checked the bracket board and felt his stomach drop. His next opponent was Bai Feng. "Well," Bai Feng said, appearing at his shoulder. "This is awkward. We could ask for a bracket swap." "And look afraid?" "No chance." Bai Feng grinned, but there was tension behind it. "Let's just have a good fight. May the best cultivator win." The match drew significant attention. 2 friends, known to be inseparable, forced to fight each other. The crowd loved the drama. Bai Feng opened by deploying 3 formation arrays simultaneously, a speed that impressed even the watching elders. A gravity trap, a chi suppression field, and a kinetic barrier that blocked physical approaches from the front. Shen Wei's eye read all 3 instantly and mapped their overlap zones. He circled right, avoiding the gravity trap, stepping through the gap between the chi suppression field and the kinetic barrier. Bai Feng had anticipated the gap. A 4th array activated beneath Shen Wei's feet, a flash freeze formation that locked his boots to the arena floor. Smart. Very smart. Shen Wei channeled chi to his feet and shattered the ice. But the delay gave Bai Feng time to deploy 2 more arrays. The arena was becoming a web of interlocking traps. They fought for 4 minutes, an eternity in cultivation combat. Shen Wei dismantled formations. Bai Feng deployed new ones. The tactical back and forth was mesmerizing. The crowd hushed, sensing they were watching something special. Finally, Shen Wei spotted it, a pattern in Bai Feng's deployment. Every array drew chi from the same central node in Bai Feng's body, a point just below his navel where his spiritual core anchored the formations. If Shen Wei could disrupt that node, but he hesitated. The chi flaw strike to a spiritual core node could cause real damage if aimed poorly. This was his friend. Instead, he surged forward through 3 active arrays, taking hits from each one. a gravity pull that crushed his shoulders, a chi drain that sapped his reserves, a kinetic blast that cracked his defensive chi shell. He absorbed it all and reached Bai Feng in close combat. Yield, Shen Wei said, his hand an inch from Bai Feng's throat. Bai Feng looked at the hand, at the array Shen Wei had fought through to reach him, and at the calm determination in his friend's eyes. I yield, he said, and smiled. Well fought. Shen Wei dropped his hand and immediately reached down to pull Bai Feng up. The crowd erupted in applause. In the other bracket, a different match was ending. Shen Wei turned to watch the final exchange and froze. A young woman he hadn't seen before was fighting with devastating efficiency, her movements precise and brutal. She wore no sect colors, a rogue cultivator, rare at these events. Yu Shiran, Foundation Establishment, 9th Stage, True Cultivation, Suppressed. Actual level cannot be fully determined. Minimum Nascent Soul, Bloodline, Starweaver, Sealed. Spatial Manipulation Capability, Dormant. Identity, Multiple Concealment Techniques active. Background obscured. Warning, this individual is far more powerful than she appears, a nascent soul cultivator, at minimum, suppressing her power to fight in a Foundation Establishment tournament. Why? Yushiran won her match in 2 moves and walked off the arena floor without acknowledging the crowd. Her eyes swept the stands once, scanning, evaluating, and paused on Shen Wei. For a moment, their gazes locked. Then she looked away and disappeared into the competitor corridor. He watched the place where she had been for a moment after she left. His eye had given him a brief reading during the gaze, involuntary, the kind of analysis that activated without his prompting when something was unusual enough to register as significant. Yu Shiran, Cultivation level, suppressed. True level, concealed behind advanced masking technique. Concealment quality, exceptional. Estimated true level, nascent soul or higher. Intent indicator, observing. Categorizing. Not hostile, curious. Note. Subject identified you before you identified her. That last line was what settled in his mind as the day's bracket continued. She had noticed him first. He was accustomed to being the one who noticed first. The novelty of being seen clearly before he had seen clearly in return was enough to make him curious in return, which was, he suspected, exactly what she had intended. Chapter 35. Between the semifinals and finals, Shen Wei made a decision that could have gotten him killed. He found Lin Qingmei in the sect's medicinal garden, tending to a rare lotus plant that grew in a stone pool near the garden's center. She was alone, unusual for the sect master's daughter, who was typically surrounded by attendants. Miss Lin. She looked up. Her expression was the same porcelain mask she wore in public, beautiful, cold, impenetrable. You're the outer disciple who's been winning matches. Shen Wei. Her voice was measured and neutral. Yes, I need to speak with you privately. It's about your health. The mask cracked. Just barely. A flicker of something in her eyes that might have been fear. She recovered instantly. My health is none of your concern. Your cultivation core has a hairline fracture caused by jade serpent venom introduced approximately 15 years ago. Shen Wei spoke quickly, quietly, before she could dismiss him. The venom traces are still active, causing progressive degradation. Without intervention, your core will shatter within 5 to 8 years. You're managing it with meridian-stabilizing pills, but the pills are treating symptoms, not the cause. Lin Qingmei stared at him. The porcelain mask didn't just crack, it shattered. What showed underneath was not the cold prodigy, but a young woman who had carried a death sentence since childhood and had just heard a stranger describe it with clinical precision. How do you know this? The words were barely audible. I have an ability that lets me see the true condition of things. People included. I saw your core's condition during the sect assembly. You looked at my core without permission. My ability activates automatically for things within my visual range. I could not see it. Her composure rebuilt itself, piece by piece, but the cracks remained visible. If you tell anyone, I won't. If this is a scheme, some kind of leverage, it's not. Then what do you want? Shen Wei thought about it. What did he want? He wanted to help, but why? She was a stranger. A powerful stranger with connections, yes, but that wasn't why he was standing here. 15 years ago, I was born blind, he said. For 18 years, everyone told me I was broken, that I couldn't be fixed, that I should accept my limitations and stop hoping. He met her eyes. Someone should have told them they were wrong. Someone who could see what was actually happening and do something about it. Lin Qingmei studied his face for a long time. Whatever she saw there, truth, empathy, the conviction of someone who knew what it felt like to be written off. It made her expression soften by a fraction. You believe you can help? I believe I can see the problem more clearly than anyone who's examined you before. Whether that translates to a solution, I don't know yet. But I'd like to try. She was quiet for what felt like minutes. The lotus in the pool behind her bloomed silently, its petals unfolding. "Come to the Western Pavilion after the tournament finals," she said. "Use the garden entrance. Don't be seen." She walked away without looking back, her posture straight, her stride measured, the mask back in place. But her hands, Chen Mu noticed, were trembling slightly. He stood by the garden pool until the lotus had finished blooming and the grounds were quiet again. Hope was not a strategic asset. He had spent months training himself to act on evidence rather than expectation, to plan for what was likely rather than what he wished. But standing there in the cultivated quiet, with the possibility of Lin Qingmei's recovery newly present where before there had been only probability assessments and anatomical constraints, he permitted himself a moment of something that was not strategic at all. He filed it away carefully. Then he went to prepare for the tournament finals, which he intended to win, and after which he intended to keep his appointment at the Western Pavilion. Chapter 36, Tournament Day 3. The Finals. Chen Mu's opponent was a Peak Foundation establishment inner disciple named Guozhang, a veteran fighter who had held his inner disciple position for 4 years and fought in these tournaments as a defending champion. He was 22, broad-shouldered, and his chi pressure alone made the arena floor crack beneath his feet. Guozhang, Foundation Establishment, 9th Stage, Peak. Primary Technique. 1,000-pound fist, Heaven Grade. Power exceeds normal Foundation Establishment parameters. Secondary Technique. Iron Body Refinement. Earth Grade. Passive Physical Enhancement. Combat Experience. 47 recorded matches, 41 wins. Weaknesses. Technique transitions are smooth. Minimal structural flaws detected. Note: this opponent has very few exploitable weaknesses. Victory will require either a breakthrough or unconventional approach. Few weaknesses. Chen Mu read the analysis twice. Every previous opponent had glaring flaws that his eye could exploit. Guozhang was different. A polished fighter with years of experience, smoothing out the imperfections that lesser cultivators never bothered to fix. Begin. Guozhang attacked immediately. No posturing. No words. The veteran knew that talking wasted time. His 1,000-pound fist technique was aptly named. Each punch carried force that distorted the air. The first one missed Chen Mu by a hand's width and cratered the arena floor. Chen Mu dodged, analyzed, dodged again. His eyes searched for weaknesses with increasing urgency. The chi flow was clean. The technique structure was tight. The transitions were practiced. Where was the flaw? A punch grazed his shoulder. Pain exploded down his arm. The fox, watching from the stands with by foam, yowled. Another punch. Chen Mu deflected it with a chi-reinforced forearm and felt the bones creak. The power gap was enormous. 3 stages of Foundation Establishment, plus Guozhang's natural physicality and years of body refinement. Think. His eye showed him Guozhang's techniques in real-time analysis, tracking every chi pathway, every muscle contraction, every breath. There had to be something. There. Not a structural flaw, but a rhythmic one. Guozhang's heart rate. Every fighter had a combat rhythm, a pattern of exertion and recovery that their body followed unconsciously. Guozhang's rhythm had a specific cadence. 3 fast punches, 1 heavy, a half-second pause to cycle chi, then repeat. During that half-second pause, his active chi output dropped by 60%. Chen Mu counted. 1 fast, 2 fast, 3 fast. Heavy. He dodged the heavy punch by dropping flat, feeling it whoosh over his head, and in the half-second pause, he surged. The chi flaw strike found the momentary irregularity in Guozhang's circulation. The hit landed on the bigger man's forearm and sent a disruptive pulse through his chi channels. Guozhang grunted. His next punch was slightly weaker, slightly slower. But Chen Mu had paid a price for closing that distance. Guozhang's knee came up in a technique Chen Mu's I hadn't predicted, a non-standard follow-up that wasn't part of the 1,000-pound fist form. A street fighter's instinct. The knee caught Chen Mu in the ribs. He heard something crack. Pain turned the world white. Guozhang pressed the advantage. 2 more punches came, and Chen Mu was too hurt to dodge properly. One caught his left arm, numbing it. The other glanced off his defensive chi shell and still sent him skidding backward. The crowd was screaming. Bai Feng was on his feet. Elder Hua Lingshi leaned forward in her seat. Chen Mu stood in the arena, ribs cracked, left arm useless, facing a Peak Foundation Establishment monster, and he understood with perfect clarity that at his current level, he could not win this fight. So he stopped being at his current level. The Myriad Sight Sutra, the Void Perception Art, the 7 Flaw Strike, Old Man Su's training, the celestial grade meridians that process chi at 8 times normal speed. All of it had been building toward this. Not gradually, not someday, but now. Chen Mu closed his eyes. His chi dropped inward, spiraling through his meridians like water, finding the fastest path downhill. His eye blazed gold behind his eyelids, illuminating not the arena, but his own internal landscape. Channels, core, spirit. He saw the threshold between foundation establishment first stage and second stage. Then he looked past it, past second, past third, past all the stages he was supposed to climb one at a time. The breakthrough hit like a tsunami. Foundation establishment mid-stage, third, fourth, fifth, blowing through barriers that should have taken months. His cracked ribs knitted as spiritual energy flooded his body. His eye evolved again. The world snapped into sharper focus, every detail crystalline, every chi flow visible as streams of liquid light. He opened his eyes. Golden light shone from his pupils. Guozheng had been winding up for a finishing blow. He stopped mid-motion, sensing the shift in pressure. Chen Mu moved, not with the desperate dodging of before, but with fluid certainty. His eye, enhanced by the breakthrough, saw Guozheng's chi flow as a river of light, with every current mapped, every eddy charted. The veteran's techniques, which had seemed nearly flawless a moment ago, now revealed their deeper imperfections, not structural flaws, but dynamic ones. Micro-hesitations, rhythm breaks, the accumulated wear of a body that had been pushed to its limits for years without adequate rest. 3 strikes. Structural flaw, chi flaw, elemental flaw, targeting the fire element imbalance in Guozheng's body refinement technique. Each hit was precise, surgical, undeniable. Guozheng fell to one knee. His chi scattered. His iron body refinement flickered and failed. The arena was absolutely silent. Chen Mu stood over the fallen champion, golden light fading from his eyes, breathing hard, his body singing with new power. "I yield," Guozheng said, looking up with an expression that mixed shock with respect. "What are you?" Chen Mu offered his hand. "Someone who's still learning." Chapter 37. The finals match between Chen Mu and Zhou Tianming was scheduled for that afternoon. Word of Chen Mu's mid-combat breakthrough spread through the sect like wildfire. By the time the afternoon match began, every seat in the arena was filled, with spectators standing 3 deep in the aisles. Elder Hua Lingshi sat in the observation box. The sect master himself attended, accompanied by Lin Qingmei. Zhou Tianming entered the arena with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Zhou Tianming, Foundation Establishment, 7th Stage. Equipment Update. Carrying 3 concealed talismans, types, Flame Burst, Chi Disruption, Paralysis. Technique Enhancement. Recent infusion detected. External Chi Boost from Crimson Veil Sect Standard Augmentation Method. Effective Combat Level. Foundation Establishment, 9th Stage Equivalent. Note: augmentation is temporary and leaves detectable residue. Using it in a monitored tournament is desperate. He had been augmented. The Crimson Veil Sect had boosted his cultivation specifically for this fight. Zhou Tianming was no longer fighting to win a tournament position. He was fighting to eliminate a threat. "I've been looking forward to this," Zhou Tianming said, loud enough for the crowd. "The prodigy versus the veteran. Let's see if those tricks work against real experience." "Begin." Zhou Tianming attacked with techniques that no inner disciple should have possessed. His strikes carried the sophistication of methods refined by a major sect, flowing, lethal, and designed to overwhelm through sustained pressure rather than single decisive blows. Chen Mu's eye identified each technique's origin. Crimson Serpent Palm, derived from Crimson Veil Sect archives. Modified for non-poison users, Veil of Thorns, defensive technique unique to Crimson Veil inner disciples. Shadow Lash, assassination technique. Not standard combat use. Every technique was Crimson Veil. Zhou Tianming wasn't just a spy. He was a trained operative using his patron sect's combat arts in broad daylight. Chen Mu dodged and analyzed, letting the crowd see what Zhou Tianming was using. He caught Elder Hua Lingshi's eye and saw recognition there. The elder knew these techniques. She was making notes on her jade tablet. Zhou Tianming's Crimson Serpent Palm struck towards Chen Mu's chest. The technique was laced with a subtle poison chi, not enough to be immediately lethal, but enough to cause progressive weakness over the course of a fight. Poison chi component, mild paralytic. Cumulative effect. Will impair motor function after 4+ exposures. Chen Mu parried the palm strike and used the contact to discharge a chi flaw strike directly through Zhou Tianming's poison delivery mechanism. The disruptive pulse traveled backward through the technique, destabilizing the poison chi at its source. Zhou Tianming hissed as the feedback stung his palm. The fight intensified. Zhou Tianming abandoned subtlety and activated his hidden talismans. A flame burst erupted between them, a wall of fire that forced Chen Mu back. Through the flames, a chi disruption talisman sailed toward him, designed to scramble his chi circulation on contact. Chen Mu's eye tracked the talisman's trajectory and showed him the paper's structural weakness, a single point where the inscription was marginally thinner. His fingers caught the talisman and crushed that point. The technique failed. Talismans in a tournament match? Chen Mu said, loud enough for the nearest judges to hear. That's against the rules. Prove it. Zhou Tianming snarled and launched his strongest technique, a combination of 3 Crimson Veil methods fused into a single devastating attack. A serpent of fire and shadow coiled around his arm and struck towards Chen Mu like a living thing. Chen Mu saw the composite technique's central weakness, the fusion point where the 3 methods connected. It was the most complex flaw he had ever targeted, requiring simultaneous analysis of fire, shadow, and poison qi in a single structure. His hand moved. The structural flaw strike, empowered by his mid-stage foundation establishment cultivation and refined by weeks of training with Su, hit the fusion point with precision that would have made a surgeon envious. The composite technique shattered. Fire, shadow, and poison qi scattered in all directions. Zhou Tianming was caught in his own technique's backlash. The explosion threw him backward. He hit the arena wall hard enough to crack the stone. He slid to the ground, conscious but unable to stand, his augmented cultivation flickering as the Crimson Veil boost burned away under the backlash strain. Match, the proctor called. Winner, Chen Mu. The arena exploded in noise. Chapter 38. The aftermath was swift and decisive. Chen Mu was officially promoted to Inner Disciple, the youngest in the Azure Lotus sect's current generation. The crowd celebrated. Bai Feng lifted him off his feet in a bear hug. Even Elder Hua Lingshi offered a small, approving nod. Zhou Tianming was taken to the medical pavilion, where the residue of his Crimson Veil augmentation was discovered by the attending healer. Within an hour, the sect's intelligence team had been alerted. The speed of the discovery was fortunate, but the implications were not clean. A cultivator at Foundation establishment with Crimson Veil modifications should not have been capable of the performance he'd shown in the later rounds, which meant either his real cultivation level had been masked from the tournament's entry screening, or the modification had been applied during the tournament itself, a possibility that meant either an accomplice in the sect or a technique sophisticated enough to be administered remotely. Both options were alarming. Chen Mu found Zhou Tianming that evening, in the detention chamber where the disgraced inner disciple sat with his hands bound by suppression cuffs. I know about the communication talisman in your bed frame, Chen Mu said without preamble. I know you transmit to a Crimson Veil handler every 2 days. I know the merchant you meet outside the sect is an outer agent named Fan to you. I know Elder Shingaran receives a percentage of whatever the Crimson Veil pays you. Zhou Tianming's face cycled through denial, shock, and cold calculation. If you know all that, why tell me? Go to the elders. I will, but I'm giving you a choice first. Confess voluntarily, provide everything you know about the Crimson Veil's infiltration of this sect, and I'll ask the elders for leniency. Refuse, and the evidence speaks for itself. You're naive. Zhou Tianming's smile was bitter. You think the Crimson Veil has one spy? I'm one node in a network. Remove me and another takes my place. Luo Bingwen has been planning this infiltration for years. Then help us remove the whole network. Zhou Tianming considered it. The bitterness in his expression shifted towards something more complicated. His eye read the change clearly, not regret exactly, but a reassessment. A man recalculating odds and finding the original calculation hadn't gone the way he'd planned. You don't understand what the Crimson Veil is, he said, his voice quieter now. It's not a sect. It's a machine. Every disciple is a component. You don't leave a machine voluntarily. You get replaced. You're already replaceable. The question is whether you spend whatever time you have left being useful or not. Zhou Tianming's jaw tightened. For a moment, something human flickered behind his eyes. Fear, maybe, or exhaustion. Then his expression hardened. He lunged. Even with suppression cuffs, a Foundation establishment cultivator had physical strength beyond any mortal. Zhou Tianming's shoulder drove towards Chen Mu's midsection and was stopped by a hand that appeared from thin air. Elder Hua Lingshi materialized from a concealment technique, her grip on Zhou Tianming's shoulder immovable. That was unwise, she said. Zhou Tianming collapsed. Elder Hua's spiritual pressure pinned him to the floor like a mountain sitting on his chest. The investigation will proceed with or without his cooperation, she said to Chen Mu. Well done on the offer, but some people choose their own destruction. Zhou Tianming was taken into formal custody. The investigation of his Crimson Veil connections began. Chapter 39. Inner Disciple status transformed Chen Mu's life at the Azure Lotus sect. His quarters moved from the leaky eastern dormitory to a proper cultivation chamber on the main peak, climate-controlled, formation-enhanced, with a personal herb garden and access to the Inner Disciple library. By phone, promoted alongside him based on tournament performance, took the chamber next door. The inner disciple library was a revelation. Where the outer disciple collection held common and earth-grade techniques, the inner library contained heaven-grade methods, rare cultivation records, and historical texts dating back to the sect's founding 700 years ago. Chen Mu spent his first evening scanning the shelves with his eye, cataloging everything. Most of the collection was exactly what it claimed to be, genuine techniques of varying quality. But his eye found several items that were more than they appeared, including a journal written by a founding elder that contained observations about an unusual cultivator with golden eyes who visited the sect 3 centuries ago. The founding elder had met someone with an appraisal eye. He filed this discovery alongside his growing collection of clues about his ability's history and focused on more immediate research, his parents' murders. The inner library's restricted section, accessible with special permission, contained the sect's intelligence archives, including reports on every major cultivation clan within the region. Chen Mu found the Shen clan file and confirmed what he had begun to suspect. The Shen clan patriarch had connections to external organizations, including trade agreements with the Crimson Veil sect dating back 20 years. His parents had been killed for discovering the resource theft. The Crimson Veil sect had been part of the Shen clan's corruption for 2 decades, and the Poison Foundation establishment pill, its tampered nature, now seemed like standard operating procedure for an organization that poisoned children. Chen Mu closed the file and sat in silence. A knock at his door. He opened it to find Lin Qingmei standing in the corridor, holding a small package wrapped in silk. "You said you wanted to help," she said. "This is rare cloud tea from the sect's private reserve. Consider it a peace offering." She entered his chambers with the careful precision of someone entering unfamiliar territory. They sat across from each other. He brewed the tea. "Your tournament matches," she said. "The way you found weaknesses in every opponent's technique. That's your ability? Part of it. Can you see my core right now?" He looked at her, deliberately, with full eye activation. The golden text materialized, showing the hairline crack in her cultivation core, the residual venom traces, the slow degradation. "Yes, the crack has progressed 0.3% since the last time I looked. The venom traces are concentrated at the fracture's leading edge." Her cup stopped halfway to her lips. "You can measure the progression? In real time." She set the cup down. Her mask was thinner here, in private, with someone who had already seen beneath it. "The sex healers say it's stable. It's not. They're seeing the symptoms: elevated chi fluctuation, intermittent core resonance errors. They're not seeing the cause because the venom is invisible to standard diagnostic techniques. And you can see it because my ability doesn't just see surface conditions. It sees the true nature of things. And the true nature of your condition is that you were poisoned as a child by a specific individual using a specific technique, and the poison is still active." Lin Qingmei was quiet for a long time. The tea cooled between them. "Who poisoned me?" she asked. "Luo Bingwen, the leader of the Crimson Veil sect." This time, the mask didn't just crack. It fell away entirely, and what showed underneath was fury, cold, precise, devastating fury that reminded Chen Mu exactly how dangerous a core formation prodigy could be. "Tell me everything." Chapter 40. Zhou Tianming escaped 3 nights later. The breakout was professional. His cell suppression formations were neutralized by an external agent. The guards were incapacitated with a targeted sleeping agent, and a concealment formation covered his extraction. By the time the alarm was raised, he was gone. But he hadn't left quietly. Chen Mu woke to screaming alarms and an urgent pulse from the sect's communication network. He dressed in seconds and ran toward the eastern defensive perimeter, where the source of the alert originated. A section of the sect's protective array, the massive spiritual formation that shielded the Azure Lotus sect from external attack, was damaged. Not destroyed, but compromised. A hole had been punched through its eastern face, creating a vulnerability that would take days to repair. Chen Mu's eye analyzed the damage instantly. Protective array, eastern section, damage type, deliberate sabotage. Internal disruption of chi flow at 3 node points. Method, Crimson Veil sect disruption technique. Same method used to compromise target sect defenses in historical records. Repair time, 72 hours minimum with current resources. Vulnerability, during repair period, eastern approach is unshielded. Aerial or ground assault through this corridor would face no formation resistance. Zhou Tianming had damaged the sect's shield on his way out. A parting gift from the Crimson Veil sect. Chen Mu reported the damage to the responding elders, providing precise details about the sabotage method and the specific nodes that needed repair. His eye's analysis cut the diagnostic time from hours to minutes. Baifeng arrived shortly after and immediately began working with the formation maintenance team to patch the vulnerability. By dawn, the immediate crisis was managed. The hole was partially sealed, not fully repaired, but enough to prevent a casual attack. The sect master summoned Chen Wei to his private study. Lin Zhantian was a nascent soul cultivator of considerable power, and his study reflected it. The room itself was a formation that enhanced perception and mental clarity. Shen Wei felt his thoughts sharpen as he crossed the threshold. The sect master sat behind a desk of spirit wood, his expression grave. Lin Qingmei stood beside him, her porcelain mask firmly in place. Shen Wei, Lin Zhantian said, "My daughter tells me you have an unusual ability. She has been deliberately vague about its specifics, at your request. I have respected that. But tonight's events make discretion a luxury we may not be able to afford. You want to know what I can do? I need to know what we're dealing with. The Crimson Veil sect has infiltrated my sect, compromised my defenses, and extracted their agent despite our best security. The fact that you predicted Zhou Tianming's affiliation before anyone else suggests you can see things that others cannot." Shen Wei weighed his options. Secrecy had been his shield since the beginning. Hide the eye, use it without revealing it, maintain the advantage of being underestimated. But the situation had changed. The Crimson Veil sect knew the Azure Lotus sect was compromised. Another attack would come, and the sect needed to understand its own vulnerabilities before that happened. "I have an ability called the Divine Appraisal Eye," Shen Wei said. "It lets me perceive the true nature of anything I observe: cultivation levels, material composition, hidden techniques, structural weaknesses, and concealed information. It activated 6 weeks before I arrived at the sect." Lin Zhantian's expression didn't change, but his chi pressure shifted, a subtle flexing that any cultivator in the room would feel. "The Divine Appraisal Eye," he repeated. "I've read about it. Historical texts mention it as one of the rarest ocular abilities in existence. The last confirmed wielder lived over 800 years ago." He paused. "There are those who would destroy entire sects to possess what sits behind your eyes." The words landed like stones. "I know," Shen Wei said. "Then you understand the danger you've brought to us." "I do, and I'm willing to help defend against it. My eye can detect infiltrators, identify sabotage, map enemy techniques, and find vulnerabilities before they're exploited. I've already identified 3 additional Crimson Veil assets within the sect that Zhou Tianming's investigation hasn't uncovered." The sect master and his daughter exchanged a look. Whatever passed between them, father to daughter, sect leader to heir, it was decided in that glance. "We will discuss the details of your ability and how to use it effectively," Lin Zhantian said. "But first, 3 additional assets. 2 inner disciples and 1 elder's personal servant. I can provide names and evidence." "Do so, immediately." As Shen Wei detailed the remaining infiltrators, his eye flickered toward the window. The eastern sky was lightening with dawn, and through the glass, the damaged section of the protective array glowed with the makeshift repairs Baifeng's team had installed. The Azure Lotus sect was wounded. The Crimson Veil sect was circling. And somewhere out there, Zhou Tianming was reporting everything he knew to Luo Bingwen. The Jade Serpent was coming, and she knew about the eye. Chapter 41. The sect master's study felt smaller with the weight of what had been shared. Lin Zhantian leaned back in his chair, fingers steepled, processing the information about the 3 remaining Crimson Veil assets. 2 inner disciples, Zhang Wen and Hong Mingliang. An elder Shingiren's personal servant, a quiet woman named Fang Yu who had served as a courier between the elder and his Crimson Veil contacts for 3 years. "The servant concerns me most," Lin Zhantian said. "Elder Shingiren has access to sect council proceedings, defensive array specifications, and treasury inventories. If his servant has been transmitting that information, she has," Shen Wei confirmed. "My eye detected encrypted communication talismans in her quarters. The same cipher the Crimson Veil uses." The sect master closed his eyes briefly. When he opened them, the weight of leadership was visible in every line of his face. "We'll move against all 3 simultaneously. But that's a temporary solution. The Crimson Veil won't stop sending operatives." Shen Wei understood the frustration behind those words. They could expose 100 agents and 100 more would filter through the cracks, patient, methodical, wearing the faces of ordinary disciples. The Azure Lotus sect had no shortage of defensive formations, no lack of devoted elders, no failure of loyalty from its core membership. But defending against an organization that measured its campaigns in decades required a different kind of advantage. Not walls. Information. He had spent the previous night reviewing everything his eye had cataloged during his weeks at the sect. Patterns emerged when you looked long enough. The Crimson Veil's operatives shared certain behavioral signatures, small things, individually meaningless, but collectively unmistakable. a hesitation before answering questions about sect history, a slightly different way of holding communication talismans, the grip adjusted to prevent accidental activation, a tendency to position themselves near windows and exits, the old instinct of people who had been trained to always know their escape routes. His eye saw these patterns and archived them. At the tournament, surrounded by 12 sects worth of disciples, those patterns would betray anyone the Crimson Veil had embedded. Which is why I need to represent the sect at the Greenvale Intersect Tournament, Chen Mu said. Lin Qingmei, who had been silent throughout, turned to look at him. The tournament is in 3 weeks. It draws representatives from 12 sects across the region. If the Crimson Veil has infiltrated us, they've infiltrated others. Exactly. My eye can identify their operatives across every participating sect in a single event. We won't just clean our own house. We'll map their entire regional network. Father and daughter exchanged another of their wordless communications. Shen Wei watched the exchange with his eye dimmed to its lowest setting. Some things deserved privacy, and a father and daughter deciding the fate of their sect and their family deserved more than analytical observation. The sect master's shoulders carried a particular kind of weight that Shen Wei recognized, not from personal experience of leadership, but from having analyzed leadership under pressure often enough to understand its cost. Every decision Lin Zhantian made was measured against the lives of the people who had trusted him. That responsibility didn't vanish just because the decision was correct. Lin Qingmei was measuring something else, not the risk to the sect, but the risk to Shen Wei specifically. Her analytical mind worked through the same calculus that her father's did, but with a different variable at the center. He saw it in the slight tension around her eyes, the way her fingers had stilled in her lap. She was afraid for him. She wouldn't say so. That wasn't the kind of person she was. But the fear was there, and his eye was too thorough to miss it. He appreciated the fear. It meant something real was at stake. The sect master nodded. You'll represent the Azure Lotus sect. I'll assign Elder Hua Lingshi as your supervising elder. She already knows more about your capabilities than she said. He paused. Be careful. The tournament is public. If Luo Bingwen attends, she will be watching. I'm counting on it, Shen Wei said. He left the study with the fox riding on his shoulder, its small warm weight of familiar comfort. In the corridor, he paused and allowed himself a moment of honest assessment, not of the plan, which was sound, but of his own readiness. The Greenvale tournament would be the largest concentration of cultivators his eye had ever been asked to process. 12 sects, hundreds of disciples, thousands of attendants and spectators. The information load would be enormous. He began a mental exercise Su had taught him, the appraiser's triage. Not everything his eye showed him was equally important. The skill was in knowing what to prioritize, what to archive, what to discard. Combat readiness first. Threat assessment second. Background intelligence third. Personal curiosity last. 3 weeks to prepare. He intended to use every hour of them. Chapter 42 Training with Old Man Su intensified in the weeks before the tournament. The hidden courtyard behind the junk shop had become Shen Wei's second home. Every morning, before dawn, he crossed the city while it slept, past the night watch cultivators whose patrol patterns he had long since memorized, through the back streets where the market vendors were beginning their setup and the smell of fresh bough floated on cold air. He entered through the back entrance that his eye had mapped on his first visit. Every morning, Su beat him senseless, then taught him something new while he recovered. The pattern was consistent enough that Shen Wei had begun to find a rhythm in it. The beating and the teaching were not separate activities. They were the same activity. The lesson he was learning was not the technique. The technique was the vehicle. The lesson was how his eye changed under pressure, how the golden text sharpened when he was desperate and blurred when he was comfortable, and why a comfortable appraiser was more dangerous than an overwhelming opponent. An overwhelming opponent motivated the eye. Comfort made it lazy. The tournament is a trap, Su said one morning, dropping Shen Wei with a sweep kick that his eye had seen coming, but his body hadn't been fast enough to avoid. Not for you specifically. For everyone. Tournaments concentrate talent in one location, making it easy to assess threats. And to eliminate them. That too. Su's expression darkened. Luo Bingwen used the last Intersect tournament, 15 years ago, to identify the Jade Phoenix sect's key defenders before her assault. She cataloged every fighting style, every weakness, every alliance. When she attacked, she knew exactly where to strike. He pulled Shen Wei to his feet. I'm going to teach you the absolute perception technique. It extends your eye's combat applications to read intent. The moment before a technique is launched, the instant before a muscle contracts. Not prediction. Perception of the decision itself. You can see decisions? Your grand elder could. She called it reading the pre-action signature. Every conscious decision to attack generates a microscopic chi fluctuation before the body executes. Most cultivators can't perceive it. Your eye, at sufficient intensity, should be able to. The training was grueling. Su attacked with randomized sequences, forcing Chen Mu to detect the pre-action signature rather than relying on pattern recognition. For the first 3 days, Chen Mu couldn't distinguish the signature from normal chi fluctuation. On the 4th day, he caught a glimpse, a faint shimmer in Su's chi field, like a ripple before a stone hits water. By the end of the 2nd week, he could read Su's pre-action signatures with 70% accuracy. 70% against a spirit-severing cultivator who's deliberately masking, Su said approvingly. Against Foundation establishment opponents, you'll read them like open books. It wasn't precise information. The pre-action signature told him a decision had been made and its general direction, not its specific execution. But against opponents in his cultivation range, that fractional advance notice was the difference between a block and a clean dodge, between taking a glancing hit and taking nothing. Between training sequences, Su shared more of his history. Luo Bingwen and I were sect siblings, he said, his voice carrying the weight of decades. We trained together, fought together, rose through the ranks together. She was brilliant, the most talented cultivator of our generation. But brilliance without compassion is just a sharper weapon. What changed her? She discovered a technique to steal perception abilities from other cultivators. It required killing the source. Our Grand Elder, the woman with the appraisal eye, was the first victim she tried it on. When the sect discovered what she planned, they moved against her. She was faster. His jaw tightened. She killed the Grand Elder, stole fragments of her perception ability, and vanished. 3 years later, she returned with an army and the Crimson Veil sect behind her. And you survived. I survived because I was away on a mission when the attack came. By the time I returned, there was nothing left. He met Chen Mu's eyes. I've been hiding ever since. 43 years. Waiting for something worth fighting for again. The old man's gaze held a question he didn't voice. But Chen Mu's eye read it in the particular quality of his silence. A man who had spent 43 years alone needed more than a purpose to end that isolation. He needed to know the purpose would not end the same way the last one had. Would not end with everything burned, and him, the only one left. Will you come to the tournament? Chen Mu asked. I'll be nearby. If Luo Bingwen shows her face, I want to see it. If she shows her face, we face her together. Su was quiet for a moment. Then he set down the training weapon and looked at Chen Mu with an expression that his eye read as older than any analysis could adequately capture. Get some sleep, he said finally. You fight tomorrow. Chapter 43. The Greenvale Intersect Tournament opened on a clear autumn morning in the Grand Arena, a coliseum that seated 10,000 and was older than most of the sects competing in it. The arena's age showed in its bones. The stone of the spectator galleries had been worn smooth by generations of bodies, the carved reliefs along the lower walls depicting tournament champions who had been dead for centuries. The formation arrays that powered the arena's protective barriers were layered over older arrays that powered older barriers, each era of installation visible to Chen Mu's eye as distinct bands of spiritual resonance. The oldest layers were nearly unrecognizable, techniques from a time when the Azure Lotus sect's predecessors were still learning to sustain basic formations. He filed the observation without particular weight. Ancient places held ancient knowledge, something to investigate later when war wasn't pressing. 12 sects had sent delegations. The Azure Lotus sect fielded a team of 8, Chen Mu, Lin Qingmei, Bai Feng, and 5 other inner disciples of varying strength. Elder Hua Lingshi served as their supervising elder, her presence a reassuring wall of competence. She had said almost nothing to Chen Mu since his assignment to the delegation. Not coldness. He could read the difference. She was processing something about him, reassessing, revising a model she had held for some time. His eye caught her gaze on him twice during the morning preparations, measuring, considering. Elder Hua was not the kind of person who voiced half-formed thoughts, so whatever she was working through alone. He didn't press. The information would emerge when she was ready. Bai Feng, by contrast, had been talking continuously since the morning meal. 12 sects means a minimum of 800 competitors across all brackets. Conservative estimate of 2,000 support personnel plus 10,000 spectators over the 3-day event. He adjusted the formation monitoring array hidden in his sleeve. I've distributed 12 passive surveillance arrays across the arena's substructure. They're keyed to detect the Crimson Veil communication cipher at ambient range. If anyone activates a cipher talisman within 50 meters of my arrays, I'll know. Good thinking, Chen Mu said. Good thinking is what I do. You handle the seeing. I handle the hearing. Chen Mu spent the first hour doing what he did best. watching. From the Azure Lotus sect's assigned viewing platform, his eye scanned every delegation, every cultivator, every attendant and servant. The golden text cascaded through his perception, building a comprehensive intelligence map of the entire tournament. Iron Mountain Sect, 8 competitors. Average level, Foundation Establishment 6th stage. No hidden affiliations detected. Heavenly Sword Pavilion, 6 competitors. Average level, Core Formation 1st stage. 3 concealed weapons beyond declared limits. White Crane Academy, 7 competitors. Average level, Foundation Establishment 4th stage. 1 competitor using cultivation masking technique. True level higher than displayed. Most delegations were exactly what they appeared to be. Cultivators who had trained hard, traveled far, and wanted to test themselves against peers from other sections. There was a refreshing honesty in the simple desire to compete, to measure one's strength against equals. Chen Mu understood that impulse even as his eye stripped away every pretense that surrounded it. And then, 3 anomalies. Contestant, Liang Shan, registered under Black River Sect. True affiliation, Crimson Veil Sect Infiltrator. Foundation Establishment, 8th stage. Contestant, Zhou Mei, registered under Spirit Valley Sect. True affiliation, Crimson Veil Sect Deep Cover Operative. Core Formation, 1st stage. Contestant, Sun Chong, registered under Independent. True affiliation, Crimson Veil Sect Combat Specialist. Foundation Establishment, 9th stage. 3 Crimson Veil plants, embedded in 3 different delegations. His eyes stripped their cover identities bare, revealing the encrypted communication talismans hidden in their robes, the Crimson Veil combat techniques concealed beneath standard martial forms, and the subtle poison enhancements lacing their chi systems. He lingered on each analysis longer than necessary, burning their faces into memory. Liang Shan was well constructed, a cover identity with genuine Black River Sect mannerisms, probably cultivated over years of embedded work. Zhou Mei was cleaner, the cover thinner, built for a shorter deployment. Sun Chong barely bothered with pretense. Beneath the false name and the borrowed sect badge, he radiated the professional menace of someone who cared about results and not appearances. The tournament wouldn't have drawn these 3 unless the Crimson Veil had a specific objective here. Intelligence gathering was the obvious answer, but the presence of a combat specialist like Sun Chong suggested something more active was planned. A targeted assassination, perhaps, or a disturbance designed to create chaos. Chen Wei made a note to watch all 3 with particular attention during the combat rounds. Chen Wei leaned toward Elder Hua Lingshi. I've identified 3 Crimson Veil operatives among the contestants, he murmured. Different sections, different identities, same employer. Hua Lingshi's expression didn't change. Names. He provided them. She made notes on her jade tablet with the efficiency of someone accustomed to receiving intelligence in combat situations. I'll alert the tournament committee through back channels, she said. We won't move publicly. That would warn the Crimson Veil that we can detect their agents. We'll watch, document, and share the information with affected sects after the tournament. Agreed. There may be more. I'll continue scanning. Chapter 44 Tournament Day 1 began with group elimination rounds. 8-person melees were the last 2 standing advanced to the knockout bracket. Chen Wei's group included competitors from 4 different sections. He fought with deliberate restraint, using just enough of his ability to advance without revealing his full capabilities. 2 opponents fell to standard combat techniques. 2 more eliminated each other. Chen Wei and 1 other advanced. The restraint cost him something that had nothing to do with combat effectiveness. Every instinct his eye possessed was urging him toward full analysis, breaking down each opponent's weaknesses, identifying the fastest path to victory, cataloging vulnerabilities for future reference. Suppressing that instinct required active effort. He won his matches in the way that any competent Foundation Establishment cultivator might win them, which felt deeply strange after months of training that had made suppressing the eye feel like suppressing breathing. Old Man Su had been clear on this point during their pre-tournament training. You are not here to demonstrate your ability. You are here to use it. There is a difference. A sword that reveals itself gets studied, countered, anticipated. A sword that remains sheathed keeps its secrets. So Chen Wei's eye stayed sheathed. He fought. He advanced. And he watched. Bai Feng's group was more challenging. Without Chen Wei's eye, he relied on his formation expertise, turning the arena floor into a maze of traps that eliminated 3 opponents before anyone could touch him. He advanced with a grin. The crowd's reaction to Bai Feng's matches was more confusion than admiration. Formation techniques in melee combat were unusual. Most sects trained their disciples for direct confrontation, not the kind of layered, preemptive trap setting that Bai Feng specialized in. Several spectators argued among themselves about whether what he was doing was technically permitted. The rules said nothing about environmental manipulation. They never had, because no one had previously thought to bring a formation master to a melee bracket. Chen Wei watched Bai Feng's final round with genuine appreciation. There was elegance in what his friend did, a systematic approach to combat that valued preparation over power, architecture over aggression. The formation arrays Bai Feng deployed were simple by his standards, but each one served a specific purpose: redirect, delay, funnel, trap. He eliminated 3 opponents who never managed to lay a hand on him. He's going to get better every round, Chen Wei told Elder Hua Lingshi. His arrays are getting faster to deploy each time. Lin Qingmei fought in the premier bracket, the showcase matches for each sect's strongest representative. Chen Wei watched from the stands, his eye locked on her combat. She was magnificent. The Jade Lotus Sword art was a heaven-grade technique of exceptional beauty, each form a lotus petal unfolding, each strike a river flowing. Her blade sang through the air, carving patterns of qi that lingered like afterimages, each one a trap for the unwary. The crowd fell silent in the way crowds only did for something genuinely beautiful, not the charged silence of a close contest, but the hell-breath stillness of people watching something they understood was rare. Her opponent, a core formation cultivator from the Heavenly Sword Pavilion, lasted 40 seconds. But Chen Wei saw what no one else could see. During the fight, the crack in her core widened by a microscopic fraction. Each peak-level technique drew from her core's full reserves, and each withdrawal stressed the fracture. Core degradation, plus 0.07% from baseline. Cumulative combat stress, increasing fracture propagation rate. Every fight was killing her a little faster. The math was straightforward and merciless. At this rate of degradation, accelerating with each high-level technique she deployed, the fracture would reach a catastrophic threshold within months. Not years, months. And every match she fought at her true peak was another withdrawal from an account with a fixed and dwindling balance. She didn't know the precise numbers the way he did, but she knew her own body, and from the way she held herself in the arena's shadow after the match, the slight deliberateness of her movements, the careful steadiness of her breathing, she knew something was wrong, even if she didn't know exactly what. Chen Wei gripped the railing of the viewing platform and said nothing. Chapter 45. Luo Bingwen arrived on the afternoon of the first day. She came with a delegation of 12 Crimson Veil sect disciples, all of them immaculate in robes of deep crimson. But Luo Bingwen herself drew every eye in the arena. She was beautiful the way a poisonous flower was beautiful, so stunning that you forgot the danger until too late. Her hair cascaded like liquid night. Her smile was warm and welcoming and entirely fabricated. She moved through the crowd distributing pleasantries and charm with the practiced ease of someone who had been manipulating people for decades. The crowd parted for her not because she demanded it, but because people unconsciously made space for beauty of that caliber. Tournament officials greeted her with excessive warmth. Sect leaders who should have known better leaned into conversations with her, nodding too eagerly. Even the hardened Iron Mountain sect veterans stood a little straighter in her vicinity. The Jade Serpent charm was working on everyone within range. Chen Wei's eye tore through the facade. Luo Bingwen, the Jade Serpent, displayed cultivation, core formation, 9th stage, peak. True cultivation, nascent soul, 7th stage. Multiple concealment techniques masking true level, body modifications, poison refinement integrated into bloodstream. Skin secretes trace paralytic. Hair follicles produce aromatic charm compound. Active techniques. Jade Serpent charm affects all cultivators below nascent soul within 10-meter radius. Induces trust, lowered suspicion, suggestibility. Threat level, extreme. Note: this individual has killed approximately 340 cultivators through direct action and approximately 2,000 through organizational operations over the past 43 years. Chen Wei stared at those numbers. 340 direct kills, 2,000 organizational deaths. And she smiled like a hostess welcoming guests to tea. His eye continued its analysis, uncomfortable with leaving anything unexamined. The concealment techniques layered over her true cultivation were extraordinary. 14 separate methods working in concert, each one covering a different aspect of her spiritual signature. Even knowing what he was looking for, the composite was almost convincing. Almost. The seams showed to his eye as faint inconsistencies in the spiritual pressure she radiated. Too smooth in some places. Too controlled. Real core formation cultivators had natural fluctuations, the small inefficiencies of a system not pushed to its limit. Luo Bingwen's displayed cultivation was perfectly even, the evenness of someone holding a mask in place with practiced muscle memory. He filed everything. The technique names. The activation methods. The weaknesses he could identify in each layer of concealment. Against a cultivator at that level, knowing her secrets would not be enough, but it would matter. Her gaze swept the arena as she took her seat in the Crimson Veil delegation box. The sweep was casual, unhurried, and then it stopped. On Chen Wei. Their eyes met across the arena. Chen Wei felt the Jade Serpent Charm technique brush against his mind. A warm, inviting pressure that whispered trust and safety, and wouldn't it be nice to lower your guard? His eye dissected the technique in real time, showing him every component of the mental influence. The warmth was artificial. The trust was manufactured. The safety was a lie. He could see the mechanism clearly, spiritual energy shaped into an emotional resonance pattern, targeted at the specific frequencies that human consciousness used to process social bonding. The technique didn't create feelings from nothing. It amplified the natural inclination toward trust that most beings felt in the presence of beauty and apparent warmth. It was an exploitation of something real, which made it more effective and more unsettling than pure fabrication would have been. He pushed back, not with force but with awareness. The charm technique slid off his consciousness like water off stone. Luo Bingwen's smile widened fractionally, the smile of a predator who had spotted something interesting. The shift in her expression was minute. A centimeter's change in the curve of her mouth, a fractional brightening in eyes that had been running their own calculations since the moment she walked in. She had noticed his resistance. She was processing it, and from the quality of her attention, focused, evaluative, the gaze of someone encountering a phenomenon they had been expecting, she had drawn exactly the conclusion he had hoped to avoid. She knew about the eye, or suspected enough to know. She looked away, returning her attention to the arena, and Chen Wei realized his hands were trembling. He had just locked eyes with a woman who had killed thousands and found her looking back with professional curiosity. Not anger, not threat, curiosity. That was worse. Chapter 46 Tournament Day 2, Knockout Rounds. Chen Wei's bracket matched him against the Crimson Veil operative registered as Sun Chong, the combat specialist he had identified the day before. Either the draw was random and unlucky, or someone in the tournament organization had arranged it. Sun Chong entered the arena with the relaxed posture of a fighter who enjoyed his work. He was stocky, scarred, and radiated the patient menace of someone who killed for a living. Sun Chong, true cultivation, foundation establishment, 9th stage, combat style, Crimson Serpent's Bite, assassination variant. Emphasizes poison-laced strikes and vital point targeting. Poison enhancement, Jade Serpent Venom, diluted, coating on fingertips. Contact will deliver paralytic within 3 seconds. Weakness 1, right shoulder, old fracture, improperly healed. Range of motion limited by 15 degrees. Weakness 2, poison delivery requires skin contact. Gloves or barrier techniques negated. Begin. Sun Chong moved fast, faster than his displayed cultivation should have allowed. His fingers were slightly curved, designed for hooking and scratching rather than punching. Every touch was a delivery mechanism. Chen Wei kept distance and used chi barriers on his forearms, the thin shells of energy preventing skin contact without looking obviously defensive. Sun Chong's first 3 attacks brushed against the barriers and left traces of venom that his eye tracked in real time. Glowing green residue that evaporated after 2 seconds. You're careful, Sun Chong said, circling. Most opponents let me touch them at least once. I'm observant. Chen Wei counterattacked, targeting the limited right shoulder. His first strike was a feint, the second a real blow that forced Sun Chong to raise his right arm above the restricted range. The shoulder joint popped audibly. Sun Chong hissed. 3 more exchanges. Each time, Chen Wei avoided the poisoned fingertips while exploiting the shoulder weakness. Sun Chong grew increasingly frustrated, his attacks becoming wider, more desperate. The final sequence was surgical. Chen Wei read the pre-action signature of Sun Chong's haymaker, a wild, overcommit strike born of frustration, and sidestepped cleanly. His palm found the nerve cluster beneath Sun Chong's injured shoulder and discharged a chi flaw strike. Sun Chong's right arm went dead. His chi circulation in the upper body stuttered. He staggered, tried to raise his left hand for a desperate poison touch. Chen Wei's foot swept his ankles. Sun Chong hit the ground face first. Match. Winner. Chen Wei. From the Crimson Veil delegation box, Luo Bingwen applauded politely. Her eyes never left Chen Wei as he walked off the arena floor. After the match, she intercepted him in the competitor corridor. An impressive performance, she said, her voice like silk over steel. You neutralized his poison without anyone noticing. That takes perception that goes beyond normal sight. Chen Wei kept his expression neutral. The Jade Serpent charm washed over him again, stronger this time, focused. His eye identified additional layers, a truth extraction component that encouraged honest answers, a relaxation modifier that lowered inhibitions. He resisted it without showing effort. I've trained to identify threats. Anyone with sufficient observation skills could spot an assassination technique. Could they? Her smile was knowing. I don't think so. I think you see things that others simply cannot. She tilted her head, studying him like a collector examining a rare specimen. My door is always open, young cultivator. The Crimson Veil sect values exceptional perception. She walked away, leaving a trace of poisoned perfume in the air. Shenwei didn't breathe until she was gone. Chapter 47. The semi-final match pushed Shenwei to his limits. His opponent was Duan Feng, a genius from the Iron Mountain sect who practiced the adamantine body technique, an earth-grade body cultivation method that literally hardened his skin to the density of metal. Duan Feng was massive, his muscles corded beneath flesh that gleamed like polished iron, and he fought with the simple confidence of someone who had never met an attack he couldn't absorb. Duan Feng, core formation, second stage, body cultivation, adamantine body art, earth grade, physical defense equivalent to standard formation array. Structural weaknesses, minimal. Body hardening is uniform across 97% of surface area. Remaining 3%, joint interiors, elbows, knees, neck vertebrae, retain normal tissue density for mobility. Qi weaknesses. Body technique channels 80% of qi into physical reinforcement. Offensive qi is limited to raw strength. Spiritual weakness. Connection between spirit and body technique is stable but inflexible. Disruption would cause cascading failure. The 3% was his opening. But hitting the inside of a joint on a moving target who could absorb a core formation cultivator's strongest punch on his surface, that was the challenge. Begin. Duan Feng charged. The arena floor cracked under his feet. He didn't use fancy techniques. He didn't need to. A single punch carried enough force to shatter stone walls. Shenwei dodged, and dodged again, and again. Each evasion was measured in centimeters, his eye tracking the massive fists with absolute perception, reading the pre-action signatures that telegraphed each strike's direction. He tried a counter-strike to Duan Feng's ribs. His fist bounced off iron-hard skin with a clang that jarred his arm to the shoulder. No effect. Duan Feng laughed. Hit me harder. I barely felt that. The crowd roared. Shenwei circled, thinking. The joints were the weakness, but they were protected by the natural geometry of the body. The inside of an elbow was shielded by the forearm during combat stance, the inside of the knee by the thigh, the neck vertebrae by the chin and shoulders. He needed Duan Feng to open a joint. A plan formed. Shenwei began attacking low, sweeps, shin kicks, ankle strikes. None did damage, but they forced Duan Feng to adjust his stance, widening his base for stability. Then he attacked high, rapid jabs at the face, forcing Duan Feng to raise his guard. Then low again. Then high. Each shift in target forced Duan Feng to reposition. The adamantine body technique was powerful but inflexible. Each defensive adjustment created a momentary gap in another area. On the 7th high-low transition, Shenwei attacked high to force the guard up, then dropped to the ground in a spinning move that targeted the inside of Duan Feng's right knee. The joint's 3% vulnerability. At the exact instant his leg was straightening from a defensive shift, Shenwei's qi-hardened fingertips struck the unprotected tissue behind the kneecap. The 5th flaw strike, the spiritual weakness. He hadn't intended to use it. Su had told him not to. But in the moment, with his fingers on the one vulnerable point of an otherwise impenetrable defense, the technique activated almost instinctively. His eye saw the connection between Duan Feng's spirit and his body technique, and his strike disrupted it. For 1 second, the adamantine body technique flickered. Duan Feng's skin shifted from iron to flesh. Shenwei drove his palm into Duan Feng's solar plexus during that single-second window. The blow landed clean, with full force, on normal human tissue. Duan Feng doubled over, his breath exploding outward, his eyes bulging. The adamantine body snapped back into place, but the damage was done. The hit to his solar plexus had disrupted his internal organs, and no amount of external hardening could heal that retroactively. Duan Feng fell to one knee, gasped, tried to rise, and fell again. Match! The crowd erupted. Shenwei stood in the arena, his hand throbbing from the impact, a trickle of blood running from his nose where Duan Feng's shoulder had caught him during the spinning drop. He was hurt, but he had won, and he had used the 5th flaw strike, the one Su told him wasn't ready. As he walked off the arena floor, he caught Su's eyes in the crowd. The old man's expression was unreadable, but he gave a single, slow nod. Chapter 48. Lin Qingmei found him in the medical tent. The attending healer had bandaged his hand, and applied a qi infusion poultice to his ribs, which were bruised from a glancing blow he hadn't even felt during the adrenaline of the fight. Chen Mu sat on a cot, his fox curled beside him, and focused on not thinking about how close that last fight had been. The tent smelled of herbal medicine and qi purification incense. Outside, the tournament crowd was still buzzing. The fifth flaw strike and Duan Feng's defeat had generated considerable discussion, and voices carried through the tent's thin walls. He heard his name mentioned several times, speculation about his techniques, a few theories that were partially correct, and many that weren't. The misunderstandings were useful. Let them think what they would. You fight like someone who's been trained by a real master, Lin Qingmei said, entering the tent and pulling the curtain closed for privacy. Not a sect master. Something different. Someone who fights to survive, not to perform. I had a good teacher. She sat on the adjacent cot and produced a small jade bottle from her sleeve. Lotus Dew. It accelerates healing and restores qi. From the sect's private reserves. Thank you. She watched him drink it. The silence between them was different from their first meetings, no longer guarded, but not yet comfortable. They were two people who had shown each other vulnerabilities and were still deciding how much trust that warranted. The Lotus Dew worked quickly. He could feel his qi reserves refilling, the depletion from the semi-final replacing itself with steady warmth. His eye showed him his own recovery rate, the numbers climbing back toward baseline. He had perhaps 3/4 of his qi reserves by the time Lin Qingmei spoke again. I used to sit in tents like this after my matches, she said. When I was 12, 13, competing in junior tournaments. My father would send healers, and I would sit alone and wonder if there was something wrong with me. Wrong with you? Everyone treated me like an asset. The sect master's daughter. The prodigy. The future leader. She looked at her hands. No one ever asked if I was scared. If I hurt. If I wanted to stop. Did you want to stop? Sometimes. Especially after the core crack started getting worse. I'd finish a match and feel the fracture deepen, just a fraction, and wonder how many more matches I had before it broke entirely. She met his eyes. You know what that's like, having a body that doesn't work the way it should. 18 years of it. Then you understand the part that no one else does. The loneliness of it. Everyone sees the disability or the talent, but nobody sees the person underneath. There was a quality to the way she said it, the careful evenness of long practice, that his eye recognized as the hallmark of a truth told seldom. This wasn't a complaint she had aired regularly or a grievance worn smooth by repetition. It was something kept sealed, brought out rarely, and only when the container became too small to hold it. He knew the feeling. He had spent 18 years building his own containers. Chen Mu set down the jade bottle. I see you, he said. Not your talent. Not your condition. You. Lin Qingmei looked at him for a long moment. Whatever she saw, sincerity, understanding, the particular clarity of someone whose greatest power was seeing truth. It made the corners of her mouth soften into something that wasn't quite a smile, but was closer to peace. He didn't use his eye in that moment. He didn't need to. Some things were more clearly understood without analysis. The way a landscape was more beautiful when you let it be what it was rather than cataloging its components. When the tournament is over, she said, I want to discuss the treatment plan. Whenever you're ready. She rose, paused, and touched his bandaged hand briefly. Don't lose the final match. Chapter 49, the tournament final drew every spectator in Greenvale. Chen Wei's opponent was Tang Ziyuan of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion, a prodigy at core formation peak who had been the tournament favorite since the brackets were announced. Where Chen Wei was a foundation establishment cultivator who had clawed his way up through perception and precision. Tang Ziyuan was a genuine combat genius with a decade of formal training and a technique library that included multiple heaven-grade sword arts. Tang Ziyuan, core formation, 9th stage, peak. Primary technique, celestial / heaven grade. Master level execution. Generates blade qi that cuts through standard defensive formations. Secondary techniques, 7 additional sword forms, ranging from earth to heaven grade. Combat record, 73 matches, 71 wins. Lost only to cultivators at nascent soul level. Weaknesses. Technique structure is near perfect. Timing is flawless. Qi control is exceptional. Identified flaw. Right shoulder. Healed fracture from training accident 4 years ago. Structural integrity 91%. Manageable but will not sustain repeated heavy impacts. Secondary flaw. Overconfidence in defensive footwork pattern. Repeats retreat sequence in 3-strike pattern when pressured, near perfect. The golden text was almost admiring. This was the strongest opponent Chen Wei had ever faced outside of Su's training sessions. Old Man Su, hidden in the crowd beneath a concealment technique, had delivered his final advice that morning. Don't try to be stronger than him. You won't be. Be smarter. Be more aware. And if the opportunity comes to break through, take it without hesitation. Begin. Tang Ziyuan's sword unsheathed with a sound like singing crystal. The blade was a masterwork, pale blue, humming with contained spiritual energy. Celestial Fang's sword, heaven grade, condition, pristine. Resonance with wielder at 96%. Weakness, none detected at current eye level, no weapon weakness. Of course not. A heaven-grade sword wielded by a core formation peak genius would be maintained to perfection. Tang Ziyuan attacked. His celestial slash carved an arc of blade qi through the air, a crescent of white energy that screamed toward Shen Wei at a speed his foundation establishment body could barely track. Shen Wei dove sideways. The crescent hit the arena wall and carved a meter-deep groove in solid stone. You're fast, Tang Ziyuan acknowledged. Most foundation establishment cultivators can't dodge that. He launched 3 more slashes. Each one was fractionally faster, fractionally more precise. Shen Wei dodged 2 and deflected the third with a qi barrier that shattered on contact, but redirected the attack's angle enough to miss. The crowd held its breath. Shen Wei tried a counterattack, closing distance during a gap between slashes. His fist targeted the shoulder flaw, but Tang Ziyuan's defensive footwork was exactly as described, smooth, practiced, and instinctive. He stepped back in a precise 3-movement retreat that maintained distance while positioning for a counter slash. The counter came. Shen Wei barely parried, the blade qi grazing his arm and drawing a line of blood. The pain was clarifying. This wasn't a fight he could win through technique alone. The cultivation gap was too large, the opponent too skilled. He needed something more. Shen Wei launched a second assault, and a third, deliberately pressuring Tang Ziyuan's right side to target the shoulder. Each time, the swordsman retreated in the same 3-step pattern. Left foot, right foot, pivot, left foot, right foot, pivot. A pattern. Predictable. On the 4th assault, Shen Wei attacked Tang Ziyuan's right side as before, but this time, instead of following the swordsman's retreat, he read the pre-action signature of the 3-step pattern and was already moving to where Tang Ziyuan would end up. The swordsman completed his retreat. Shen Wei was there. The look of surprise on Tang Ziyuan's face was worth every bruise. Shen Wei's fist struck the weakened right shoulder. The impact sent shockwaves through the old fracture. Tang Ziyuan's sword arm wavered. But Tang Ziyuan was a veteran. Even surprised, even hurt, he counterattacked with his offhand. A palm strike loaded with dense sword qi that caught Shen Wei in the chest and launched him backward. Shen Wei hit the arena floor and rolled. Pain detonated through his sternum. His defensive qi shell was cracked. He could taste blood. Chapter 50. The fight should have ended there. Foundation establishment versus core formation peak. One fighter with cracked ribs and a fading qi shell. The other with a sore shoulder, but otherwise dominant. Tang Ziyuan advanced, his sword raised for a finishing combination. The crowd murmured, some in sympathy, some in admiration for how far Shen Wei had pushed the match. Shen Wei pushed himself to his knees. His eye blazed at maximum intensity, fueled by adrenaline and desperation. The golden text cascaded, not just about Tang Ziyuan, but about himself. His own cultivation, his own potential, his own limits. Shen Wei, foundation establishment, 5th stage, current condition, multiple contusions. Cracked sternum. Qi reserves at 34%. Cultivation status, approaching threshold. Core formation breakthrough is 93% prepared. Trigger, sufficient spiritual pressure and willpower. Meridian capacity. Celestial grade channels at 71% utilization. Significant headroom for advancement. Recommendation, breakthrough now or accept defeat. 93% prepared. The threshold was right there. A door he could see with his eye. The boundary between foundation establishment and core formation. Thin as paper and solid as iron. Tang Ziyuan's sword descended. Shen Wei didn't dodge. He closed his eyes and reached inward. His qi spiraled through his meridians at maximum velocity, cycling through the myriad sight sutras breakthrough sequence that he had memorized weeks ago. The spiritual energy in the arena, dense from the thousands of cultivators in the audience, poured into his celestial grade channels like water into a lake. The breakthrough slammed through him. Core formation. His spiritual core crystallized in his dantian, a sphere of compressed qi that hummed with a frequency he felt in his teeth. His eye erupted with golden light that was visible to the naked eye, twin points of radiance that lit up his face like lanterns. Tang Ziyuan's finishing blow descended into a wall of golden qi that hadn't existed a second before. The collision was thunderous. Sword qi met perception qi, and the arena floor cratered beneath them. Tang Ziyuan's sword bounced back, his arm vibrating from the recoil. His eyes went wide. Shen Wei opened his eyes. The world was different. His eye, enhanced by core formation, processed information with a speed and depth that made his previous perception seem like looking through murky water. He could see Tang Ziyuan's qi flow in real time, every pathway, every eddy, every millisecond fluctuation. And he could see weaknesses that his foundation establishment eye had missed. The celestial/slash technique had a resonance flaw in its fourth movement, a harmonic that, if disrupted at the exact frequency, would cause the technique to feed back on itself. His eye calculated the counter frequency in a heartbeat. Shen Wei moved, not with the desperate speed of before, but with the fluid certainty of someone who could see every possibility simultaneously. His fist generated a pulse of qi at the precise counter frequency and struck Tang Ziyuan's blade as the swordsman launched his next technique. The celestial/slash shattered. Blade qi scattered. Tang Ziyuan staggered, his technique collapsing inward, not damaging him, but stripping away his offense like armor peeling off in a wind. Shen Wei followed with 3 strikes: structural, qi, elemental, each one targeting a weakness that his evolved eye had identified in the swordsman's suddenly exposed defense. Tang Ziyuan blocked the first. He partially deflected the second. The third caught him in the side, spinning him sideways. For a moment, the entire arena seemed to freeze. Tang Ziyuan, the tournament favorite, staggered by a cultivator who had broken through mid-fight. Then the swordsman smiled, not in anger, but in genuine admiration. "I haven't been hit cleanly in 3 years," he said. And he came again. But the fight had changed. Shen Wei's eye, now at core formation power, read Tang Ziyuan's attacks with such precision that the gap in raw power was nearly offset by the gap in perception. Every slash was anticipated. Every feint was seen through. Every combination was met with precise, economical counters. The exchange lasted 2 minutes. Neither fighter landed a clean hit. The arena watched a battle between power and perception, strength and sight, the sword and the eye. In the end, it came down to a single moment. Tang Ziyuan launched his strongest technique, the 7th heavenly slash, a culmination strike that compressed all his remaining qi into a single blow. The arena air shattered with the force. Shen Wei's eye showed him the technique's structure, its power, its trajectory, and its single, hairline weakness, a point at the tip of the slash where the qi density tapered by 3% due to the immense compression. He struck that point with everything he had. The 7th heavenly slash split down the middle. The divided energy screamed past Shen Wei on both sides, carving twin trenches in the arena floor behind him. Through the gap, Shen Wei's fist, glowing with golden qi, connected with Tang Ziyuan's chest. The impact sent the swordsman flying backward. He landed hard, skidded, and lay still. The arena was silent for 3 heartbeats. Then it exploded. Winner! Shen Wei, Azure Lotus Sect. Shen Wei stood in the center of the cratered arena, golden light fading from his eyes, blood dripping from a dozen minor wounds, his freshly formed spiritual core thrumming with new power. Tang Ziyuan sat up, looked at Shen Wei across the devastated arena floor, and laughed. "Broke through mid-fight, and still almost lost. You have terrible timing. I prefer dramatic timing." "Same thing." The swordsman accepted a medic's hand and raised the other toward Shen Wei. "That was the best fight I've had in my life." The crowd chanted Shen Wei's name. From the Azure Lotus Sect platform, Lin Qingmei watched with an expression that had nothing to do with porcelain masks. And from the Crimson Veil delegation box, Luo Bingwen watched with an expression that had nothing to do with charm. Chapter 51 Victory made Shen Wei famous, and fame made him a target. Within a day of the tournament's conclusion, Shen Wei received 3 sect recruitment offers, 2 marriage proposals from minor clan patriarchs, and an invitation from Luo Bingwen herself to dine privately in the Crimson Veil sect's guest villa. He accepted only the last one. "You're insane," Bai Feng said flatly. "I need to understand what she wants." "She wants your eyes." "Probably literally." "Then I need to understand how she plans to take them." Shen Wei arrived at the guest villa at the appointed hour, his eye running at maximum intensity before he crossed the threshold. The building was a killing box disguised as luxury. Guest villa, modified, formation array, cage formation integrated into wall foundations. Activation, voice triggered by host. When active, prevents exit and suppresses cultivation below core formation. Food. All dishes contain jade serpent tracking poison, odorless, tasteless, harmless, but allows the poisoner to track the target across continental distances for 6 months. Hidden occupants. 2 nascent soul cultivators concealed behind dimensional pockets in the walls. Assassination configuration. 2 hidden nascent soul killers. A cage formation. Tracking poison in the food. Shen Wei entered anyway. Luo Bingwen welcomed him in a private dining room decorated with crimson silk and candlelight. She wore a gown of dark red that accentuated her beauty, and her smile was warmer than any real emotion she had ever expressed. The tournament champion. I'm honored. She gestured to a chair. Chen Mu sat. He took in the room's details while maintaining the appearance of casual appreciation. The two nascent soul killers were positioned behind the north and east walls. He could see their chi signatures as clearly as torches in a dark room. Your offer to join the Crimson Veil sect, he said. I assume there's more to it than a recruitment pitch. Direct. I appreciate that. She poured tea, which his eye identified as clean, surprisingly, and settled into her chair with feline grace. You have an ability that lets you perceive what others cannot. I've seen it in action. The way you fight, finding weaknesses no one else can detect, reading techniques in real time. It's not normal talent. It's something deeper. Many cultivators develop heightened perception through training. Not like yours. Her eyes sharpened. Yours is systematic. Absolute. You don't look for weaknesses, you see them automatically, the way the rest of us see color. She leaned forward. The Divine Appraisal Eye. I've been searching for someone with this ability for 40 years. Chen Mu held her gaze and said nothing. I'm not going to ask you to confirm it, she said. I know what I've seen. What I want to offer you is a partnership. Your perception combined with my resources. The Crimson Veil sect controls territories, armies, research facilities, and knowledge bases that dwarf what the Azure Lotus sect can offer. Join me, and I'll give you access to everything. And in return, you help me find something. A specific location that only the appraisal eye can identify. She paused, and for the first time, something genuine flickered behind the charm. Not warmth, hunger. The gate of immortality. Chen Mu filed the name away. And if I refuse, then I hope we can still be friends. Her smile returned. More tea. He didn't eat. He didn't drink. He engaged her in conversation for 40 minutes, probing for information while deflecting her probes about his abilities. His eye mapped the cage formation's activation mechanism, identified the tracking poison's chemical signature, and cataloged the nascent soul assassin's combat techniques through the walls. When he left, he walked 3 blocks before his legs stopped shaking. He had sat across a table from a mass murderer, eaten nothing, revealed nothing, and learned one critical thing. Luo Bingwen wanted the gate of immortality, and she believed his eye was the key to finding it. Whatever the gate of immortality was, he needed to find out before she did. Chapter 52. The Crimson Veil sect's infiltration of the Azure Lotus sect ran deeper than anyone had realized. It was by Feng who made the discovery. His passive formation arrays, the surveillance network he had set up during the Zhou Tianming investigation, detected an anomaly in the sect's spiritual spring, the underground water source that fed the cultivation grounds and the alchemy pavilion. The qi concentration in the spring water dropped by 4% over the last month, Bai Feng reported, spreading his formation readouts on Chen Mu's desk. That's way beyond normal fluctuation. The numbers were precise, which was Bai Feng's particular gift. Most people would have noticed the drop eventually, slower progress. Pills that didn't quite hit their stated effectiveness, cultivation sessions that required slightly more time than expected. But the decline was shallow enough that any single practitioner would attribute it to personal factors, fatigue, dietary variation, a difficult period in their training. Only a formation master running continuous environmental analysis would have caught it as a systemic anomaly. How long have you been monitoring the spring? Chen Mu asked. Since 3 weeks after the Zhou Tianming investigation. I figured if the Crimson Veil had placed one asset in the sect, they had placed others, and other assets would need other infrastructure. Bai Feng's jaw was tight. I should have checked this sooner. You found it. That's what matters. Chen Mu examined a sample of the spring water with his eye. Azure Lotus Spiritual Spring Water. Analysis. Base composition. High purity spiritual water with natural qi infusion. Contaminant detected. Jade serpent venom. Trace concentration. 0.0003%. Effect at current concentration. Gradual cultivation base weakening over 6 to 12-month exposure. Reduction in qi absorption efficiency by 8-15%. Delivery method. Contamination at underground source point. Continuous low-level introduction. Duration of contamination. Estimated 4 to 6 months. The sect's water supply had been poisoned for months. Every cultivator who had drunk from it, bathed in it, or used it for alchemy had been exposed to diluted jade serpent venom. The entire sect is affected, Chen Mu said, his voice tight. 4 to 6 months of exposure. Every cultivator's efficiency has been degraded. He traced the contamination's path with his eye, following the venom through the underground water system to its introduction point, a natural fissure in the spring's bedrock that had been widened by careful work and then used as a delivery channel. Whoever had set this up knew the sect's underground geology well. Not the kind of knowledge you acquired in a month of infiltration. This was years of preparation. He reported the findings to the sect master and elder Hualingshi. The response was immediate. The spring was sealed, emergency purification arrays were activated, and the sect's alchemists began producing antidote pills for mass distribution. But the damage was significant. Months of subtly weakened cultivation, subtly degraded pill refinement, subtly compromised formation maintenance. The effects compounded. Weaker cultivators meant weaker defenses meant greater vulnerability to the next attack. When Xinwei thought about the outer defense array that had been malfunctioning and attributed to aging components, he felt something cold settle in his chest. That wasn't aging. That was a deliberate weakening of cultivation efficiency in the disciples responsible for maintaining it. She's been preparing for this for months, Elder Hualingshi said grimly. The infiltrators, the water poisoning, the array sabotage. It's a coordinated campaign to weaken us before the main assault. When will the assault come? The sect master asked. Xinwei's I couldn't predict the future, but it could read patterns. She'll wait until the antidote distribution is complete, but before the sect fully recovers. Maximum chaos, minimum defense. I'd estimate 6 to 8 weeks. Then we have 6 weeks to prepare. Chapter 53. The spy hunt began in earnest. Xinwei and Baifeng operated as a two-person intelligence team, combining Xinwei's perception with Baifeng's formation expertise. Baifeng designed detection arrays tuned to the Crimson Veil communication cipher that Xinwei's I had identified, creating a passive network that covered the entire sect compound. The work required patience and care. Exposing every spy at once was not the goal. Each exposed asset represented not just a lost operative for the Crimson Veil, but also lost intelligence for the Azure Lotus sect. Every communication talisman they seized, every cipher they decoded, every behavioral pattern they cataloged gave them deeper understanding of the network structure. Move too fast, and they would clear the surface while leaving the roots intact. Move too slow, and the assets would complete their damage before being removed. They moved at the pace that served the information, not their impatience. 5 additional spies were identified in 2 weeks. The first was a senior outer disciple who had been reporting on sect movements for a year. The second was a kitchen worker who had been adding trace compounds to specific elders' meals. The third was a formation maintenance technician who had been subtly weakening defensive arrays while pretending to repair them. The fourth and fifth were more disturbing. The alchemy pavilion assistant, Tan Rue, Xinwei said, reviewing his findings with Elder Hualingshi. She's been modifying pill recipes for 3 years. Not obviously, she changes one ingredient's proportion by 2 or 3%. The modified pills still work, but they introduce long-term dependency and qi deviation risk. Elder Hua's expression was stone. 3 years. How many pills has she modified? Thousands, conservatively. Tan Rue had been a trusted member of the Alchemy Pavilion. Her dedication was well regarded, her skill genuine. What the Crimson Veil had found in her, whether through coercion, ideological persuasion, or some vulnerability they had cultivated over years, Xinwei's I could not fully determine. Her emotional state during detention was complicated. Fear, yes, but also something that read as relief, as if the secret had been heavier than the consequences of its discovery. He noted it without judgment. People were rarely simple, even when their actions were clear. The fifth spy was a personal attendant to the sect's logistics elder, with access to supply chain information, troop movements, and resource allocation data. Everything the Crimson Veil would need to plan a military assault. Each spy was detained quietly, their communication equipment seized and analyzed. Baifeng reverse-engineered the communication cipher, giving the Azure Lotus sect the ability to read future Crimson Veil transmissions. But the sophistication of the operation chilled Xinwei. This wasn't improvised espionage. It was years of patient, methodical infiltration by an organization that thought in decades rather than months. The Crimson Veil sect isn't just our enemy, he told Baifeng one evening. It's a predator, and it's been stalking us for longer than either of us has been alive. Baifeng looked at the intelligence map they had assembled, colored pins and string lines connecting spy to handler to dead drop location, covering a full tabletop, and was quiet for a moment. Do you know what bothers me about this? Not the spies themselves. It's that the sect didn't notice. None of them. Not the elders, not the inner disciples, not anyone who should have been looking. They were all right here, doing what spies do, and the Azure Lotus sect just kept going, unaware. Institutions don't look for what they don't expect to find, Xinwei said. The sect's defenses are designed against external threats, attackers at the gate, combat formations at the walls. Not against someone who arrives through the gate with legitimate credentials and makes tea for the same elder for 3 years. And the fixes? better intelligence infrastructure, which is what we're building. He studied the map and the cultural change that goes with it, teaching people that ordinary things can be threats and that the most dangerous enemies are often the least dramatic. Bai Feng added another pin to the map. I want to burn this when we're done and start a formation company. After we win, I'll hold you to that. Chapter 54. Old Man Su summoned Wei to the shop with unusual urgency. The hidden courtyard was dark when Wei arrived, the training equipment pushed aside. Su sat at a small table, a bottle of rice wine in his hand, the first time Wei had seen him drink. Something had shifted in the old man. The perpetual watchfulness that defined his presence was still there, but it sat differently, heavier, accompanied by a weight that had nothing to do with physical exhaustion. Wei's eye analyzed him without being asked and found something that surprised him. Su Tianlao, internal state assessment, primary emotion, grief. Long-standing, newly aggravated, secondary emotion, resolve. Crystallizing, physical, normal for baseline. No new injuries. Assessment. Subject has made a decision that cost him something significant. Wei sat across from him and said nothing, which was something Su had taught him. The value of silence as a container for information that hadn't yet found its shape. Luo Bingwen's true objective isn't the Azure Lotus sect, Su said without preamble. It never was. The gate of immortality? Su's eyebrows rose. She told you. At the dinner. She said she's been searching for it for 40 years. She's been searching for it since she stole the perception fragments from my Grand Elder. The Jade Phoenix sect's founding treasure was similar to your Azure Lotus sect's Lotus of Eternal Spring, a purification artifact of enormous power. But unlike the Lotus, it also served as a key to a vault. What vault? A vault of knowledge. The first cultivator to discover the Gate of Immortality was a member of the Jade Phoenix sect 700 years ago. She recorded its location in a sealed archive protected by the sect's founding treasure. When Luo Bingwen destroyed the sect and stole the treasure, she gained access to that archive. But she couldn't read it. She couldn't read it because it was encoded for perception ability users. The archive requires the appraisal eye, or something equivalent, to decode. Luo Bingwen has the stolen perception fragments, but they're not the real thing. They're degraded copies. She needs a genuine appraisal eye to complete the decryption. The pieces clicked into place. That's why she didn't attack me at the dinner. She doesn't want me dead. She needs me alive. For now, once she has what she needs, you become disposable. Su took another drink. His expression was the particular blankness of someone who had known something for a long time and was still not reconciled to it. The worst part of watching her from hiding, all these years, knowing what she was doing, seeing her grow more powerful, watching sect after sect fall into her orbit, was knowing exactly why she started. She wasn't always this. Nobody starts as a monster. Wei waited. She watched someone she loved die. An old story, in Cultivation. The pursuit of power that begins with the refusal to accept loss. Su's voice was flat with the flatness of someone managing something that could become anything else if you let it. She found me more than once, over the decades. Messengers. Letters. Propositions. If I brought her the archive key, she would share what she found. If I joined her, we could face death together. His jaw tightened. I refused. Every time. Because of what she'd done. Because of what she'd become. The Bingwen I knew would have refused the power if it required what she did to get it. He looked at his hands. That Bingwen died with the Jade Phoenix sect. Wei thought about the Lotus of Eternal Spring, the Azure Lotus sect's founding treasure, currently housed in the sect's deepest vault. His eye had examined it during a routine security review. Lotus of Eternal Spring, divine grade, primary function, purification. Neutralizes any poison, corruption, or spiritual contamination within its area of effect. Secondary function, healing. Accelerates natural recovery of damaged cultivation bases and spiritual injuries. Hidden function, archive key component. When combined with the Jade Phoenix key, unlocks the archive of first perception. Note: hidden function is not recorded in any Azure Lotus sect document. Discovered by appraisal eye analysis only. The Lotus had properties even the sect elders didn't know about. If Luo Bingwen gets the Lotus, Wei said slowly, she has both keys. She can open the archive herself. And the archive contains the location of the Gate of Immortality. Su took a long drink. Whatever the gate is, true immortality, cosmic power, something worse. It's been locked away for 700 years. If Luo Bingwen opens it, the consequences will be measured in civilizations. Chapter 55. The treatment conversation with Lin Qingmei happened on a quiet evening in the Western Pavilion. She had agreed to the meeting only after considerable deliberation. He knew this not from his eye, but from the 3-day gap between his written request and her response. and the formal, careful wording of her acceptance note. Lin Xingmei was not someone who made herself vulnerable without thoroughly examining the choice first. That she had agreed at all spoke to the caliber of his initial diagnostic summary, which he had written with deliberate precision, clinical, specific, factual, without editorial or emotional inference. He had given her information and let her decide what to do with it. They sat facing each other across a low table, tea growing cold between them. Shen Wei had spent weeks analyzing her condition with every tool available to him. His eye, the myriad sight sutras diagnostic techniques, the medical text from the inner library, and Su's knowledge of jade serpent venom. The crack in your core was caused by a concentrated dose of jade serpent venom introduced when you were approximately 5 years old, he said, spreading out a diagram he had drawn based on his eye's analysis. The venom was delivered through contact, likely a gift, a toy, something a child would handle repeatedly. Lin Xingmei's expression was controlled, but her hands were still. My mother gave me a jade pendant when I was 5. She said it was a family heirloom. Where is the pendant now? I lost it when I was 7. Or I thought I lost it. Her eyes widened fractionally. Someone took it. After the first symptoms appeared. The venom in the pendant would have been absorbed through skin contact over weeks or months. By the time the symptoms appeared, the venom had reached your core and caused the fracture. He paused. The person who gave you the pendant either didn't know it was poisoned, or, my mother died when I was 6, Lin Xingmei said flatly. An illness. The healers couldn't identify it. Shen Wei's eye had already processed the implication. Jade serpent venom has a variant that mimics natural illness. If your mother was also exposed, you're saying Luo Bingwen killed my mother and poisoned me. Her voice was quiet, precise, and utterly lethal. When I was 5 years old, the venom signature matches. The timing aligns with the Crimson Veil sect's early expansion into this region. And the objective fits, weakening the sect master's family to facilitate long-term infiltration. Lin Xingmei stood. She walked to the window and looked out at the moonlit peak. For a full minute, she said nothing. Shen Wei waited, because he understood that this particular information, delivered to a woman who had spent 15 years managing the consequences of it without knowing its cause, required its own time to land. His eye could tell him her physiological state, heart rate elevated, breathing controlled, cortisol pattern consistent with the suppression of strong emotion. What it couldn't tell him was which emotion, and this was one of the moments when the gap between analysis and understanding was most sharply felt. When she turned back, her expression wasn't the porcelain mask. It wasn't grief. It was something colder and more focused, the look of a cultivator who had just found her purpose. The treatment plan, she said. Tell me everything. Shen Wei outlined it. The treatment required 3 components. The lotus of eternal spring to neutralize the active venom traces, precise qi acupuncture guided by his eye to seal and repair the fracture, and a specialized purification pill that he would need to refine himself using the alchemical knowledge from Wan Shuyin's inheritance. The treatment is risky, he said. The acupuncture requires me to project my eye's perception directly into your core to guide the repairs. If my control wavers, or if the venom reacts to the purification, the crack could shatter completely. I know. She sat back down. I've lived with a death sentence for 15 years. A chance, even a dangerous one, is better than certainty. We'll need multiple sessions. I want to start with the venom neutralization using the lotus, then follow with the acupuncture once the active poison is cleared. After the Crimson Veil threat is addressed. I can't guarantee the focus required while we're preparing for an attack. She nodded. Then, unexpectedly, she reached across the table and squeezed his hand. Thank you, she said. Not for the diagnosis or the treatment plan, for telling me the truth about my mother. No one else could have. Her hand was warm. Her grip was strong. And her eyes, for the first time since he had met her, showed the person beneath the prodigy. Chapter 56. The first treatment session happened sooner than planned. Lin Xingmei collapsed during a training exercise 3 days after their conversation. The crack in her core had propagated faster than Shen Wei's models predicted, a reaction, he suspected, to the emotional stress of learning about her mother's murder. He reached the medical pavilion at a run, his eye scanning her condition before he was through the door. Core status, critical. Fracture expansion rate has increased 400%. Active venom concentration spiking at fracture edge. Prognosis without immediate intervention. Core shatter within 48 to 72 hours. Required action. Emergency venom neutralization and fracture stabilization. Everyone out, Shen Wei said to the attending healers. His voice carried an authority that surprised even him. The sect master arrived moments later, his face gray with fear. What's happening to my daughter? Her core is failing. I can stabilize it. but I need the lotus of eternal spring and absolute privacy. What I'm about to do requires concentration that cannot be interrupted. Lin Zhantian looked at his unconscious daughter, at Shen Wei, and made a father's decision. You have both. The lotus of eternal spring was brought from the vault, a living flower of pure spiritual energy, white petals glowing with soft light. Shen Wei placed it beside Lin Xingmei's bed and activated its purification field. The venom traces in her core reacted to the lotus immediately, writhing like living things trying to escape the purifying energy. Shen Wei's eye tracked each trace, cataloging their positions, their density, their resistance patterns. Then he began the acupuncture. Using qi-infused needles guided by his eye's perception, he targeted the fracture's edge with surgical precision. Each needle placed at the exact point where venom concentration was highest, each one channeling the lotus's purification energy directly into the damaged tissue. The process required him to project his eye's perception into her core, to see the interior of another cultivator's spiritual center at a resolution that went beyond medical imaging into something almost intimate. He saw the architecture of her cultivation, the years of dedicated training, the careful layers of spiritual growth, the elegance of her technique imprinted into her core's crystalline structure. And through it all, the crack. A jagged wound running through the center of something beautiful. He worked for 6 hours. The lotus's energy flowed through the needles, burning away venom traces one by one, while his eye guided the purification to avoid damaging healthy tissue. It was the most delicate work he had ever done. One miscalculation would shatter what he was trying to save. When the last venom trace was neutralized and the first fracture edge was sealed, Shen Wei withdrew the needles and fell backward into a chair, completely drained. Lin Qingmei's eyes opened. The crack, she whispered. It doesn't hurt anymore. The first section is sealed. The venom is neutralized. But the fracture is still present. It needs more sessions to fully repair. She reached for his hand. Her grip was weak, but warm. How many sessions? At least 3 more. Spaced a week apart to let the repairs stabilize. She nodded. Her eyes closed again, and she slept. Genuinely slept. Not the unconsciousness of a failing core, but the deep rest of a body beginning to heal. Shen Wei sat beside her, monitoring her core with his eye, and didn't move until morning. The monitoring was not technically necessary. The core stabilization process was self-sustaining once the initial repair held, and his eye would alert him if anything shifted critically. He stayed anyway. He was honest with himself about this. There was no tactical reason to remain in the chair through the night. He was there because she was there, and because the small act of witnessing recovery was something different from the intelligence work, the combat analysis, the strategic planning. He watched the core's pulse strengthen gradually, the golden text updating every half hour with marginally improved readings, and felt something settle in him that had been unsettled for longer than he could easily trace. He had not understood, when they first met, that she would become important. He understood it now. He was not sure what to do with the understanding. Chapter 57, The Crimson Veil Sect struck 6 days later. The attack came not as a direct assault on the Azure Lotus Sect compound, but as a coordinated strike against its outer territories, supply caravans, satellite training grounds, and allied farming communities that provided the sect with food and basic resources. 3 caravans were hit simultaneously on different roads. 2 satellite compounds were attacked by small but elite Crimson Veil strike teams. A farming village under the sect's protection was threatened with destruction unless they renounced their alliance. The simultaneity was deliberate. The sect could not respond in force to multiple fronts at once. Even a well-organized defense had limits of reach, and the Crimson Veil had mapped those limits through months of intelligence gathering by their embedded agents. The attack pattern was designed not to destroy the Azure Lotus sect in a single stroke, but to scatter its resources, create response crises in multiple locations, and exhaust the sect's reserves of cultivators, pills, and political goodwill. It was, Shen Wei reflected, exactly the kind of campaign he would have designed if he were in Luo Bingwen's position. The sect mobilized. Shen Wei was assigned to defend the critical northern supply route, the road that connected Greenvale City to the mountain passes where the sect sourced rare minerals and high-altitude herbs. Without this route, the sect's alchemy operations would grind to a halt within weeks. He led a team of 8 inner disciples through the mountain pass, his eyes scanning the terrain in every direction. The autumn air was thin and cold, the landscape a maze of rocky defile and scattered pine forests. The fox sat in the hood of his outer robe rather than his shoulder, its small warmth a comfort against the mountain cold, its jade eyes sharp with an alertness that always sharpened in proximity to danger. Terrain analysis, northern pass, ambush points, 7 identified within 3-kilometer stretch. Enemy presence. 12 cultivators detected. Concealment techniques active. Formation. Standard Crimson Veil pincer configuration. Command unit. 1 cultivator, core formation peak. Located on ridge 400 meters northeast. They're already here, Chen Mu told his team. 12 enemies, positions marked. He described each location with precision that left his team staring. How do you? One disciple began. Don't ask. Just trust the intelligence and follow the plan. He organized his 8 disciples into 3 groups. 2 groups flanked the ambush positions from above, using the terrain to negate the Crimson Veil's prepared positions. The third group, Chen Mu and 2 others, advanced directly through the kill zone to draw the ambush. The trap sprung. Crimson Veil cultivators erupted from concealment, launching coordinated attacks from both sides of the pass. But the flanking groups were already in position. What should have been a devastating ambush became a chaotic 3-way engagement where the Crimson Veil's superior positioning was neutralized. Chen Mu fought at the center, his eye tracking every enemy combatant in real time. He called out warnings, identified threats, and directed his team with the precision of a general who could see the entire battlefield. The sensation was unlike anything in individual combat. Not the tunnel focus of a duel, but an expanded awareness, his perception distributed across the entire engagement. He tracked 8 allies and 12 enemies simultaneously, calculating probabilities, routing information, making decisions in real time that the fog of normal combat would have made impossible. Zhang, above you. Incoming technique, dodge left. Waylay, the cultivator on your right, is preparing a delayed activation trap. Move back 3 meters. Coordinated push now. They're regrouping at the eastern choke point. The battle was fierce, bloody, and decisive. The Crimson Veil ambush team was routed in 12 minutes. Their carefully prepared positions turned against them. 12 minutes was both fast and not fast enough. In 12 minutes, 2 of his 8 allies had taken serious injuries. Zhang Wen's left arm was broken. Waylay was bleeding from a gouge that had gotten past his defensive chi. The ambush had been well planned, and the Crimson Veil operatives had been skilled. The victory margin was comfortable only in retrospect. During those 12 minutes, the margin had felt narrow at every moment. He filed this. The difference between a victory that looked clean from outside and the actual texture of it, which was controlled chaos and half a dozen close calls that the eye had resolved in his favor by fractions. He would not become casual about field engagements because the eye made them manageable. The eye made them survivable. That was a different thing. But the battle wasn't over. Chapter 58. The core formation peak commander on the ridge descended when his ambush team failed. He was a lean, scarred man with dead eyes and the efficient movements of someone who had killed more people than he remembered. His cultivation pressure alone sent 2 of Chen Mu's inner disciples to their knees. Crimson Veil Elder, Zhu Yanfeng, core formation, 9th stage, peak. Combat specialty, Crimson Serpent Fang technique, lethal variant. Optimized for killing, not subduing. Poison enhancement, blood contact venom. Lethal within 30 seconds of entering bloodstream. Weakness, over-reliance on assassination techniques. Less effective in prolonged, visible combat. Additional weakness, psychological dependence on Luo Bingwen's approval. Self-worth tied to mission success, a child leading children, Zhu Yanfeng said, looking at Chen Mu's team with contempt. The Azure Lotus sect sends its new pet to guard a supply route. The supply route is secured. Your ambush failed. Leave, and I won't report your identity to the Heavenly Tribunal. Zhu Yanfeng's lip curled. The mistress wants your eyes intact. She said nothing about the rest of you. He attacked. The speed gap between core formation peak and Chen Mu's newly formed core was enormous. Zhu Yanfeng's techniques were designed for speed kills. Close the distance, deliver the poison, wait 30 seconds for the target to die. Each strike was laced with crimson chi that sizzled against anything it touched. Chen Mu dodged desperately, his eye reading pre-action signatures at maximum speed. He avoided the first 7 strikes by margins measured in centimeters. The 8th grazed his sleeve and left a smoldering line of dissolved fabric. His team tried to help. 2 disciples attacked from the flanks. Zhu Yanfeng dismissed them with casual backhand strikes that sent them flying. Chen Mu needed a weapon he hadn't planned to use. The 6th flaw strike. Mental weakness. The crack in someone's mind. He locked eyes with Zhu Yanfeng and activated the technique with a pulse of perception chi aimed directly at the elder's psychological vulnerability, the desperate need for Luo Bingwen's approval that his eye had identified. The pulse didn't damage. It triggered. The 6th flaw strike worked by finding the psychological pressure point and applying just enough stimulus to cause a moment of involuntary emotional response, doubt, fear, longing, guilt. For Zhu Yanfeng, it was the fear of failure. The terror that he would return to Luo Bingguan with nothing to show for his mission, and she would look at him with that cold disappointment that meant his value had decreased. For 1 second, Zhu Yanfeng hesitated. 1 second was enough. A blast of spiritual pressure hit the pass like a hurricane. Zhu Yanfeng was slammed into the cliff face by an invisible force that pinned him like an insect against the stone. Old Man Su materialized from his concealment technique, his spirit, severing cultivation, no longer hidden. His chi pressure alone fractured the rocks beneath his feet. He looked at Zhu Yanfeng with the cold fury of someone who had waited 43 years for a chance to fight the people who had destroyed everything he loved. "Tell your mistress," Su said quietly, "that Su Tianlao sends his regards." Zhu Yanfeng's eyes widened in recognition. Then he activated an emergency escape talisman and vanished in a burst of crimson light, tearing free from Su's pressure by burning 3 years of his own lifespan. The pass was silent. Su's cultivation pressure faded. He looked at Shun Wei with an expression that was half pride, half resignation. "Well," Su said, "so much for hiding." Both sides now knew. The Azure Lotus sect had a spirit-severing protector, and the Crimson Veil sect had a location on one of its most wanted fugitives. Shen Wei stood in the silent pass and looked at his teacher. 43 years of concealment, burned away in a single second of intervention. He wanted to ask whether Su regretted it. He already knew the answer. His eye had read the elder's expression before the question fully formed. No regret, not a fraction of it. Just the settled weight of someone who had chosen when to act and was at peace with the choice. Su caught his gaze and gave the smallest nod. The students of dangerous teachers always outlast the people who think danger can be hidden from, Su said. I should have come out of hiding years ago. I waited for the right moment. Apparently, it was this one. The game had changed. Chapter 59, the Crimson Veil sect withdrew its raiding forces within 48 hours of Su's intervention. But the withdrawal was tactical, not strategic. Luo Bingwen's message arrived at the Azure Lotus sect the next morning, delivered by a crimson-plumed hawk that dissolved into smoke after releasing its burden. The message was written on perfumed silk in elegant calligraphy. To the Azure Lotus sect, you harbor Su Tianlao, a fugitive from the Crimson Veil sect's justice, and a boy whose abilities belong to a legacy that predates your entire sect. I have been patient. My patience has limits. Surrender Su Tianlao and the boy with the golden eyes within 30 days, or I will return with the full strength of the Crimson Veil sect and reduce your mountains to rubble. Consider carefully. Luo Bingwen. The message was discussed in an emergency council. The elders were divided. Some argued for compliance, citing the Crimson Veil's military superiority. Others argued for resistance. A few suggested evacuation. The sect master listened to all arguments, then turned to Shen Wei. You brought this threat to our door. What do you propose? Alliance, Shen Wei said. The Crimson Veil sect is powerful, but they're not invincible. Their strength lies in deception, infiltration, and poison, not open warfare. If we ally with neighboring sects, we can present a unified defense they can't overwhelm without massive casualties. Which sects would ally with us against the Crimson Veil? The Iron Mountain sect owes us a debt. Their tournament representative told me directly that they respect the Azure Lotus sect's strength. The White Crane Academy has been targeted by Crimson Veil infiltrators that I can identify. If we offer them intelligence on the infiltrators, they'll have every reason to join us. Lin Qingmei spoke from her seat beside the sect master. The Crimson Veil killed my mother when I was 5 years old and has been poisoning this sect's water supply for months. This is not a request we can negotiate with. It's a declaration of war that's been happening for years without our knowledge. The council voted. The decision was unanimous: resistance, alliance, and preparation for war. Shen Wei was appointed as the alliance's intelligence coordinator, tasked with using his eye to identify threats, detect infiltrators, and provide tactical assessment across all allied forces. That evening, Lin Qingmei found him on the sect's outer wall, staring at the horizon. The wall was one of the places in the sect where he could see in 3 directions simultaneously: the mountains, the outer training fields, and the edge of Greenvale's lights far below. He had come here increasingly in the months since the tournament, not to observe anything specific, but because the elevation and the open sight lines were restful in a way that enclosed spaces were not. His eye didn't have to work as hard to contextualize what it showed him when the view was mostly sky. You feel guilty, she said. I brought this to your door. Su's words. The Crimson Veil was already here. They've been here for years. The water poisoning, the spies, my mother's death, none of that was because of you. She stood beside him, close enough that their shoulders touched. You didn't bring the danger. You brought the ability to see it. That's the opposite of guilt. He turned to look at her. The moonlight caught the angles of her face, and he was struck again by how different she looked when the mask was down, not cold, but fierce. Warm steel. When this is over, he said, we finish the treatments. When this is over, she agreed. They stood there for another moment, not speaking. The horizon held the distant glow of Greenvale below and the cold stars above, and neither of them moved to go back inside. Some silences were not empty. They were the place where two people stood and let the weight of what was coming rest between them without trying to make it smaller. Chapter 60. The Alliance formed within 2 weeks. The Azure Lotus Sect, the Iron Mountain Sect, and the White Crane Academy signed a mutual defense pact, pooling resources and intelligence against the Crimson Veil threat. Chen Mu traveled to each sect, his eye identifying their Crimson Veil infiltrators, 3 at the Iron Mountain Sect, 2 at the White Crane Academy, and providing the intelligence that cemented the alliance. The negotiations were not easy. The Iron Mountain Sect's patriarch, a core formation cultivator named Elder Jian, was deeply skeptical of what he privately called a boy with a reputation and an unusual eye. His sect had been self-sufficient for 3 generations and had survived previous threats through disciplined insularity. The case for alliance required Chen Mu to demonstrate, practically rather than rhetorically, what cooperation could provide that insularity couldn't. He demonstrated by identifying the 3 Crimson Veil infiltrators in Elder Jian's own organization before the negotiations were an hour old. One was a formation maintenance disciple. One was a communications officer. The third was Elder Jian's personal administrative assistant, who had been in his service for 7 years. The 3 detentions happened immediately and quietly. Elder Jian signed the alliance documents that evening with an expression that Chen Mu's eye read as genuine gratitude wrapped in the wounded pride of a man who had trusted incorrectly. The White Crane Academy was easier. Their leadership council was younger and more willing to accept that the old ways of isolated defense had limits, especially after the Crimson Veil's increasing boldness in attacking supply routes that previously had been considered too peripheral to target. As the Allied forces organized, a private message reached Chen Mu through a channel he hadn't expected, a communication talisman keyed to the Shun clan's family frequency. The message was from his grandfather. Wei, I am alive. The patriarch has imprisoned me in the lower compound cells since your departure. My cultivation is gone. They used a technique to drain it. But my mind is clear and my spirit is intact. More importantly, Shun Daoming has made an alliance with the Crimson Veil sect. They have exchanged something, I do not know what. But Crimson Veil agents move freely within the clan now. The branch families are terrified. Come when you can, but come strong. Your grandfather, Chen Mu, read the message 3 times. His grandfather, alive, imprisoned, drained of his cultivation. The Shun clan patriarch had thrown his lot in with the very organization that had murdered Chen Mu's parents. 2 fronts. The Crimson Veil sect approaching from outside. The Shun clan corruption festering from within. Chen Mu stood at the window of his cultivation chamber, the fox on his shoulder, the alliance's defense plans spread on his desk, his grandfather's message in his hand. The weight of responsibility settled on him like a physical thing. Then his eye activated without his command. The world dissolved. His perception expanded beyond the walls, beyond the sect, beyond the mountains. He saw, not with his physical eyes, but with something deeper, a vast landscape of connected events, like a web of destiny threads stretching across the continent. And he saw them, an army. Not the raiding forces that had hit the supply routes, but a true military force. Hundreds of cultivators, marching in formation, their crimson banners snapping in the wind. At their head, a figure that blazed with spiritual energy so dense that his eye struggled to read it. Unknown entity, cultivation level, unable to fully resolve, minimum assessment, Dao fusion, warning. This entity's power exceeds the Appraisal Eye's current analytical capability, estimated arrival at Greenvale region. 6 to 8 weeks, something beyond nascent soul, beyond spirit severing. A Dao fusion cultivator, a level of power that belonged in legends, not on marching roads. This was no sect war. Something far, far worse was coming. The vision faded. Chen Mu stood in his room, trembling, his eye burning with golden light. The fox pressed against his neck in alarm. We need to move faster, he whispered. The fox yipped its agreement. And in the distance, too far for normal ears but clear to his expanded perception, the drums of war began to beat. Chapter 61. The Alliance War Council convened in the Azure Lotus Sect's underground strategy chamber, a formation-sealed room where conversations could not be overheard by any technique below nascent soul. Representatives from the Iron Mountain Sect and the White Crane Academy sat alongside the Azure Lotus leadership. Chen Mu stood at the map table, his eye having already assessed every person in the room for hidden affiliations or concealed intentions. All clean. He had assessed them before the meeting because clean rooms were where the most dangerous decisions got made. Compromise councils led to manageable, predictable failures. The enemy knew what you planned because they had an agent watching. Clean councils led to unknown failures. The enemy knew what you planned because your clean advisors, operating on incomplete information, arrived at conclusions that the enemy had anticipated. He preferred clean councils. He was more careful with them. The Crimson Veil is mobilizing a full military force, Chen Mu began, projecting his findings onto a large formation-enhanced map that Bai Feng had designed. My intelligence suggests they have an unknown commander at a cultivation level we haven't encountered in this region, possibly Dao Fusion. The room went cold. Dao Fusion was a realm that most cultivators believed was mythological, something that existed in ancient texts but not in the modern world. Dao Fusion cultivators haven't been verified in the lower continent for 300 years, the Iron Mountain sect's representative said, his face tight. Are you certain? I saw it. The entity's spiritual signature exceeded my ability to fully analyze, which means it's at minimum 2 major realms above my current level. The margin of error favors a higher assessment, not lower. The sect master leaned forward. What are our defensive options against something like that? Chen Mu looked at the map and felt the weight of an answer he didn't want to give. Against a Dao Fusion cultivator? Our combined forces can't match it in direct combat. Our best option is to make the engagement costly enough that the commander chooses not to attack, or to find an asymmetric advantage that negates the power gap. What asymmetric advantage? I'm still looking. The council's faces were careful blanks of professional composure over fear. He didn't blame them. They were dealing with the kind of threat that made professional composure feel adequate and insufficient simultaneously. After the War Council, Chen Mu retreated to his cultivation chamber and pushed his training to a brutal pace. The gap between core formation and Dao Fusion was 6 major realms, a chasm that no amount of clever technique could fully bridge. He needed power. Real, substantial power. He focused on consolidating his core formation, driving it from the initial stages toward the peak. His celestial-grade meridians processed qi at extraordinary speed, and the combined techniques of the Myriad Sight Sutra and the Void Perception Art created a cultivation efficiency that would have taken most cultivators years to achieve. 3 days of closed-door cultivation brought him to core formation, 3rd stage. His eyes sharpened further, and a new notification appeared, one he had been waiting for. Appraisal Eye, Stage 3 approaching, 3rd mode, Destiny Gaze, prerequisite, core formation, 5th stage, current progress, 67%. Note: Destiny Gaze reveals karmic connections, fate threads, and probability patterns between entities and events. 2 more stages of cultivation, and he would unlock the Eye's 3rd mode, the ability to see destiny itself. A week later, pushing through a meditation session fueled by pills from the Alliance's combined resources, he reached core formation, 5th stage. Destiny Gaze unlocked. The world transformed. Threads of light appeared everywhere, connecting people, objects, places, events. Red threads of enmity, gold threads of destiny, silver threads of bonds and alliances. They formed a web so complex that his mind nearly shattered trying to process it all. He dimmed the new mode immediately, gasping, his nose bleeding from the sensory overload. He would need to practice controlling it gradually, the way he had learned to control insight and fracture sight. But in that brief, overwhelming glimpse, he had seen 2 things clearly. First, a golden thread connecting him to something far to the east, beyond the ocean, pulsing with an ancient summons he couldn't yet understand. Not new. This thread had been there before, he realized. He simply hadn't had the destiny gaze to see it. It had been present since before his eye activated, perhaps since birth. A line of fate running through his entire life. Second, a thick, crimson thread of enmity descending straight down, directly beneath the Azure Lotus sect. Something under the mountain hated him, and it was awake. Chapter 62. Chen Mu pushed toward core formation peak over the following week, driven by the urgency of the approaching Crimson Veil army and the dark revelation beneath the sect. His cultivation sessions were intense, but controlled. The Myriad Sight Sutra's advanced breathing techniques, combined with the Void Perception Art's qi channeling methods, created a synergy that accelerated his advancement beyond normal parameters. His celestial-grade meridians were designed for exactly this kind of rapid progression, and they responded to his urgency with a ferocity that left him exhausted but elevated after every session. On the 7th day, he broke through to core formation peak. The breakthrough was accompanied by a full activation of Destiny Gaze, this time controlled, focused, directed by weeks of careful practice. The threads of fate materialized around him in a manageable density, and he could read them without the overwhelming flood of the initial activation. He immediately turned the gaze downward, toward the crimson thread beneath the sect. What he saw made his blood run cold. Deep beneath the Azure Lotus sect's main peak, beneath the foundations, beneath the natural rock, in a sealed chamber carved from the mountain's heart, something slept. His eye pierced the earth layer by layer, his void perception art allowing him to see through solid stone as if it were glass. The chamber was ancient, predating the sect by centuries. Formation arrays of a complexity he had never seen lined its walls, ceiling, and floor. Layer upon layer of seals, suppression techniques, and binding patterns designed to contain something immensely powerful. At the chamber's center, suspended in a cocoon of crystallized spiritual energy, was a figure, remnant of the primordial appraiser, sealed. Classification, perception entity, ancient. Predates current cultivation era by approximately 3,000 years. Nature, fragment of a once-living cultivator who wielded a version of the Divine Appraisal Eye. Went mad from unchecked perception expansion. Sealed by the Azure Lotus sect's founder. Status, semi-conscious. Responding to appraisal eye activity in proximity. Attempting to influence through fate threads. Threat level, catastrophic if released. Contains enough concentrated perception energy to distort reality within a 500-kilometer radius. Current activity, sending subtle psychic pulses toward the surface. Has been doing so for approximately 6 months, coinciding with Chen Mu's arrival at the sect, a previous wielder of the appraisal eye. Driven mad. Sealed beneath the mountain. And it was waking up because of him. Chen Mu sealed the chamber's location in his memory and added additional layers to his mental defenses against the psychic pulses the remnant was sending. He could feel them now, subtle nudges, faint whispers at the edge of his consciousness that he had previously attributed to cultivation fatigue. He didn't tell anyone. Not yet. The Alliance couldn't handle another existential threat while preparing for the Crimson Veil's assault. But the remnant needed to be monitored, and its seals needed to be reinforced. He visited the chamber entrance that night, a hidden passage behind a waterfall on the sect's lower peak, concealed by an illusion array that his eye penetrated effortlessly. The seals were intact, but weakening. He estimated they had perhaps a year before the remnant could break free on its own. 1 year. If the Crimson Veil didn't destroy the sect first. He reinforced what he could using techniques from the Myriad Sight Sutra, adding his own perception-based locks to the existing seals. It was like putting a bandage on a damn crack, but it would buy time. As he turned to leave, the remnant's psychic presence surged against the seals. For one terrifying instant, a voice that was not a voice scraped across his consciousness like fingernails on stone. Another one with the eyes. Come closer. Let me see what you see. Chen Mu slammed his mental defenses shut and fled the passage. He didn't sleep that night. Chapter 63. The Heavenly Sword Pavilion sent an unexpected envoy 3 days later. The envoy was a senior disciple named Zheng Haoran, polished, diplomatic, and carrying a formal offer of military assistance against the Crimson Veil threat. The Heavenly Sword Pavilion, he explained, viewed the Crimson Veil's expansion as a threat to regional stability and wished to join the defensive alliance. It sounded reasonable. It sounded generous. Chen Mu's I disagreed. Zheng Haoran, core formation, 7th stage, affiliation, Heavenly Sword Pavilion, genuine, secondary affiliation, detected, encrypted communication talisman. Cipher does not match Crimson Veil. Unknown third party, current intent, diplomatic mission is genuine. Secondary objective, assess Azure Lotus sect's defensive capabilities and report to unknown handler. Assessment, not an enemy agent, but serving dual masters. Loyalty is divided, not Crimson Veil. Someone else. A third player in the game that Chen Mu hadn't identified. He studied Zheng Haoran throughout the meeting, watching the man work. The diplomat was skilled, genuinely skilled, not merely accomplished at following a script. He asked the right questions, framed his pavilion's interest in terms that appealed to the Azure Lotus sect's specific concerns, and managed to seem open and direct while sharing nothing that could be used against the pavilion. Everything about his presentation was professionally calibrated, except for a slight unconscious hesitation before certain questions, the kind that indicated he was consulting a mental checklist rather than following genuine curiosity. An almost imperceptible thing. Chen Mu noticed it because he was specifically watching for it. He accepted the envoy's offer with appropriate gratitude while keeping his discovery to himself. He couldn't afford to alienate a potential ally by exposing the double agent status, but he needed to identify the unknown third party. Using Destiny Gaze, he traced the fate threads connecting Zheng Haoran to his hidden handler. The thread led northeast, over mountains and rivers, to a location his eye couldn't fully resolve at this distance. A massive structure shrouded in formation arrays of continental scale. He asked Su. Northeast. Continental scale formations. A power that collects intelligence from sects across the region. Su stroked his chin. That sounds like the Heavenly Tribunal. The governing body of the cultivation world? Governing is generous. They're more of a surveillance apparatus. They monitor power levels, track dangerous techniques, register artifacts, and maintain the political balance between major sections. Theoretically neutral. Practically, they have their own agenda. They have someone inside the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. They have someone inside every major sect. It's how they maintain control. Su's expression was grim. If the Heavenly Tribunal is interested in this conflict, it means the stakes are higher than a regional sect war. They only get involved when something threatens the continental power balance. Something like the Gate of Immortality. Something like a Dao fusion cultivator marching at the head of an army. The Heavenly Tribunal's involvement complicated things. An organization that monitored continental power levels would eventually notice what was happening here. The Dao fusion entity approaching, the perception energy building, the gate rituals being discussed. When they noticed, they would have their own response, their own priorities, and their own red lines. Not necessarily aligned with the Alliance's survival. More things to watch. More variables to account for. More threats wearing the face of help. He had begun keeping a mental taxonomy of threats by their relationship to his own visibility. Threats that came because he was strong enough to threaten them. Threats that came because he was useful enough to want. Threats that came because he was inconvenient to their existing plans. And threats that came because he had something they needed. The Heavenly Tribunal fell into the fourth category. They would want his eye's intelligence capability eventually. They would want a cooperative working relationship, then access, then oversight. He had seen the pattern in how institutions worked at the Alliance level. The useful thing about seeing the pattern early was that you could decide in advance how far you were willing to go, rather than making that decision under pressure when cooperation had already accumulated into expectation. He was not willing to be an asset to the Heavenly Tribunal. He had decided that before he arrived in Cloud Peak City, he would be polite about it for as long as politeness was adequate. Shen Wei filed the information and continued preparations. Chapter 64 The Crimson Veil Sect's assault began at dawn on the 31st day since Luo Bingwen's ultimatum. 1 day past deadline. She had waited to see if the Alliance would fracture under the pressure. It hadn't. So she attacked. The Battle of Green Veil, as it would later be known, opened with a barrage of long-range attack formations that hammered the Azure Lotus sect's restored defensive array. The partially repaired eastern section buckled under the concentrated fire, and Bai Feng's team scrambled to reinforce it. Shen Wei stood on the command platform above the eastern gate, his eyes scanning the battlefield with Destiny Gaze at full intensity. The threads of fate painted a web of death and survival across the landscape. Red threads connecting enemies to future confrontations, silver threads showing where allies would stand together, and dark threads marking those whose fates would end today. He had done this analysis before the battle began, the night prior, mapping every thread he could reach with everything his expanded perception could manage. War, as I had shown him, was not a sequence of individual decisions. It was a system, and systems had leverage points, moments where a single action produced disproportionate effects. He had identified 7 such points in the projected battle's first 6 hours. Each one was marked in his memory, tagged with the conditions that would activate it, ready to be called on when the battlefield gave him the circumstances. 312 enemy combatants, he reported through the communication talisman network. Core composition, 200 foundation establishment, 80 core formation, 27 nascent soul, 5 spirit severing. He paused. The Dao fusion entity is not present on the field. A collective exhale from the Alliance commanders. The Dao fusion threat was real but absent, either held in reserve or approaching from a different direction. Primary assault vector, Eastern Gate, as predicted. Secondary, 2 flanking forces approaching the northern and southern ridges. Crimson Veil special teams are infiltrating through the waterfall passage on the lower peak. That last piece of intelligence was critical. The waterfall passage led to the sealed chamber beneath the sect, the one containing the primordial appraiser's remnant. If the Crimson Veil reached it, by phone, redirect your reserve formation team to the waterfall passage. Lock it down. Nothing gets through. On it, by phone responded. The battle erupted across 3 fronts simultaneously. Allied cultivators engaged Crimson Veil forces on the eastern approach, the northern ridge, and the southern ridge. The air crackled with competing techniques: fire against water, earth against wind, sword qi against poison mist. Shen Wei served as the Alliance's eye, coordinating defenses from the command platform with a godlike awareness of the entire battlefield. His eye identified every threat, every vulnerability, every opportunity. Iron Mountain Third Company. The enemy formation master on the southern ridge is channeling through a staff with a cracked crystal. Destroy the crystal and the formation collapses. White Crane Aerial Division. Avoid the northeast quadrant. Concealed Poison Array. Activation range 50 meters. All units, be advised. The Crimson Veil is deploying puppet cultivators. They move correctly, but their chi patterns are mechanical. Target the control talismans in their left sleeves. The intelligence came in a continuous stream, relayed through by Feng's communication formation network to every unit commander on the field. The Alliance's fighters went into each engagement knowing things that should have been unknowable: the enemy's technique timing, their formation weak points, their commander's next order before it was given. It was not a fair advantage. It was the advantage of perception applied at scale, and it worked. The Alliance held. Not easily, not without casualties, but they held. Shen Wei's real-time intelligence turned every Crimson Veil tactic into an anticipated maneuver, and anticipated maneuvers could be countered. But the bodies were piling up, and the Crimson Veil had deeper reserves than the Alliance. Chapter 65. Shen Hao came through the Eastern Gate breach like a demon born from smoke. He was barely recognizable. The cousin who had thrown Shen Wei into a pond months ago, the arrogant, pampered golden boy of the Shen clan, was now a creature of dark alchemy and forbidden power. His skin was pallid, shot through with black veins where the forbidden pills had corroded his meridians beyond repair. His eyes glowed with the sickly red light of borrowed cultivation. His movements were fast but jerky, as if his body was a puppet being driven by strings that didn't quite fit. Shen Hao, Qi Condensation, 9th stage, artificially elevated. True baseline. Qi Condensation, 3rd stage. Natural cultivation has regressed. Enhancements, 7 types of forbidden pills. Crimson Veil body modification technique. Temporary Qi infusion from external source. Physical condition, terminal. Meridian walls at 12% integrity. Spiritual root degradation, 94%. Life expectancy, 6 to 18 months regardless of outcome. Mental condition, unstable. Rationality compromised by chronic pain and chemical dependency. Primary emotional driver, jealousy and hatred towards Shen Wei. Shen Wei descended from the command platform to meet him. They faced each other in the courtyard behind the Eastern Gate while the battle raged around them. "Cousin," Shen Hao rasped. His voice was thick, damaged. "I told them I would kill you myself." "Shen Hao, stop. Look at yourself. Look at what they've done to you." "What they've done?" Shen Hao laughed, a sound like breaking glass. "They gave me power. They gave me purpose. Everything the Shen clan denied me, the Crimson Veil provided. They're killing you. Your meridians are at 12%. Your spiritual root is nearly gone. In a year is long enough to watch you die first." He attacked. His techniques were crude but amplified, the raw force of 9 artificial stages behind each blow. Shen Wei dodged and parried, reading every strike with his eye but struggling against the sheer power differential. "Shen Hao, I can help you. My eye, I can see the damage. If you stop now, if we remove the modifications, your eye." The scream was primal, tearing from a throat raw with screaming. "Everything comes back to your eyes. You were blind and worthless, and then you weren't. You got everything I earned just because you could see." He lunged, his fists trailing black-red chi. "I was the prodigy. I was the heir. And you, the blind charity case. You took it all." The next exchange was brutal. Shen Hao's augmented body hit harder than its cultivation level should have allowed, and the dark chi coating his strikes was corrosive to defensive techniques. Shen Wei took a hit to the forearm that burned through his chi shell and scorched the skin beneath. But Shen Hao was falling apart in real time. His eye tracked the internal collapse, meridians rupturing, chi channels hemorrhaging, the forbidden pills effects burning through his body's remaining reserves like fire through dry paper. Shen Wei stopped retreating. He caught Shen Hao's next punch with both hands, absorbing the impact through his core formation base, and held on. "Let go," Shen Hao thrashed. "No." Shen Wei's eye blazed golden, and he poured perception chi into his cousin's body, not to attack, but to analyze, to see the full extent of the damage, to understand if anything could be saved. The analysis was devastating. Assessment: damage is irreversible with current medical knowledge. Subject's natural cultivation base has been permanently destroyed. Forbidden pill residue has replaced 73% of natural qi with synthetic energy. Organ damage: liver, kidneys, heart, all compromised. Neural pathway degradation affecting motor control and emotional regulation. You can't fix me, Shen Hao whispered, reading the expression on Shun Wei's face. I'm sorry. Shen Hao's body sagged. The fighting rage drained away, leaving behind something raw and exhausted and 18 years old. I was supposed to be the hero, Shen Hao said. Of all the stories, I was supposed to be the one who mattered. Shen Wei lowered his cousin to the ground gently. A healer would keep him stable, but nothing could reverse what the forbidden pills and the Crimson Veil's modifications had done. You still matter, Shen Wei said. You just chose the wrong path. Shen Hao closed his eyes. Whether he heard the words or not, Shen Wei couldn't tell. The battle continued around them, and Shen Wei returned to the command platform with blood on his robes and grief in his throat. Chapter 66. Luo Bingwen moved through the chaos like smoke through a burning building. Shen Wei's destiny gaze detected her presence when she breached the sect's inner perimeter, not through the gates or over the walls, but through a concealment technique so sophisticated that even his eyes struggled to track her. She slipped past the outer defenders, past the inner guards, past 3 layers of detection arrays that Baifeng had designed specifically to catch Crimson Veil infiltrators. She was heading for the treasure vault, for the Lotus of Eternal Spring. Sect Master, Shen Wei called through the command talisman. Luo Bingwen is inside the compound, heading for the vault. I'm pursuing. He dropped from the platform and ran. The vault was located in the heart of the main peak, protected by 7 layers of formation arrays and a physical door of spirit-reinforced iron. Shen Wei arrived to find the outer 3 formations already dismantled, not broken, but unraveled with a precision that spoke of intimate knowledge of their design. Inside, the vault's treasures lay undisturbed. But Shen Wei's eye tracked Luo Bingwen's spiritual residue through the remaining layers, leading to the innermost chamber where the Lotus of Eternal Spring floated in a pool of purified spiritual water. She was already there. Luo Bingwen stood before the Lotus, her crimson robes perfect, her beauty untouched by the battle raging outside. She turned as Shen Wei entered, and her smile was the warmest, most genuine expression he had ever seen on her face. It was also the most terrifying, because his eye told him it was real. Beautiful, isn't it? She said, gesturing to the Lotus. The Azure Lotus sect's greatest treasure. They don't even know half of what it does. I do. I know you do. Her eyes, dark, intelligent, bottomless, locked onto his. That's why I'm not going to fight you for it, Shen Wei. I'm going to offer you the truth. She dropped the Jade Serpent charm. All of it. Every layer, every technique, every manipulation. What remained was a woman of extraordinary cultivation and equally extraordinary damage. His eye read her without the interference of her techniques for the first time. Luo Bingwen, nascent soul, 7th stage. Without charm techniques, visible age is approximately 60. Actual biological age, 67. Life extension through poison-based body refinement. Emotional state, complex. Primary driver, fear of irrelevance. Secondary, genuine intellectual curiosity. Tertiary, loneliness. Physical condition, multiple poison refinements causing cumulative organ stress. Estimated natural lifespan remaining. 15 to 20 years, she was old. Aging. Dying, slowly, despite all her power. The beauty was real, but it was purchased at a cost that was grinding her down. The gate of immortality, she said. I've spent my entire life searching for it. Not for power. I have power. For time. For the chance to keep living, keep learning, keep existing in a universe that demands we expire. You've killed thousands for that chance. Yes. No deflection. No justification. And I would kill thousands more. That's who I am. I don't pretend otherwise. She took a step toward him. But I'd rather not have to. Your eye can find the gate. My knowledge can open it. Together, we could achieve what no cultivator in 3,000 years has managed. Immortality. Real, true, eternal life. And everyone you've destroyed along the way? Su's sect? Qingmei's mother? My parents. Something flickered in her expression. Not guilt, recognition. Su's sect refused to share the archive key. Lin Qingmei's mother discovered my infiltration. Your parents discovered the Shun clan's corruption, which I had spent years cultivating. She spread her hands. These were obstacles. I removed them. It's what I do. You're insane. I'm determined. There's a difference, though I admit the line blurs with age. Shen Wei's hand found a combat stance. I won't help you, and I won't let you take the Lotus. Luo Bingwen sighed. The genuine warmth faded, replaced by the cold calculation of a nascent soul predator. Then we do this the hard way. She attacked. Chapter 67. The power gap was a canyon. Nascent soul versus core formation. 5 major realms of difference. Luo Bingwen's first technique was a Jade Serpent strike, a poison-laced palm attack that moved faster than Chen Wei's physical body could track. Only his eyes' pre-action signature readings saved him, his body moving before his conscious mind registered the attack. He dodged by centimeters. The palm strike hit the vault wall and dissolved a meter-wide section of spirit-reinforced stone into bubbling slag. Impressive reflexes, Luo Bingwen said. But reflexes don't close a 5-realm gap. She was right. Chen Wei fought with everything he had. Fracture sight identifying her technique's weaknesses, 7 flaw strike targeting structural and chi flaws, absolute perception reading every pre-action signature. He landed 3 hits. They did nothing. At nascent soul level, Luo Bingwen's body was reinforced by layers of spiritual energy that laughed at core formation attacks. His hits found their targets. The structural flaw in her left shoulder defense, the chi irregularity in her mid-technique transition, the elemental weakness in her poison barrier, and each hit was technically perfect. But the power behind them was like throwing pebbles at a fortress wall. She backhanded him across the vault chamber. He hit the wall, cracked it with his impact, and fell. "Stay down," she said, not unkindly. "I don't want to damage the eye." Chen Wei rose. His ribs were broken, again. Blood ran from his mouth. His eye blazed with golden fury that lit the chamber like a small sun. "No." She attacked again. He dodged again. Another exchange, perception against power, sight against strength. He landed 2 more hits and took 3 in return. Each of her strikes was pulling its punches. She needed him alive. But even pulled punches from a nascent soul cultivator caused devastating damage. Just as she was about to reach the lotus, the vault wall exploded inward. Old Man Su stood in the breach, his spirit severing cultivation fully unleashed for only the second time in 43 years. His chi pressure cracked the floor tiles. His eyes, old, tired, burning with a fury that had been smoldering for 4 decades, fixed on Luo Bingwen. "Bingwen," he said, "it's been too long." Tianlao. Her expression shifted. Genuine surprise, then something that might have been nostalgia, then something hard and resolved. "You look old. I am old. We're both old." He stepped into the vault. "And I'm tired of running." They fought. Spirit severing against concealed nascent soul. But Su was at the 3rd stage, and his techniques had been refined by 43 years of bitter meditation and regret. He fought with the economical fury of someone who had nothing left to lose. The vault shattered around them. Walls collapsed. The ceiling cracked. The spiritual water pool that held the lotus boiled and evaporated. But the lotus itself floated untouched, protected by its own divine-grade spiritual field. Luo Bingwen fought with the desperate creativity of someone who had been planning this moment for years. Her poison techniques were diverse and deadly: neurotoxins, paralytic agents, soul-corroding venoms, chi-dissolving acids. Each one was launched with precision that showed she had studied Su's fighting style and prepared specific counters. They were evenly matched. Each exchange ended in mutual damage, a cut here, a poison burn there, a technique countered at the last instant. Until Luo Bingwen used her trump card. "Void Serpent's Kiss," she whispered, and her hand glowed with a darkness that wasn't shadow but absence. A technique that combined poison mastery with spatial manipulation, creating a strike that existed in 2 dimensions simultaneously. The strike bypassed Su's defense by phasing through it. Her fingertips touched his chest, and the venom entered his bloodstream directly, bypassing his skin, his chi shell, and every protective technique he had active. Su staggered. His face went gray. His chi fluctuated wildly. "The Void Serpent Venom," he said, his voice suddenly hoarse. "You perfected it. It took me 30 years. Luo Bingwen's hand was bleeding from the technique's backlash. Even she couldn't use it without cost. "You have about 10 minutes. Su's expression didn't change. He attacked again, not with less power, but with the abandon of someone who knew time was limited. His strikes became faster, more reckless, more devastating. He drove Luo Bingwen back through the ruined vault, through the collapsed wall, into the corridor beyond. The exchange was spectacular and terrible. 2 old warriors, decades of hatred and history between them, fighting with everything they had as one of them died by the minute. Chen Wei crawled to his feet and staggered after them. He found Su slumped against a corridor wall, blood streaming from his mouth, his skin mottled with the spreading venom. Luo Bingwen was gone. Fled through the breach in the outer wall, her forces covering her retreat. The lotus was safe. Luo Bingwen had failed to take it. But the cost was written on Su Tianlao's face. Chapter 68. Old Man Su died in the garden behind his junk shop, not in a hospital pavilion or a cultivation chamber, but in the place where he had hidden from the world for 43 years. Chen Wei carried him there. Through the devastated sect compound, through the city streets that were eerily quiet after the battle, through the crooked door with the tinkling bell. He laid his mentor on the garden bench where Su had first agreed to teach him. The void serpent venom was beyond any antidote. Chen Mu's eye confirmed what Su already knew. The poison was designed specifically to kill spirit-severing cultivators, and it had been perfecting its work for the entire journey from the sect to the shop. "Don't waste the lotus on me," Su said, his voice fading. "Save it for the girl. I can try to neutralize, boy." Su's hand found Chen Mu's wrist with surprising strength. "I've been dying for 43 years. This just makes it official." The fox sat on the bench beside Su, its jade eyes luminous with something that looked like mourning. It pressed its small body against the old man's side. "The 7th flaw strike," Su said. "You've mastered 5. The 6th, mental weakness, you used against Zhu Yanfeng. You did it well." A cough racked his frame. Blood flecked his lips. "The 7th, karmic weakness, I never taught you. I didn't think you were ready. Teach me now." "I can't. It's not a technique, it's a realization. The 7th strike targets the fundamental flaw in someone's karma. The original sin, the first wrong turn, the crack in their soul that everything else grew from. You can't learn it from instruction. You learn it by seeing someone else's karma with perfect clarity and understanding it with perfect compassion." He paused. "Even Luo Bingwen's. I don't think I'm capable of compassion for her." "Then you're not ready for the 7th strike." Su smiled. "But you will be. You see truth, Wei. Eventually, you'll see that even monsters have reasons. Understanding those reasons, without excusing them, is the 7th strike." His hand slipped from Chen Mu's wrist. His breathing slowed. "One more thing," Su whispered. "I'm going to give you everything I have left." His palm pressed against Chen Mu's forehead. A soul imprint, the complete transmission of a lifetime's worth of knowledge, experience, and spiritual insight, compressed into a single burst of dying energy. Chen Mu gasped as decades of combat training, formation theory, perception technique refinement, and hard-won wisdom poured into his consciousness. The transfer lasted 3 seconds. Then Su Tianlao, spirit-severing cultivator, last surviving member of the Jade Phoenix sect, junk shop proprietor, and the best teacher Chen Mu had ever known, closed his eyes and stopped breathing. The fox whined. Chen Mu sat beside his mentor's body until dawn, processing the soul imprint, integrating Su's knowledge with his own, and grieving for a man who had spent 43 years waiting for something worth dying for. He buried Su on a hilltop overlooking Greenvale City, marked by a single stone with no inscription. The fox sat vigil until the last stone was placed. Chapter 69. The Battle of Greenvale was won. The Crimson Veil sect retreated with significant casualties, but most of its core strength intact. The Alliance had held, barely, through a combination of Chen Mu's intelligence, Bai Feng's formations, the Iron Mountain sect's physical fighters, and the White Crane Academy's aerial cultivators. But the cost was high. 47 allied cultivators dead. Over 100 wounded. The Azure Lotus sect's compound was damaged in 17 locations. And Old Man Su, their hidden spirit-severing champion, was gone. The compound was quiet in the days after the battle, with the particular quiet of places that have been loud with violence and returned to stillness. Broken walls were being repaired. The dead were being honored and their belongings distributed according to sect custom. The wounded were in the medical pavilion, attended by exhausted healers who would be at their task for days yet. The survivors moved through their duties with the careful, deliberate motions of people who had not yet fully processed what they had been through. Chen Mu moved through them, cataloging with his eye out of habit, seeing the grief written in the angles of their bodies and the distances in their eyes. He recorded it alongside everything else, not to analyze, but to remember. These were not data points. These were people. One outer disciple sat on the training ground steps with her arms wrapped around her knees, her eyes fixed on the middle distance. Her eye assessment came back with a cultivation level, chi condensation, 3rd stage, and a physical status, minor injuries, healing normally, but the 3rd line of the reading was the one that mattered. Grief indicator, acute. Source, loss of fellow disciple, close bond. She had lost someone. Someone whose name Chen Mu didn't know. He passed her by with a word. The memorial is at sundown. Elder Hua organized it. She looked up. The focus in her eyes sharpened into present tense awareness. "Thank you," she said. He moved on. It wasn't much. But his grandfather had always said that small acknowledgments were the substance of what the living gave each other, and his grandfather was rarely wrong about the human things. He processed Su's soul imprint over the following days, integrating decades of knowledge into his own understanding. The depth was staggering. Su had spent 43 years refining his combat arts, studying perception techniques, and preparing contingency plans for exactly this kind of conflict. The imprint was like discovering an enormous library that had been locked and waiting for him specifically. Su's knowledge wasn't just information. It was organized, contextualized, cross-referenced by the mind of someone who had spent 4 decades thinking about nothing except how to fight the Crimson Veil effectively. Combat techniques annotated with specific applications. Formation countermeasures tested against real opposition. Intelligence assessments of key individuals, updated and revised through 40 years of patient observation. Among the inherited knowledge, 3 items stood out. First, Su's complete understanding of the 7 flaw strike, including theoretical frameworks for the 7th strike that Chen Mu wasn't yet ready to execute. The knowledge was there, waiting for the wisdom to catch up. Second, a detailed analysis of Luo Bingwen's fighting style, her preferred techniques, her habitual patterns, her psychological triggers. Su had been preparing for their final confrontation for decades, and his observations were encyclopedic. Third, the location of the Jade Phoenix sect's hidden archive, the same archive Luo Bingwen was trying to access with the Lotus. Su had been its guardian before the sect fell. The archive's final security measure required a genuine appraisal eye to open, which was why Luo Bingwen needed Chen Mu. But Su's knowledge included the archive's exact location and its structural layout. Chen Mu stored this information carefully and turned his attention to the task at hand, preparing for the next assault. Because the Dao fusion entity hadn't appeared at the Battle of Greenvale, which meant either it was being saved for a decisive strike or it was pursuing a different objective entirely. His destiny gaze showed the answer. The crimson thread of enmity hadn't changed direction. The Dao fusion entity was still approaching, but slowly, methodically, as if it was collecting something along the way. Chen Mu needed to advance. Fast. Chapter 70. The nascent soul breakthrough happened in a cave above the sect, 3 days after Su's burial. Chen Mu chose the location deliberately. A natural cavern high on Azure Lotus Peak, where the spiritual energy was dense and the ambient chi was untouched by the battle's residual destruction. The fox stood guard at the entrance, its jade eyes scanning the mountain trail. He entered the breakthrough meditation with Su's knowledge integrated into his technique. The myriad sight sutra and void perception art running in synchronized harmony, and his celestial-grade meridians opened to their fullest capacity. Before he closed his eyes fully, he spent a moment examining the cave itself with his eye. It was a good place to become something new. The cavern walls were streaked with quartz that caught and fragmented the ambient spiritual light into 1,000 small glimmers. Underground water moved somewhere below. He could hear it, and his fracture sight showed him the river 20 meters down, carving its patient course through the mountain's core. There were no fate threads of conflict connecting this place to anything external. The location was clean of history. Whatever happened here would be his alone. He had prepared as carefully as he could. He had reviewed Su's notes on nascent soul formation 7 times, cross-referenced them against the myriad sight sutra's own progression notes, and identified the 3 most likely failure points. Insufficient consolidation of the core, chi instability during the soul's awakening moment, and loss of mental clarity during the transition when the nascent soul's initial consciousness might be disorienting. Against each risk, he had a countermeasure. He entered the meditation knowing that preparation was the only thing standing between him and dying alone in a mountain cave with his eye only halfway realized. The transition from core formation to nascent soul was the single most significant advancement in a cultivator's journey. Where core formation created a crystalline sphere of compressed chi, nascent soul required that sphere to awaken, to develop a spiritual consciousness that was both the cultivator's essence and something greater. For Chen Mu, the process was unique. His nascent soul formed not as a miniature duplicate of himself, as was traditional, but as an eye. A golden eye, floating in his dantian, ringed with light, seeing in all directions simultaneously. The appraisal eye wasn't just a tool he used, it was integrated into his very soul. The eye soul opened. Chen Mu's perception exploded outward. He could see through the mountain, through the clouds, through the earth beneath the sect's foundations. His insight mode showed everything within a kilometer in crystal clarity. His fracture sight revealed structural weaknesses in the mountain itself, fault lines, mineral deposits, underground rivers. His destiny gaze unfurled like a banner, showing fate threads connecting every living being within range. And new abilities manifested. He could see through solid matter with casual effort, not straining, not concentrating, just seeing. Walls, stone, earth, metal, all transparent to his evolved eye. He could perceive events up to 1 second in the future, not prediction, but literal perception of what would happen next. The world's immediate future was laid bare before him, a constant stream of what will be that he could read as easily as what is. and he could read the cultivation history of any object or person he examined, not just their current state, but the accumulated record of every technique applied, every breakthrough achieved, every injury sustained and healed. A cultivator's entire history, written in their spiritual signature. Chen Mu opened his eyes in the cave and saw the world as it truly was, not as surfaces and appearances, but as layers upon layers of truth, from the physical to the spiritual to the temporal. He was reborn. Chen Mu, nascent soul, first stage. Appraisal Eye, stage 4. Integrated perception, modes active. Insight, enhanced. Fracture sight, enhanced. Destiny gaze, enhanced. Void perception, new. Combat capability. Estimated equivalent to nascent soul, 5th stage due to perception advantages. Note: current power is insufficient against Tao fusion entities. Further advancement required, insufficient. Even at nascent soul, with his eyes full integration, a Tao fusion cultivator would crush him. The gap was still too wide, but it was narrower than yesterday. And tomorrow, it would be narrower still. For a long time, he simply sat in the cave and let the new perception settle. Every cultivator who reached nascent soul described the experience differently in the texts he had read. Some spoke of peace, some of power, some of terror. What he felt was more like orientation. He was the same person he had been before the breakthrough. He still carried Su's death and the weight of 37 names. He still had the same goals, the same enemies, the same distances between himself and the things that mattered. The eye just showed him the landscape more clearly now. That was enough. He descended the mountain with golden light fading from his eyes and the weight of new power settling into his bones. The fox ran beside him, yipping with something that sounded almost like congratulations. Chapter 71. The wider cultivation world arrived at Greenvale uninvited. Representatives from the Heavenly Tribunal, the continental governing body, appeared first, a delegation of 3 elders in silver-gray robes, their expressions the calculated neutrality of bureaucrats assessing damage for political advantage. The 4 great families sent envoys next: the Su family, the Chen family, the Bai family, and the Song family, each one a power that dwarfed any individual sect. They arrived with retinues of bodyguards and aides, filling the city's best inns and imposing their presence on a region that was still nursing its wounds. Then came the independent factions, rogue cultivators, mercenary groups, information brokers, drawn by the scent of conflict and opportunity. There was a particular flavor to the way the outside world arrived, not as aid, not as relief, but as assessment. Chen Mu watched each delegation from the sect's rebuilt observation platform and saw the same calculation reflected in different faces. How much damage? What resources remain? Where does power now sit? The Battle of Greenvale was, to these arrivals, not a human tragedy but a data point in their ongoing calculations about the cultivation world's balance of power. The dead had not yet been fully accounted for when the first Heavenly Tribunal delegation arrived. He had watched the elders step around a pile of rubble that had been a watchtower, glance at it once, and keep walking toward the main reception hall. Not callousness, precisely, more the professional incapacity of people whose work required them to treat destruction as landscape rather than loss. He understood the mechanism. He also found it useful. It told him exactly how much weight their promises of assistance would carry when weighed against their institutional interests. His eye catalogued every new arrival with relentless precision, building the intelligence map the sect would need to navigate the political aftermath. The Heavenly Tribunal delegation, genuinely neutral, but their true purpose was surveillance. They carried recording talismans that captured every conversation within 50 meters. The 4 great families, not as united as they appeared. The Su family envoy and the Chun family envoy had exchanged hostile glances during the welcome ceremony. The Bai family representative was secretly communicating with the Crimson Veil sect. Chen Mu's eye detected the encrypted talisman in her sleeve. The Song family, ironically, was the only delegation without hidden agendas. The independent factions, 3 of the 5 were Crimson Veil fronts. The other 2 were genuine information brokers who would sell to anyone. The depth of the compromise was striking even to someone who had already seen the water poisoning and the embedded spies. When the Azure Lotus sect was attacked, its first wave of external support was dominated by people who their expressions the calculated neutrality of bureaucrats assessing damage for political advantage. The 4 great families sent envoys next: the Su family, the Chen family, the Bai family, and the Song family, each one a power that dwarfed any individual sect. They arrived with retinues of bodyguards and aides, filling the city's best inns and imposing their presence on a region that was still nursing its wounds. Then came the independent factions, rogue cultivators, mercenary groups, information brokers, drawn by the scent of conflict and opportunity. There was a particular flavor to the way the outside world arrived, not as aid, not as relief, but as assessment. Chen Wei watched each delegation from the sect's rebuilt observation platform and saw the same calculation reflected in different faces. How much damage? What resources remain? Where does power now sit? The Battle of Green Vale was, to these arrivals, not a human tragedy but a data point in their ongoing calculations about the cultivation world's balance of power. The dead had not yet been fully accounted for when the first heavenly tribunal delegation arrived. He had watched the elders step around a pile of rubble that had been a watchtower, glance at it once, and keep walking toward the main reception hall. Not callousness, precisely, more the professional incapacity of people whose work required them to treat destruction as landscape rather than loss. He understood the mechanism. He also found it useful. It told him exactly how much weight their promises of assistance would carry when weighed against their institutional interests. His eye catalogued every new arrival with relentless precision, building the intelligence map the sect would need to navigate the political aftermath. The Heavenly Tribunal delegation, genuinely neutral, but their true purpose was surveillance. They carried recording talismans that captured every conversation within 50 meters. The four great families, not as united as they appeared. The Su family envoy and the Chun family envoy had exchanged hostile glances during the welcome ceremony. The Bai family representative was secretly communicating with the Crimson Veil sect. Chen Wei's eye detected the encrypted talisman in her sleeve. The Song family, ironically, was the only delegation without hidden agendas. The independent factions, 3 of the 5 were Crimson Veil fronts. The other 2 were genuine information brokers who would sell to anyone. The depth of the compromise was striking even to someone who had already seen the water poisoning and the embedded spies. When the Azure Lotus sect was attacked, its first wave of external support was dominated by people who either worked for its enemy or planned to sell information to whoever would pay for it. This was the cultivation world's reality at the continental level, not a system of sects defending civilization, but a web of competing interests that happened to share the same geography. The continental power structure is rotten, Chen Wei told the sect master. Half these delegations have compromised loyalties. The Heavenly Tribunal is watching everyone and helping no one. The 4 great families are divided, and the Crimson Veil has tendrils in places I didn't think possible. Welcome to continental politics, Lin Zhantian said dryly. This is how it has always been. The difference is that you can see it. Is that supposed to make me feel better? It's supposed to make you useful. Identify who we can trust, who we can use, and who we need to avoid. Give me a report by morning. Chen Wei spent the night writing the most comprehensive intelligence assessment the Azure Lotus sect had ever received. By dawn, the sect master had a complete picture of every player on the board, their true loyalties, their hidden weaknesses, and their probable intentions. He delivered it without comment and let Lin Zhantian sit with it for a while. The old man read every page in silence, pausing occasionally at a particular assessment. The Bai family representative's Crimson Veil contact talisman, identified and transcribed verbatim. The Heavenly Tribunal's recording array architecture, mapped with enough detail that a skilled formation master could disable it remotely. The names and cover identities of the 3 Crimson Veil fronts operating as independent factions. When he finished, he set the report down carefully, the way one sets down something fragile. Do you know, Lin Zhantian said, that the last time the Azure Lotus sect possessed intelligence of this quality, it was 300 years ago? Elder Kong Fangyu. He had a technique called thousandly hearing. Died in the Azure Sky Purges. He tapped the report. This is what your eye really is. Not a weapon. Not a cultivation advantage. It is what happens when a person can see clearly in a world that runs on organized opacity. Chen Wei had not thought of it in those terms. He filed the observation away. The game was no longer regional. It was continental, and Chen Wei's eye was the only piece that could see the whole board. Chapter 72 Yushiran appeared without warning, as was apparently her style. Chen Wei found her sitting in his cultivation chamber when he returned from a council meeting, cross-legged on his meditation cushion as if she owned it. The fox, usually alert to intruders, was curled in her lap, purring, a sound Chen Wei had never heard it make before. Your fox likes me, she said. My fox doesn't like anyone. Then I'm special. She met his eyes. No pretense, no charm, no political maneuvering. I need to talk to you about the Crimson Veil sect, specifically about Luo Bingwen, and I need you to look at something. She pulled back the sleeve of her left arm, revealing a complex tattoo-like pattern of interlocking symbols that pulsed with suppressed spiritual energy. Seal array, divine grade, type, bloodline suppression. designed to lock a specific genetic spiritual ability. Target, Starweaver bloodline. Spatial manipulation capability. Age of seal, 19 years. Applied when subject was approximately 3 years old. Seal creator, Luo Bingwen. Chi signature confirmed. Current status, active. Suppressing approximately 95% of subject's natural abilities. Note, subject's true cultivation without seal would be nascent soul, 4th stage or higher. You're a Starweaver, Chen Mu said. Yushiran's composure cracked, just slightly. You can see it? I can see the seal, the bloodline it's suppressing, who created it, and when. He examined the pattern more closely. Luo Bingwen sealed you when you were 3 years old. She killed my family and took me as a child. Yushiran's voice was steady, but her hands gripped the cushion's edges. I escaped when I was 14. I've been hunting her since. The seal prevents me from using my full abilities, spatial manipulation that would let me fold distance, create dimensional anchors, and tear through any barrier. You want me to remove it? Can you? Chen Mu studied the seal with his eye at maximum resolution. The pattern was complex, but not impenetrable. His fracture sight identified 17 structural weak points. His inherited knowledge from Su included understanding of seal architecture that complemented his eye's analysis. I can remove it. The process will take about an hour and will be painful. Once removed, your suppressed abilities will activate simultaneously, which could be overwhelming. He studied her face as he said it. His eye read the physiological markers of her response. Elevated heart rate, controlled breathing pattern that she had clearly practiced, the slight tension in the jaw that was not fear, but resolve. She had rehearsed this moment. She had probably rehearsed it thousands of times in the 19 years since she escaped Luo Bingwen, planning for the day when someone with the right skill could undo what had been done to her. He had never thought of his ability to remove seals as something a person might spend 19 years hoping for. The weight of that hope was not lost on him. I've spent 19 years waiting for overwhelming. She extended her arm. Do it. The seal removal was intricate. Each weak point had to be neutralized in sequence, with precise applications of qi that disrupted the seal's structure without damaging the underlying bloodline channels. Chen Mu's eye guided every step, showing him the seal's qi flow in real time and identifying the safe dissolution pathways. Yushiran endured the pain in silence. Her jaw clenched, sweat beading on her forehead. The fox pressed against her side, a warm comfort. When the last seal fragment dissolved, the room shuddered. Spatial energy erupted from Yushiran's body in a pulse that warped the air, bent the light, and briefly made the walls of the chamber seem to stretch toward infinity. The pulse faded, and Yushiran sat in the center of her own power, breathing hard, her eyes wide. I can feel it, she whispered. The space between everything. I can feel all of it. Yushiran, nascent soul, 5th stage, true level, now accessible. Bloodline, Starweaver, fully active, abilities, spatial folding, dimensional anchoring, barrier disruption, teleportation, limited range. She was stronger than him. Significantly stronger. And now she owed him a debt that went deeper than any political alliance. Luo Bingwen took 19 years from me, Yushiran said, standing. Her voice was not angry. It was the calm of someone who had transcended anger into absolute purpose. I intend to take everything from her. Then we have the same enemy. Then we have an alliance. She extended her hand. No conditions. No expiration. Until Luo Bingwen is dead. He looked at her hand, steady, unhesitating, the hand of someone who had decided this before walking through his door. The fox stirred in her lap and then jumped down, seating itself beside Chen Mu's feet with a small sound of approval. He was fairly certain the fox had better instincts about people than he did, and it had made its judgment known. Chen Mu took her hand. Until she's dead. Chapter 73 Intelligence from the network Chen Mu had established brought 2 pieces of news that turned his stomach. The first, Shen Hao, who had been captured after the Battle of Greenvale and placed in the sect's medical pavilion, had been extracted by Crimson Veil agents during the chaos of the Continental delegation's arrival. His cousin was back in enemy hands, being transported to the Crimson Veil's main fortress for enhancement, a euphemism that, given what Chen Mu had already seen of their body modification techniques, meant something between surgery and torture. His destiny gaze showed Shen Hao's fate thread turning black at the edges. Not dead, but changing into something that wasn't alive in any meaningful sense. Chen Mu studied that thread for a long time. The blackening wasn't just damage. It was transformation, a spiritual signature shifting from its original character towards something colder and more mechanical. Whatever the Crimson Veil was doing to Shen Hao, they were not simply making him stronger. They were remaking him into something that served their purposes. A weapon with his cousin's face and none of his cousin's self. He had no obligation to Shen Hao, the cousin who had made his blindness the material for casual cruelty, who had treated him as evidence of the clan's weakness rather than a member of it, who had chosen alliance with Luo Bingwen over his own family's survival. The destiny gaze didn't lie. Shen Hao had made choices that brought him here. And yet the ember of original identity remained. Small, threatened, buried under whatever the Crimson Veil was doing to him, but present. Shen Hao the person, as opposed to Shun Hao the weapon in progress, was still inside that blackening thread. Shenwei did not know what he would do with that information. He knew only that it mattered. The destiny gaze couldn't show him how to stop it from this distance. But it showed him that the thread still contained an ember of original identity. Small, threatened, but present. Shen Hao, somewhere inside whatever he was becoming, was still there. The second piece of news was worse. Grandfather Shen Yun had been moved from the Shen clan cells to a Crimson Veil-controlled prison compound in the Darkwood Mountains, 60 kilometers northeast of the Shun clan territory. The transfer had been arranged by the Shun clan patriarchs remaining loyalists as part of their deepening alliance with Luo Bingwen. Two people Shun Wei cared about, both in enemy hands. Both suffering because of their connection to him. He stood at the map table in his chamber, the fox on his shoulder, and weighed his options with the systematic care that his eye had always demanded of him. Emotional responses were data. His anger at the intelligence reports was real and worth noting, but not worth letting drive the analysis. A rescue mission was possible but risky. The Darkwood prison was heavily guarded, and pulling resources from the Alliance's defense for a personal mission could weaken Greenvale at a critical time. The timing was bad. The timing would probably always be bad. That was how the Crimson Veil worked, creating situations where every choice was wrong, so that an action became a kind of collaboration. But leaving his grandfather in a Crimson Veil prison was not something he could do and remain the person he wanted to be. He assembled his team. Chapter 74. The rescue mission launched at midnight, for days after the intelligence arrived. Shun Wei led a team of 4. Himself, perception and combat. Bai Feng, formations and counter-security. Yu Shiran, spatial manipulation and infiltration. And Zhen Kuan, a recent addition who deserved his own introduction. Zhen Kuan was a former slave. Shen Wei had found him in a Crimson Veil labor camp during the battle aftermath, chained to a mining cart with suppression talismans on both wrists. He was 20 years old, built like a mountain, and practiced body cultivation, the art of refining the physical form into a weapon independent of qi techniques. Zhen Kuan, Foundation Establishment, 4th Stage, Body Cultivation Specialist. Physical parameters. Exceed core formation baseline. Resistance to poison, mental attacks, and physical damage 3x normal. Loyalty assessment. Absolute. Shen Wei freed him from slavery. This debt is foundational to his identity. Combat style, unarmed. Close quarters. Endurance focused. Can sustain combat for hours without fatigue. When Shen Wei had destroyed Zhen Kuan's suppression talismans and offered him a choice, freedom to go anywhere, or service in a cause worth fighting for, Zhen Kuan had knelt. "I've never been free," he had said, his voice rough from years of disuse. "I don't know how to be free alone, but I know how to serve someone who treats people like people." He had followed Shen Wei since, a silent wall of muscle and loyalty. The team traveled by night, using Yu Shiran's spatial folding to cover 60 kilometers in 2 hours instead of the standard day's travel. They arrived at the Darkwood prison compound under a moonless sky. Shen Wei's eye mapped the facility from a hilltop overlooking the perimeter. Darkwood prison compound. Analysis. Garrison, 47 cultivators. Average level. Qi condensation to foundation establishment. 3 core formation guards. 1 nascent soul warden, sleeping. Defensive arrays, standard Crimson Veil suppression grid. 6 detection nodes. 2 alarm formations. Prisoners, 23 total. Shinyan located in cell block C, lower level. Condition, critical, cultivation drained, physical abuse, malnutrition. The warden is nascent soul, but sleeping, Shun Wei reported. "If we move fast, we can extract grandfather before he wakes. By phone, can you disable the detection nodes simultaneously? If you give me the exact frequencies, I can generate a counterpulse." Shen Wei's eye read the frequencies of each detection node and relayed them. By phone prepared 6 counterpulse talismans. Yu Shiran, can you fold space directly into cell block C? If I have line of sight or a spatial anchor. She studied the compound. I can fold us to the outer wall. From there, you'll need to navigate us inside. Zhen Kuan, you're the rear guard. If things go wrong and we need time, you hold the exit. The big man cracked his knuckles. Understood. They moved. Bai Feng's counterpulses killed the detection nodes simultaneously, 6 soft pops of spiritual energy that dissolved like soap bubbles. Yushiran folded space, and the team materialized against the compound's outer wall without crossing the intervening distance. Shenwei led them through the compound using his eye as a living map. Every guard's position, patrol route, and visual field was tracked in real time. He guided the team through gaps in the patrol patterns, around corners at precisely calculated moments, through doors whose locks his fracture sight had already identified the weak points of. They reached cell block C without being detected. Shenwei broke the cell door's lock with a single structural flaw strike and entered. Grandfather Shen Yun sat against the far wall, thin, bruised, and diminished in a way that went beyond physical damage. His cultivation was gone. Shenwei's eye confirmed what the intelligence had reported. His Foundation establishment base had been forcibly drained, leaving only the empty channels where qi had once flowed. But his eyes were clear, and when he saw Shenwei, he smiled. "You look different," Shen Yun said, his voice a whisper. "Stronger. I've been busy." Shenwei knelt and examined his grandfather with the full power of his nascent soul eye, assessing every injury, every deficiency, every damage. The assessment was grim. His cultivation was gone permanently, his body was weakened, and he had lost significant weight. But he was alive. Alive and lucid and smiling. "Can you walk?" "I can crawl if I have to." Chapter 75, They didn't make it out clean. The nascent soul warden woke, not from any alarm, but from a spiritual instinct honed by years of guarding prisoners. He sensed the absence of the detection nodes and was on his feet before the team reached the outer wall. The alarm cascaded through the compound. Guards mobilized. Formation arrays activated. The exit path Shenwei had plotted was suddenly blocked by 3 squads of Foundation establishment guards. "Change of plans," Shenwei said. "You, Shiran, fold us to the perimeter." The alarm activated a spatial disruption field. "I can't fold inside the compound anymore." She drew her blade. "We fight out." They fought. Shenwei took point, his eye reading every opponent in real time and directing the team's movements with split-second precision. By foam through portable formation traps that tangled guards in gravity wells and paralysis fields. Yushiran fought with lethal efficiency now that her Starweaver powers were unsealed, her blade cutting through defensive qi with spatial warping that made each strike land from an impossible angle. What struck him in the middle of the fighting, in the half-second intervals between technique calls and position shifts, was how different a real extraction felt from the planning of one. On the map, the compound had been geometry, entry points, guard rotation, exit paths, timing windows. Here it was noise and light and bodies and the specific animal fear of being in a corridor with walls on all sides. His eye held the plan intact inside the chaos. He could see the exit path, see the guards, see the formation nodes that by phone had already disabled. It was like carrying a map inside his head that the chaos couldn't reach. He was still afraid, but the fear was operating alongside the plan rather than replacing it. And Jinkuan was a wall. The big man planted himself at the corridor junction that led to their exit and refused to move. Guards hit him. Techniques hit him. Even the nascent soul warden's ranged attack, a lance of condensed spiritual energy, hit him. Jinkuan absorbed it all. His body cultivation was a marvel. Where other cultivators relied on qi shells and defensive techniques, Jinkuan's flesh was the defense, hardened by years of brutal physical training and slave labor endurance into something that made the Iron Mountain Sect's adamantine body look like paper. The nascent soul warden's lance strike scorched his chest, leaving a smoking wound that went to the bone. Zhen Kuan grunted, set his feet, and punched the next guard so hard the man flew backward through 2 walls. "Gio," he roared. "I'll hold. We're not leaving you." I said go. They went. Shenwei carried his grandfather. Bifone covered the retreat with flashbang formations. Yushiran found a gap in the spatial disruption field at the compound's outer edge and folded them through. They emerged on the hillside, 300 meters from the compound. Shenwei looked back. Jinkuan was still fighting. Through the compound walls, Shenwei's eye tracked the battle, 1 man against 40 guards and a nascent soul warden. Jinkuan was taking damage that would have killed any other cultivator 3 times over, and he was still fighting. Yushiran. She was already reaching. A spatial fold materialized inside the compound, directly beside Jinkuan. The big man saw it, disengaged from his current opponent with a headbutt that dropped the guard cold, and dove through. He emerged on the hillside, smoking, bleeding, and grinning. "I held," he said, and collapsed. The team ran. Yushiran folded space again as they cleared the disruption field's range, and they covered the 60 kilometers back to Greenvale in a desperate, exhausted rush. They made it. Xinyan was safe. Jinkuan was alive, if badly hurt. The mission was a success. In the chaos of their arrival at the sect's outer gate, shouting for healers, Shen Yun half-conscious against his shoulder, Zheng Kuan being held upright by Baifeng's shoulder, Xin Wei caught a glimpse of the night sky through a gap in the buildings. Stars. He noted them, filed them away as evidence that the world was still organized the way it was supposed to be. He found he needed small confirmations like that after operations of this kind. The stars were where they were supposed to be. They had made it back. Everything else could be dealt with in the morning. The cost was written in burns, blood, and the permanent scars that Zheng Kuan would carry for the rest of his life. Chapter 76. Grandfather Shen Yun recovered slowly in the Azure Lotus sect's medical pavilion, tended by the sect's best healers and by Shen Wei personally. His cultivation was gone, permanently, irreversibly destroyed by the Crimson Veil's draining technique. He would live as a mortal for whatever years remained. But his mind was sharp, and the information he carried was invaluable. Shen Wei sat beside the hospital bed and used his eye to read the full extent of the damage, not because he needed an inventory of suffering, but because he needed to understand what had been done. The draining technique had not simply emptied the cultivation base. It had deliberately damaged the channels themselves, leaving scar tissue in the meridians that would prevent any future cultivation even if qi was somehow reintroduced. Whoever had designed the technique had been thorough. They had made restoration impossible by design. His grandfather had known what they were doing to him. He had known and endured it. That knowledge sat in Shen Wei's chest like a stone. He had thought, before the rescue, that seeing his grandfather alive would resolve something, that the relief would be clean. Instead, he found that relief and grief occupied the same space without displacing each other. He was glad his grandfather was alive, and he was looking at the scar tissue mapped across meridians that would never carry qi again, and both things were simply true at the same time. The eye was not helpful here. It showed him damage with clinical precision. It could not show him what to do with the knowledge that a person he loved had been permanently diminished, or whether anything he could have done differently would have prevented it. The patriarch, Shen Daoming, he's changed, Shen Yun said, propped up on pillows, sipping the medicinal broth Shen Wei had prepared. When I was imprisoned, I could hear him talking to the Crimson Veil agents. But in the last weeks, his voice was different. Colder, more deliberate, as if something else was speaking through him. Something else. The compound has underground chambers. Ancient ones. Shen Daoming spent increasing amounts of time down there before I was transferred. The servants whispered about sounds coming from beneath the earth, not human sounds. Shen Wei's blood chilled. The sealed remnant beneath the Shun clan compound. The primordial appraiser's remnant. A previous wielder of the appraisal eye who had gone mad, just like the one sealed beneath the Azure Lotus sect. There are more of them, Shen Wei said, sitting heavily in the chair beside his grandfather's bed. Sealed remnants beneath the Azure Lotus sect, beneath the Shen clan, possibly beneath other locations across the continent. Previous appraisal eye wielders who went insane and were imprisoned, and someone is waking them up. Or they're waking up on their own, responding to my eye's activation. He rubbed his face. Grandfather, the one beneath the Azure Lotus sect, tried to speak to me. It wanted to see through my eyes. Xin Yun's expression hardened. Then there are two threats. The Crimson Veil sect, and whatever these remnants become if they're released. 3 threats, Shen Wei corrected. There's a Dao fusion entity approaching from the northeast. My destiny gaze shows it collecting something, possibly the remnants themselves. If all the remnants are gathered and released simultaneously. He didn't finish the sentence. He didn't need to. The implications were clear on Shen Yun's face. You need to get stronger, Wei. I know. Not just in cultivation. In understanding. Your eye shows you what things are. You need to understand what they mean. The difference between knowledge and wisdom is what separates a scholar from a sage. Su said something similar. Then listen to both of us. Shen Yun squeezed his grandson's hand with the grip of a man who no longer had qi to enhance his strength, but still had more intention in that grip than most people could manage. I can't fight anymore, but I can still think. Use me as an advisor. My mind is the one thing they couldn't drain. Shen Wei looked at his grandfather's hands. An herbalist's hands. Once, Shen Yun had spent 30 years cultivating and 60 years accumulating the quiet expertise of someone who understood the world through growing things and reading them. The strength in that grip was not qi. It was just his grandfather, being himself, in the most reduced version of himself available, still finding a way to be useful to the people he loved. Shen Wei could analyze almost anything with his eye. He could not analyze why that particular observation made him want to weep, and he didn't try. Chapter 77. Lin Qingmei's treatment reached its critical phase. The emergency session during the Battle of Greenvale had neutralized the active venom and sealed the first section of the fracture. 3 more sessions had followed in the weeks since. each one a painstaking process of perception-guided repair that pushed both Shen Wei's eye and Lin Qingmei's endurance to their limits. The final session was the deepest. They were in the Western Pavilion's private chamber, sealed behind 7 layers of sound suppression formations. The lotus of eternal spring floated in a basin of purified water, its white petals glowing with soft, steady light. This session requires the deepest projection, Shen Wei said, preparing his qi-infused needles. I need to reach the core's innermost layer, where the fracture originates. To do that, I have to project my eye directly into your spiritual center. I know what that means. Lin Qingmei sat cross-legged, her back straight, her expression calm. It's the most intimate form of spiritual contact between two cultivators. We'll see each other's inner worlds. I wanted to make sure you understood. I understand. And I trust you. She closed her eyes. Begin. Shen Wei placed the first needle at the base of her skull and channeled his eye's perception through it. His consciousness dove inward, passing through the outer layers of Lin Qingmei's cultivation, the practiced techniques, the accumulated spiritual energy, the defenses she had built over a lifetime, and reaching the core itself. Her core was beautiful, a crystalline sphere of blue-white energy, structured with the precision of a master's lifetime work. Every technique she had ever learned was imprinted in its facets. Every breakthrough was visible as a layer of growth. And running through its center like a crack in a diamond, the fracture. His eye saw it in absolute detail. The fracture's edge was sharp, clean, the mark of jade serpent venom's initial damage 15 years ago. The sections he had sealed in previous sessions were holding, but the deepest part, the origin point, was still exposed. He began the repair. Qi-infused needles channeled the lotus's purification energy directly into the fracture's origin point. His eye guided the energy with microscopic precision, filling the crack with healing qi that bonded to the damaged crystal structure and reinforced it. And as he worked at this deepest level, inside the most private part of another person's being, the barrier between their perceptions became thin. He saw her memories. Not all of them. Fragments. Moments. The ones that had shaped the core structure. A child learning her first sword form, face scrunched in concentration. A girl screaming as something burned inside her, the venom's first attack. A young woman standing before her father, hearing the words, "We can manage it," and knowing they were a lie. A cultivator on a mountaintop at dawn, alone, wondering if there was anyone in the world who could see past the mask she had built. And she saw his. The darkness of blindness. The first searing moment of sight. The pain of his parents' murder replayed through his eye. The quiet grief of Su's death. The stubborn, relentless hope that had driven every step from the Shun clan compound to this moment. The fracture closed. The final section sealed with a resonance that hummed through both their spiritual centers. Lin Qingmei's core was whole for the first time since she was 5 years old. The backlash of a complete core restoration sent a surge of spiritual energy through her meridians. Her cultivation, held in check by the fracture's limitation for 15 years, erupted upward. Core formation peak shattered. She broke through to nascent soul in a cascade of blue-white light that filled the chamber. When they opened their eyes, they were different. They had seen each other, truly seen, without barriers, without masks, without the comfortable distance that cultivators maintained between their inner selves. Lin Qingmei looked at Shen Wei. Her eyes were bright with new power and something older than power. She leaned across the small space between them and kissed him. It was not a gentle kiss. It was the kiss of someone who had been hiding behind a mask for 15 years and had just shown her true face to the one person who could see it. When they separated, Shen Wei touched her cheek. "Your core is whole," he said. "I know." She smiled. A real smile, unguarded and luminous. "For the first time in my life, I know what whole feels like." Chapter 78. The Heavenly Tribunal's summons arrived the next morning, carried by a silver-plumed eagle that dissolved into mist after delivering its burden. The document was formal, official, and threatening. Shen Wei was ordered to appear before the Continental Assembly in the Tribunal's capital, Cloud Peak City, to answer for 2 charges. First, harboring a rogue spirit severing cultivator, Su Tianlao, without registering his presence with the tribunal. Second, possessing an unregistered divine-grade spiritual artifact, the Appraisal Eye, in violation of the Continental Spiritual Assets Accords. The charges were legal fictions. Su was dead, and the Appraisal Eye wasn't an artifact, it was a natural ability. But the tribunal didn't know that, and the factions that had arranged the summons weren't interested in accuracy. The summons was a mechanism for forcing him to appear in a location where his options could be controlled, surrounded by powers that could apply pressure he couldn't easily resist. It was, in its way, an elegant trap, dressed in the authority of legitimate governance, lined with the teeth of continental law. He read the document twice, using his eye on the ink itself. The document's chi signature matched the Heavenly Tribunal's official seal, but the specific formation used for the eagle's delivery was slightly different from standard tribunal protocol. Someone had used official channels, but had expedited the process through a side mechanism, which meant someone with access to tribunal infrastructure had pushed this summons through faster than normal. Someone with the tribunal had an interest in getting Chen Wei to Cloud Peak City quickly. He filed that observation carefully and constructed a preliminary model of who might benefit from his appearance at Cloud Peak. Su Mohan, the Dao fusion threat whose existence he now suspected lay behind the entirety of the Crimson Veil's activities, would benefit from him moving into a predictable location. Factions within the tribunal who feared any unregistered power. The four great families, who would have interests in controlling both the knowledge and the user. Any of these could have arranged the summons. All of them, collectively, was most likely. It's a trap, Bai Feng said immediately. Obviously, Chen Wei agreed. But refusing the summons would classify me as a fugitive under continental law. Every sect on the continent would be legally obligated to detain me on site. So you're going. I'm going. And I'm bringing friends. The travel party was carefully selected. Lin Qingmei, whose nascent soul breakthrough and position as the Azure Lotus sect master's daughter gave her diplomatic weight. Bai Feng, whose formation expertise could counter any trap they encountered. And Yu Shiran, who could fold them out of danger if everything went wrong. Chen Wei also took the fox, because the fox refused to stay behind, and because, honestly, he found that a creature of unclear origin and unknowable intelligence was a more reliable companion than most cultivators he had met. Before departing, he visited his grandfather. Xin Yun listened to the situation and offered 2 pieces of advice. First, the Heavenly Tribunal is not your enemy, but they're not your friend either. They serve stability, not justice. If your existence threatens the current balance, they will remove you regardless of whether you've done anything wrong. And second, the Su family, one of the 4 great families. Their patriarch has been alive for over 2,000 years. If anyone at the assembly wants your eye badly enough to act openly, it will be him. Xin Yun's expression was haunted. I've heard stories about Sovereign Su Mohan that I wish I hadn't. Chapter 79. Before departing for Cloud Peak City, Chen Wei made one final examination of the sealed chamber beneath the Azure Lotus sect. His nascent soul eye, enhanced by full destiny gaze capability, penetrated the mountain stone with ease. The remnant floated in its crystalline cocoon, undisturbed but not quiet. Psychic pulses continued to emanate from it, subtle, rhythmic, like a heartbeat made of malice. He stood in the hidden passage behind the waterfall and let his eye work at depth, filtering the remnant's psychic output without engaging with its content. It was like listening to a broadcast through a closed door. He could hear the rhythm and the intent without receiving the words. The remnant wanted his attention. It wanted contact. It wanted to see through his eyes the way a drowning person wants to breathe, with a desperation that had been building for centuries. He refused. He reinforced his mental barriers and looked past it. The refusal took effort. That was new. When his eye had first activated, ignoring the remnant's signals had been effortless. The connection was weak, barely perceptible, like ignoring a distant sound. Now the pulses were stronger, more structured, more deliberate. Whatever the remnant was, it had been studying his eye's frequencies since his nascent soul breakthrough. It had adapted its approach the way a predator adapts its methods after a first failed approach. He noted this without alarm, but with the seriousness it deserved. The remnant was not a static threat. It was learning. But tonight, Chen Wei's eye saw something new. Fate threads. The remnant was connected by threads of destiny to 4 other locations across the continent. 4 more sealed remnants. Each one a previous appraisal eye wielder gone mad. Each one imprisoned in the depths of a significant location. Remnant network, 5 total. Location 1, Azure Lotus sect, status, sealed, weakening. Location 2, Shen Clan compound ruins, status, sealed, critical, Shen Daoming's sacrifice deteriorating. Location 3, Crimson Veil sect fortress, status, unknown, heavily shielded. Location 4, Frozen Abyss, Northern Wastes, status, sealed, stable. Location 5, Ancient Imperial Tomb, Eastern Continent, status, sealed, stable. Configuration. If all 5 remnants are released simultaneously, their combined perception energy would form a pentagram of perception. A continental scale formation capable of either granting absolute awareness of the entire world or destroying the consciousness of every cultivator within range. 5 remnants. 5 sealed mad gods. Connected by a geometric pattern that, if activated, would either grant omniscience or cause genocide. And someone, Su Mohan, Luo Bingwen, the approaching Dao fusion entity, was trying to activate it. Shen Wei's hands trembled as he documented the remnant network's configuration. This was the true threat, not the Crimson Veil's army, not the political machinations of the Heavenly Tribunal, not even the Dao fusion entity marching toward Greenvale. 5 ancient beings, each one powerful enough to distort reality, connected by a formation that could reshape or destroy the cultivation world. And his eye, the Divine Appraisal Eye, was the key that could unlock them all. He reinforced the local seals one final time, layering additional nascent soul perception locks over the existing bindings. It was temporary. Everything was temporary when the enemy was a being that had been patiently waiting for centuries. But temporary could be enough if the time bot was used well. He left the chamber and walked out through the waterfall's cool mist into the night air. The fox appeared from nowhere and walked beside him, jade eyes bright in the darkness. I know, Shen Wei told it. It's a lot. The fox yipped once and pressed against his ankle. He reached down and picked it up, carrying it with one hand while he looked out over the sect compound with his eye at rest. Just looking, with his ordinary sight, at the lights of the buildings and the shapes of the mountains and the stars beginning to appear through the thinning clouds. Sometimes looking was enough. He stood there for longer than he had intended. The mountain was quiet in the way that mountains were quiet at this hour, not silent, but composed, all the small sounds of nightlife arranged around a central stillness that the ambient spiritual energy seemed to thicken. He would leave for Cloud Peak City at first light. He would carry the remnant network's configuration with him, and the weight of knowing that there were 4 more like the one behind the waterfall, and the knowledge that someone with Dao fusion cultivation had been in seclusion for 800 years and had now left it. He would carry all of that. But for now, for this hour, he stood on the mountain with the fox warm in his hands and let the night be what it was, just a night, on just a mountain, before the world demanded him back. Chapter 80. The road to Cloud Peak City crossed 3 provinces and took 2 weeks at normal pace. Yushiran's spatial folding reduced this to 4 days. They traveled through landscapes of increasing grandeur, rolling farmlands giving way to forested hills, then to mountain ranges whose peaks vanished into clouds. The spiritual energy density increased as they approached the continental heartland, making the air itself shimmer with latent power. On the 3rd day, they were ambushed. The attackers came from the treeline in a coordinated strike, 12 cultivators in black robes without any sect identification. They moved with the precision of professional assassins, their techniques designed for speed kills. Shen Wei's eye identified them before the first blade fell. Assassination Squad, Su Family Elite Guards. Affiliation, for Great Families, Su Family Branch. Average Cultivation, Core Formation, 7th Stage. Squad Leader, Nascent Soul, 2nd Stage. Combat Formation, 12 Blades Array, Coordinated Assassination Technique. Objective, eliminate Shen Wei. Capture Appraisal Eye if possible, Su Family Assassins, Shen Wei shouted. 12, plus a Nascent Soul Leader. Coordinated Array Formation. Target the links between combatants to break the array. The battle erupted. Lin Qingmei drew her sword with a sound like singing crystal. Her Jade Lotus sword art, now powered by a healed core and nascent soul cultivation, was devastating. She engaged 3 assassins simultaneously, her blade weaving patterns of blue-white energy that cut through their defensive techniques like water through sand. Yushiran folded space, teleporting behind the squad leader and attacking from an impossible angle. The nascent soul assassin barely blocked, his eyes widening at the spatial warping that bent his sword strike 90 degrees off target. By foam through formation arrays like grenades, each one creating a localized disruption that broke the coordination between assassins. The 12 Blades array depended on synchronized movement. Bai Feng's disruptions turned synchronized into chaotic. Shen Wei fought the squad leader alongside Yushiran, his eye reading every technique, every counter, every pre-action signature. The assassin was skilled. Su family elites were trained from childhood, but against 2 nascent soul cultivators who could see or warp every attack, he was outmatched. The fight lasted 4 minutes. 10 assassins were down, dead, or incapacitated. The squad leader was pinned against a tree by Yushiran's spatial anchor, immobilized. 1 escaped, deliberately, Shen Wei suspected. He wanted a witness to report back. They interrogated the squad leader. The man was calm in the professional way of someone trained to be captured, composure that would hold until the specific question it hadn't been trained for appeared. Shen Wei's eye read the man's physiological responses like a lie detector, identifying truth, deception, and partial truths with merciless precision. Who sent you? The Lord of the Su family. Truth. Sovereign Su Mohan. A flicker of terror in the man's chi signature. Yes. Truth, with fear. Why does he want my eye? I don't know the specifics. Our orders were to capture you alive and deliver you to the sunken heavens. Truth, with genuine ignorance about the deeper purpose. What is the sunken heavens? The Lord's personal fortress. Beneath the ocean. That's all I know. Truth, with frustration at his own limited information. Shenwei leaned close. One more question. The Lord. Is he the Tao fusion entity I've detected approaching this region? The assassin's face went pale. If you've detected the Lord's approach, then you know more than any of us. He swallowed. We were told the Lord hasn't walked among mortals in 800 years. Whatever brought him out of seclusion, it terrified even the family elders. Shenwei stepped back. 800 years. A being that had been alive for over 2,000 years, in seclusion for 800, suddenly awakened and marching toward Greenvale. Because of the eye. Because of the remnants. Because of the gate of immortality. He released the squad leader afterward, not out of mercy, but out of calculation. A returned prisoner was a message. The Su family would receive their man back alive and understand that Shenwei had been patient enough not to kill him. Patience, to someone like Sovereign Su Mohan, would read as confidence. Let him consider that. As they continued toward Cloud Peak City, the captured assassin secured and bound, Shenwei felt the weight of every revelation pressing down like the ocean above the sunken heavens. In the distance, the spires of Cloud Peak City materialized through the mountain mist, silver and ancient and indifferent to the storms approaching from every direction. And somewhere in those towers, Sovereign Su Mohan was waiting. Chapter 81 Cloud Peak City was a monument to power disguised as civilization. The capital of the Heavenly Tribunal occupied the summit of the continent's tallest mountain, its silver spires piercing through clouds that were themselves formations. Engineered weather patterns that kept the city in perpetual twilight, lit by spiritual luminescence rather than sunlight. The architecture was grand, austere, and deliberately intimidating. Every building proclaimed the same message. Here, the strong ruled, and the rules were absolute. Shenwei entered through the Gate of Judgment, a massive archway flanked by stone guardians whose eye sockets glowed with active surveillance formations. His appraisal eye scanned the formations as they passed beneath. Surveillance array, Gate of Judgment, function, records cultivation level, spiritual root composition, active techniques, and physiological markers of all entrants, data transmission, real-time feed to Tribunal Security Bureau, 14 monitoring stations, and 3 unknown encrypted channels. Note: the array's scanning depth cannot penetrate appraisal eye's natural concealment. Shenwei's eye will register as unusual spiritual artifact, type unidentified. His eye's natural properties included a self-concealing function he hadn't deliberately activated. The appraisal eye protected its own secrets even as it revealed everything else. The tribunal surveillance would detect something unusual about him, but it wouldn't identify the eye specifically. It would read as an anomaly, which was precisely the ambiguity he needed. Too distinctive to dismiss, too vague to act on without additional evidence. The Continental Assembly was scheduled for the following morning. Shenwei's party was housed in diplomatic quarters assigned to visiting sect representatives, comfortable but watched. His eye detected 17 separate surveillance techniques covering their rooms, corridors, and even the garden outside their windows. The quantity was informative. 17 surveillance layers in diplomatic quarters implied either an exceptional level of threat assessment regarding the Azure Lotus sect delegation specifically, or an institutional culture of blanket surveillance so normalized that nobody had bothered to rationalize the number to a reasonable level. As I read the surveillance techniques themselves, they range from basic audio capture arrays to sophisticated spiritual signature trackers that could identify individual cultivators at significant range. 2 of the 17 were keyed to the appraisal eye's specific frequency. Someone had anticipated his presence in Cloud Peak City and prepared accordingly. He noted this without showing his reaction. "We're being observed from 17 different angles," he told his companions. "Assume everything we say and do is recorded." 17. By phone looked pained. "That's excessive even by paranoid standards." "Welcome to Cloud Peak City," Lin Qingmei said dryly. She had been here before, as the sect master's daughter, and her familiarity with continental politics showed in the ease with which she navigated the diplomatic protocols. "The tribunal doesn't trust anyone, and anyone who trusts the tribunal is a fool." Shenwei spent the evening studying the assembly's seating chart and attendee list, which had been provided as a courtesy. His eye read the document's hidden layers: ink that contained encoded messages, paper fibers treated with tracking compounds, and a subtle charm technique woven into the calligraphy that induced mild compliance in readers. He burned the document. We'll need our own intelligence, he said. I'll scout the assembly hall tonight. Alone. My eye is less conspicuous than a group. He paused. And I want to see who else is preparing for tomorrow. He left the diplomatic quarters at midnight, the fox hidden in his robes, and navigated Cloud Peak City's midnight streets with his eye dimmed to avoid attention. The city was quieter at night, but never silent. Cultivators on various errands moved through the silver darkness, their spiritual pressures brushing against his awareness like distant music. The assembly hall was a coliseum of white stone at the city's center, large enough to seat 5,000 cultivators in tiered galleries. Chen Mu found a position on a rooftop overlooking the hall and activated his eye at maximum range. Through the stone walls, his perception mapped every formation, every surveillance point, every hidden chamber. The hall was rigged with more security than a treasure vault, but it was also rigged with several features that weren't security at all. 3 chairs in the front row had suppression formations embedded in their armrests. Whoever sat there would find their cultivation subtly dampened. The speaker's platform had a truth detection array built into the floor, but it was one-directional. It only worked on the speaker, not on anyone addressing them. And the back row had a dimensional pocket accessible only from a specific seat, a hidden escape route for whoever was important enough to warrant one. Chen Mu cataloged everything. When he returned to the diplomatic quarters, he briefed his team on every advantage and trap the assembly hall contained. Tomorrow, he would face the most powerful political body on the continent. He needed every edge his eye could provide. Chapter 82. The Continental Assembly opened with ceremony and undercurrents. 5,000 cultivators filled the tiered galleries, representing every major sect, family, and faction on the continent. The energy in the hall was palpable, not just the spiritual pressure of thousands of cultivators concentrated in one space, but the political tension of dozens of competing agendas brought into uncomfortable proximity. Chen Mu sat in the Azure Lotus sect's designated section, flanked by Lin Qingmei and Bai Feng. Yu Shiran sat separately, in the independent cultivators gallery, maintaining their agreed cover story that she was an unaffiliated ally rather than a member of his core team. The tribunal's chief arbiter, a nascent soul cultivator named Wen Daoji, called the session to order. The first hour was consumed by procedural matters and minor disputes between sections. Chen Mu used the time to scan the assembly with his eye, cataloging every attendee. The scan was exhaustive and revealing. He identified 14 Crimson Veil sympathizers scattered across different sect delegations, some ideological converts, some coerced assets, one who appeared genuinely to believe the Crimson Veil's official narrative that they were fighting Heavenly Tribunal overreach. He spotted 7 Heavenly Tribunal plants, cultivators whose official sect affiliations were covers for tribunal intelligence operations. He confirmed that the Bai family representative was a Crimson Veil asset, his smile too smooth, and his responses too precisely calibrated to the political temperature of each exchange. He noted with interest that the Song family patriarch, a heavy-set man in his 50s who radiated the particular energy of someone who had spent decades being smarter than his surroundings gave him credit for, was genuinely independent and openly disgusted by the political maneuvering around him. The Song patriarch, his eye noted, bore watching. A man that intelligent and that dissatisfied with the current system was either an opportunity or a danger, depending on what he decided to do about his dissatisfaction. The first hour of procedural matters was simultaneously a performance and a negotiation. Every minor ruling, every clarification of protocol, every deferral and objection was also a signal, a demonstration of alignment, a staking of positions. Chen Mu tracked it all with patient attention, building a map of the assembly's actual power dynamics beneath the official structure. He had the map mostly built when the air changed. Then Sovereign Su Mohan arrived. He didn't enter through a door. The space at the front of the assembly hall simply distorted, and he was there, as if reality had rearranged itself to accommodate his existence. He was tall, thin, and appeared to be about 50 years old, with silver hair and eyes that were the color of old steel. He wore robes of deep midnight blue that seemed to absorb light. He carried no weapon. He needed none. The entire assembly fell silent. Chen Mu's eye activated at maximum intensity, straining to analyze the being before him. Sovereign Su Mohan, Dao Fusion, stage unknown, age 2,317 years, cultivation history, unable to fully process, data exceeds current eye capacity, partial read, has undergone 14 major cultivation breakthroughs, 3 near-death experiences, and 1 fundamental reality alteration, power assessment, extreme. Current output exceeds combined spiritual pressure of all other attendees. Active techniques, 7 identified, 12 plus unidentified. Reality distortion field extending 50 meters in all directions. Warning: subject's chi signature contains markers consistent with primordial perception energy, specifically the destruction perception. Warning: subject is aware of appraisal eye scan. Countermeasures active. Information shifting to prevent complete analysis. The information kept changing. Every time Chen Wei's I tried to lock down a detail about Su Mohan's cultivation, the reading shifted, not because Su Mohan was hiding, but because his very nature was in flux. A Dao fusion cultivator existed at the boundary between mortal and cosmic, and that boundary was inherently unstable. Su Mohan's steel-colored eyes swept the assembly with the unhurried patience of a predator surveying a herd. His gaze passed over sect leaders, family patriarchs, and tribunal elders with equal indifference. Then it found Chen Wei. The sovereign's gaze locked onto him like a compass finding north. The weight of 2,000 years of existence pressed against Chen Wei's consciousness, and for a terrifying moment, his eyes' golden light was visible to the naked eye, a reflexive defense against the most powerful spiritual pressure he had ever encountered. "I have been waiting 800 years for those eyes to reappear," Su Mohan said, his voice carrying through the hall without effort, each syllable landing with the finality of a judge's gavel. The assembly stirred. 5,000 cultivators turned to look at Chen Wei. He met the sovereign's gaze and forced himself not to flinch. "Then I hope the wait was worth it," he said. Su Mohan smiled. It did not reach his eyes. Chapter 83. The sovereign commanded the assembly's attention with the effortless authority of a being who had been alive before most of the continent's current institutions existed. "I have information that concerns every cultivator on this continent," Su Mohan announced. "The boy before you, Chen Wei of the Azure Lotus sect, possesses one of the 5 primordial perceptions. Specifically, the appraisal perception, commonly known as the Divine Appraisal Eye." Murmurs rippled through the galleries. Most cultivators had heard of the appraisal eye as legend. Hearing it confirmed as reality was another matter entirely. "The primordial perceptions are not mere abilities," Su Mohan continued, his voice measured and deliberate. "They are fragments of the fundamental forces that created the cultivation system itself. 5 perceptions: appraisal, destruction, creation, binding, and void. Each one grants its wielder power over a specific aspect of reality. Together, they form the key to the gate of immortality, a passage to true, eternal existence beyond the limitations of mortal cultivation." The hall was silent now. Even the chief arbiter had stopped pretending to maintain order and was listening with open astonishment. "I have spent 2 millennia researching the perceptions. I have collected 2 of the 5. Su Mohan raised his hands. From his left palm, dark energy pulsed, the destruction perception, raw and terrible. From his right, a faint shimmer of connecting threads, a fragment of the binding perception, incomplete but visible. The appraisal perception sits behind that boy's eyes. It is the 3rd piece of a puzzle that, when completed, will open the gate and grant immortality. Not the extended lifespan of high cultivation, but true, infinite, unending life." He turned to Chen Wei. Chen Wei did not move, did not look away, did not show the fear that was present because it was always present and had never been the thing that determined what he did. He looked at the sovereign with his eye blazing and catalogued every weakness in the man's aura, every fluctuation in his chi, every interaction between the 2 perception fragments he carried. He looked at the assembled 5,000 cultivators and read the distribution of their emotions: fear dominant, awe secondary, calculation tertiary, in varying proportions by family and sect allegiance. He read Su Mohan's offer. Intent assessment: Su Mohan's proposal, surface, genuine offer of partnership. No deception detected in the immediate statement. Deep analysis: the offer's definition of share immortality is undefined. The gate of immortality's documented properties in the first perceiver's records describe a singular transcendence, not a divisible one. Sharing may mean something other than what the word implies to normal speakers. Probability that accepting this offer results in Chen Wei's survival. Lo, I offer you a choice, Chen Wei. Serve me willingly. Lend me the appraisal perception to locate the gate. In return, I will share immortality with you when we find it. His expression was earnest, or a perfect simulation of earnestness. I have no desire to harm you. Your eye is far more useful in a willing partner than a forcibly extracted tool. Chen Wei stood. Every gaze in the assembly hall was on him. 5,000 cultivators, the heavenly tribunal's leadership, the 4 great families, and a 2,000-year-old being who could destroy everyone in the room with a thought. His eye blazed with golden light. You've killed how many people to reach this point? Chen Wei asked. His voice was steady. though his hands trembled inside his sleeves. How many lives consumed to extend your own? My eye can see the answer, Sovereign. The number is written in your chi's signature like a stain. Sacrifices were necessary. Sacrifices. That's what you call the people who died so you could live another century. Chen Wei's eye read the death toll in Su Mohan's cultivation history. The lives consumed, the sects destroyed, the civilizations ground to dust in the sovereign's relentless pursuit of immortality. I refuse. The assembly erupted. Chapter 84 Chaos reigned for 3 minutes before the chief arbiter restored order through a combination of formation-enhanced voice amplification and the threat of mass suppression arrays. Su Mohan did not react to the refusal with violence. That, Chen Wei knew, was because attacking in the assembly hall would violate tribunal law and unite every faction in the room against him. Even a Dao fusion cultivator couldn't fight the entire continent simultaneously. Instead, Su Mohan withdrew his Su family from the assembly. Any sect or faction that harbors the appraisal eye bearer is my enemy, he declared, his voice cutting through the residual chaos like a cold wind. I have been patient for 2,000 years. My patience is a courtesy, not a constraint. He vanished the same way he had arrived, space folding around him, reality adjusting to his absence. The assembly dissolved into faction meetings, emergency consultations, and political maneuvering. Half the sects immediately declared neutrality, terrified of being caught between a Dao fusion cultivator and whatever alliance might form against him. The Heavenly Tribunal officially condemned Su Mohan's threats, but provided no concrete military support. Chen Wei watched the scramble from his delegation's assigned section. The assembly hall felt different in the aftermath, larger, somehow, as if Su Mohan's departure had left a vacuum that the echoing architecture was struggling to fill. 600 cultivators occupied the hall, and the room still felt empty in the places the sovereign had stood. He was still processing the conversation. A being 2,000 years old had asked him to cooperate, using the language of reasonableness and mutual benefit, and he had said no. He had rehearsed the refusal many times in the days before the assembly. He had not rehearsed what it would feel like afterward, the peculiar clarity of having made an irreversible choice in public. Destiny gaze showed him the fate threads repositioning in real time, alliances shifting, loyalties calculating, paths of survival being plotted by hundreds of minds simultaneously. Some of the patterns were predictable, some were surprising. The Spirit Valley sect, whom he'd expected to declare immediate neutrality, was sending quiet diplomatic signals to the Azure Lotus delegation instead. A small sect from the southern provinces that had no obvious stake in the conflict was covertly contacting the Song family. The configuration wasn't random. The people who were moving toward the alliance tended to be the smaller sects, the ones who had less to lose from taking a side and more to lose from the kind of continental domination Su Mohan represented. Chen Wei filed the patterns for later. The Azure Lotus sect's allies, the Iron Mountain sect, the White Crane Academy, reaffirmed their alliance, but with visible anxiety. The Song family patriarch approached Chen Wei privately and offered quiet support, intelligence, supply lines, and diplomatic cover. No military commitment, but genuine help nonetheless. By evening, the political landscape had crystallized. Su Mohan and his Su family stood on one side. The Azure Lotus alliance stood on the other. And the vast majority of the continent's power structure stood in the middle, watching, waiting, calculating which side to bet on. He's going to attack, Lin Qingmei said that night in their quarters. The assembly was a formality. He already knew you'd refuse. What he did today was theater. He wanted the continent to see him make a reasonable offer and you reject it. Now, when he attacks, he looks like the aggrieved party. I know, Chen Wei said. He's been doing this for 2,000 years. He's better at politics than anyone alive. So what do we do? Chen Wei closed his eyes. His destiny gaze activated, showing him the web of fate threads stretching across the continent. The threads were shifting, realigning, pulled toward a convergence point that his eye could barely perceive, a moment in the near future where everything would come together. The convergence wasn't clear in its details. What it showed him was density, many fates arriving at the same point, like rivers joining a falls. Some of those fates ended there. He was careful not to focus on which ones, because that way lay the paralysis that good generals died of. He pulled back and held only the broad shape of it. We prepare for war, he said, and I need to get to the Assembly's archives before we leave. If Su Mohan has been researching the primordial perceptions for 2,000 years, the Tribunal's records will have something about it. Chapter 85 The Tribunal's archives were housed in a labyrinth beneath the Assembly Hall, miles of shelved scrolls, jade slips, crystallized memories, and spirit paper documents dating back to the continent's earliest recorded cultivation history. Chen Wei gained access through a combination of Lin Qingmei's diplomatic credentials and a well-placed bribe of information. He offered the tribunal's archival department the identities of 2 Crimson Veil agents operating within their own ranks. The archivist was horrified enough to grant a full day's access. His eye made the research trivially efficient. Where a normal scholar would spend weeks navigating the archive's organizational system, Chen Wei simply walked through the corridors at a brisk pace, his eye scanning thousands of documents per minute and flagging any that contained relevant information. Within 2 hours, he had assembled a comprehensive picture. The primordial perceptions were documented extensively, though most records were fragmented and contradictory. The archives confirmed what Su Mohan had claimed. 5 perceptions, 5 aspects of reality, 5 keys to the gate. The depth of the archives was itself information. Someone had spent enormous effort cataloging every fragment of perception lore the tribunal had ever acquired. The records were organized, cross-referenced, and annotated in a half-dozen different scholarly hands across 3,000 years of accumulated research. This was not casual institutional record-keeping. This was a sustained project. Someone, at some point, had considered the primordial perceptions important enough to make their documentation a long-term institutional priority. He filed that observation alongside everything else. But the archives also contained information Su Mohan had not shared. The perceptions had been created by a single being, the first perceiver, a cultivator who existed before the current cultivation system. This being had achieved a level of understanding so complete that their consciousness fractured into 5 aspects, each one becoming a perception. The fracture was voluntary. The first perceiver deliberately divided themselves to create the cultivation system, seeding reality with the perceptions so that all beings could eventually develop spiritual awareness. The gate of immortality was not a door to eternal life. It was the point where the 5 perceptions could be reunited, reforming the first perceiver's consciousness. The being who controlled all 5 perceptions at the moment of reunion would become the first perceiver reborn, not a mortal who achieved immortality, but a cosmic consciousness with power over reality itself. Su Mohan wanted to become a god. The archives also documented the perception remnants, the sealed entities beneath various sections. These were not previous appraisal eye wielders gone mad, as Chen Wei had assumed. They were cultivators who had attempted partial reunification of the perceptions and failed, their consciousness overwhelmed by the power they tried to absorb. Each remnant contained a fragment of perception energy that had bonded with the failed cultivator's spirit, creating a half-alive, half-perception entity trapped between mortal and cosmic states. The 5 remnants Chen Wei had detected were 5 failed attempts at what Su Mohan was now trying to accomplish. Each one a cautionary tale, each one still dangerous. Chen Wei read the final document, a letter from the archive's original curator, written 3,000 years ago. To whoever reads this with the eye of truth, the gate must not be opened by a single will. The first perceiver divided deliberately, choosing fragmentation over godhood. To reverse that choice is not immortality. It is the murder of the universe's diversity for the sake of one being's ego. Protect the fragments. Keep them separate. Let the world remain imperfect and alive rather than perfect and enslaved. He read it 3 times. The curator had known 3,000 years ago, and had written this letter and filed it in an archive that almost no one would ever reach, addressed specifically to someone with the eye of truth, trusting that the right person would find it at the right time. He didn't know whether to feel moved by the faith implied in that, or sobered by the 3,000-year gap between the warning and the moment it was needed. Both, he decided. Both at once. Chen Wei closed the archive and sat in silence for a long time. Then he copied everything he had found and left Cloud Peak City before dawn. Chapter 86. The return journey was interrupted by Su Mohan's first military action. The Su family had mobilized faster than anyone anticipated. Within 3 days of the assembly, their forces, supplemented by the Crimson Veil sect, who had openly allied with Su Mohan, began a campaign of targeted strikes against Alliance supply lines and communication networks. Chen Wei's group encountered one such strike force on the mountain road south of Cloud Peak City. They weren't soldiers. They were constructs. Humanoid figures made of crystallized spiritual energy, moving with mechanical precision, their bodies radiating the same dark destruction energy Chen Wei had seen in Su Mohan's palm. Each construct was roughly core formation level in power, but they fought without fear, pain, or hesitation. Mindless weapons animated by a fragment of the destruction perception. Destruction construct, type 3, power source, destruction perception energy fragment. Combat level, core formation equivalent. Intelligence, none. Pre-programmed combat patterns. Weakness, Power source is centralized in chest cavity. Destroying the source crystal disables the construct. Warning, source crystal self-destructs upon construct defeat. Area, denial weapon. Don't break the chest crystals. Chen Mu shouted. They're rigged to explode. Disable them by severing the limbs and containing the crystal in a formation. The fight was a logistical nightmare. 20 constructs swarmed their position on the narrow mountain road, attacking with techniques that targeted structural weaknesses, the same type of perception that Chen Mu's fracture site used, but weaponized into a mindless, automated assault. Fighting his own power reflected back at him was deeply unsettling. The constructs found the weak points in his chi shell, in the road's stone surface, in the mountainside itself. Rocks crumbled. Paths collapsed. The terrain turned treacherous under their influence. Bifeng countered brilliantly. His formation arrays created objects with no structural weaknesses, perfectly balanced chi constructs that the destruction energy couldn't find a flaw in. These served as shields and barriers, buying time for the combatants. Chen Wei and Lin Qingmei dismantled constructs methodically, severing limbs and containing chest crystals in impromptu barriers. Yu Shiran used spatial folding to teleport deactivated crystals away from the group before they could self-destruct. It took 30 minutes to destroy all 20 constructs. They were exhausted, battered, and acutely aware that this was just a scouting force. Chen Wei crouched over the last disabled construct and read it at full depth. The thing had no consciousness, not even the rudimentary awareness of a spirit beast, just a pattern of commands encoded into crystallized destruction energy and a body shaped from the same. It had not experienced anything during the fight, could not be reasoned with or frightened or deceived. It had found his chi shell's weaknesses, because that was all it had been made to do, and it had attacked them, and then it had been stopped. Simple and terrifying in its simplicity. He was accustomed to fighting people who made mistakes from emotion and pride and miscalculation. There was no miscalculation available to an opponent that had no goals beyond the execution of its programming. He weaponized the destruction perception, Chen Wei said, examining a contained crystal. He created automated soldiers that fight using perception-based targeting. They don't need to be strong. They just need to find your weakness and hit it. How do you counter a weapon that automatically finds weaknesses? Bifeng asked. You create things without weaknesses. Chen Wei looked at Bifeng. Can you do that at scale? I can try. If I had the theoretical framework for perfectly balanced chi construction, I'll give you the framework. My eye can identify what perfect balance looks like at the structural level. We combine that with your formation expertise, and we create shields and barriers that the destruction constructs can't break. Bifeng was already thinking, his eyes bright with the challenge. I'll need materials. A lot of materials. You'll have them. This is now the Alliance's top priority. Chapter 87 War spread across the continent like a wildfire. Su Mohan's combined forces, the Su family's elite cultivators, the Crimson Veil sect's poison specialists, and legions of destruction constructs, struck the Alliance on 5 fronts simultaneously. The scale was overwhelming. Where the Battle of Green Veil had involved hundreds of combatants, this was a continental war involving thousands. Chen Wei established a mobile command center at the Azure Lotus sect, his eye serving as the Alliance's ultimate intelligence asset. Through Destiny Gaze, he could track enemy movements across hundreds of kilometers. Through his communication talisman network, he relayed real-time intelligence to allied commanders throughout the region. Crimson Veil Assault Force, 300 cultivators, 200 constructs, approaching the Iron Mountain sect's western approach. Estimated arrival, 6 hours. Recommended response: evacuate non-combatants, deploy defensive formations at the Iron Gate Pass, request White Crane aerial support. Su Family Strike Team, 12 elite cultivators, nascent soul average, targeting the Alliance's eastern supply depot. Recommended response: redirect Song family intelligence assets to track, deploy Yushiran's spatial team for interdiction. Destruction Construct Swarm, 500 units, assembling in the Blackwood Forest. No immediate target identified. This is a reserve force. Recommended response: monitor and prepare contingencies. The intelligence flowed without pause, hour after hour. Chen Wei ate at the command table, slept in brief intervals when his closest allies insisted, and spent every other waking moment processing the Destiny Gaze's output. In the quieter moments between dispatches, he was aware of a particular kind of tiredness that had nothing to do with sleep deprivation. The tiredness of seeing too much, of knowing about casualties in real time, because his eye delivered them as data before the reports arrived, of watching fate threads go dark and knowing exactly what that meant. He had learned to log the fallen and move forward. The alternative was to stop and stopping was not available to him while the war was still being fought. He grieved efficiently. In the small spaces the intelligence work allowed, and he kept going. The threads of fate across the continent were a churning, shifting web. Red threads multiplied, connections between enemies and their future confrontations. Dark threads appeared and vanished as fates were sealed and lives were cut short. The density of the information was staggering even for his eye, and he found himself making decisions on partial analysis rather than complete understanding, trusting the accumulated tactical knowledge from Su's soul imprint to fill the gaps his perception couldn't fully cover. The war was not going well. The Alliance was outnumbered, outgunned, and facing an enemy that could produce unlimited constructs from perception energy. Every construct destroyed was replaced within days. The Crimson Veil's poison specialists turned every battlefield into a hazardous environment that lingered long after the fighting stopped. And the ever-present threat of Su Mohan's personal intervention hung over every engagement like a sword suspended by a thread. But the Alliance had three advantages: Shen Wei's intelligence, Bai Feng's counter-destruction formations, and the fact that Su Mohan had not yet committed his full power. "He's waiting for something," Shen Wei told the War Council. "He has the strength to crush us directly, but he's using proxies and constructs." "What? Perhaps he's conserving energy for the gate ritual," Lin Qingmei suggested. "Or he's collecting the remaining perception remnants," Yu Shiran added. "If his goal is to reunite all 5 perceptions, he needs the sealed entities we identified." "Both," Shen Wei said, "as I tracking the sovereign's movements through Destiny Gaze. He's doing both, and he's succeeding. My gaze shows him approaching the locations of the remnants one by one. He's already been to the Shun clan ruins." A cold silence fell over the council. "The Shun clan remnant," Shen Wei said. "The one Shen Daoming sacrificed himself to seal. Su Mohan has already absorbed it." Chapter 88. Shen Wei returned to the Shen clan. Not with an army. There was no army to spare. Not with his core team. They were needed at the front. He went alone, with only the fox on his shoulder and his eye blazing golden in the darkness. He had put this visit off as long as the war would permit. The practical reason was real. The Shun clan compound contained one of the major perception remnant sites, and he needed to assess whether Su Mohan had already extracted it. But there was another reason beneath the practical one, and he was honest with himself about it. He was afraid of what walking through those ruins would feel like. 18 years of his life had been shaped by that compound. Not by the good things, there hadn't been many, but by the texture of daily existence there. The sounds of the great hall, the smell of the courtyard after rain, his grandfather's footsteps at night, the specific acoustic quality of the corridor outside his room. Memory worked differently without vision. He had memorized that place through all his other senses, and the memories were embedded in his body as much as his mind. He went anyway, because avoiding things that needed to be faced was not something as I would let him pretend was wisdom. The Shin clan compound was ruins. The buildings that had been his childhood prison were collapsed, burned, or simply abandoned. The defensive walls were breached in 17 places. The spirit gardens were dead, their energy drained by whatever Su Mohan had done to extract the remnant. Shen Wei walked through the rubble of the great hall, where Shun Hao had mocked him, through the courtyard where he had been thrown into a pond, past the pharmacy where he had found the spirit condensation pills that started his journey. Everything was dust and memory. He let himself feel it without commentary. The grief was real, not for the clan as an institution, not for its power or its bloodline legacy, but for the ordinary textures of the place where his childhood had happened. Even bad childhoods made memories. Even unkind places could be missed. He found the Patriarch's study, partially collapsed but still standing. Inside, the hidden passage to the underground chamber was open, ripped open, the formation seals shattered by force that exceeded anything the Shun clan's defenses could have resisted. He descended. The underground chamber was empty. The remnant was gone. The crystallized cocoon that had held it was shattered, fragments scattered across the floor like broken glass. The walls bore scorch marks from the extraction, burned so deep that the stone had partially vitrified. But something remained. Shen Wei's eye detected a presence. Not the remnant itself, but an echo. An imprint left in the chamber's spiritual fabric by the remnant's centuries of imprisonment. The echo was weak, fading, but it carried information. He touched the wall and let his eye process the imprint. Visions flooded his perception. He saw the chamber's history in reverse. The extraction, Su Mohan, enormous, his presence warping the stone. The imprisonment, the remnant screaming, fighting the seals, slowly going quiet. And before that, the creation of the chamber itself. The man who had sealed the remnant was not the Azure Lotus sect's founder. It was Shen Daoming, but not the corrupt patriarch Shen Wei had known. A younger Shen Daoming, idealistic and determined, who had discovered the remnant beneath the family compound and spent years constructing the seals to contain it. The vision showed the moment it went wrong. The remnant whispered to Shun Daoming through the seals. Night after night, year after year, a constant drip of paranoia, suspicion, and fear. The corruption Shen Wei had attributed to simple greed was actually the remnant's influence, a malevolent intelligence undermining its jailer from within. The resource theft, the suppression of branch families, the murder of Shen Wei's parents. All of it had been the remnant's work, manipulating Shun Daoming into weakening the clan so that the seals would eventually fail and it could break free. And in the end, Shun Daoming had realized what was happening and sacrificed himself to strengthen the seals, a final act of redemption by a man who had spent decades as a puppet without knowing it. Shen Wei withdrew from the vision. The weight of revised understanding settled over him. Not sudden shock, because the eye had given him the facts without softening them, but the slow pressure of a world that insisted on being more complicated than anyone who needed it to be simple would have wanted. "I'm sorry," Shen Wei whispered to the empty chamber. "I didn't understand." The echo faded. The chamber was dead. Whatever the remnant had been, it was now part of Su Mohan's collection. He climbed back to the surface and found Shun Hao waiting. Chapter 89. His cousin was barely human. The Crimson Veil's enhancement process had been completed during the weeks since Shun Hao's recapture. His body was a patchwork of biological and spiritual modifications. Muscles swollen with artificial qi, skin stretched taut over formations tattooed directly onto bone, eyes replaced with orbs of dark crimson energy that pulsed with borrowed destruction perception. Shun Hao, modified, original cultivation, qi condensation, 3rd stage, crippled. Current effective level, core formation, 7th stage, artificial. Modifications, 23 physical alterations, 7 spiritual implants, complete meridian replacement with synthetic channels. Control status, external. Subject is being operated remotely through the destruction perception implant in his eyes. Physical condition, terminal. Body rejection rate 4% per day. Estimated survival, 30 to 45 days. Mental condition, partially suppressed. Original consciousness present, but overridden by control protocols. He was a puppet. The Crimson Veil had turned Shun Hao into a remote-controlled weapon and sent him here, to the ruins of his own family's compound, to fight his cousin. "Shun Hao," Shen Wei said carefully. "I know you can hear me in there." The puppet didn't respond with words. It attacked. The modifications made it strong. Artificially core formation was no joke, and the synthetic channels delivered qi with a brutal efficiency that natural meridians couldn't match. The destruction perception implants in its eyes gave it a crude version of fracture sight, allowing it to target structural weaknesses in Shun Wei's defenses. But it fought without finesse, without intelligence, without the creative adaptation that made a cultivator truly dangerous. Every attack was a pre-programmed pattern executed with mechanical precision. Shun Wei dodged and analyzed, his eye mapping the control pathways that connected the puppet to its operator somewhere far away. The remote control signal was threaded through the destruction implants, up through the atmosphere, to a relay point. A communication node that his eye traced to the Crimson Veil's main fortress, hundreds of kilometers to the southeast. He could sever the control signal. His fracture sight identified the exact point where the connection was weakest, the junction between the destruction implant and Shun Hao's natural spiritual pathways, a hairline gap where biological and artificial systems interfaced. But severing the control might kill Shun Hao. The artificial modifications were integrated so deeply that removing the control signal could cause the entire synthetic system to collapse, and with it, the body it was sustaining. The puppet swung a fist wreathed in dark energy. Shen Wei caught it with both hands, his nascent soul strength barely sufficient to absorb the impact. He looked into the crimson artificial eyes and searched for his cousin, and found him. Deep beneath the modifications, beneath the control protocols, beneath the borrowed destruction energy, Shen Hao's consciousness was still alive. Trapped, terrified, aware of what his body was doing, but unable to stop it. Shen Wei's eye connected with that consciousness for a fraction of a second. In that fraction, Shen Hao communicated one thought, carried by the desperate force of a mind fighting for its last scrap of agency. "Kill me." Shen Wei didn't kill him. Instead, he used the 7th flaw strike. Not the technique, because he hadn't mastered it yet, but the principle. The karmic weakness. The crack in someone's destiny that everything else grew from. He poured his perception into the control signal and found Shun Hao's karmic wound. The moment in childhood when his father told him he was special, that he was destined for greatness, that nothing and no one would ever surpass him. The lie that became his identity. The expectation that became his cage. The promise that, when it broke everything else with it. Chen Wei didn't attack the wound. He acknowledged it. He saw it for what it was, not a flaw to exploit, but a tragedy to understand. The control signal wavered. The puppet's movement stuttered. And for one moment, Shun Hao's real eyes, not the crimson implants, but the brown human eyes buried beneath them, surfaced. It hurts, Shen Hao whispered with his own voice. I know. I was supposed to be the hero. You still are? Right now? Fighting the control from inside. That's heroism. The crimson implants flickered. The control signal strengthened, trying to reassert dominance. Shen Hao's face contorted with the effort of resistance. I can't hold it much longer. Please. Shen Wei placed his palm over Shun Hao's heart and sent a single pulse of pure appraisal perception into the synthetic system. Not to destroy, to reveal. His eye showed the artificial modifications their own true nature. Incompatible, temporary, parasitic. The truth was a poison that no artifice could survive. The modifications rejected themselves. The synthetic channels collapsed. The destruction implants went dark. Shun Hao's body, mortal, original, broken, folded like paper. Shen Wei caught him before he hit the ground. I'm sorry, Shun Hao said, his voice a thread. For everything. The pond. The trial. All of it. I know. Can you see? Is there anything left? Shen Wei's eye assessed what remained of his cousin's body. The modifications' collapse had caused catastrophic internal damage. Every organ was failing. His natural cultivation base, already crippled, was gone entirely. I'm sorry, Shen Hao. His cousin smiled. It was the first genuine smile Shen Wei had ever seen on his face. Free of arrogance, free of jealousy, free of the burden of being someone he was never meant to be. I'm sorry I was blind, Shen Hao whispered. I was the blind one. All along. He died in Shen Wei's arms, in the ruins of the home they had shared, under a sky full of stars that neither of them had ever really looked at together. Shen Wei held him for a long time. Chapter 90. Shen Wei buried Shun Hao beside their parents' memorial marker in the Shun clan's ancestral garden, one of the few structures still intact. He said no words over the grave. Some things went deeper than language. He had spent the early part of the night finding the right place. The ancestral garden had been neglected during the Crimson Veil occupation. Weeds had grown over the stone paths, and one of the ornamental spirit willow trees had fallen, blocking the old route to the memorial. He cleared it himself, by hand, without using qi. He didn't examine why he needed it to be done that way. He just knew it was the right way to do this particular thing, in this particular place, for this particular person. It took an hour. His hands bled a little from the bark. He didn't read his own hands with his eye. He stood there for a long time, the fox quiet on his shoulder, looking at the three markers in the dawn light. Father, mother, Shen Hao. 3 lives cut short by the same chain of greed and darkness that had started with a patriarch whispering to a sealed remnant in the deep earth. His eye showed him the grave markers as they truly were, stone and qi inscription, shaped by human hands to mark what was gone. No technique, no amount of perception, could show him what he actually wanted to know, whether the people buried here were at peace, whether they knew he had come back, whether the story of the Shun clan had ended as anything other than tragedy. He turned away. Some questions weren't for the eye, some were for the heart, and the heart had no answer yet. When he returned to the compound's entrance, he found he wasn't alone. 23 Shun clan members, branch family survivors, had gathered at the gates. They were thin, frightened, and desperate. Among them, Shen Wei spotted a young girl, perhaps 8 years old, who clutched a bundle of clothes to her chest and stared at him with wide, golden-flecked eyes. Shun Lian, age 8, mortal body, spiritual root, dual element, light, perception, latent ability, minor appraisal eye variant, nascent, unawakened, bloodline, Shun clan, branch family, same lineage as Shun Wei. Note: this child carries the genetic markers for appraisal eye activation. Probability of awakening, 34%, a potential heir to the eye. His bloodline's legacy, standing before him in a dirty dress with bare feet. Shen Wei looked at the child, really looked, not just with his eye, but with all the accumulated weight of understanding what it meant to carry perception in a world that didn't always know what to do with it. If her ability awakened, her life would become something extraordinary and something difficult in equal measure. She would see things others didn't, know things others couldn't, and bear the weight of that knowledge without having asked for it. He hoped she would have better teachers than he'd had at her age. He hoped she would have someone to tell her, early, what it meant. That the ability didn't define her. That it was a tool, not a destiny. We have nowhere to go, an elderly woman said. Aunt Chin from the pharmacy, her face aged beyond her years by hardship. The patriarch is dead. The main family has scattered. The Crimson Veil agents left, when Su Mohan did. "Come with me," Shen Wei said. "The Azure Lotus sect will take you in." His grandfather wept when the survivors arrived. He held Shun Lian, his great-grandniece, on his lap and told her stories about the Shun clan's history while she listened with those golden-flecked eyes that saw more than they should. An era had ended. The Shun clan as it had been, corrupt, stratified, poisoned from within, was dead. What would grow from its ashes was something smaller, humbler, and perhaps better, but Shun Wei couldn't stay to nurture it. The war was accelerating, and the remnants were disappearing one by one into Su Mohan's collection. Chapter 91 The remnant beneath the Azure Lotus sect was the most immediate threat. Shen Wei reinforced the seals daily now, adding layers of appraisal perception-based locks that would resist even Su Mohan's destruction energy. But he knew the reinforcement was temporary. Su Mohan had already collected one remnant by force, and his power was growing with each absorption. The tactical situation demanded a different approach. Instead of defending the remnants and waiting for Su Mohan to take them, Shen Wei needed to reach them first. He convened an emergency meeting with his core team. 5 remnants total, he said, spreading a map on the table. Su Mohan has already taken the Shun clan remnant. He holds one in his personal possession, the one that's been with him for centuries. That's 2 for him. We need to secure the remaining 3 before he does. He marked the locations. 1 beneath the Azure Lotus sect. Ours, already sealed. 1 in the Crimson Veil sect's fortress, heavily guarded, in enemy territory. 1 in the frozen abyss of the northern wastes, remote, dangerous, but not held by any faction. And 1 in the ancient imperial tomb to the east, the most dangerous, but also the most important. Why the most important? Bai Feng asked. Because the ancient imperial tomb holds the creation perception remnant. The destruction perception targets weaknesses. The creation perception generates strengths. If we can access creation, it might be the direct counter to Su Mohan's destruction. Lin Qingmei studied the map. We can't send a single team to all 3 locations. We need to split up. Agreed. Lin Qingmei, you and Jin Kuan will go to the frozen abyss. Your nascent soul cultivation and his body resistance make you the best team for an Arctic environment. And the ancient imperial tomb, you Sharon and I will go. Her spatial abilities and my eye are the best combination for navigating a perception-locked tomb. That leaves the Azure Lotus remnant and the Crimson Veil fortress remnant unaddressed. The Azure Lotus remnant stays sealed for now. Bai Feng will maintain the seals. The Crimson Veil remnant. Shen Wei paused. We can't reach it without an army. We focus on what we can get. The teams prepared. Supplies were gathered. Routes were plotted. Contingencies were established. The Alliance's defensive operations were delegated to Elder Hua Lingshi and Shun Yun's strategic guidance. Before they separated, Shen Wei pulled each team member aside for a private word. To Bai Feng, if the Azure Lotus remnant breaks free while we're gone, don't fight it. Evacuate everyone and run. To Lin Qingmei, be careful. The frozen abyss has killed cultivators stronger than either of us. Trust Jin Kuan. His body cultivation is designed for exactly that environment. To Jin Kuan, protect her. I'm trusting you with the person who matters most to me. To you, Sharon. In the tomb, we may encounter things that my eye can't fully analyze. If I tell you to run, run. Don't wait for me. Each team departed at dawn, heading in different directions towards separate corners of the continent, united by a single purpose: prevent Su Mohan from becoming a god. He watched them go from the sect gate. Lin Qingmei and Jin Kuan northward, their figures shrinking against the morning sky. Yu Shiran at his side, folding space as soon as they cleared the sect's outer formation boundary. Bai Feng turning back with a short nod, not an emotional farewell, which suited both of them. There were things that were better expressed through action than words, and Bai Feng's agreement to hold the Azure Lotus sect seals alone, against the Dao Fusion entity's eventual interest, was the fullest expression of trust that Shen Wei had received from anyone in the past year who was not his grandfather. He did not say that. Bai Feng did not need to hear it. They understood each other in the register that mattered. Chapter 92 The journey to the ancient imperial tomb took Shen Wei and Yu Shiran 3 weeks, even with spatial folding. The tomb was located on the continent's eastern edge, in a mountain range so old that the peaks had eroded to gentle hills, covered in forests that had never been logged. The spiritual energy was ancient and strange, not the familiar chi of cultivated lands, but something older, deeper, more fundamental. Shen Wei's eye responded to the environment with increasing sensitivity. The closer they got to the tomb, the more his perception sharpened. Colors became more vivid. Sounds carried deeper harmonics. The golden text that appeared when he analyzed objects became more detailed, more nuanced, as if the eye itself was returning to a place it recognized. He analyzed the stone on the second day, just a flat river stone from the path, ordinary in every visible respect. And his eye returned 11 layers of description, the deepest of which read, Formation Component, Node 4417 of a continental scale passive perception array, currently dormant, designed to activate upon proximity of a compatible eye bearer. The stone was part of a formation that spanned the continent and had been waiting, dormant, for someone with his specific abilities to come close enough to begin waking it up. He had been walking through this formation for 2 days without knowing it existed. The tomb's architects had thought in scales that made his own planning feel modest by comparison. You're changing, Yuxiran observed on the 3rd week, watching him analyze a tree that his eye had identified as a living formation component in a network spanning the entire mountain range. The eye is resonating with something here. The closer we get to the tomb, the more it reveals. The tomb entrance was hidden in a cliff face, concealed not by illusion but by the fact that it existed in a slightly different spatial dimension, offset from normal reality by a fraction of a degree. Without spatial awareness or perception abilities, you could walk past it 1,000 times and never know it was there. Yuxiran's Starweaver bloodline detected the spatial offset. Shen Wei's eye saw through it. Together, they aligned the two perceptions, and the cliff face opened like a curtain. The tomb was vast. Corridors stretched in every direction, carved from stone that predated the current cultivation era by millennia. The walls were covered in inscriptions that Shen Wei's eye translated automatically, not words in any known language, but direct concepts imprinted in the stone, readable by anyone with perception abilities. The first perceiver created this place as a record. What you find here is what you are ready to understand. The corridors shifted as they walked. Walls moved. Passages rearranged. The tomb was a living puzzle, testing their perception at every turn. Shen Wei navigated by eye. Every shifting wall, every rearranging corridor, every hidden passage was visible to him in real time. He saw the tomb's underlying structure, a fractal pattern of interconnected chambers, each one containing a test or a teaching, arranged in a spiral that descended toward the tomb's heart. It's designed for someone like me, he said, marveling. Every puzzle requires perception abilities to solve. The traps target cultivators who rely on brute force instead of awareness. And the reward? The creation perception remnant. At the bottom of the spiral, they descended, solving puzzles that ranged from the simple, identify the real door among illusions, to the complex, rearrange the chi flow patterns in a chamber-sized formation array to create a specific harmonic frequency. Each puzzle taught something about perception, about seeing truth, about understanding context, about the relationship between observation and reality. On the 7th day underground, they reached the final chamber. Chapter 93. The heart of the ancient imperial tomb was a spherical chamber carved from a single crystal of pure spiritual quartz. The walls shimmered with internal light, and the air hummed with a frequency that Shen Wei felt in his bones. At the center of the chamber, floating 3 meters above the floor, was the creation perception remnant. But this remnant was different from the others. Where the Shun clan remnant had been a sealed madman and the Azure Lotus remnant was a malevolent consciousness pressing against its cage, the creation perception remnant was serene, quiet, at peace. It appeared as a figure of golden light, humanoid but indistinct, its features shifting between faces, as if it had been many people over its existence and had finally settled on being none of them. Creation perception remnant, status, conscious and stable, nature. Unlike other remnants, this entity retained its sanity through the millennia by continuously creating, generating new thoughts, new ideas, new internal worlds. Where other remnants stagnated and went mad, this one evolved. Threat level, minimal if approached with respect. Will defend if attacked. Current intent, waiting. Has been aware of Shun Wei's approach since he entered the mountain range, the remnant spoke. Not in words, in concepts that materialized directly in Shun Wei's consciousness, bypassing language entirely. Welcome, young appraiser. I have been expecting you for a very long time. Shen Wei bowed instinctively. You're not like the others. No, the others tried to hold the perceptions alone. They forgot that perception without creation is just knowledge, and knowledge without purpose leads to madness. You know about Su Mohan? I know about every attempt to reunite the perceptions. There have been 17 in 3,000 years. All failed. All caused suffering. Su Mohan is the 18th attempt. He will fail too, but the suffering he causes first will be significant unless he is stopped. Can you help me stop him? The remnant's golden light pulsed. I can offer you integration, not possession. I will not take your mind. but a genuine merger of appraisal and creation perceptions, working in harmony rather than competition. What's the difference? Su Mohan forces the perceptions into submission. He dominates them. That is why they corrupt him slowly. They resist his control and distort his mind. I offer partnership. The creation perception will augment your appraisal, and your appraisal will ground my creation. Together, we become more than either alone. And the cost? Pain. Transformation. The loss of certainty about where your perception ends and mine begins. Chen Wei looked at Yushiran. She stood at the chamber's entrance, her expression guarded but resolute. This is your decision, she said. I can't see what that thing is showing you, but I trust your eye. Chen Wei turned back to the remnant. I accept. The merger was agonizing. Creation energy flooded Chen Wei's meridians, restructuring them at a fundamental level. His celestial grade channels, already exceptional, were upgraded to something beyond classification. Pathways that could carry not just chi, but potential, not just energy, but possibility. His eye evolved again. Where before it showed him what things were, now it also showed him what things could become. Every object, every person, every technique carried a shadow of its potential, the best version of itself that could theoretically exist. A cracked stone showed its potential as a perfect gemstone. A withered plant showed its potential as a towering tree. A wounded cultivator showed their potential as a being of incandescent power. The merger pushed his cultivation to nascent soul peak. His eye blazed with gold and white light simultaneously, appraisal and creation, truth and potential, seeing and imagining. When the transformation completed, the creation remnant had dissolved. Its energy was woven into Chen Wei's being, not as a separate entity, but as an integrated aspect of his perception. Chen Wei, nascent soul, 9th stage, peak. Appraisal Eye, stage 5. Integrated dual perception, appraisal plus creation. New capabilities, perception of potential, creation of countermeasures in real time, ability to reinforce rather than just identify weaknesses. But the merger had another effect. The moment the creation perception joined with Chen Wei's eye, a pulse of energy radiated outward from the tomb, a signal that traveled across the continent at the speed of thought. Su Mohan, wherever he was, felt it. We need to move, Chen Wei said, his voice carrying new harmonics. He knows what we just did. Chapter 94. Yushiran folded them out of the tomb and across 3 provinces in a series of desperate spatial jumps that left both of them gasping. The alert signal from Chen Wei's merger had been like a beacon, broadcasting his location and the nature of his power upgrade to anyone with the ability to perceive perception energy. Su Mohan was the primary concern, but the Crimson Veil sect's forces and even the Heavenly Tribunal surveillance networks would have detected the pulse. They ran for 2 days, stopping only when Yushiran's spatial abilities needed to recharge. During the pauses, Chen Wei explored his new capabilities. The creation perception changed everything about how he fought. Previously, his combat style was entirely reactive. See a weakness, exploit it. Now he could create, not physical objects that required a different type of cultivation, but solutions. His eye showed him weaknesses in enemy techniques. His creation aspect immediately generated the optimal counter technique, customized in real time. He tested it against a pack of spirit beasts that attacked them during a rest stop. Where before he would have analyzed their weaknesses and struck them, now his eye showed him both the weakness and the optimal counter simultaneously. His responses were instantaneous, fluid, and devastatingly effective. The spirit beasts fled after 30 seconds. That's different, Yushiran observed. I'm not just seeing problems anymore. I'm seeing solutions at the same time. He flexed his fingers, watching the golden white light play between them. It's like the difference between reading a map and being able to redraw it. She studied him with the particular intensity she reserved for situations she was still categorizing. The creation remnant. You said it chose partnership rather than possession. You can feel it. Not as a separate voice. More like an added layer of thought. When I analyze something, the appraisal part sees what's there, and the creation part immediately suggests what could replace it, reinforce it, counter it. They work in parallel. He paused, reaching for the right comparison. When I was blind and learned to navigate by sound and touch, I had to consciously process both senses simultaneously. Eventually, it became automatic. This is like that. 2 perceptions, working together, becoming one. She nodded slowly. And it doesn't feel like your thoughts are not your own? No, they're mine. Just with more options. They received a communication talisman update from the Alliance on the 3rd day. The news was mixed. Good. Bai Feng's counter-destruction formations were holding at the Azure Lotus sect. The Alliance's defensive lines were stable. Bad. The Crimson Veil sect had launched a major offensive against the Iron Mountain sect, diverting alliance resources. The Heavenly Tribunal had declared formal neutrality, withdrawing its surveillance assets from the conflict, which meant the intelligence network Shen Wei had partially relied on was gone. Worse, the communication from Lin Qingmei and Zheng Kuan's team in the Frozen Abyss had gone silent 2 days ago. Shen Wei read the talisman twice, feeling his attention catch on the last item and refused to move past it. Lin Qingmei was nascent soul, 4th stage. Zheng Kuan was effectively unkillable by anything short of a Dao fusion technique. The Frozen Abyss was dangerous, but it was the kind of dangerous that favored exactly their combination of abilities. Silence could mean many things: spatial interference preventing talisman transmission, deliberate communication blackout, lost equipment, or engagement too intense to break from. He reminded himself of all of these possibilities in sequence and believed each of them for approximately 3 seconds before his attention returned to the worst interpretation and sat there. He filed the worst interpretation. He had to keep moving, but he filed it. Chapter 95. Shen Wei's destiny gaze reached across the continent toward the northern wastes. It was at the extreme edge of his range, thousands of kilometers, but the merged appraisal creation perception made it possible. He saw fate threads stretching north, through frozen plains and ice-capped mountains, to the Frozen Abyss, a massive glacier-carved canyon that plunged into the Earth's crust. The threads were still connected. Lin Qingmei and Zheng Kuan were alive, but their fate threads were tangled, twisted, wrapped around something that pulsed with an unfamiliar perception energy. The binding perception. The Frozen Abyss remnant was the binding perception, the power over connections and loyalty. Where appraisal revealed truth and creation generated potential and destruction found weakness, binding controlled the links between things. Relationships, allegiances, the invisible threads that connected mind to mind. And it had been using that power on the local spirit beasts for centuries, creating a hive mind. Hundreds of creatures linked into a single consciousness, controlled by the remnant's will. Lin Qingmei and Zheng Kuan were fighting a war against an army with one mind. Shen Wei couldn't reach them. The distance was too great for any reasonable travel time, even with spatial folding. He had to trust them, had to believe that Lin Qingmei's nascent soul cultivation and Zheng Kuan's indestructible body would be enough. What he could do was monitor their fate threads and pray, or what passed for prayer in his case, which was the focused application of his destiny gaze at the thread's outermost fibers, reading everything the ability could tell him and memorizing each detail for the daily comparison that would show him if anything changed. The vigil was the hardest thing he had done since Su's death. The destiny gaze could show him whether the threads existed, but not what was happening to them. He could see life, not detail. Could see connection, not content. Each day, he checked the threads and found them present, tangled, struggling. And each day, he had to close the gaze and trust. He wasn't accustomed to trusting without data. The eye had given him 2 years of understanding things before he had to act on them. Seeing cultivation levels, intentions, hidden properties, structural weaknesses. He had learned, perhaps too thoroughly, to treat knowing and acting as a single continuous motion. Remove the knowing and the not acting became excruciating. He understood, during those 4 days, something about what it meant to be in a relationship with someone. You gave them your trust in the absence of data. You acted on who they were rather than what you currently knew, because you could not always know enough, and the relationship required you to continue regardless. The threads twisted, brightened, dimmed, twisted again. Battle. Recovery. Battle again. On the 4th day of monitoring, the threads stabilized. A communication talisman crackled to life. Mission accomplished. Lin Qingmei's voice came through, exhausted but triumphant. The binding remnant is sealed. But Zheng Kuan took critical damage protecting me from a cave collapse. We're heading south. Estimated arrival, 2 weeks. How bad is Zheng Kuan's damage? A pause. He lost his right arm. The cave collapse crushed it beyond any healing I could manage. He says it'll grow back. Another pause. I don't think arms grow back. Tell him I said his debt is paid. He doesn't owe me anything. I told him that. He punched a wall with his remaining arm and said he'd decide when his debt was paid. Despite everything, Shen Wei smiled. Chapter 96. Su Mohan struck the Azure Lotus sect, while half the alliance's strength was deployed elsewhere. The attack came not as a military assault, but as a precision strike. Su Mohan didn't send his army. He sent his most powerful creation, a puppet cultivator merged with the destruction perception, a being of pure destructive intent shaped into human form and given enough intelligence to adapt. The destruction puppet appeared over the Azure Lotus sect at dawn, floating in the air like a dark star. Its presence cracked the sky. Its spiritual pressure crushed the sect's protective array. the formation that Bai Feng had spent weeks rebuilding, in 3 seconds. Bai Feng fought it. From the formation command center, he launched everything he had: counter-destruction barriers, spatial disruption arrays, chi-dampening fields, kinetic traps. Each formation was designed with the perfectionist precision that was Bai Feng's gift, each one a masterwork of formation theory that would have stopped anything below nascent soul. The destruction puppet walked through them all. Not because they failed, they worked exactly as designed. But the puppet's destruction perception operated at a higher level than anything Bai Feng had encountered. It didn't just find weaknesses in the formations. It found the concept of weakness in the concept of formation and exploited it at a philosophical level. Bai Feng was driven back, his formations shattering one by one. The sect's remaining defenders engaged the puppet and were brushed aside. 2 elders were critically wounded. A section of the main peak collapsed. The disciples who had trained in the sect's halls, who had cultivated in its spirit gardens, who had woken every morning to the bell that called them to practice. They fought with everything they had. Not because they could win, but because the sect was their home, and home was worth defending even against something that could not be stopped. They could not stop it. Elder Hua Lingshi organized a fighting retreat, pulling non-combatants to the secondary compound on the western peak. Xin Yun, immobile and mortal, directed evacuations from his wheelchair with the calm precision of a man who had survived decades of crisis. Shen Lian, the 8-year-old with golden-flecked eyes, held an older woman's hand and walked through the evacuation without crying. When someone asked if she was all right, she said, "Shenwei will come back and fix it." Then she continued walking. Bai Feng made his last stand at the entrance to the underground passage, the passage leading to the azure lotus remnant that the puppet was clearly targeting. He deployed his masterwork, a formation called the perfect sphere. Based on the framework Shen Wei had given him, the theoretical model for objects with no structural weaknesses, it was a barrier of absolutely balanced qi that presented no flaw for the destruction perception to exploit. The puppet hit the perfect sphere. The sphere held. The puppet hit it again and again. Each impact sent shockwaves through the mountain. The sphere cracked, not from a weakness being exploited, but from the raw, overwhelming power behind the attacks. Bai Feng poured more qi into the barrier, reinforcing it from the inside, watching the cracks appear and filling them before they could propagate. His hands bled from the effort of sustaining the formation. His vision blurred. He could not stop the puppet. He could only stand here and hold. But it held long enough. The communication talisman in Bai Feng's pocket crackled. "Bai Feng, I'm 1 hour out." Hold. Shen Wei and Yushiran were racing back across the continent, Yushiran burning through her spatial reserves in jump after desperate jump. In the intervals between folds, moving at full speed through the air above the landscape, Shen Wei fixed his destiny gaze on the azure lotus sect and tracked what he could at distance. Bai Feng's fate thread was present and bright, strained, carrying the particular tension of someone holding something that wanted to break, but intact. He was still alive. He was still holding. The thread's quality was the closest thing to reassurance the destiny gaze could offer, and it was enough to keep Shen Wei from demanding a speed that would burn out Yushiran's ability entirely. An hour. 1 hour was what Bai Feng had been given. They would make it in less. Chapter 97. Shen Wei pushed for breakthrough during the final approach. It was insane. Breaking through to spirit severing while traveling at spatial folding speed, with a battle raging at his destination, with the fate of everyone he cared about hanging in the balance. Every cultivation manual ever written advised calm meditation, controlled environments, and extended preparation for major breakthroughs. Shen Wei had none of those things. What he had was the creation perception's gift, the ability to see potential and forge it into reality. His eye looked inward. His nascent soul, the golden eye floating in his dantian, pulsed with merged appraisal creation energy. The next step, spirit severing, required him to sever the connection between his consciousness and his mortal form, ascending to a state where his spirit existed independently of his body. For a normal cultivator, this meant confronting and cutting away the attachments that bound them to the physical world. For Shen Wei, with the appraisal eye integrated into his very soul, it meant severing the distinction between perception and reality. The tribulation was not heavenly lightning. It was a perception storm. As his breakthrough began, the 5 perception remnants across the continent resonated with his advancement. The 2 in Su Mohan's possession, the one Shen Wei had integrated, the one Lin Qingmei had sealed, and the one beneath the Azure Lotus sect. All 5 vibrated at a frequency that hammered Shen Wei's consciousness. Visions assaulted him. Every truth his eye had ever shown him replayed simultaneously. The Shun clan's corruption, his parents' murder, Su's death, Shun Hao's destruction, Luo Bingwen's crimes, Su Mohan's millennia of consumed lives. every deception he had pierced, every weakness he had found, every potential he had seen, and then his own weaknesses, his own flaws, his own potential, and the gap between what he was and what he could be. He was not brave. He was terrified, constantly, of the power he carried and the responsibility it demanded. He was not compassionate. He had walked away from Xianxia in the whispering Fang forest and let the wolves have him. He was not wise. He had blundered into danger after danger, saved not by foresight, but by luck and raw ability. The perception storm forced him to see himself with the same merciless clarity that his eye applied to everything else. And what he saw was a young man, barely more than a boy, carrying a power he didn't fully understand, fighting enemies he couldn't fully match, and trying desperately to protect people he couldn't fully save. The storm demanded a response. Accept the truth or break. Chen Mu accepted. He accepted his fear and chose to act anyway. He accepted his failures and chose to learn from them. He accepted his limitations and chose to push past them. He accepted that he was imperfect and that the world didn't need perfection. It needed someone who could see the truth and still choose to fight. The breakthrough completed. Spirit severing. His spirit separated from his body, existed independently for one transcendent moment, and then merged back, but different. His consciousness was no longer bound by physical limitations. His eye operated at a level that made his previous perception seem like looking through smoked glass. He could see the entire Azure Lotus sect from 50 kilometers away. He could see the destruction puppet hammering by Feng's perfect sphere. He could see his friends fighting, bleeding, dying. And he could see the solution. You Shiran, one more jump. Everything you have. She folded space one final time, burning through her last reserves, and they materialized in the sky above the Azure Lotus sect. Chapter 98. Chen Mu descended onto the battlefield like a golden comet. The destruction puppet had cracked by Feng's perfect sphere. The formation master was on his knees, blood streaming from his nose, his chi reserves depleted. The puppet was reaching through the crack in the sphere toward the underground passage. Chen Mu's fist hit the puppet in the center of its chest. The impact generated a shockwave that flattened trees for 100 meters. The puppet was driven backward, through the sect compound wall, through a building, through a hillside. It carved a trench in the earth a kilometer long. Chen Mu landed in the courtyard. His eye blazed with golden white light. His spirit-severing cultivation flooded the area with a pressure that made the remaining defenders gasp. The puppet extracted itself from the hillside and charged back. It was fast, incredibly fast, and its destruction perception targeted Chen Mu's defenses with the same philosophical level analysis it had used on by Feng's formations. But Chen Mu's defenses were different. His merged appraisal creation perception didn't just identify weaknesses in the puppet's attacks, it simultaneously generated counters. And not reactive counters, but proactive ones. His eyes saw the destruction energy forming, calculated its target, and created a defensive response before the attack was even launched. The puppet punched. Chen Mu's defensive chi shifted to a configuration that had no weakness in the specific direction and frequency of the punch. The attack hit and bounced. The puppet kicked. Chen Mu's defense reconfigured, a new shape, a new balance, perfectly countering the new angle. The puppet launched a destruction beam, a concentrated ray of annihilating energy that turned matter to ash. Chen Mu raised his palm and created an equal and opposite beam of creation energy. The two forces met and neutralized each other in a display of light and fury that lit the mountain like a second sun. Destruction finds weakness. Creation fills weakness, Chen Mu said, stepping forward. You can't destroy what I'm constantly recreating. The battle became a war of perceptions. Destruction against creation. Analysis against synthesis. Finding flaws against filling them. The arena was the sect compound, and the collateral damage was measured in crater depths and building collapses. But Chen Mu was winning. Not through superior power. The puppet's raw energy output exceeded his own, but through superior understanding. His eye saw the puppet's destruction patterns, and his creation ability generated perfect counters for each one. The puppet could adapt, but it adapted slower than Chen Mu could innovate. After 12 minutes of continent-shaking combat, Chen Mu found the puppet's core, the central processing node that gave it the intelligence to adapt. It was buried deep in its chest, shielded by layers of destruction energy. He reached in, not with his hand, with his perception. His eye pierced the shields, saw the core, and his creation ability did something new. It restructured the puppet's core from destruction to creation, inverting its fundamental nature. The puppet stopped. It looked at its own hands as if seeing them for the first time. The dark destruction energy that animated it shifted, lightened, and dissolved. The puppet collapsed into a pile of inert crystal. Bai Feng, still on his knees at the entrance to the underground passage, stared at Shen Wei with an expression of absolute wonder. "What the hell are you?" he whispered. "Still learning," Shen Wei said, and offered his friend a hand up. Bai Feng took it. His grip was weak. Hours of sustained formation work had left him depleted in a way that sleep and food would fix over days rather than hours. But his eyes were clear, and after a moment he laughed, a short bark of exhausted relief that was one of the more honest sounds Shen Wei had heard him make. "I held a perfect sphere against a Dao fusion puppet for 6 hours, Bai Feng said, letting himself be pulled upright. "I want that in writing somewhere. I'll put it in the official report." "Good. I want the elders to know that the formation master saved the sect while the perception genius was on vacation in a tomb. You'll have full credit." "I know I will." Bai Feng looked at the pile of inert crystal where the puppet had stood. "Now let's find Lin Qingmei." Shen Wei was already moving toward the mountain path. His destiny gaze extended north toward the frozen abyss, searching for a thread that would tell him she was still there to find. Chapter 99. The puppet's defeat sent a message across the continent. The Azure Lotus sect was no longer an easy target. But the reprieve was temporary. Su Mohan had committed his puppet, not himself. The sovereign's personal power dwarfed the puppet by orders of magnitude, and his collection of 2 destruction perception fragments, his original and the Shun clan remnant, made him the single most dangerous being on the continent. Shen Wei used the breathing room to reinforce the sect's defenses with Bai Feng's improved formations and to coordinate the alliance's broader strategy. Lin Qingmei and Zheng Kuan were still en route from the northern wastes. Yu Shiran was recovering from spatial exhaustion. The alliance's forces were stretched thin across 5 fronts. Then Luo Bingwen made her final gamble. Intelligence arrived through the Song family's network. The Jade Serpent had retreated to the Crimson Veil sect's fortress with the Void Perception remnant sealed beneath it. Rather than defending the remnant and waiting, she was merging with it. "She's doing what I did with the Creation remnant," Shen Wei said, his voice grim. "But the Void Perception isn't cooperative. It's the antithesis of existence. It represents the potential for nothingness. Merging with it won't be a partnership. It'll consume her." "Then why would she do it?" Bai Feng asked. "Because she's dying. Her poison-refined body is failing. She has maybe 15 years left, and she's watched 2,000 years of effort be undermined by a boy who's been cultivating for less than a year." Shen Wei closed his eyes. She'd rather die as something terrifying than fade as something ordinary. The merger took 3 days. On the 4th day, a wave of void energy pulsed outward from the Crimson Veil fortress, a shockwave of absolute emptiness that disintegrated everything in a 50-kilometer radius. Forests vanished. Rivers evaporated. Mountains simply ceased to exist. When the wave passed, the Crimson Veil fortress was gone. In its place stood a figure of terrible beauty, Luo Bingwen, but more and less than human. Her body was a sculpture of negative space, a woman-shaped absence of everything, her features defined by what wasn't there rather than what was. The Jade Serpent incarnate. She attacked the Alliance's eastern flank immediately, and her void power was unlike anything they had faced. Where destruction found weaknesses, void simply negated existence. Defensive formations didn't break, they ceased to have ever been. Cultivators who touched the void energy didn't die, they were unmade. The Alliance retreated in terror. Lin Qingmei arrived from the northern wastes just as the eastern defense line collapsed. She had been traveling for 2 weeks, her recently healed core burning with the nascent soul power that Shun Wei's treatment had restored. Zheng Kuan was beside her, his right arm ending in a scarred stump, his remaining hand gripping a massive iron club he had forged during the journey. Lin Qingmei faced Luo Bingwen across a devastated plain. "You poisoned me when I was 5 years old," Lin Qingmei said, her sword drawn, her cultivation radiating with the fury of a woman who had carried a death sentence for 15 years and was now, finally, face to face with the woman who had written it. "You killed my mother. You corrupted the sect that raised me. And now you've turned yourself into an abomination." Luo Bingwen's void-sculpted face showed no expression. The woman who had been the Jade Serpent was barely present. The void perception had consumed most of her personality, leaving only hunger and will. "Nothing personal," the void entity said with Luo Bingwen's voice. "Just survival." They fought. Chapter 100. The battle between Lin Qingmei and the void-merged Luo Bingwen was the most destructive single combat the continent had witnessed in centuries. Lin Qingmei's Jade Lotus Sword art, powered by her fully healed core and nascent soul cultivation, was a symphony of lethal beauty. Each slash generated petals of sword chi that bloomed and cut with equal grace. Her technique was flawless, the culmination of a lifetime of training that had been perfected under the pressure of living with a cracked core. But the void ate beauty the same way it ate everything else. Each sword petal that touched Luo Bingwen's void field was unmade. The qi that formed it simply stopped existing. Not dispersed, not countered, negated at the conceptual level. It had never been, as far as the universe was concerned. Lin Qingmei adapted. She couldn't touch the void directly, so she attacked the edges, the boundary between void and reality, where Luo Bingwen's control was thinnest. Her strikes carved furrows in the void field's perimeter, forcing Luo Bingwen to constantly reform her defenses. The battle carved a canyon into the landscape. Mountains trembled. The sky above them flickered between blue and absolute black as the void energy interacted with the atmosphere. Shen Wei arrived 20 minutes into the fight. His eye analyzed the void entity that had been Luo Bingwen. Luo Bingwen, void incarnation, cultivation, beyond standard classification. Void perception has replaced normal spiritual energy, identity retention, 23%. Subject is losing consciousness to the void's fundamental nature. Weakness. The boundary between void and existence is maintained by the 23% of Luo Bingwen's identity that remains. If that identity is reached and either strengthened or disrupted, the void field loses coherence. Counter. Appraisal perception reveals truth, which is existence. Void negates existence. Creation generates existence. Combined appraisal creation should be able to fill what void empties, he engaged. The three-way battle was apocalyptic. Lin Qingmei attacked from the front with devastating sword work, keeping the void entity's attention divided. Shen Wei attacked from the side with combined appraisal creation perception, using his eye to see through the void, appraisal finding truth within emptiness, and his creation ability to fill the gaps that the void created. Every time the void negated something, Shen Wei recreated it. Every time it tried to unmake a defensive formation, he forged a new one. Every time it reached for Lin Qingmei with tendrils of nothingness, he generated walls of pure existence that the tendrils couldn't consume fast enough. It was a war of philosophies played out at the level of reality itself. Existence versus non-existence, truth versus emptiness, creation versus annihilation. The battle lasted 41 minutes. In the end, it was Lin Qingmei who delivered the killing blow. Shen Wei's continuous creation interference had weakened the void field enough for physical attacks to penetrate. Lin Qingmei's ninth and final Jade Lotus form, the Eternal Bloom, was a technique designed to create life from sword qi, the ultimate expression of a martial art that embodied beauty and growth. The Eternal Bloom hit the void entity at the exact point where Luo Bingwen's remaining identity was strongest, the 23% of the woman who had once been a brilliant, terrified cultivator desperate to keep existing. The life-generating sword technique met the death-generating void power, and for one instant, both were perfectly balanced. Then the balance tipped. Life won. Not because it was stronger, but because Luo Bingwen, in the last fragment of her identity, chose it. She chose to stop. She chose to let go of the void that had promised her eternity and accept the finality she had spent her entire life running from. The void field collapsed. Luo Bingwen's body, her real body, old and fragile and dying, materialized from the emptiness. She fell to the scarred earth. Shen Wei reached her first. His eye read her condition. Terminal. Every organ failing. The void's departure leaving her with nothing. Minutes at best. Su Mohan has the fifth perception, Luo Bingwen whispered, her voice barely audible. Blood seeped from her eyes, her nose, her ears. He doesn't want to open the gate. He wants to become it. What do you mean? The gate isn't a doorway. It's a transformation. Whoever controls all five perceptions at the moment of convergence doesn't pass through the gate. They become the gate. A permanent bridge between mortal reality and whatever lies beyond. She coughed blood. He's not seeking immortality. He's seeking apotheosis. And he'll sacrifice the entire cultivation world to achieve it. Her eyes found Lin Qingmei, standing above her with a bloody sword and 15 years of justified hatred. I'm sorry, Luo Bingwen said. I know it doesn't matter. But I am. She died. Lin Qingmei looked down at the body of the woman who had poisoned her as a child, killed her mother, and terrorized her sect for decades. Her expression was not satisfaction or triumph. It was exhaustion. Is it over? She asked. Shen Wei's destiny gaze showed him the sky above the battlefield. The clouds had parted. Through the gap, impossibly high, a figure floated. Su Mohan, watching the battle's conclusion with ancient, patient eyes. His spiritual pressure cracked the heavens, sending lightning across the sky. Thank you for gathering them all in one place, the sovereign said. his voice carrying from the stratosphere like rolling thunder. He descended, and the true war began. Chapter 101. Su Mohan descended from the sky like a god returning to a world he had outgrown. His spiritual pressure preceded him like a physical force, a wall of ancient, refined power that pressed against the landscape with the weight of 2 millennia. The ground beneath him cratered. The air around him shimmered and distorted. The very fabric of reality seemed to bend toward him, as if the universe recognized his presence and deferred to it. Shen Wei stood in the center of the devastated battlefield, Lin Qingmei at his side, Luo Bingwen's body at their feet, and watched the most powerful being he had ever encountered take form before him. His eye blazed at maximum intensity. Sovereign Su Mohan, Dao Fusion, 9th stage, peak. Perception Arsenal, Destruction, 2 fragments, Original plus Shin Clan Remnant. Binding, partial, extracted fragment, not a full remnant. Total perception energy, approximately 2.4 of 5 full perceptions. Current objective. Absorb residual void perception energy from Luo Bingwen's death, plus collect binding perception from Lin Qingmei's sealed remnant, plus take appraisal and creation from Shen Wei. If successful, will hold fragments of all 5 perceptions, sufficient for a gate opening attempt. Power assessment. Current combat capability exceeds everything on this battlefield combined by a factor of approximately 200, a factor of 200. Shen Wei's merged appraisal creation perception, his spirit severing cultivation, his mastery of the 7 flaw strike. All of it was a fraction of what stood before him. He was a candle facing the sun. You've been efficient, Su Mohan said, his voice carrying a warmth that was worse than any threat. He wasn't gloating. He was genuinely pleased, the way a chess player was pleased when an opponent made an interesting move. Luo Bingwen served her purpose. She gathered the void perception into a concentrated form. Your Lin Qingmei sealed the binding perception, saving me the trouble of extracting it from a wild remnant. And you yourself absorbed the creation perception and refined it into a usable form. He spread his hands. All I had to do was wait for you to do the work, and then collect the results. You planned this. Lin Qingmei's voice was steel-dipped in acid. I've had 2,000 years to plan, child. The Crimson Veil sect's expansion, Luo Bingwen's obsession with the gate, even your miraculous healing, all of it served my purpose. He looked at Shen Wei. Your eye activated because I allowed it to. The meteor fragment that struck your room? I launched it from orbit 800 years ago, precisely calibrated to land at the exact coordinates of the Shun clan compound's eastern dormitory during the next alignment of celestial grade channels in that bloodline. The words hit Shen Wei like a physical blow. His eye, the power that defined him, that had transformed his life, that had given him sight after 18 years of darkness, had been engineered. Launched 800 years ago by a being so old that even this plan was a minor project in a lifetime of manipulation. No, Shen Wei said, his voice carrying a steadiness he didn't feel. You launched the fragment. You created the opportunity. But you didn't create me. You didn't create my choices. You didn't anticipate Su Tianlao, or Baifeng's formations, or Lin Qingmei's strength, or any of the 100 things that went differently from your plan. Su Mohan's eyebrows rose fractionally. True, plans at this scale inevitably encounter variables, but the outcome converges. He extended a hand toward Shen Wei, palm up. The perceptions want to be reunited. They gravitate toward each other across centuries. All my planning did was accelerate an inevitability. And the people who died along the way? Transient. The cultivation world has existed for 60,000 years. Individual lives are motes of dust in that span. What I offer, the gate, the transcendence, the becoming, that is eternal. His expression softened with something that might have been genuine sympathy. I take no pleasure in the deaths, but I accept them as the cost of a greater purpose. The first perceiver didn't agree with you, Shen Wei said. They deliberately fragmented the perceptions to prevent exactly what you're trying to do. They chose diversity over godhood. The first perceiver was a coward. For the first time, real emotion flickered across Su Mohan's ancient features, contempt, deep and old. They had the power to perfect the universe and chose to scatter it among billions of ungrateful mortals instead. That wasn't wisdom. It was fear. He closed his extended hand into a fist. I am not afraid. He attacked. The blast of destruction energy that erupted from Su Mohan's fist was not a technique. It was a force of nature, a concentrated expression of the perception that found and amplified weakness in everything it touched. The energy wave struck the ground between them, and the earth simply fell apart, decomposing into its component minerals, which decomposed into their component elements, which decomposed further into spiritual dust. A crater 30 meters across opened in a heartbeat. Shen Wei grabbed Lin Qingmei and threw both of them sideways, his eye reading the attack's trajectory before it fully formed. They landed rolling, separated, and were immediately fighting for their lives. Su Mohan didn't pursue aggressively. He walked forward at a measured pace, his destruction aura expanding around him like a sphere of selective annihilation. Trees within the sphere aged 1,000 years in seconds and crumbled. Stones fractured along fault lines that his perception amplified into chasms. Even the air itself seemed to thin, the spiritual energy being drained from the atmosphere. Shen Wei attacked with everything he had. His eye found weaknesses in Su Mohan's aura, tiny fluctuations where the two destruction fragments created interference patterns. His creation ability generated targeted counters, pulses of reinforcing energy that temporarily stabilized the reality Su Mohan's destruction was unmaking. He landed 3 strikes. Each one was technically perfect, guided by his eye to the exact weakness, powered by his spirit severing cultivation to maximum effect. Su Mohan didn't even slow down. The strikes hit, found their targets, and the sovereign simply regenerated the weakness faster than Shen Wei could exploit it. 2,000 years of cultivation meant his body could repair structural damage at a rate that made Shen Wei's attacks meaningless. Impressive technique, Su Mohan acknowledged, deflecting Shen Wei's 4th strike with a casual backhanded wave that sent a destruction pulse toward him. The 7th flaw strike, if I'm not mistaken. Old Su Tianlao's creation. He was always clever with combat applications. Shen Wei dodged the pulse and launched a combined appraisal creation attack. His eye identified a microscopic weakness in Su Mohan's left shoulder defense, and his creation ability generated a counter technique specifically designed to exploit that weakness at that exact moment. The attack landed. Su Mohan's left shoulder cracked. Actually cracked, the first damage Shen Wei had inflicted. Then it healed before the crack could even widen. "You're 5 realms below me," Su Mohan said, rotating the shoulder experimentally. "Your perception closes the gap, but not enough. Not nearly enough." He paused. "I'll give you one more chance. Serve me willingly. Lend me the appraisal and creation perceptions. I promise. I truly promise. And I have not broken a promise in 1900 years, that I will share the gate's power with you." Shen Wei looked at the sovereign. His eye read the man's intentions with its usual merciless clarity. Intent assessment. The promise is genuine. Su Mohan intends to share the gate's power, but only because he believes the gate's power cannot be divided. Whoever opens the gate will become the sole consciousness, absorbing everything and everyone who contributed. He doesn't intend to betray Shen Wei. He intends to absorb him. "Your promise is real," Shen Wei said. "You genuinely intend to share. You just don't tell people that sharing means annihilation." Su Mohan's expression flickered. "Surprise. You can read intent that precisely?" "I can read everything. That's the problem with asking an appraiser to trust you. We always see the fine print." The sovereign's patience ended. He didn't attack with techniques or perception energy. He attacked with his presence, the accumulated spiritual weight of 2,000 years of existence, compressed into a single overwhelming pulse that hit Shen Wei like the hand of a god. Shen Wei's defensive chi shattered. His spirit severing cultivation, which had seemed so powerful an hour ago, was crushed flat. He hit the ground, bounced, and lay in a crater of his own making, every bone vibrating, every meridian screaming, his eye flickering from overload. Su Mohan stood over him. "You are extraordinary," the sovereign said. "More extraordinary than any appraisal eye wielder I've researched. In another 1,000 years, you might have been my equal." He placed a hand on Shen Wei's forehead. "But you don't have 1,000 years." A soul-binding technique sank into Shen Wei's consciousness like hooks into flesh. His eye tried to resist, analyzing the technique, finding its structure, generating counters. But the binding was Dao fusion level, layered with destruction perception energy that unmade any counter the creation ability generated. The hook set. The binding locked. Soul-binding technique applied. Type: Dao fusion grade. Perception enhanced. Effect: eye extraction will begin automatically in 7 days. At day 7, the appraisal and creation perceptions will be pulled from Shen Wei's spirit and transferred to the caster. Counter: requires cultivation advancement to Dao fusion to resist. Current probability of achieving Dao fusion in 7 days, 0.03%. Warning: subject will die upon extraction, 7 days. Then his eye would be ripped from his soul, taking his life with it. Su Mohan withdrew his hand and vanished, folding space around himself and disappearing to wherever the sunken heavens lay beneath the ocean. He had what he wanted, a ticking clock on the appraisal eye's delivery, and the knowledge that Shun Wei would spend his last 7 days desperately trying to find a way out. Which, of course, was exactly what Su Mohan wanted him to do. A desperate appraisal eye wielder, pushing his perception to its absolute limits to find a counter, would generate more perception energy than a calm, accepting one. The 7-day timer wasn't just a deadline, it was a battery charger. Shun Wei lay in the crater, the soul-binding hooks burning in his consciousness, and stared at a sky that his eye analyzed out of pure habit. Sky, partially cloudy. Wind from the northwest at 12 kilometers per hour. Atmospheric spiritual energy density, 8.7% above normal. Temperature, 14 degrees Celsius. Irrelevant data. Focus on survival. Wei. Lin Qingmei's voice, distant, approaching at a run. I'm alive, he said. For 7 more days. Chapter 102. The Alliance's healers couldn't help. The soul binding was beyond any medical technique on the continent. It was a technique designed by a Dao fusion cultivator specifically to restrain perception wielders, and its structure was so far beyond spirit-severing comprehension that even analyzing it fully would have taken months. But Shun Wei had 6 days and change, and he had the appraisal eye. He spent the first day analyzing the binding from the inside, using his eye to map every component of the technique that was embedded in his consciousness. It was elegant, intricate, and terrifyingly well-constructed. Su Mohan had clearly refined this technique over centuries, possibly testing it on the previous appraisal eye wielders whose remnants he had encountered. The binding had 3 layers. The outer layer was a timer, a self-modifying countdown that adjusted its pace based on Shun Wei's cultivation activity. The more he pushed his cultivation, the faster the countdown progressed. This was the trap. Advancing to Dao fusion to resist the binding would accelerate the binding's completion. The middle layer was a barrier, a wall of destruction energy that prevented the appraisal and creation perceptions from being used to deconstruct the binding itself. Any attempt to analyze the binding's weaknesses with the eye would cause the destruction layer to activate, erasing the analysis. The inner layer was the extraction mechanism, a set of spiritual hooks that would, at the timer's completion, physically separate the perceptions from Shun Wei's soul. The extraction was designed to be non-survivable. 3 layers. 3 problems. 7 days. Shun Wei gathered his core team in his cultivation chamber. Lin Qingmei sat beside him, her hand on his, her expression carved from determination. Bai Feng had a formation schematic spread across his knees. Yu Shiran leaned against the wall, her spatial senses probing the binding from the outside. Zheng Kuan stood in the doorway, his remaining hand clenched, furious at an enemy he couldn't punch. Even Shun Yun was there, wheeled in from the medical pavilion, his mortal body frail, but his mind razor-sharp. The timer accelerates if I cultivate, Shun Wei explained. But the only way to resist the extraction is to reach Dao fusion, which requires intensive cultivation. It's a paradox. Can we remove the binding externally? Bai Feng asked. A formation designed to disrupt Dao fusion techniques? The destruction layer would destroy any external interference before it could reach the binding core. What about spatial manipulation? Yu Shiran suggested. If I fold the space containing the binding away from your consciousness, the binding is embedded in my soul, not my physical body. Spatial folding doesn't affect spiritual constructs. Silence. Shinyan spoke from his wheelchair. You're looking at this wrong. All of you. You're treating the binding as a puzzle to be solved within its own parameters. But the person who set those parameters is Su Mohan. He designed the paradox. He wants you to fight within his rules. What are you suggesting? Break his rules. Find an approach that the binding wasn't designed to account for. Not cultivation. Not formation work. Not spatial manipulation. Something else. Shun Wei closed his eyes and let his eye examine the binding one more time. The destruction layer activated immediately, erasing his analysis, but not before his creation ability captured a snapshot of the analysis's results. The destruction layer could prevent his eye from studying the binding in real time, but his creation ability could store the brief glimpses and compile them into a composite picture. It was like assembling a photograph from camera flashes. Flash. The timer's structure revealed for a fraction of a second before destruction erased the observation. Creation stored it. Flash. The barrier's composition, briefly visible. Creation stored it. Flash. The extraction mechanism's connection points. Creation stored it. 50 flashes over an hour. Each one cost him a microburst of spiritual pain as the destruction layer punished his analysis attempt. But the composite picture grew, pixel by pixel, until he could see the binding's complete architecture. And there, in the composite image, he found something Su Mohan hadn't anticipated. The binding was calibrated for a spirit-severing cultivator wielding 2 perceptions. It was designed to contain and extract exactly the level of power that Chen Mu currently possessed. But Chen Mu's power had a property that Su Mohan's analysis had missed, because the property didn't exist when the binding was applied. The appraisal creation merger wasn't just two perceptions working in parallel. During the merger in the ancient imperial tomb, the creation remnant had evolved the appraisal eye in a way that transcended addition. Their combination created emergent properties, capabilities that neither perception possessed alone and that the binding wasn't calibrated to contain. One of those emergent properties was the ability to see his own cultivation's true potential, not what it was, but what it could become. And what he saw was a path to Tao fusion that didn't require the intensive cultivation the timer would accelerate. It required understanding. I know how to break it, Chen Mu said, opening his eyes. But I need to go somewhere first. Where? Lin Qingmei asked. Inside myself. Chapter 103 Chen Mu entered closed-door cultivation on the evening of day 1. Lin Qingmei guarded the door personally, her nascent soul cultivation forming a defensive perimeter that would warn of any approach. Bai Feng maintained the chamber's formation arrays. Yu Shiran patrolled the sect's outer boundary. Zhen Kuan stood at the chamber entrance like a granite statue and did not move. Inside, Chen Mu sat cross-legged and turned his eye inward. The binding occupied a specific space in his consciousness. A cluster of dark energy nestled against his soul like a parasite. He couldn't attack it directly without triggering the destruction layer. He couldn't study it without the timer accelerating. He couldn't remove it without Tao fusion strength. So he stopped trying to do any of those things. Instead, he looked at himself. His eye, for all its power, had always been directed outward, at enemies, at allies, at treasures, at threats. The few times he had turned it inward, the results had been clinical, cultivation level, meridian status, physical condition, numbers and assessments. But the merged appraisal creation eye could see something deeper than numbers. It could see potential, the gap between what something was and what it could become. Chen Mu looked at his own potential and saw the truth that had been hiding behind every achievement, every battle, every breakthrough. He was not a prodigy. He was not a chosen one. He was not destined for greatness by cosmic design. He was a blind boy who had been too stubborn to accept the limitations the world placed on him. Every power he possessed, every technique he had mastered, every relationship he had built, all of it grew from the same root, the absolute refusal to be defined by his circumstances. The meteor fragment hadn't made him special. It had given him a tool. Everything he had done with that tool, the training, the investigation, the combat, the healing, the alliances, that was him. That was the person he had chosen to be, one decision at a time, starting from a place of absolute darkness. The appraisal eye showed truth. And the truth about Chen Mu was that he didn't need the eye to be who he was. The eye amplified what was already there. This realization was the key. The soul binding was designed to contain and extract the appraisal eye as a separate, identifiable component of Chen Mu's soul. It was looking for the eye the way a surgeon looks for an organ, a discrete, removable part of a larger system. But after the merger with the creation perception, the eye wasn't separate anymore. It was integrated into Chen Mu's fundamental identity. Trying to extract it was like trying to extract someone's ability to think. You couldn't take the function without taking the person. And the binding couldn't take the person. It wasn't designed for total soul extraction. It was designed for targeted perception removal. If Chen Mu could complete the integration, merge the eye so thoroughly with his identity that there was no boundary between perception and person, the binding would have nothing to grab. It would try to extract the eye and find that the eye was everything, and the extraction mechanism would overload. But completing that integration required the same thing that breaking through to Tao fusion required. The moment of perfect clarity where the cultivator's understanding of themselves and their power became absolute. In other words, Chen Mu needed to achieve Tao fusion not through cultivation, but through self-knowledge. Not by growing stronger, but by understanding what his strength truly was. He closed his eye. For the first time since the meteor fragment gave him sight, he deliberately chose darkness. And in the darkness, he found the blind boy. Chapter 10 For the blind boy sat in a room that didn't exist. It was a memory space, a construct of Chen Mu's inner consciousness that his eye had been maintaining since the day he gained sight. In this space, the version of himself that had existed before the meteor fragment lived on. The boy who had navigated the world through sound, touch, smell, and an obstinate refusal to be less than anyone else. Chen Mu sat across from the blind boy. In this internal space, he could see himself as he had been. Thin, cautious, with unfocused eyes that saw nothing and perceived everything. "You're me?" Chen Mu said. "I'm the part you forgot," the blind boy replied. The part that survived 18 years without any power at all. I didn't forget, you did. The moment the eye opened, you started defining yourself by what you could see. Everything became about the eye, its abilities, its evolution, its potential. You forgot what you were before. You forgot that you were already whole. The blind boy stood and walked the perimeter of the memory space with the confident, cane-free stride of someone who had mapped every surface by sound and touch. I navigated the Shun clan compound without sight. I memorized the footsteps of every clan member. I learned to read emotions through voice tone, body heat, and the displacement of air when someone moved. I survived 18 years of mockery and abuse through sheer mental resilience. And the eye amplified all of that. Exactly. Amplified, not created. The eye didn't give you perception. You already had perception. The eye just added visual data to a system that was already the most finely tuned sensory apparatus in the Shin clan. Shin Wei understood. The truth the eye had been trying to show him since the beginning, the truth about himself, was that his greatest power wasn't supernatural. It was the ordinary, extraordinary capability of a human being who had spent 18 years learning to perceive the world without the sense that everyone else took for granted. The eye was a tool. The mind that wielded it was the weapon. If I fully accept this, Shin Wei said, the eye becomes me. There's no boundary to extract, and the binding fails. But I also have to accept the darkness. All of it. Not just the blindness. Everything I couldn't see, everything I missed, everyone I couldn't save. The blind boy smiled. You were always better at seeing in the dark. The internal space dissolved. The memory faded. Shin Wei sat in his cultivation chamber, eyes closed, the soul binding burning softly in his consciousness. He began the integration, not with chi or technique or perception energy, but with acceptance. He accepted the eye as part of himself, not a gift, not a curse, not a tool, but an aspect of his being as fundamental as his heartbeat. He accepted his history, the blindness, the sight, the battles, the losses. He accepted his future, uncertain, dangerous, and full of responsibilities he had never asked for but would never abandon. The integration wasn't dramatic. There was no surge of power, no flash of light, no cosmic revelation. It was quiet, internal, and utterly personal. The moment when Shun Wei stopped being a cultivator who possessed the appraisal eye and became a being whose nature was perception. The soul binding's extraction mechanism triggered automatically at day 3, probing for the eye. It found nothing. Not because the eye was hidden, but because it was everywhere, woven into every fiber of Shun Wei's soul, indistinguishable from his consciousness, his memories, his identity. The extraction hooks tried to grab it and slid off, unable to find an edge, unable to separate target from host. The mechanism probed, failed, probed again, failed again. The binding's destruction layer activated, trying to force the eye into visibility, but destruction targeted weaknesses, and the fully integrated eye had no weaknesses to target. It was a complete system, whole and self-consistent, with no structural flaws for the destruction perception to exploit. The timer accelerated desperately, trying to reach its deadline faster, but the timer was calibrated for a spirit-severing cultivator, and Shin Wei was no longer spirit-severing. The integration had, quietly and without fanfare, advanced him to Dao fusion. Not through cultivation, not through combat, through understanding. Shun Wei, Dao fusion, first stage, breakthrough type, non-standard. Achieved through identity integration rather than spiritual advancement. Appraisal Eye, stage 6, unified perception. No longer a separate ability. Now a fundamental aspect of consciousness, soul binding status, dissolving. Extraction mechanism cannot locate target. Timer destabilizing, the binding crumbled. The hooks dissolved. The destruction layer, without a target to protect against, collapsed into inert energy that Shun Wei's body absorbed and converted to cultivation fuel. He opened his eyes. Golden white light did not blaze from his pupils. His eyes looked normal, brown, calm, human. The eye had integrated so thoroughly that it no longer manifested as visible light. It was just there, the way his hearing was just there, the way his sense of touch was just there. He could see everything, and he looked like nobody special. Lin Qingmei opened the door. Your spiritual pressure changed, she said, her expression tight with concern. Are you? Dao fusion, he said. She stared at him. The binding is gone. I'm free. He stood, and the room didn't crack, the air didn't shatter, the world didn't warp around him. His power was absolute but perfectly contained, an ocean compressed into a teacup. And we have 3 days until Su Mohan expected the binding to deliver my eye. When he realizes it failed, he'll come in person. Then we have 3 days to prepare. We have 3 days to assemble an army and storm a fortress at the bottom of the ocean. Lin Qingmei considered this. I'll tell the others, she said. Chapter 105. On the fifth day, Shen Wei entered deep meditation to process the Dao fusion breakthrough's full implications. His power had increased enormously, but the nature of the increase was different from any previous advancement. Previous breakthroughs had made him more power, more speed, more perception. Dao fusion didn't add. It unified. His body, his spirit, his perception, and his cultivation were no longer separate systems working in parallel. They were one system, seamlessly integrated, each aspect reinforcing every other. His eye showed him the world with a clarity that transcended his previous perceptions. He could see the spiritual structure of the continent, the ley lines, the qi currents, the formation arrays, and the living beings, all interconnected in a web of energy and intent. He could see the past imprinted in stones and the future suggested by patterns. He could see the sunken heavens, thousands of kilometers away, a dark pearl of perception energy nestled in the ocean's depths. But most importantly, his eye now showed him the full history of the world. In the quiet of his meditation, the unified appraisal creation perception unfolded a vision that went beyond anything he had seen before, not a fragment of the past, but the complete record, stretching back to the world's beginning. The first perceiver was not human. They were a consciousness, vast, curious, and alone in a universe of raw potential. They perceived the universe's fundamental structure and used that perception to create something new, a system that would allow smaller consciousnesses to develop, grow, and eventually achieve their own perception of truth. The cultivation system was not a natural phenomenon. It was a gift, a deliberate creation by a being who chose to fragment themselves, to die as a single consciousness and live as billions of small ones. The five perceptions, appraisal, destruction, creation, binding, and void, were not aspects of power. They were aspects of understanding. Appraisal, the understanding of what is. Creation, the understanding of what could be. Destruction, the understanding of what must end. Binding, the understanding of what connects. Void, the understanding of what is not. Together, they formed a complete picture of existence. Separately, they formed the foundation of all cultivation. Every technique, every breakthrough, every spiritual advancement was built on one or more of these fundamental understandings. And the gate of immortality was not a door to eternal life. It was the point where the five understandings could be recombined, not to recreate the first perceiver. That was impossible. A shattered consciousness couldn't be unshattered, but to create a new, godlike being by forcing the perceptions back together. This was what Su Moan wanted. Not immortality in the sense of living forever, but apotheosis, becoming a cosmic consciousness with power over reality itself. The sacrifice required was not just the perception wielder's lives, but the dissolution of the cultivation system. If the five perceptions were pulled from the world and combined in one being, the foundation that made cultivation possible would cease to exist. Every cultivator on the continent would lose their power. The spiritual ecosystem would collapse. Su Mohan didn't care. He had been alive for 2,000 years, and in that time, he had lost the ability to value anything smaller than himself. The entire cultivation world was, to him, acceptable collateral damage. During the deepest point of the meditation, a presence made itself known. It was not the creation remnant that was fully integrated. It was not the azure lotus remnant that was sealed. It was something else entirely, pressing against the boundary of reality from the outside. The Hollow King. It manifested in Shun Wei's perception as an absence, a place where information should have been but wasn't. A patch of absolute darkness in the golden landscape of his eye's awareness. It didn't have a form, exactly, but it had a presence, and that presence was enormous. Larger than anything in the physical world, larger than Su Mohan, larger than the continent itself. It existed beyond the cultivation world, in the space between realities, in the void that the void perception merely hinted at. And it spoke. The barrier between our realities is thin. The perception's activation has weakened it. If the gate is opened, the barrier will tear. What are you? Shen Wei asked, his perception straining to analyze something that existed outside his frame of reference. I am the consciousness of what was not created. When the first perceiver fragmented and created your world, everything they did not create became me. I am the potential that was never realized. The paths never taken. The futures never born. Are you a threat? Not by choice. But if the gate opens, the barrier between my reality and yours will rupture. My existence will flood into your world, not as an invasion, but as a natural consequence. Unrealized potential meeting realized reality. The interaction would be catastrophic. You want me to stop Su Mohan? I want the barrier to remain intact. Your goals and mine align. And if I fail, then both our realities suffer. I do not want this, but I cannot intervene directly. I am too large for your world. My presence alone would cause the rupture I wish to prevent. The Hollow King's presence faded, leaving behind a residual awareness, a shadow in Shun Wei's eye that he could perceive but not fully analyze. The void beyond pressed against the world's boundaries, patient and vast, waiting to see which way the balance would tip. Shun Wei emerged from meditation with new knowledge, new urgency, and the weight of two realities on his shoulders. Chapter 106, he briefed the Alliance on the Hollow King's warning, omitting none of the cosmic scale stakes. The War Council absorbed the information with varying degrees of disbelief. Let me understand, Bai Feng said slowly. If Su Mohan opens the gate, not only does the cultivation system collapse, but an entire parallel reality floods into ours and destroys everything? That's the summary, yes. And the parallel reality is sentient and doesn't want this to happen, but can't stop it? Also yes. And our only option is to assault an underwater fortress defended by a 2,000-year-old quasi-god, defeat him, and prevent the gate from opening? Correct. Bai Feng looked at the ceiling. Wonderful. I'll start designing the underwater transport formation. The preparation was intensive. Every member of the Alliance contributed according to their strengths. Bai Feng designed a massive transportation formation capable of moving 100 cultivators beneath the ocean surface to the sunken heavens location. The formation required rare materials, specifically deep water spirit crystals that could channel qi in high-pressure environments. The Song family's trading network procured them in 2 days. Yu Shiran calculated the spatial coordinates of the sunken heavens using a combination of her Starweaver bloodline's dimensional sensitivity and Shun Wei's destiny gaze. The fortress was located at the bottom of a deep-sea trench, 2 kilometers beneath the ocean surface, shielded by layers of perception-enhanced formations. Zhen Kuan trained the Alliance's body cultivators for underwater combat. Despite, or perhaps because of, his missing arm, he had become a symbol of indestructible will. The body cultivators followed his training with devotion that bordered on worship. Lin Qingmei refined specialized pills for the assault force. Her alchemy, guided by Shun Wei's eye identifying optimal ingredient combinations, produced pills that could sustain cultivators underwater, resist destruction energy, and temporarily boost spiritual defenses. And Shun Wei prepared for a fight he wasn't sure he could win. Dao Fusion put him in the same realm as Su Mohan, but the sovereign had been at Dao Fusion peak for centuries, with 2.5 perceptions under his control. Shun Wei was at Dao Fusion first stage with 2 perceptions merged, but only 1 day of experience at this level. The gap had narrowed, but it hadn't closed. You don't need to match him blow for blow, Shen Yun said from his wheelchair, watching Shun Wei's preparations with the calm analytical eye that decades of strategic thinking had honed. You need to prevent the gate from opening. Those are different objectives. Su Mohan wants a battle of power. Give him a battle of strategy. Strategy doesn't help when the enemy can destroy everything you build. Then build things he can't destroy. Shen Yun leaned forward. Boy, you spent 18 years navigating the world without sight. You learned to fight without strength, to perceive without eyes, to survive without cultivation. You have more experience with overcoming impossible gaps than any cultivator alive. Stop thinking like a cultivator. Think like the blind boy who survived the Shin clan. The advice hit Shin Wei like a slap, and like the best slaps, it was exactly what he needed. He stopped trying to plan a superior military strategy and started thinking about angles. Perception. Misdirection. Using the enemy's strengths against them. Su Mohan's greatest strength was his destruction perception, the ability to find and amplify weakness. His greatest weakness was that he had been alive so long he couldn't conceive of losing. 2,000 years of success had ossified his thinking. He anticipated every conventional strategy because he had seen every conventional strategy. Shen Wei needed to be unconventional. Chapter 107 Day 6. The Alliance mobilized. The transport formation was complete. A massive circular array of spirit crystals and formation plates assembled on the Azure Lotus Sect's training ground, large enough to accommodate 100 cultivators standing shoulder to shoulder. Bai Feng had tested it with small groups, confirming it could move objects to the ocean floor safely. The assault force assembled at dawn. Shen Wei stood before them, 100 cultivators, the best the Alliance could muster. Nascent soul fighters from the Azure Lotus Sect and Iron Mountain Sect. Core formation specialists from the White Crane Academy. Formation technicians, healers, support cultivators. And at the core of the force, his team, Lin Qingmei, Bai Feng, Yu Shiran, and Zhen Kuan. He looked at their faces. Some were determined. Some were afraid. All of them were here by choice, knowing the odds, understanding that many of them might not come back. His eye ran over them one last time, not analyzing, not cataloging threats, not planning tactics, just seeing the full complement of what his appraisal sense could show him about people, not just their cultivation levels and hidden affiliations, but the quality of their character. The fear in a young white crane disciple who had volunteered because everyone he respected was going. The iron resolve in the Iron Mountain veterans who had watched friends die in the Battle of Greenvale and had chosen to return. The particular quality of Baifeng's focus, not afraid, not resigned, but wholly engaged with the technical challenge of doing the impossible and somehow making it work. Lin Qingmei's healed core burning steady and strong, no longer a ticking clock, but a foundation. Shen Wei's I saw their potential. Every single one of them carried a possibility of greatness, a spark of the perception's distributed gift that the first perceiver had intended for all living beings. They were not just soldiers. They were the reason the cultivation world existed. I won't pretend this is safe, he said. I won't pretend we'll all survive. What I will tell you is that we are fighting for the right of every cultivator, every person, on this continent to have a future. Su Mohan would sacrifice all of that for his own transcendence. We are the ones who say no. He paused. My eye shows me truth. And the truth is that there is no army in the world more capable of this mission than the people standing here right now. It wasn't a grand speech. It wasn't eloquent or inspiring in the way that legends would later make it sound. But it was true, and his eye had always valued truth above everything. The transport formation activated. Blue-white light engulfed the 100 cultivators, and they descended through the earth, through the continental shelf, through the ocean's crushing depths, toward the sunken heavens. Chapter 108 The Sunken Heavens was a nightmare made of crystal. The fortress occupied the floor of a deep-sea trench, built from crystallized perception energy that glowed with shifting colors, gold, crimson, black, silver, and the absence of color that represented the void. The structure was enormous, spanning 2 kilometers in diameter, its spires and walls shaped by the same reality-warping principles that governed Su Mohan's existence. The approach to the outer walls was a landscape of absolute alien beauty. The deep-sea trench's walls rose on either side, columns of ancient stone crusted with bioluminescent organisms that cast shifting light in every color. The ocean floor around the fortress had been shaped by 2,000 years of Su Mohan's presence. Stone formations carved by the ambient destruction energy into shapes that shouldn't have been physically possible, sharp angles, and geometric configurations that the natural world didn't make. The constructs patrolling the perimeter glowed with dark crimson light. Shen Wei's eye mapped the fortress in real time as the transport formation materialized the assault force on a submarine plateau 1 kilometer from the outer walls. Sunken heavens, fortress analysis, construction, crystallized perception energy, self-repairing, adaptive defenses, garrison, 500+ destruction constructs, 12 perception-enhanced guardian entities, inner defenses, concentric formation arrays, each requiring a different type of energy to breach, central chamber, gate ritual space. Su Mohan's location. Perception energy concentration, extreme. Note, the fortress itself is partially alive. It responds to threats by reconfiguring its layout. The assault began. The Alliance forces advanced in 3 columns. Lin Qingmei led the eastern column, 50 cultivators whose mission was to breach the outer wall and establish a beachhead. Zhen Kuan led the western column, 30 body cultivators whose mission was to punch through the main gate through sheer physical force. Baifeng commanded the central formation team, 10 specialists whose mission was to disable the fortress's adaptive defenses from a mobile array platform. Shen Wei and Yu Shiran moved separately, ahead of all 3 columns, clearing a path through the construct patrols that guarded the approach. The constructs were different from the ones they had fought on the surface. Down here, in the heart of Su Mohan's power, they were denser, faster, and more intelligent. Not truly sentient, but capable of tactical coordination and adaptive response. Shen Wei dismantled them with his merged perception, appraisal identifying weaknesses, creation generating counters, his Dao fusion cultivation powering strikes that shattered crystallized perception energy like glass. Yu Shiran folded space around the constructs, teleporting them into walls or into each other with devastating efficiency. They cleared the approach in 20 minutes. The columns advanced. Chapter 109 The breach of the outer wall was Lin Qingmei's masterwork. The wall was 3 meters thick, made of interlocking perception crystals that repaired any damage within seconds. Conventional attacks bounced off. Formation-based assaults were absorbed. Even Shun Wei's Dao fusion strikes only created temporary breaches that sealed before anyone could pass through. Lin Xingmei studied the wall with her healed core's nascent soul perception and saw what others missed. The crystals weren't just defensive. They were rhythmic. They expanded and contracted in a microscopic pulse, like a heartbeat, cycling energy in and out at a regular interval. During the contraction phase, a window of 0.3 seconds every 2.7 seconds, the crystals were at their densest and strongest, but the gaps between them widened by a fraction of a millimeter. Not enough for a person to pass through, but enough for qi to penetrate. Lin Xingmei timed her Jade Lotus Sword Art's 9th form, the Eternal Bloom, to the contraction phase. The life-generating sword technique, channeled through the microscopic gaps between crystals, didn't attack the wall. It grew through it, like a vine through cracks in stone, expanding the gaps from the inside. The wall opened like a flower. 50 cultivators poured through the breach before the crystals could reform, establishing a beachhead in the fortress's outer courtyard. Lin Xingmei held the breach open with sustained sword technique, her nascent soul cultivation burning like a blue-white torch in the underwater darkness. On the western front, Zheng Kuan's approach was less subtle. The main gate was a massive iris of destruction-enhanced metal, designed to resist any force short of a direct Dao fusion attack. Zheng Kuan's body cultivators lined up behind him, pooling their physical enhancement techniques into a single combined strike. Zheng Kuan drew back his remaining arm, his left, the weaker one, the one that didn't matter because he had never relied on strength of limbs but strength of will, and punched the gate. The sound was oceanic. The impact created a shockwave that traveled through the water for kilometers. The gate buckled. The destruction enhancement cracked. The iris mechanism jammed. Zheng Kuan punched it again. The gate tore from its hinges. 30 body cultivators charged through the opening, roaring war cries that bubbled through the water in streams of silver bubbles. The constructs inside the gate corridor met them and discovered that the Iron Mountain Sect's body cultivation tradition, combined with Zheng Kuan's personal training program, had produced warriors who could take a destruction beam to the chest and keep punching. Bai Feng's formation team operated from the center, deploying arrays that disrupted the fortress's adaptive responses. Every time the fortress tried to reconfigure a corridor to trap the invaders, Bai Feng's formations locked the walls in place. Every time the constructs tried to coordinate, his signal disruption arrays scrambled their commands. The invasion pushed inward. Chapter 1:10 The fortress fought back with increasing desperation as the Alliance forces penetrated deeper. The construct density increased with every level they descended. By the 4th level, they were fighting through corridors packed with constructs that reformed as fast as they were destroyed, the fortress manufacturing new defenders from the crystallized perception energy of its own walls. The Alliance took casualties. A core formation cultivator from the White Crane Academy was hit by a destruction beam that dissolved her left leg below the knee. 2 Iron Mountain body cultivators were overwhelmed by a construct swarm and buried under crystalline bodies. A formation technician was caught by an adaptive wall shift that crushed his arm against a pillar. Shun Wei coordinated the advance from the front, his eye mapping every trap, every construct, every shifting corridor. He relayed information constantly through the communication talisman network. Eastern corridor, construct ambush behind the 3rd junction. 12 units. Take the left branch instead, it's clear for another 4 minutes. Western assault team, the floor panels in the next chamber are pressure triggered. Walk on the left side only, the right side activates a gravity well. All teams, the fortress is concentrating constructs at the 7th level. That's where Su Mohan expects us to break through. By phone, can you create a bypass through the 4th level's maintenance shafts? Already on it. Lin Xingmei fought at the Eastern Front with devastating efficiency, her healed core finally operating at its full, unrestricted power. She carved through constructs with the grace of a dancer and the precision of a surgeon, her blade finding weak points that even the construct's adaptive design couldn't protect. Zheng Kuan was a one-armed siege engine at the Western Front. He punched through walls, tore construct bodies apart with his bare hand, and on one memorable occasion, used a deactivated construct as a club to destroy 4 others. His scarred, bleeding body refused to stop, refused to slow, refused to acknowledge that any amount of damage was sufficient to keep him down. Yushiran was everywhere and nowhere, folding space to teleport between fronts, appearing behind construct formations to destroy their command nodes, creating spatial distortions that trapped entire construct squads in loops of folded reality. Bai Feng was the unsung hero. From his mobile formation platform, he waged a quiet war against the fortress itself, dismantling its adaptive protocols one subroutine at a time. Every corridor that stayed stable, every trap that was disabled, every construct swarm that failed to coordinate. All of it was Bai Feng's work. By the 6th hour, the alliance had reached the 8th level, 2 levels from the gate chamber at the fortress's heart. We're running out of time, Shen Wei said. His eye tracked Su Mohan's position at the fortress's center, and the sovereign hadn't moved. He was waiting, preparing. The gate ritual's energy was building. Perception energy drawn from the fortress itself, concentrated in the central chamber like water flowing to a drain. All teams, accelerate. Bai Feng, override the 9th level's defenses. Lin Qingmei, push through the eastern barrier. Jin Kuan, open the western gate. We converge on the central chamber in 30 minutes. Chapter 111. The 9th level was the horror. Not because of its defenses, though those were formidable, but because of what it contained. Rows of capsules, hundreds of them, each one holding a cultivator. Living cultivators, connected to the fortress by threads of crystallized perception energy that pulsed with a slow, regular rhythm, the rhythm of extraction. Their faces were frozen in expressions of pain or unconsciousness. Their spiritual signatures flickered weakly. Shen Wei's eye cataloged them with clinical horror. Capsule number 1, unnamed cultivator. Core formation, 4th stage. Origin, unknown sect. Perception energy extraction, 73% complete. Capsule number 2, unnamed cultivator. Foundation establishment, 9th stage. Origin, minor family. Perception energy extraction, 91% complete. Capsule number 47, Shun Hao, deceased. All perception energy extracted. Body maintained artificially no. Shen Wei stopped at capsule 47. His cousin's body floated in the crystallized suspension, thin, pale, modified beyond recognition by the Crimson Veil's work. The modifications had failed. The artificial systems had collapsed. But the capsule had kept his body alive, or a semblance of alive, to continue extracting whatever trace of perception energy his proximity to Shun Wei had imprinted on his spiritual signature. But Shun Hao was dead. His eye confirmed it. The consciousness that had been his cousin was gone, departed during their fight at the Shun clan ruins. The capsule held a body, not a person. Except, his eye detected something. A flicker. Not consciousness, but awareness. A final, fading ember of Shun Hao's spirit, preserved by the capsule's suspension field, too weak to manifest as thought, but too stubborn to fully expire. Shen Wei touched the capsule. His merged appraisal creation perception reached inside, touching the ember. I'm sorry, cousin, he whispered. The ember flared once, recognition, gratitude, release, and went dark. Shun Hao was truly gone now. Shen Wei disconnected the capsule and laid his cousin's body on the floor. He closed the artificial eyes and covered the modified face with a piece of cloth from his own sleeve. I'll remember you, he said. Not who they made you, who you were before. Then he turned to the remaining capsules. Over 200 cultivators, being drained to fuel the gate ritual. Each one a person, each one someone's child, someone's friend, someone's student. By phone, Shen Wei said through the communication talisman, his voice tight with controlled fury. Can you disable the extraction network without killing the subjects? If you can show me the network's architecture, I can design a shutdown sequence. Shen Wei's eye mapped the entire extraction system in 30 seconds. Every connection, every energy pathway, every safety interlock. He transmitted the data to Bai Feng's formation platform. Got it. Shutdown in progress. It'll take about 10 minutes. We don't have 10 minutes. Start the shutdown and follow us to the central chamber. The people we can save afterward. But if we don't stop the gate, none of this matters. Chapter 112. The 10th and final level was Su Mohan's personal domain. The corridor leading to the gate chamber was guarded by 3 figures of immense power. Cultivators who had been merged with fragments of perception energy, not as crude puppets, but as willing partners. Each one had spent centuries in Su Mohan's service. Each one had been promised a share of the gate's power, and each one was at Tribulation Transcendence level. Guardian 1, Lord Feng Ziyuan, Tribulation Transcendence, 3rd stage. Perception Enhancement, Destruction Fragment. Guardian 2, Lady Wu Xuelian, Tribulation Transcendence, 1st stage. Perception Enhancement, Void Fragment. Guardian 3, Marshal Huang Jingshan, Tribulation Transcendence, 5th stage. Perception Enhancement, Binding Fragment. 3 Tribulation Transcendence Guardians. Each one stronger than Shun Wei had been yesterday. Each one enhanced by a perception fragment that gave them abilities beyond their cultivation level. Shen Wei faced them alone. The Alliance forces were still fighting through the 9th level. Lin Qingmei was leading the mop-up of the construct defenses. Yu Shiran was guiding the evacuation of the extraction capsules. Only Shun Wei had reached the 10th level. He studied the 3 guardians with his unified eye. Lord Fong wielded destruction, the same power as the constructs, but at a vastly higher level. His attacks didn't just find weaknesses, they created them, forcing reality to develop structural flaws that he could then exploit. Fighting him meant fighting entropy itself. Lady Wu wielded void, the power of negation, of absence. Similar to what Luo Bingwen had used, but more refined and less self-destructive. She didn't become the void, she directed it, using it as a weapon rather than merging with it. Marshal Huang wielded binding, the power of connection. He could create or sever links between things, forcing allies to fight each other by binding their combat techniques to his control or severing the link between a cultivator and their own spiritual core. 3 different perceptions, 3 different styles, 3 opponents who together covered almost every possible attack and defense combination. Shen Wei attacked Lord Fong first. The destruction wielder met him with a grin and a strike that accelerated the entropy of everything within a 10-meter radius. The air aged. The stone crumbled. Shen Wei's robes began to fray. But Shen Wei had the creation perception. He countered destruction with creation, not canceling the entropy, but reversing it. For every decay the destruction introduced, his creation generated an equal and opposite renewal. The stone healed. The air restored. His robes repaired. Lord Fong's grin faded. You can't do that indefinitely. Neither can you. They exchanged blows that warped reality in contradictory directions, the corridor around them simultaneously aging and rejuvenating, crumbling and rebuilding, dying and being reborn. The visual effect was nauseating, reality flickering like a dying candle. Shen Wei found Lord Fong's personal weakness, not the destruction perceptions, but the man's own. Centuries of service to Su Mohan had eroded his sense of self. He defined himself entirely by his master's approval. His identity was borrowed. The 7th flaw strike. Karmic weakness. Shen Wei looked at Lord Fong with his fully integrated eye and saw the truth of him. Not a monster, not a villain, but a man who had traded his soul for power so gradually that he hadn't noticed it happening. A man who, beneath the perception enhancement and the tribulation transcendence cultivation, was hollow. You're not fighting for immortality, Shen Wei said. You're fighting because you've forgotten who you are without Su Mohan telling you. The words hit harder than any technique. Lord Fong's destruction energy flickered, not because the technique failed, but because the man behind it wavered. For 1 second, the illusion of purpose cracked. Shen Wei struck through the crack, not with destruction or creation, but with appraisal, a pulse of pure truth that showed Lord Fong his own reflection. What he had been, what he had become. The gap between the two. Lord Fong's cultivation collapsed. Not permanently, but enough. He fell to his knees, his destruction enhancement scattering like leaves in a wind, his eyes wide with the vertigo of seeing himself clearly for the first time in centuries. Shen Wei moved past him to Lady Wu. The void wielder was calmer, more controlled. Her attacks were precise, surgical applications of nothingness that erased specific things rather than destroying everything. She targeted Shen Wei's defenses selectively, negating specific chi constructs rather than overwhelming him. Shen Wei countered by generating defenses faster than she could negate them. His creation ability produced a constant stream of new defensive techniques, each one unique, each one requiring individual analysis before the void could negate it. Lady Wu was fast, but she wasn't infinite, and Shen Wei's generation speed, powered by unified perception, exceeded her negation speed. The battle was a race between creation and destruction, generation and negation. Lady Wu began to fall behind, her void energy depleting as she tried to keep up with an opponent who could create faster than she could uncreate. Shen Wei finished her with a combined strike. Appraisal to see through her void defense to the woman beneath. Creation to generate a technique specifically designed to bypass void negation by existing at a frequency the void didn't cover. The strike landed clean, disrupting her cultivation and dropping her unconscious. Marshal Huang was the last and most dangerous. The binding perception wielder didn't attack physically. He attacked connections. As Shen Wei approached, Huang reached out with invisible threads of binding energy and attempted to sever the connection between Shen Wei's eye and his consciousness. It was the most targeted, most dangerous attack Shen Wei had faced from anyone other than Su Mohan himself. But the connection between Shen Wei's eye and his consciousness no longer existed as a separable link. The integration he had achieved to escape the soul binding had fused eye and mind into a single, inseparable system. Huang's binding threads found nothing to sever. The marshal's expression shifted from confidence to confusion to fear. There's no connection to cut, Shen Wei said. I am the eye. The eye is me. You can't separate what was never separate to begin with. He struck Martial Huang with a combination of all 7 flaw strikes: structural, qi, elemental, spiritual, meridian, mental, and karmic, delivered in a single unified attack that his integrated perception generated and executed in the space of a heartbeat. The martial fell. Shen Wei stood before the gate chamber's entrance, breathing hard, his cultivation reserves depleted by half, his body aching from the sustained combat. 3 tribulation transcendence cultivators defeated. Not killed, defeated. His eyes' truth-telling had broken their resolve more effectively than any death blow could. He pushed open the door and entered the chamber where Su Mohan waited. Chapter 113. The gate chamber was a cathedral of perception energy. A spherical room, 50 meters in diameter, its walls alive with swirling patterns of 5-colored energy: gold, appraisal; crimson, destruction; white, creation; silver, binding; and the absence of color, void. The colors moved in complex patterns, interweaving and separating, forming and dissolving geometric shapes that hurt to look at directly. At the center of the chamber, Su Mohan stood before a vortex. The gate of immortality was not a door. It was a wound in reality, a swirling tear in the fabric of existence where all 5 perception energies converged. The vortex was small now, barely a meter across, but its intensity was staggering. Shen Wei's eye showed him what it truly was: a point where the physical world and the void beyond were pressed together so tightly that the barrier between them was paper-thin. Su Mohan had already begun the ritual. 2.5 perceptions, his destruction fragments and his partial binding, were feeding into the vortex, spinning faster, pulling reality toward the convergence point. The residual void energy from Luo Bingwen's death was being drawn in from hundreds of kilometers away, flowing toward the fortress like water to a drain. Cracks were appearing in the air around the vortex, dimensional fractures through which Shen Wei could see darkness. Not the darkness of night or shadow, but the absolute darkness of the void beyond. The Hollow King's realm, pressing against the barrier, waiting. "You're too late to prevent the opening," Su Mohan said without turning. His voice was calm, almost meditative. "The ritual has begun. Even if you destroy my body, the perceptions I've fed into the vortex will continue the convergence. The gate will open." Shen Wei's eye analyzed the vortex. Gate vortex, status, 47% convergence, current feed, destruction, 2 fragments, plus binding, partial, plus void, residual. Missing, appraisal plus creation, held by Shen Wei. Note: at current feed rate, the vortex will reach critical convergence in approximately 4 hours, even without the missing perceptions. However, without all 5 perceptions, the convergence will be unstable. The gate will open but immediately destabilize, creating an uncontrolled dimensional rupture, an uncontrolled rupture. The worst of both worlds. Su Mohan wouldn't achieve his apotheosis, but the barrier between realities would tear anyway, flooding the cultivation world with void energy. "You know what happens if the gate opens without all 5 perceptions," Shen Wei said. "Uncontrolled rupture. Everything dies. Which is why I need your perceptions." Su Mohan turned. His steel-colored eyes held something that Shen Wei's eye identified as genuine desperation. Carefully controlled, deeply buried, but real. "I have been working toward this for 2,000 years, Shen Wei. Every plan, every sacrifice, every century of careful preparation, it all converges here. Give me the appraisal and creation perceptions willingly, and I will control the opening. The transition will be clean. I will ascend, and the world will continue. Changed, perhaps diminished, but intact." Diminished how? The cultivation system will be reduced. Without the perceptions seated in reality, cultivation advancement will slow, power levels will decrease globally, and no cultivator will ever again reach Dao fusion. But the world will survive. And if I refuse, then I die trying. The gate opens uncontrolled, and the world ends. He spread his hands. This is not a threat. It is mathematics. The convergence has begun. It can only be completed cleanly or catastrophically. There is no third option. Shen Wei studied the vortex. His merged appraisal creation perception analyzed it from every angle, every frequency, every dimension. The convergence was real. The mathematics were correct. Without intervention, the gate would open in 4 hours, and the result would be catastrophic. But there was a third option, one that Su Mohan couldn't see because his 2,000 years of single-minded pursuit had blinded him to possibilities outside his own framework. "There's always a third option," Shen Wei said. He attacked. Chapter 114. The battle between Shen Wei and Su Mohan was not a contest of strength. It was a contest of understanding. Su Mohan wielded destruction and binding, the power to unmake and the power to control connections. His attacks were devastating. A single destruction pulse could have leveled a mountain. A binding technique could have frozen every cultivator in the fortress in their tracks. He fought with the refined precision of 2 millennia of practice, each technique a masterwork of applied power. Chen Mu wielded appraisal and creation, the power to see truth and the power to generate potential. His defenses were adaptive. Every destruction attack was analyzed in real time and countered by a creation response tailored to its exact frequency and amplitude. Every binding technique was perceived before activation and disrupted by appraisal insights that severed the binding's connection to its target. The chamber became their arena. Their techniques collided, merged, and annihilated each other in displays of perception energy that warped the space around them. The vortex at the center continued to spin, pulling in energy from both combatants, growing stronger with every exchange. You're feeding it, Chen Mu realized. Every perception technique we use near the vortex gets absorbed. You want me to fight you here because my attacks fuel the convergence. Clever boy. Su Mohan's smile was predatory. But what choice do you have? If you don't fight, I'll simply take your perceptions by force. If you do fight, the gate accelerates. Either way, the convergence completes. Chen Mu dodged a destruction beam that carved a trench in the chamber floor and launched a creation pulse that generated a barrier of reinforced reality between them. The barrier lasted 2 seconds before the destruction energy ate through it. The mathematical certainty of the situation pressed on his mind. Fight, and the gate opens faster. Don't fight, and Su Mohan takes his perceptions and the gate opens cleanly, but with the same ultimate result. Su Mohan becomes a god. The cultivation system collapses, and billions of people lose their ability to cultivate. Neither option was acceptable. Chen Mu needed the third option. His eye examined the vortex again, this time with his full Dao fusion perception. The merged appraisal creation analysis went deeper than before, past the surface turbulence, past the energy patterns, down to the fundamental structure of what the gate actually was. And he saw it. The gate was not a door between realities. It was a choice point, a moment where the universe's fundamental structure could be altered. The first perceiver had created it as a safeguard, a mechanism that allowed the perception system to be restructured if necessary. It was designed to be used, but not the way Su Mohan intended. The first perceiver's intent was not to consolidate the perceptions in one being. It was to redistribute them, to change how they were seated in reality, to adjust the cultivation system's parameters based on how the world had evolved since the original fragmentation. The gate could absorb all 5 perceptions and concentrate them in one being, Su Mohan's plan. But it could also absorb all 5 perceptions and redistribute them more broadly, seeding them not as concentrated abilities in rare individuals, but as diluted enhancements in everyone. If the gate was opened with the intent to redistribute rather than consolidate, the cultivation world wouldn't collapse. It would change. Every cultivator would gain a small fraction of each perception, slightly better intuition, slightly stronger techniques, a slightly deeper understanding of reality. The concentrated power of the perceptions would be gone, but their benefits would be universal. It was the first perceiver's original vision, updated for a world that had evolved in ways the original fragmentation hadn't anticipated. But executing this option required controlling all 5 perceptions at the moment of convergence, and using them not for power, but for generosity. Chen Mu had 2, appraisal and creation. Su Mohan had 2.5, destruction, 2 fragments, and binding, partial. The remaining half of binding was sealed by Lin Qingmei's team. The void was dispersed. He needed all 5 to execute the redistribution, which meant he needed Su Mohan's perceptions, the very things the sovereign would die before surrendering. Chapter 115. Lin Qingmei arrived at the gate chamber with the Alliance's strongest fighters at her back. The door burst inward. 50 cultivators, battered, wounded, but unbroken, poured into the chamber. Lin Qingmei's sword blazed with blue-white light. Zhen Kuan was behind her, blood-soaked and grinning. Yu Shiran materialized from a spatial fold, her blade already swinging. Su Mohan regarded them with the weary patience of a teacher facing unruly students. Reinforcements. How heroic. Engage his forces, not the vortex. Chen Mu shouted. Keep the perception energy contained. Don't let it feed the gate. The chamber became a war zone. Su Mohan's remaining constructs, elite variants stationed in the gate chamber as a last defense, engaged the Alliance forces in a swirling melee. Lin Qingmei cut through constructs with an efficiency born of righteous fury, her sword leaving trails of blue-white light that illuminated the chamber like lightning. Bai Feng arrived last, carrying a device, a formation array compressed into a crystal sphere the size of a fist. He had designed it during the descent through the fortress, based on the theoretical framework Chen Wei had provided weeks ago. The perception harmonizer, he said, holding it up. If you can get it close to the vortex, it will stabilize the convergence, prevent the uncontrolled rupture. It buys us time. How much time? Hours. Maybe a full day. You, Chiron, can you fold space to place the harmonizer on the vortex? If someone distracts Su Mohan long enough for me to calculate the spatial fold, he's warping the local geometry. I need about 30 seconds of stable reference points. Chen Wei turned to face Su Mohan. 30 seconds. He needed to hold the sovereign's full attention for 30 seconds. He attacked with everything he had left. His eye blazed, golden and white, reading Su Mohan's techniques at Dao fusion speed. His attacks found the dissonances between the sovereign's two destruction fragments, places where the original fragment and the Shun clan fragment created interference patterns that weakened his overall coherence. The strikes landed. 1, 2, 3, each one exploiting a different dissonance, each one creating a moment of instability in Su Mohan's otherwise impenetrable defense. For the first time, Su Mohan looked genuinely threatened. You found the dissonances, the sovereign said, blood on his lip from an impact he hadn't fully blocked. Impressive. No one has hit me cleanly in 800 years. Get used to it. 20 seconds. Su Mohan counterattacked with a technique that combined destruction and binding, a strike that simultaneously destroyed Chen Wei's defense and bound his body to the chamber floor. Chen Wei's creation ability generated a counter in real time, a technique that didn't just block the combined attack, but repurposed its energy, converting destruction to creation and redirecting binding into a defensive loop. The counter worked. Partially. The binding component caught his left ankle, pinning it to the floor. The destruction component was neutralized. 15 seconds. Su Mohan closed the distance with a speed that even Chen Wei's Dao fusion perception barely tracked. The sovereign's fist, wreathed in dual fragment destruction energy, drove toward Chen Wei's face. Chen Wei couldn't dodge, his ankle was bound. He caught the fist with both hands. The impact drove him to his knees. His arms shook with the effort of containing the destruction energy. The skin of his palms began to age, wrinkling and thinning under the entropic assault. You can't hold me, Su Mohan said, pressing forward. I am 2,000 years and 5 civilizations worth of power. You are an 18-year-old boy who can see things. That's always been enough, Chen Wei gritted. 10 seconds. Chiron's spatial fold completed. The perception harmonizer materialized at the vortex's core, a crystal sphere that clicked into place with a resonance that hummed through the chamber. The vortex stabilized. The wild, hungry spin of the convergence slowed, locked into a regular rotation by the harmonizer's balancing field. The dimensional cracks that had been widening stopped growing. The darkness of the void beyond pressed against the barrier but could not break through. Time purchased. Su Mohan felt the stabilization and his expression darkened. A delay, not a solution. Every solution starts with buying time, Chen Wei said, and discharged a pulse of creation energy point-blank into the sovereign's chest. The blast separated them. Su Mohan flew backward, cracking the chamber wall. Chen Wei fell to his knees, his bound ankle tearing free with a pain that seared up his leg. Both combatants were wounded, exhausted, and facing a vortex that was no longer accelerating but was no longer stopping either. The gate would still open. The harmonizer bought time, not cancellation. What now? Su Mohan asked, rising from the crater in the wall. His robes were torn, his silver hair disheveled, blood on his face. For the first time, he looked his age, not a timeless sovereign, but a very old man who had been fighting for too long. Now, Chen Wei said, I go inside. Chapter 116. Chen Wei turned his back on Su Mohan and walked toward the vortex. The five-colored light grew brighter with each step. He felt the pull of it not just against his spiritual energy, but against his identity. The gate reaching toward the perceptions within him the way a river reached toward the sea. The appraisal eye pulsed at the edge of pain. The creation perception sang a note he had never heard it produce before, a chord of recognition, as if it remembered this place. His eye read the gate's structure as he approached. Gate of Immortality, Convergence State, 97.3% complete. Perception Energy Configuration, 5 fragments aligned across 5 nodal points. Current Resonance Pattern, Consolidation-Oriented. Dominant Thread, Su Mohan's Destruction Perception Imposing Structural Unity. Structural Observation. The gate's core architecture contains 2 viable convergence pathways. Path 1, Consolidation. One consciousness absorbs all 5 perceptions, achieves gate transcendence, becomes singular. Path 2, Redistribution. An operator with integrated dual perception channels the convergence outward rather than inward, dissolving all 5 fragments into the world's ambient spiritual fabric. Path 2 requirements. Holder of Appraisal plus Creation, integrated form. Must physically enter the gate and consciously choose outward flow. Process is irreversible. Concentrated perception abilities cease to exist in all current holders, including the operator. Cost to operator. Complete loss of the appraisal eye as a focused power. Cultivation base survives, but all eye-derived abilities, analysis, fracture sight, destiny gaze, void perception, integrated dual perception, permanently dissolve, permanently. He had been blind for 18 years. The eye had given him sight, and then given him something beyond sight. The ability to see the truth beneath surfaces, the weakness beneath strength, the potential beneath the mundane. It had made him who he was. Every choice, every victory, every alliance, every moment of understanding he had reached across the last years of his life had been threaded through that golden light. He would walk back into darkness. Not physical darkness. The eye's departure wouldn't take his vision. But the world without analysis, without the running threads of golden text, without the ability to know what he was looking at beneath its surface, that world would feel dark in a way he wasn't sure he had words for. He kept walking. What are you doing? The sovereign's voice carried confusion, an emotion he probably hadn't experienced in centuries. The gate was designed to be used. Not the way you intended, not for consolidation. For redistribution. Chen Mu stopped at the vortex's edge, feeling the pull of 5-colored energy against his spirit. I'm going to enter the gate, take control of the convergence, and redistribute the perception energy across the entire world. Diluted, universal, not concentrated in individuals. That will destroy the perceptions as concentrated abilities. No one will ever wield the appraisal eye or the destruction perception again. Yes, you would sacrifice your own power? It was never my power. It was a gift from a consciousness that wanted everyone to have it, not just a few. Su Mohan's expression shifted through a dozen emotions in seconds. Disbelief, fury, calculation, and something that might have been grief. 2,000 years of work. 2,000 years of sacrifice. 2,000 years of absolute, single-minded pursuit of apotheosis. And a boy was about to throw it all away by choosing the opposite of everything Su Mohan had strived for. The sovereign's eyes dropped to Chen Mu's right eye, the eye that had been the center of this entire conflict, the artifact of 60,000 years of perception history. There was something almost mournful in his gaze. He had spent 2,000 years hunting this power, and he was watching its wielder choose to erase it from the world. I won't let you, the sovereign said, and attacked. The assault was total. Su Mohan abandoned all restraint, pouring his entire cultivation into a single, devastating technique that combined destruction, binding, and raw Dao fusion power into a force that should have annihilated everything in the chamber. Lin Qingmei intercepted. Her Jade Lotus Sword art, the eternal bloom at full power, met the destruction wave head-on. She couldn't stop it. No nascent soul cultivator could fully block a Dao fusion attack. But she could redirect it, turning the wave's trajectory by 3 degrees, enough to miss Chen Mu as he stepped into the vortex. The wave hit her instead. Qingmei. She flew backward, crashing through 2 construct bodies and into the far wall. Her sword shattered. Her defensive chi collapsed. She lay still. Chen Mu's eye read her condition from across the chamber, even as the vortex's energy pulled him inward. Lin Qingmei, condition, severe injuries. Multiple fractures. Spiritual core intact, but stressed. Unconscious. Alive. He turned back to the vortex and plunged in. Chapter 117. Inside the gate, the universe was naked. The vortex's interior was not a physical space, but a conceptual one, a point where the 5 perceptions existed in their purest form, stripped of context, meaning, and application. They were not powers or abilities here. They were the raw building blocks of reality, spinning in the pattern that the first perceiver had set in motion when they fragmented 60,000 years ago. Chen Mu floated in the center of the convergence, his body a vessel for the 2 perceptions he carried. Around him, the other 3, Su Mohan's destruction fragments, his partial binding, and the dispersed void energy, orbited in increasingly tight spirals. The gate was pulling them together. The convergence was happening regardless of anyone's intent. The question was not whether the perceptions would reunite, but how. Su Mohan's method, forcible consolidation. All 5 perceptions absorbed into one being, creating a god at the cost of the cultivation world. Chen Mu's method, willing redistribution. All 5 perceptions absorbed and then reseeded, diluted across every living being in the world. But to execute the redistribution, he needed all 5 perceptions in his control at the moment of convergence. He had 2. The other three were still connected to Su Mohan's will. From outside the vortex, Su Mohan pressed against the convergence, trying to force his way in. The harmonizer held him at bay, but it was weakening under the sustained assault. Minutes, not hours. Chen Wei used the seventh flaw strike. Not against Su Mohan's body or cultivation. Against his karma. Against the fundamental flaw in his 2,000-year existence. The wound at the core of his soul that had driven every action, every sacrifice, every crime. The seventh flaw strike worked by seeing someone's karma with perfect clarity and understanding it with perfect compassion. Not excusing it. Not justifying it. Understanding it. Chen Wei's eye, at its most powerful inside the gate's convergence, looked at Su Mohan and saw everything. He saw a young man, 2,000 years ago, watching his wife die of a spiritual plague. He saw the grief, the fury, the desperate resolution. I will never lose anyone again. I will find a way to make death meaningless. He saw the centuries of research, the slow corruption of a noble goal into a monstrous one. The first kills, reluctant, grieving, justified as necessary. The middle kills, efficient, businesslike, the grief calcified into purpose. The recent kills, thoughtless, automatic, the purpose having long since replaced the person. He saw a being who had lived so long that he had forgotten what life was for, who had pursued immortality so obsessively that he had become the very thing immortality was supposed to prevent, a consciousness divorced from the mortal experience that gave existence meaning. And at the bottom of it all, beneath 2,000 years of carefully constructed purpose, Chen Wei saw the truth that Su Mohan had been hiding from himself since the day his wife died. He was afraid. Not afraid of death. He had moved past that fear centuries ago. Afraid of meaninglessness. Afraid that if he stopped, if he accepted mortality, if he let go of the quest, then his wife's death would have been for nothing. Every sacrifice he had made would have been pointless. Every person he had killed would have died without purpose. The quest for immortality wasn't about living forever. It was about justifying the cost of trying. Chen Wei channeled this understanding, not as an attack, but as a truth, into the convergence. The seventh flaw strike resonated through the gate's energy, touching the destruction and binding perceptions that were connected to Su Mohan's will. The perceptions responded. They were, at their deepest level, aspects of truth. And the truth that Chen Wei showed them was the truth about their wielder, a man who needed them not for power but for purpose, not for immortality but for meaning. Su Mohan felt it. Outside the vortex, the sovereign froze. His attack stopped. His eyes went wide with an expression that no one had seen on his face in 19 centuries. Pain. Not physical pain. The pain of seeing yourself clearly for the first time in 2,000 years and recognizing the monster you'd become. No, he whispered. No, that's not. I was right. I was always right. The sacrifices were necessary. The deaths were. The seventh flaw strike didn't argue. It didn't condemn. It simply showed the truth and let the truth do the work. For one moment, one terrible, eternal moment, Su Mohan saw every face of every person he had killed, not as acceptable casualties, not as necessary sacrifices, as people, mothers and fathers and children and friends, each one with a life as vast and complex and valuable as his own. The weight of 2,000 years of death landed on his soul all at once. Su Mohan screamed. The scream carried the power of Tao fusion cultivation and the grief of 2 millennia. It cracked the chamber walls, shattered constructs, and sent shockwaves through the ocean above. The destruction and binding perceptions, connected to his will, wavered, their link to his consciousness weakening as the consciousness itself reeled under the truth's impact. Chen Wei reached through the convergence and touched the wavering perceptions. Not to take them, to free them. The destruction perception, unmoored from Su Mohan's will, guided by Chen Wei's appraisal truth, settled into the convergence voluntarily. The binding fragments followed. The dispersed void energy, drawn by the convergence's pull and no longer resisted by any will, flowed in. 5 perceptions, all 5, united in the gate's convergence for the first time in 60,000 years. And Chen Wei, at the center, held the power of a god. Chapter 118. The choice was absolute. 5 perceptions, 1 consciousness, the power to reshape reality according to a single will. This was what the first perceiver had possessed before they fragmented, and this was what Su Mohan had spent 2,000 years trying to reclaim. Chen Wei held it all. Every possibility was open. He could consolidate, become the god that Su Mohan had dreamed of being. He could see everything, create anything, destroy anything, connect or disconnect anything, negate anything. The universe would be his to shape. The temptation was real. With this power, he could heal his grandfather's cultivation. He could bring Su Tianlao back from death. He could resurrect Shun Hao, perfect and whole. He could make Lin Qingmei invulnerable. He could end every injustice, correct every imbalance, perfect every flaw in the cultivation world. All it would cost was everyone else's autonomy. A perfect world, controlled by a single perfect consciousness. No freedom, no growth, no choice. He thought about the first perceiver, the cosmic being who had held this exact power and chosen to give it away. Not because they were weak or afraid, but because they understood that a universe of diverse, imperfect, growing consciousnesses was infinitely more valuable than a universe of one. He thought about the blind boy who had survived 18 years without power and had built a life worth living from nothing but stubbornness and love. He thought about Su Mohan, a man who had held power for 2,000 years and lost everything that made power worth having. The choice was already made. It had been made the moment Shun Wei refused Su Mohan's offer at the Continental Assembly. It had been made the moment he chose to enter the gate to redistribute rather than consolidate. It had been made the moment the blind boy in the Shun clan compound decided that being powerless didn't mean being worthless. Shen Wei chose the third option. He restructured the gate's function. Using the combined power of all 5 perceptions, he redesigned the convergence mechanism, not as a doorway to godhood, but as a distributor. A cosmic seed spreader, designed to take the concentrated perception energy and sow it across the entire cultivation world in diluted form. Every cultivator would gain a tiny fraction of each perception. Slightly better intuition from appraisal. Slightly stronger resilience from destruction. Slightly more creativity from creation. Slightly deeper connections from binding. Slightly better understanding of limits from void. No one would become a god, but everyone would become a little more. The redistribution activated. 5-colored light erupted from the gate, not destructively, but gently, like dawn light spreading across a dark landscape. The light passed through the fortress walls, through the ocean water, through the continental crust, and into the atmosphere. It spread across the world in a wave of diluted perception energy, touching every living being, every spirit beast, every cultivated plant. The concentrated perceptions dissolved. The appraisal eye dimmed in Shun Wei's consciousness, not vanishing, but spreading, its concentrated power diluting across billions of beings. The destruction fragments scattered, their focused annihilating power becoming a universal understanding of impermanence. The creation energy dispersed, its concentrated generative power becoming a universal spark of innovation. The binding threads untangled, their concentrated controlling power becoming a universal sense of connection. The void presence thinned, its concentrated negating power becoming a universal acceptance of limits. The gate stabilized and closed. The vortex folded in on itself, its purpose fulfilled, its mechanism complete. Su Mohan, denied his prize, felt the perceptions torn from his grasp. His 2,000-year-old body, sustained for centuries by stolen perception energy, began to crumble. Without the destruction fragments, his unnatural longevity failed. Without the binding control, his hold on his own aging process dissolved. He didn't scream. He didn't rage. He sat down in the middle of the crumbling chamber, folded his hands in his lap, and closed his eyes. My wife's name was Chun Lihua, he said softly. I haven't said her name in 1,500 years. The body of the oldest living cultivator began to dissolve, not in death, but in time. 2,000 years of suspended aging catching up in minutes. His face wrinkled, his hair whitened further, his body shrank. He was aging backward through the centuries, living in reverse the time he had stolen. Was it worth it? Shen Wei asked, standing before the aging sovereign, his own power diminished, but his perception still clear enough to see the truth. No, Su Mohan whispered. His voice was that of a very old, very tired man who had finally stopped running. Nothing that costs this much is worth it. I just couldn't stop. He crumbled to dust. 2,000 years of life, compressed into 2,000 particles, scattered across the floor of a fortress at the bottom of the sea. Shen Wei stood in the silence and felt the Hollow King's presence at the edge of reality. Not pressing in, not threatening, but watching. The barrier between worlds had held. The rupture had been prevented. The redistribution had actually strengthened the barrier, the diluted perception energy weaving into the world's fabric like mortar between bricks. Through the last crack in the gate, the final, hair-thin opening before it sealed, the Hollow King's consciousness touched Shen Wei's. You kept the bargain. The barrier is stronger than before. And your side. Others will try. From both sides. The barrier is stronger, but it is not permanent. Nothing is. Then we'll be ready. A nod, not physical, but conceptual. Agreement between 2 consciousnesses across the boundary of reality. But there is a shadow. In your eye? Where the void perception touched you during the convergence. A piece of my realm remains in your perception. Shen Wei's eye examined itself and found it. A tiny point of absolute darkness in the golden landscape of his perception. A fragment of the void beyond, embedded in his eye like a splinter. Not dangerous. Not now. But it means you will always see what lies beyond the barrier. And those beyond will always be able to see you. The crack sealed. The gate closed. The Hollow King's presence faded. Shen Wei stood alone in a crumbling fortress, his power diminished, his body aching, a shadow in his eye that would never fully heal. But the world above was safe. Changed, but safe. And his friends were waiting. Chapter 119. The evacuation of the sunken heavens was chaotic, but successful. Without Su Mohan's will sustaining it, the fortress began to collapse. Crystallized perception energy dissolved. Walls crumbled, corridors folded in on themselves. Bai Feng's formations held open the critical exit routes long enough for the Alliance forces, and the 200 rescued cultivators from the extraction capsules, to reach the transport formation. Yushiran folded space for the wounded who couldn't move fast enough. Zheng Kuan carried 3 unconscious cultivators under his remaining arm and somehow still managed to punch a construct that got in his way. Lin Qingmei was last to evacuate, because of course she was. She had regained consciousness, refused the healers, and taken command of the rear guard with a series of sharp orders that nobody dared question despite her obvious injuries. The transport formation activated. 117 cultivators, 37 fewer than had entered, materialized on the Azure Lotus Sect's training ground under a dawn sky that was subtly, indefinably different from the one they had left. The redistribution's effects were already visible. The spiritual energy in the air had a new quality, richer, more complex, carrying harmonics that hadn't existed before. The trees on Azure Lotus Peak were growing faster, their leaves a deeper green. Spirit beasts in the surrounding forests moved with newfound intelligence, their eyes carrying a spark of awareness that bordered on sentient. And the cultivators themselves felt it. Every person in the Alliance force, from the newest Qi condensation disciple to the most seasoned nascent soul elder, sensed a subtle enhancement in their perception, their creativity, their resilience, their connections, and their acceptance. The diluted perceptions were integrating into the world's spiritual fabric, becoming part of the natural order. Shen Wei sat on the training ground, exhausted beyond any previous measure, the fox on his lap, and watched the sunrise. The absence of the eye was a texture he was still learning to navigate. He kept reaching for analysis that no longer came. He would look at a face and wait for the golden text to appear, and the wait would stretch into silence, and he would have to settle for what his eyes alone could show him. Expressions, posture, the ordinary evidence that ordinary people had always relied on. It was strange how loud the silence was, where the golden text used to run. And yet, the world looked different without the eye's constant categorizing presence. He had spent years seeing everything as data first and beauty second, or beauty not at all, because the analytical layer never quite switched off. Now the dawn simply was. Pink light on stone. Mist in the valley below Azure Lotus Peak. The fox's small warm weight on his thighs. Lin Qingmei sitting 10 paces away with her arm in a sling, watching the same sunrise with the expression of someone who wasn't sure they had earned the right to see it. His eye, still present, still functional, but diminished from its former concentrated glory, showed him the dawn in all its complexity. The light's spectral composition, the atmospheric moisture's effect on color perception, the spiritual energy patterns in the sunrise's radiation. But it also showed him the dawn's beauty. The raw, subjective, unmeasurable beauty of light breaking over mountains. He had always been able to see the truth of things. Now, for the first time, he could see the beauty of things without needing to analyze it. Across the training ground, Elder Huang was standing with his hands behind his back, looking at the eastern sky. His shoulders were shaking. Shen Wei watched the old elder, who had never, in all the years Shen Wei had known him, allowed himself to show emotion in public, bow his head and press his fist to his forehead in the old form of tribute for the dead. 37 people who had gone in and not come out. The weight of them pressed down alongside the exhaustion. Not guilt. Shen Wei had examined that carefully and found that what he felt was not guilt but grief, which was different. He had not spent their lives carelessly, but he had spent them, and the difference between careless and deliberate didn't make the number smaller. The fox yipped and licked his chin. Yeah, he said. I know. Chapter 120. The aftermath of the sunken heavens unfolded over the following days. The sunken heavens collapsed completely, its perception crystal structure dissolving into the ocean. The trench it had occupied filled with water, leaving no trace of the fortress that had nearly ended the world. The Crimson Veil sect, Without its leadership, Luo Bingwen dead, its alliance with Su Mohan dissolved, fragmented. Some members surrendered to the alliance. Others scattered. A few attempted to reorganize, but without the perception energy that had given the sect its edge, they were just another collection of cultivators with poisoned ambitions and dwindling resources. The Heavenly Tribunal, which had spent the entire conflict maintaining its convenient neutrality, sent a delegation to congratulate the alliance on its decisive resolution of the continental crisis. The delegation's leader, the same chief arbiter who had presided over the assembly, where Su Mohan revealed the perception's nature, offered formal recognition of the Azure Lotus sect-led alliance as a stabilizing force in regional governance. Chen Mu accepted the recognition with a straight face and a private note to Bai Feng to increase surveillance of tribunal communications by 300%. The world was changing. Reports arrived daily of new phenomena caused by the perception redistribution. Natural treasures appearing in places that had been spiritually barren for centuries. Gemstones with perfect clarity, herbs of unprecedented potency, spirit stone veins forming in ordinary rock. The diluted creation perception was generating potential in the physical world itself. Spirit beasts developing heightened awareness, some achieving the ability to communicate through spiritual impression. A pack of forest wolves near the Iron Mountain sect's territory had organized into a cooperative hunting structure that showed signs of strategic planning. The diluted binding perception was strengthening the connections between all living things. Hidden ruins surfacing across the continent, their concealment arrays weakened by the redistribution's wave. The diluted appraisal perception was revealing truths that had been hidden for millennia. And in the Azure Lotus sect, the world continued to turn. The dead were mourned. The wounded were healed. The living picked up the pieces and built something new from the rubble. On the 7th day after the battle, Shen Wei found Lin Qingmei in the sect's medicinal garden, tending to the lotus plants that had survived the fortress's assault. Her injuries were healing. Her core was intact, her cultivation undamaged, her spirit unbroken. "How do you feel?" he asked, sitting beside her. "Like I've been hit by a mountain." She paused. "But the core, the crack, it's still healed. Whatever happened at the gate didn't affect the repair you did." The repair was personal. It wasn't connected to the perception system. She looked at him. "And your eye? Still there. Diminished. I can't see through walls anymore, or read the future, or analyze things at the level I used to." He held up his hand and activated the eye. Faint golden text appeared, much fainter than before, requiring concentration where it used to be automatic. "But it still works. And honestly, I don't miss the constant flood of information." "You're lying." "I'm lying a little." She smiled. He smiled. "Su Mohan is dead," she said. "Luo Bingwen is dead. The gate is closed. The perceptions are redistributed." She turned to face him fully. "What do you do now?" Shen Wei looked at the sunset. His eye showed him its truth. Wavelengths, energy patterns, atmospheric effects. And beneath the truth, the beauty. "I have a grandfather who needs me. A clan that needs rebuilding. A sect that gave me a home. Friends who stuck with me through the end of the world." He took her hand. "And a woman who kissed me in a healing chamber and hasn't let me forget it since. I'm very memorable. You're impossible." Same thing. They sat in the garden as the sun went down, the fox curled between them. The world around them subtly, irrevocably changed. The perception energy in the air hummed with new harmonics. The lotus plants grew a fraction faster. The stars, when they appeared, seemed a fraction brighter. Somewhere across the continent, a young cultivator was about to discover that she could see the composition of the herbs she was studying. A faint, instinctive awareness that had never existed before the redistribution. She would think it was talent. She would be partly right. Somewhere else, a spirit beast was about to understand, for the first time, that the human cultivator who fed it every morning meant no harm. It would stop running. It would approach. A bond would form. Somewhere else, a formation master was about to have a creative breakthrough, an inspired idea that seemed to come from nowhere, a technique that combined elements no one had thought to combine before. She would revolutionize her field. She would never know that a piece of the creation perception had whispered the idea into her subconscious. The world was changing. Slowly, subtly, universally. Not through the concentrated power of a single extraordinary individual, but through the diluted gift of a consciousness that had chosen diversity over dominance 60,000 years ago. Shen Wei watched the stars and felt, for the first time since the meteor fragment had given him sight, that the world was exactly as it should be. Changed. Imperfect. Growing. Beautiful. But in the darkness of his eye, the void shadow watched the stars too. And somewhere beyond the barrier between realities, the Hollow King waited with patient, ancient attention. This story was not over. It was just beginning. Chapter 121. The sunken heavens was gone, swallowed by the ocean that had hidden it for centuries. But its master's legacy lingered in ways that would take years to fully understand. Chen Mu carried Su Mohan's dust in a small jade box, an impulse he couldn't fully explain. The 2,000-year-old sovereign had been a monster, a mass murderer, and the greatest threat the cultivation world had ever faced. But he had also been a man who loved a woman named Chun Lihua, and whose entire descent into darkness had begun with the most human of fears, the terror of losing someone irreplaceable. The Alliance forces limped back to Greenvale over the course of a week. Yushiron's spatial abilities were exhausted, and the transport formation had been consumed by the evacuation's energy demands, so they traveled the old-fashioned way, on foot, through a landscape that was visibly, tangibly changing. The spiritual energy density in the air was different, not stronger or weaker, but richer, layered with harmonics that carried the diluted essence of 5 perceptions. The trees along the road seemed to lean toward the travelers, their leaves rustling with something that felt almost like curiosity. Birds flew in patterns of unusual complexity, their formations suggesting a spatial awareness that bordered on deliberate. Even the earth beneath their feet felt more responsive, as if the ground itself was paying attention. Chen Mu's eye, diminished but still functional, cataloged these changes with a fascination that temporarily overrode his exhaustion. Environmental assessment. Spiritual density unchanged in total volume, but compositional complexity increased by approximately 500%. Each unit of spiritual energy now carries trace elements of all 5 perception frequencies. Effect. Enhanced natural spiritual evolution across all living systems. The world wasn't more powerful. It was more aware. They stopped at a roadside inn for the night. The innkeeper, a mortal woman who had never cultivated a day in her life, greeted them with unusual warmth and an instinct for their needs that seemed preternatural. "You look like you've been through something terrible," she said, serving tea before being asked. "Hot food and warm beds. That's what terrible needs." "How did you know we needed tea?" Bai Feng asked, bemused. "I don't know. I just knew." She looked at her own hands with confusion, as if they had moved without her permission. "That's been happening a lot lately. Knowing things I shouldn't know. The diluted appraisal perception. Already working in mortal minds, granting intuitions that had no rational source." The woman would never develop a golden eye or analyze cultivation techniques, but she would always know what her guests needed before they asked. Chen Mu smiled and drank his tea, watching her move through her common room with the quiet confidence of someone who had always known what people needed. Before today, before whatever shift the redistribution had set in motion, Chen Mu thought about the gap between power and perception. Su Mohan had possessed both in vast quantities and had called it the foundation of godhood. This woman, who had never cultivated, who would live and die within 10 kilometers of this inn, possessed something that 2 millennia of Dao fusion cultivation hadn't given the sovereign, a natural, unpracticed understanding of the people around her. He wondered what Su Mohan would have made of her. Whether the being who had spent 2,000 years pursuing a transcendence defined entirely by concentrated individual power would have recognized this as power of a different kind. Probably not. That was the tragedy of his path. At the back of the inn, away from the common room, Su Mohan's dust sat in its jade box. Chen Mu placed it on the windowsill of his room and sat across from it, thinking. The jade box was a simple thing, 3 inches long, sealed with a red cord, unmarked. The sovereign's mortal remains had fit inside it with room to spare. 2,000 years of cultivation, of ambition, of loss, of obsession, compressed into a quantity of dust that weighed perhaps an ounce. His eye read the box reflexively. Jade box contains residual spiritual ash. Former cultivation level, Dao fusion, 9th stage, peak. Spiritual frequency, destruction perception dominant, binding traces. Emotional imprint detected, grief, primary. Determination, secondary. Loneliness, persistent. Loneliness. Even in ash, the sovereign's defining inner state persisted. "You were wrong about immortality," he said to the dust. "But you were right about one thing. There is something beyond the barrier. The Hollow King. The void beyond. Whatever lies out there." He opened his eye and focused on the shadow, the tiny fragment of void energy embedded in his perception. Through it, he could sense the boundary between realities, thin and translucent, like ice over a deep lake. The Hollow King's presence was there, vast and patient, the way the deep ocean was vast without being hostile, simply itself, enormous and ancient and indifferent to the scale of human concerns. But not malevolent. He was increasingly certain of that. "You spent 2,000 years trying to go beyond," Shen Wei said. I spent 7 months trying to keep this site safe. Neither of us is finished. He thought about the thread that ran between him and the Eastern Ocean, his ancestors' flight from a conflict that had no name in any record he'd found. The War of Perceptions. A war that apparently predated this continent's entire cultivation history. A war that had sent a woman fleeing across an ocean with a bloodline ability stitched into her genes like a hidden message, waiting for the right circumstances to activate. 18 years of blindness. A meteor launched 800 years ago. A bloodline carrying abilities that belonged to a different continent's history. He was not the author of his story. He had never been. He was a character in something far older than himself. You spent 2,000 years trying to go beyond, Shen Wei said to the dust. I spent 7 months trying to keep this site safe. Neither of us is finished. The dust, predictably, did not respond. But in the silence of the inn room, with the fox curled at his feet and the world changing outside his window, Shen Wei felt the shadow in his eye pulse with something that might have been agreement. Chapter 122. The return to the Azure Lotus sect was a homecoming that Shen Wei had not allowed himself to imagine during the war. The sect compound was damaged. The destruction puppet's assault had left scars on the main peak that would take months to repair. 3 buildings were completely destroyed. The eastern defensive array was in fragments. The main gate bore the impact crater from Zhun Kuan's battering ram charge during the evacuation. But the sect was alive. The spirit gardens bloomed with unusual vigor, fed by the redistributed perception energy. The formations that Bai Feng had installed hummed with new harmonics that strengthened them beyond their original specifications. And the cultivators, the surviving disciples, the elders, the servants, walked with a subtle confidence that hadn't existed before the battle. The diluted perceptions were working, not dramatically, not obviously, but in 1,000 small ways that added up to a fundamental shift in how people interacted with the world. A junior disciple who had always struggled with pill identification suddenly found the correct herbs by instinct. A formation student designed an array pattern that her teacher had never seen before, combining elements from 3 different formation schools in a synthesis that was elegant and original. A guard whose sword technique had plateaued for years discovered a new angle of attack that exploited a structural weakness he could somehow perceive in his training dummy. The world was learning to see. Shen Wei's eye cataloged all of it as he walked, but the analysis felt different than it had before the redistribution. Less like observation and more like recognition, seeing what was already there rather than revealing what was hidden. The diluted perception energy that now permeated the world was his work, in a fundamental sense. It carried the frequencies of the 5 perceptions he had held, and he could feel them resonating in the environment the way a singer felt resonance in a room suited to their voice. He had not expected that. He had expected grief at losing the concentrated eye, and there was grief, real and ongoing. But there was also this, a new kind of connection to the world, subtle and pervasive. He had given away his power, and what he had received in exchange was not a lesser version of the same thing. It was something different. Belonging. Shen Wei walked through the compound, greeting survivors, assessing damage, cataloging the changes with his diminished but still sharp eye. He found Elder Hua Lingshi in the combat training grounds, overseeing repairs with her usual meticulous efficiency. You look like death, she said. I feel like death. But I'm alive, so I'll take it. The sect council has been discussing your future role. Her expression was neutral, the expression of someone delivering news that the recipient might not want to hear. The consensus is that you should be offered the position of sect master. Shen Wei blinked. What? You defeated Su Mohan. You saved the cultivation world. You led the alliance to victory. By any measure, you are the most qualified individual to lead this sect. I'm 19 years old. Age is a number. Leadership is a quality. She paused. I personally believe you would be an excellent sect master, but I also suspect you'll refuse. Shen Wei thought about it, genuinely thought about it, not with the reflexive deflection of false modesty, but with the honest assessment that his eye had always demanded. He could lead the sect. He had the power, the perception, the strategic mind, and the relationships to do it effectively. But leadership required stability, consistency, and a willingness to stay in one place and build something slowly. His eye examined Elder Hua Lingshi as she waited for his answer. Elder Hua Lingshi, nascent soul, 8th stage. Administrative capability, exceptional. Leadership quality, high. Characterized by patience under pressure, methodical decision-making, and a genuine investment in institutional health rather than personal advancement. Emotional state, carefully neutral, concealing strong preference. Observation, she has already considered this position. She is presenting it as a council decision to give herself cover if declined. The cover wasn't necessary. She was exactly what the sect needed. Shen Wei was many things. Settled was not one of them. I'll refuse, he confirmed. But I know who should take the position. Elder Hua Lingshi raised an eyebrow. You. The eyebrow climbed higher. I am the disciplinary elder. You're the most competent administrator in the sect. You survived the destruction puppet's assault, organized the evacuation, maintained sect operations during a continental war, and managed the alliance's logistics with zero supply failures. He met her eyes. The sect doesn't need a hero as sect master. It needs someone who can build. You build. She was quiet for a long time. Long enough that Shun Wei could hear the distant sound of hammers as disciples repaired the eastern wall. I'll consider it, she said, which Shun Wei's I translated as, she had already considered it, had been hoping someone would ask, and was pleased that the request came from someone whose judgment she respected. Chapter 123 The sect master's official retirement ceremony was held 2 weeks later. Lin Zhantian stepped down with grace, his nascent soul cultivation still formidable, but his energy clearly spent by the decades of leadership and the recent war's emotional toll. He gave a speech that was measured, dignified, and sincere, acknowledging the sect's losses, celebrating its survival, and expressing confidence in the future. When he bowed to the assembled disciples and elders, the gesture was not performative. It was the genuine bow of a man who had carried a weight for decades and was finally permitted to set it down. Shen Wei, watching from the back row with his eye discreetly active, read no deception in Lin Zhantian's posture. Only relief. Clean, uncomplicated relief, mixed with gratitude so deep it had no bottom. Lin Zhantian, nascent soul, 7th stage. Emotional state, relief, dominant. Pride, secondary. Physical strain, significant. Cultivation supports bodily functions beyond normal mortal capacity, but the war's demands accelerated natural aging. Assessment, he has perhaps 15 years of comfortable health remaining. He intends to spend them in meditation, not administration good. He had earned whatever peace remained. Elder Hua Lingshi was installed as the new sect master with the sect council's unanimous approval. Her first official act was to restructure the sect's governance to prevent the kind of corruption that had nearly destroyed it: transparent resource distribution, independent auditing of elder activities, and a formal complaints system that allowed any disciple to report misconduct without fear of retaliation. Her second official act was to promote 3 junior disciples who had distinguished themselves during the destruction puppet's assault, bypassing 2 senior disciples whose performance had been technically adequate and humanly cowardly. The message was clear, and it carried through the sect's ranks faster than any formal announcement. Shen Wei watched the ceremony from the back row, the fox on his shoulder, Lin Qingmei beside him. His grandfather sat in a wheelchair near the front, his mortal body frail, but his mind sharper than ever. Shen Yun had been appointed as the sect's strategic advisor, a position that required no cultivation, only wisdom, and he had more of that than most cultivators would accumulate in 3 lifetimes. Bai Feng was appointed as the sect's chief formation master, a position that gave him authority over all defensive arrays, communication networks, and research into the new perception-enhanced formation techniques that were emerging naturally from the redistribution. He accepted with a grin and immediately began planning a formation network that would connect all allied sects in a real-time communication web. Yu Shiran declined a formal position, preferring to maintain her independence. She established a base of operations in the city and began building a spatial gate network, a series of dimensional shortcuts that would allow rapid travel between major cities across the region. It was practical infrastructure that would benefit everyone, and it was also the kind of project that a Star Weaver with unlimited energy and a personal vendetta against isolation would find deeply satisfying. Zhen Kuan, still one-armed and still refusing to slow down, established a training academy for former slaves and outcasts, people who, like him, had been denied access to cultivation resources by birth or circumstance. The academy's philosophy was simple: talent is everywhere, opportunity shouldn't be. He had already begun accepting students before the ceremony was finished, correctly assuming that bureaucratic delays in a good cause were still delays. The world was rebuilding, not as it had been, but as it could be. Shen Wei approved. His eye, watching the changes with its diminished but persistent perception, showed him the potential in every one of these developments, the possible futures branching from each decision, the growth patterns that would emerge over years and decades. He could not see individual futures clearly anymore. The destiny gaze was gone with the concentrated perception energy, but he could sense the direction of things, the way a gardener could sense the direction of growth without knowing the exact shape of the plant. It was going to be a different world. Not perfect, not safe, but better. And then his grandfather pulled him aside after the ceremony and said something that redirected his attention entirely. Wei, there's something I didn't tell you before. because the war took priority. But now that the immediate danger has passed, Xin Yun's expression was grave. The Shun clan's sealed records, the ones I recovered from the Patriarch's hidden archive before the compound was destroyed, contain a reference to something I don't understand. What kind of reference? A bloodline record. The Shun family's ancestry, traced back 40 generations. He paused. According to the record, the appraisal eye doesn't originate from our family. It was introduced into our bloodline by an outsider, a woman who married into the clan approximately 1,000 years ago. Introduced from where? From across the Eastern Ocean, a continent that no one in recorded history has successfully reached. Xin Yun's eyes were steady but troubled. The record says she was fleeing something she described as the War of Perceptions. The phrase landed with the weight of recognition, not new information. The thread of fate that Shun Wei's destiny gaze had shown him early in his advancement had always connected him to something far to the east, beyond the ocean, pulsing with ancient significance. He had called it a summons, but summons implied the call was outward, from somewhere external. This was different. Not a summons, an origin. The eye had come from somewhere, and that somewhere had its own history, its own perceptions, its own conflicts. The redistribution had only affected this continent. Whatever lay beyond the Eastern Ocean was still operating under the old rules, concentrated perceptions in specific bloodlines, the gate's closed potential hanging over everything. The same patterns that had played out here potentially still active there. He had changed one continent. A world contained more than one. That's a problem for later, Chen Mu said, filing the information with the precision his eye had taught him. For now, we rebuild. For now, his grandfather agreed, his mortal eyes steady and wise. But Wei, the woman who fled across that ocean, she brought something with her. The eye, a bloodline ability that a 2,000-year-old sovereign spent his entire career hunting. Yes, that means whatever she was running from has been waiting 1,000 years for someone with the eye to look back. The thought settled into Shun Wei's chest like a stone settling to the bottom of a deep lake. But they both knew that later had a way of becoming, now, much faster than anyone expected. Chapter 124. Xin Wei and Lin Qingmei had their first real conversation as a couple, not allies, not patient and healer, not sect members coordinating a war. On the evening of the leadership ceremony, they climbed to the highest point of Azure Lotus Peak, where the air was thin and the spiritual energy was dense, and the city of Greenvale spread below them like a carpet of lights. The fox declined to join them, apparently possessing more social awareness than its species typically demonstrated. It was a different peak than the one Shun Wei remembered from his first months at the sect. The same stone, the same altitude, but the world visible from it was not the world that had existed before. The lights of Greenvale were the same lights, but the people carrying them were different, changed by war, changed by loss, changed by the redistribution's slow awakening of capacities they had never known they possessed. The city was the same. The city was new. Lin Qingmei sat on the peak's edge, her legs dangling over a drop that would have terrified anyone without cultivation. The wind caught her hair and scattered it across her face. She pushed it back with an impatient gesture that had absolutely no elegance and was, to Xin Wei, the most beautiful thing he had ever seen. He had watched cultivators of noble birth manage their appearances with the kind of precise, self-conscious care that the Jade Lotus sword art's reputation required. Lin Qingmei had trained herself to the same standard in public. Perfect posture, controlled expressions, movements that were as considered as calligraphy. But here, on this peak, with no audience and no performance required, she pushed her hair back with an irritated flick of her wrist and looked sideways at him like she was daring him to comment. He didn't comment. He committed the moment to memory instead, the way his eye had once committed cultivation analysis, permanently and with full attention. "I love you," she said, without preamble, without coyness, without the games that cultivators of noble birth were supposed to play. She said it the way she did everything, directly, honestly, and with the force of someone who had spent 15 years hiding behind a mask and had no patience left for pretense. "I love you too," he said, because his eye had taught him that truth was always better than performance, and because it was the truth. Good. That's settled. She turned to face him, and her expression shifted from openness to something more serious. "Now tell me why you look like you're already planning to leave." He started. "I'm not. Don't lie to me. Your grandfather told you something after the ceremony. Your posture changed. Your breathing pattern shifted. You started looking east." She raised an eyebrow. "I may not have the appraisal eye, but I've been reading people's body language since I was 5 years old. Some skills don't require supernatural abilities." Xin Wei laughed, a real laugh, full and surprised. "You're terrifying." "Thank you." He told her about the bloodline records. about the eastern origin of the eye, about the golden thread of fate that connected him to a continent beyond the ocean, about the implication that the perception system and its associated conflicts extended far beyond their own world. She listened without interrupting. When he finished, she was quiet for a long time, long enough that the first stars appeared, pale and uncertain at first, then brightening as the sky darkened. "The world we know is safe," she said finally. "For now, the perceptions are redistributed. The gate is closed. The Hollow King is patient. But beyond the ocean, there's a whole other situation that we know nothing about." "Yes. And you feel responsible for it." "I feel connected. The eye came from there. The bloodline that carries it originated there. Whatever happened across the ocean, the war of perceptions that my ancestor fled, it's still happening. And now that our continent has been changed by the redistribution, the balance has shifted. They'll notice. When? I don't know. Could be years. Could be tomorrow." She nodded slowly, the way she always absorbed information that required a change in plan, not denying it, not dramatizing it, simply integrating it. "Then we prepare? But we prepare together." She took his hand. "I'm not the kind of woman who waits at home while her partner goes adventuring. If there's a threat beyond the ocean, we face it as a team. I wasn't planning to go alone." "Good. Because I would have followed you anyway, and it would have been irritating for both of us." They sat on the peak and watched the stars emerge, hand in hand, planning for a future that was uncertain, dangerous, and full of possibilities they couldn't yet imagine. Below them, the city's lights multiplied as shops and homes and tea houses lit their lanterns against the coming dark, and the ordinary business of life continued with the cheerful indifference to cosmic significance that made ordinary life valuable. "I should mention," Lin Qingmei said after a comfortable silence, "that I can see things differently now. Since the redistribution, colors are more vivid. Edges are sharper. When I look at a technique, I can almost see its structure, not the way you describe it, with golden text and detailed analysis, but a feeling, an impression, the diluted appraisal perception. It's in everyone now, in some form. Subtle, unconscious for most people, but cultivators with existing perception abilities will notice it more." He paused. "What does it feel like when you look at a technique?" She considered the question seriously, the way she considered all technical questions. "Like knowing where the weight is. Not the details. I can't read cultivation histories and objects the way you described doing. But if someone shows me a sword form, I can feel where it's balanced and where it's overextended. Like the technique has a physical shape that I can sense without quite seeing. Fracture sight. A diluted version. You're finding structural weaknesses naturally." She looked at her own hands. "I thought I was just getting better at analysis." "You are. But now the world is helping you." He watched her face as she processed this, the slight crease between her brows that meant she was recalibrating. "It's the same for everyone. The mortal innkeeper last night knew what her guests needed before they asked. The guard who discovered a new angle of attack and training. The formation student who synthesized 3 schools without being taught their interaction. They're all using abilities that have always been latent in human perception, activated by the redistribution. Then the world really is different. For the better, I think. I know it is." She squeezed his hand. "Because I can see you more clearly than I could before. And what I see is good." Shenwei leaned against her and watched the stars with eyes that could see truth and beauty simultaneously. In that moment, diminished power and cosmic threats and unknown continents seemed very far away. In that moment, the world was exactly big enough for 2 people on a mountaintop. Chapter 125. The peace lasted 3 months. 3 months of rebuilding, of recovery, of a world slowly adapting to the redistributed perception energy. 3 months during which Shenwei trained, healed, consolidated his Tao fusion cultivation, and began to explore the new capabilities that the redistribution had left him with. His eye was diminished but evolving. Where before it had been a concentrated beam of perception, overwhelming, all-seeing, all-analyzing, it was now more like a refined lens. He couldn't see through walls anymore, or read cultivation histories and objects, or perceive events 1 second in the future. But his core ability, seeing the true nature of things, was actually sharper than before, purified by the redistribution's passage through it. He could still analyze cultivation levels, identify hidden techniques, and detect deception. He could still use fracture sight to find structural weaknesses, though at a shorter range and with less detail. His destiny gaze was gone. The concentrated perception energy it required had been distributed across the continent, but in its place was a subtle sense of connection, a feeling for how people and events related to each other that was less precise, but more natural. He was, in essence, what the first perceiver had intended all along, a cultivator with enhanced perception, not a perception-wielding deity. 3 months was, In the history of a cultivation world full of centuries-long conflicts and millennia-spanning ambitions, a very short piece. Chen Mu had spent those months exploring the boundaries of his changed capabilities with the methodical thoroughness that his eye had always demanded. Each morning he ran through his full technique repertoire, cataloging what functioned, what was diminished, and what had transformed in unexpected directions. The exercise was less troubling than he'd anticipated. The eye's contraction felt less like loss and more like reduction, the way a river narrows as it descends from mountain to valley, concentrating rather than draining. He was narrower. He was also, in the narrow range he retained, more precise. The piece ended when the first void tear appeared. It opened above the ruins of the Shun clan compound, 100 meters in the air, a crack in reality that seeped absolute darkness. Not shadow, not spiritual energy of any kind. A piece of the void beyond, pressing through the weakened barrier between realities. Shen Wei's eye detected it from 50 kilometers away, through the shadow fragment embedded in his perception. The void tore at his awareness like a splinter under a fingernail, constant, irritating, impossible to ignore. He was on the Azure Lotus Sect's training grounds when it appeared, midway through a form practice, and he felt the tear's emergence the way he might feel a door slamming in a distant room. Not painful, but unmistakable. He was in the air within minutes. He flew to the site, literal flight, a Tao fusion ability that he had been practicing during the peaceful months. The crack was small, barely a meter across, but it radiated an energy that was antithetical to existence. The air around it was cold, not winter cold, but the cold of absolute nothing, the temperature of a place where thermodynamics didn't apply. Local spirit beasts had fled the area. The vegetation within 100 meters of the crack was dead, not decayed, but erased, as if it had never grown. The ground beneath the crack was smooth and featureless, polished to a mirror finish by the void energy's negation of texture. Void tier, analysis, type, dimensional barrier breach. Small, stable, non-expanding. Cause, residual weakness in barrier from gate convergence event. Aggravated by concentrated void energy from Luo Bingwen's death. Threat level, low, currently. Will attract void corrupted entities if left open. Projected development, if untreated, will stabilize at current size. Will not grow, but will serve as a permanent conduit between realities. Recommendation. Seal using combined appraisal creation technique. Not a catastrophe. Not yet, but the precedent was troubling. Shen Wei sealed the tear with a careful application of his remaining perception abilities. His eye identified the barrier's weak point, and his creation aspect reinforced it, weaving new strands of dimensional fabric across the gap. The work was delicate, requiring an hour of sustained concentration. The seal needed to be perfect, not merely adequate, because an inadequate seal would fail within weeks and the tear would reopen in the same vulnerable location. He worked with the patient precision that Su Tianlao had tried to teach him in the junk shop, the kind of precision that valued getting it right over getting it done. When he finished, the tear was gone, the barrier was restored, and the dead vegetation around the site was slowly beginning to regenerate. Cellular processes resuming as the void energy withdrew and normal spiritual energy refilled the space. But within a day, reports arrived of 2 more tiers, one in the northern wastes near the frozen abyss, and one in the eastern mountain range near the ancient imperial tomb. The barrier was weakened, not catastrophically, not terminally, but in specific locations where perception energy had been concentrated during the recent conflict. The redistribution had strengthened the barrier globally, but the local stress points from the remnants' locations were still vulnerable. It was, his eye assessed, the cultivation world equivalent of a body recovering from surgery. The overall system was healthier, but the incision sites remained tender and susceptible to new injury. Shen Wei assembled his team. The tiers aren't dangerous individually, he explained, spreading a map on the war council table. Each one is small and stable. But if left open, they'll attract void-corrupted entities, spirit beasts, and ambient energies that get twisted by exposure to the void beyond. We need to seal them all before the corruption spreads. Yushiron leaned over the map, her spatial perception already assessing distances. How many tiers do you project? Between 30 and 50, based on the locations of known perception remnant sites. Each former remnant location is a potential stress point. We have a list of 42 confirmed sites. Not all of them will develop tiers, but we should assume at least 30 will require attention. And you can't seal them all personally? Not in time. The tiers are stable, but stability is relative. If a void-corrupted entity reaches 1 before we seal it, the entity can widen the tear from inside. We need teams in the field within the week. Chapter 126. The Void Tier response became a coordinated campaign across the continent. Shen Wei couldn't seal every tear personally. His remaining perception abilities were sufficient for the task, but the tears were scattered across thousands of kilometers, and new ones were appearing at a rate of approximately 2 per week. Instead, he designed a sealing technique that could be performed by any cultivator with sufficient spiritual energy and the right formation tools. The technique took 3 days to develop and 2 more to document into a form that didn't require understanding the underlying dimensional mechanics. Just the sequence of steps, performed in order, with the right array tools. Bai Feng manufactured the tools, portable sealing arrays based on the perception harmonizer technology he had developed during the Sunken Heavens assault, and distributed them to allied sects across the continent. The distribution was itself a logistical undertaking. Yushiran's spatial gate network proved invaluable, as the gates she had been building during the peaceful months allowed rapid deployment of sealing teams to distant locations, reducing response times from days to hours. What would have been a weeks-long process of martial organization became a continent-wide simultaneous response. Teams were dispatched to every known tear location. Lin Qingmei and a squad of Azure Lotus sect cultivators handled the tiers in the eastern provinces, 13 sites over 8 days, none of which gave her teams serious trouble, because Lin Qingmei's approach to mission planning left very little room for trouble to find. Zhun Kuin's trainees, former slaves and outcasts who had rapidly advanced in the enhanced spiritual environment, secured the western frontier, discovering along the way that their cultivation bases, developed without the old hierarchy's constraints, had grown in directions more aligned with practical reality than theoretical elegance. The Iron Mountain sect covered the north. The White Crane Academy, with their aerial capabilities, responded to tiers in remote mountain locations. Even the Song family contributed response teams. The Song Patriarch, freed from his pre-war political constraints, was proving a genuine ally rather than a reluctant one. Within 3 weeks, 41 of the 42 confirmed sites had been sealed. The 42nd was different. Shen Wei personally handled the most dangerous tear, the one directly above the ruins of the Shun clan compound. This tear was different from the others. It wasn't just a crack in the barrier. It was anchored to the site where the Shun clan remnant had been sealed for centuries. The remnant's extraction by Su Mohan had left a spiritual wound in the land itself, and the void energy was seeping through the wound like blood through an improperly sutured cut. The portable array would seal the surface manifestation, but the wound beneath it would simply reopen. The site needed something more fundamental, not a patch, but a repair. His eye analyzed the wound. Shun clan compound site, spiritual assessment, dimensional damage, significant. Remnant seal occupied this location for 200+ years, creating a groove in dimensional fabric. Remnant extraction by Dao fusion level force tore through the weakened groove rather than cleanly removing it. Current state. Void tear is surface expression of deeper dimensional scar. Sealing the tear will not address the scar. Scar will generate new tears over a period of months to years. Long-term solution. Enter the between space and repair the dimensional membrane at the scar site directly. Risk. Entering the between space at a damaged location exposes the operator to unfiltered void energy. Mitigation. Tribulation transcendence cultivation plus shadow fragment equals viable protection. The sealing required Shen Wei to enter the space between realities, the thin membrane that separated the physical world from the void beyond. He checked his cultivation reserves, ran a final structural analysis of the tier's geometry, and stepped through. Chapter 127. The space between worlds was not empty. Shen Wei had expected a void, featureless, dark, silent. What he found was a landscape of potential. Shapes that weren't shapes, colors that weren't colors, sounds that weren't sounds. It was the sensory equivalent of looking at a rough draft. Everything suggested, nothing completed. The universe's first attempt at existence, abandoned when the final version was created. His eye activated at a frequency he had never experienced before. The shadow fragment, the piece of void energy embedded in his perception during the gate convergence, resonated with the environment, allowing him to perceive the between space in terms his mind could process. The membrane between realities was visible here, a translucent sheet of spiritual energy stretching in every direction, curved like the inside of a sphere. On one side, the physical world. On the other, the void beyond. The membrane was strong overall. The redistribution had reinforced it globally. But at the Shun clan site, it was thin and stressed, the remnants' centuries of imprisonment having worn a groove in the fabric that the extraction had torn open. Shen Wei set to work. Using his merged appraisal creation abilities, he examined the damaged section of the membrane with microscopic precision. The wear pattern was clear, concentric rings of spiritual erosion, spreading from the point where the remnant had been sealed. The extraction had torn through the weakened center, creating the tear that manifested as a void crack in the physical world. Repairing it required rebuilding the membrane's spiritual fabric, not just patching the hole, but reinforcing the entire stressed section so it wouldn't tear again. His creation ability generated the repair material, strands of reality-reinforcing energy, woven from his own cultivation reserves, each strand calibrated to match the membrane's natural frequency. His eye guided the placement, identifying the exact points where reinforcement was needed and the exact tension each strand required. The work was exhausting. Each strand consumed a measurable fraction of his Tao fusion cultivation reserves. By the time the central tier was sealed, he had used approximately 15% of his total spiritual energy, and the stressed area extended far beyond the central tear. The concentric rings of erosion covered hundreds of square meters of membrane surface. Full repair would take days of sustained work, or, as I detected something, fragments of the Hollow King's consciousness, not the entity itself, as it had warned. It was too large to enter the physical world without causing the rupture it wished to prevent. But smaller pieces, echoes, aspects that could operate in the between space without straining the barrier. They watched Chen Mu work with patient curiosity. Not hostile, not helpful, simply present. One fragment communicated, in the conceptual language of the void beyond. We remember the first perceiver. They stood where you stand. They saw what you see, and they chose to give their power away because they understood what we are. What are you? Chen Mu asked, his perception straining to comprehend beings made of unrealized potential. We are everything that could have been but wasn't. Every path not taken. Every choice not made. Every life not lived. The first perceiver looked at us and felt compassion, not for the suffering we represented, but for the existence we were denied. The void isn't nothingness. It's possibility. Unrealized possibility. The universe chose one path out of infinite options. We are the other options. We do not want to destroy your reality. We want to exist alongside it. Is that possible? It would require the barrier to become a membrane, not a wall, but a filter, something that allows exchange without rupture. Energy and information could flow between realities without either one overwhelming the other. Chen Mu looked at the damaged membrane, at the repair work he was doing, at the stressed sections that would need reinforcement. He could rebuild the barrier as it had been, a wall, rigid and absolute, separating the two realities with no exchange. Or he could build something new, a membrane, flexible, permeable enough to allow energy flow, rigid enough to prevent catastrophic rupture. A boundary that acknowledged the void beyond's existence instead of denying it. The first perceiver had chosen fragmentation over godhood. Perhaps the next step was choosing integration over isolation, not of perceptions, but of realities. Chen Mu began to build. Chapter 128. The membrane took 3 days to construct. It was the most complex creation Chen Mu had ever attempted, a structure that existed simultaneously in the physical world and the void beyond, anchored in both realities, flexible enough to absorb dimensional stress without breaking. His eye guided every step. His creation ability generated the materials. His diminished but focused perception allowed him to see both sides of the barrier simultaneously, calibrating the membrane's permeability to allow the exchange of spiritual energy without permitting the passage of physical matter or conscious entities. The work demanded a different mode of concentration than any technique he had practiced. Combat concentration was sharp and narrow, a spotlight illuminating one target with maximum intensity. Formation work was broad and systematic, a lantern held steady across an entire room. This required both simultaneously: the broad awareness of a formation master tracking dozens of intersecting variables, and the pinpoint precision of a combat specialist making each individual strand exactly right. He worked without sleep. In the between space, surrounded by shapes that weren't shapes and colors that weren't colors, normal human rhythms felt less relevant. The Hollow King's fragments drifted at the edges of his perception, patient and watchful. The Hollow King's fragments observed with intense interest but did not interfere. Occasionally, one would offer a suggestion, a modification to the membrane's void-side architecture that Chen Mu's eye confirmed would improve stability. The collaboration was strange, a human cultivator working with aspects of a cosmic entity to build a bridge between their realities, but it was productive. One fragment communicated, on the second day, the previous barrier was built on denial. Walls built on denial require constant maintenance, because the thing denied keeps pressing. A membrane built on acceptance maintains itself. The pressure from our side becomes energy flow rather than structural stress. That's the principle, yes. Chen Mu wove another strand into the membrane's outer layer, checking its tension against 17 different structural requirements his eye maintained simultaneously. I need you to hold this section stable while I anchor the eastern quadrant. The fragment obliged, the void beyond's unrealized potential lending a peculiar but genuine solidity to the membrane section it supported. At one point, mid-construction, Chen Mu sat back and looked at what he was building. The membrane stretched between realities, delicate as spider silk and stronger than stone. Each strand he had woven glowing with the combined frequency of appraisal and creation energies. He thought of Su Mohan, who had spent 2,000 years trying to break through this barrier and transcend it. He thought of the first perceiver, who had created the barrier as a protective boundary, an acknowledgement that the two realities needed separation. And here he was, building something that was neither wall nor door, but window, a structure that acknowledged the separation without enforcing isolation. 3 paths to the same question, 3 different answers. Su Mohan's answer was power. The first perceiver's answer was protection. His answer was relation. He hoped his answer was right. When the membrane was complete, the effect was immediate. Energy began to flow between the realities, not destructively, not overwhelmingly, but in a gentle trickle. Void energy, unrealized potential, seeped into the physical world and dissolved into the ambient spiritual energy, adding a new dimension of possibility to the already enriched environment. Physical world energy, realized existence, seeped into the void beyond, giving the Hollow King's fragments a taste of the actuality they had been denied for 60,000 years. The exchange was minuscule, a fraction of a percent of either reality's total energy. But it was real, and it was stable. Chen Mu tested the membrane's limits, pushing against it from both sides, simulating the kind of stress that a perception convergence or a dimensional attack would create. The membrane flexed, absorbed the stress, and redistributed it evenly across its surface. It was stronger than the original wall had been, precisely because it was flexible rather than rigid. The void tiers elsewhere on the continent began to heal. The membrane's installation at the Shun clan site, the original weak point, had redistributed the dimensional stress, relieving the pressure on other vulnerable locations. The dimensional scar that had been generating tears was now a feature of the membrane's architecture rather than a wound. Reports came in over the following days. The northern waste's tear sealed itself. The eastern mountain tear stabilized and began shrinking. Minor tears across the continent closed without intervention. Chen Mu returned to the physical world exhausted but satisfied. The between-space membrane was his creation, literally, born from his creation perception, and it would maintain itself through the energy exchange it facilitated. The void beyond was no longer an existential threat. It was a neighbor. Chapter 129 The breakthrough to tribulation transcendence happened in the between-space, during the membrane's construction. Chen Mu hadn't sought it. He hadn't pushed for it. It happened organically, as a natural consequence of the sustained creative effort. 3 days of continuous, concentrated reality building that demanded every aspect of his cultivation to operate in harmony. Tao fusion cultivators described the advancement to tribulation transcendence in terms of a threshold, a moment when the practitioner's spiritual energy grew beyond the capacity of the body to contain it without restructuring. Most cultivators sought favorable conditions for this event: a protected location, a spirit-dense environment, trusted allies guarding against interruption. The tribulation itself was the final examination, and the examination varied with the cultivator's nature and circumstances. Chen Mu's circumstances were a dimensional between-space anchored between 2 realities, with a cosmic entity's fragments as his only company. The tribulation arrived in the 43rd hour of membrane construction. He had been deep in focus creation, weaving dimensional strand 847, a particularly delicate section of the membrane's central layer, when he felt the energy within him shift from intense to critical. The sensation was not unlike the last moments before a dam breaks, an awareness of pressure building faster than the structure can accommodate, the surface trembling with imminent change. The tribulation was not heavenly lightning. It was not a perception storm. It was void lightning, bolts of pure unrealized potential that struck him from the void beyond side of the membrane, testing his ability to maintain coherent existence in the face of infinite possibility. Each bolt carried a different potential future, a different version of Chen Mu that could have existed if he had made different choices. A Chen Mu who had accepted Su Mohan's offer and stood at the sovereign's side while the gate was opened. A Chen Mu who had never gained the eye, who had died in the Shun clan compound during a cultivation competition he couldn't see to navigate. A Chen Mu who had consolidated the perceptions and become a god, who stood now in a universe where everything was categorized and analyzed and nothing surprised him anymore. A Shun Wei who had died in the sunken heavens, his body dissolved by destruction energy in the gate chamber. Lin Qingmei, carrying his ashes in the same jade box where Su Mohan's dust now rested. Each potential struck him. Each one tried to override his actual existence with its unrealized alternative. The void was not malicious, it had no preferences. It simply offered the full range of what could have been, pressing each option against his identity with the patient weight of everything that didn't happen. And each one failed, because Shun Wei's actual existence, the choices he had made, the person he had become, the relationships he had built, was more real than any hypothetical. The eye had always shown him truth. 18 years of blindness followed by years of seeing everything had taught him one thing above all, that the reality in front of him, however imperfect, however painful, was more valuable than any alternate version that might have been softer or more comfortable or more powerful. He survived the tribulation by being himself, completely and without reservation. The advancement was quiet. No explosion of power. No dramatic transformation. Just a deepening. His cultivation reaching a level where the distinction between his body, his spirit, and his perception became increasingly academic. He was not a body that cultivated spiritual energy. He was not a spirit that inhabited a body. He was, in some way his mind could only approximate, the cultivation itself, a coherent pattern of existence that happened to express itself in a physical form. Shun Wei, Tribulation Transcendence, First Stage. Appraisal Eye, Stage 7. Dual Reality Perception, New Capability. Can perceive both the physical world and the void beyond simultaneously through the shadow fragment. Note, this capability is unique. No previous cultivator has possessed awareness of both realities. He rested for 2 hours, let the advancement integrate, and then returned to weaving dimensional strand 848. When he returned to the physical world, Lin Qingmei met him at the Shun clan ruins with a medical team and a worried expression. You've been in there for 3 days. I was building a membrane between realities and breaking through to tribulation transcendence. As one does. It was an efficient use of time. She punched his shoulder, which hurt more than any void lightning bolt. Chapter 130. The world settled into a new normal. The void tears sealed. The dimensional membrane stabilized. The redistributed perception energy continued its slow transformation of the cultivation world. And Shun Wei, now at tribulation transcendence with a unique dual reality perception, became something the cultivation world had never seen before, a bridge between two forms of existence. The shadow in his eye, the void fragment, was no longer a splinter. The membrane construction had integrated it more fully into his perception, turning what had been a foreign intrusion into a natural extension of his awareness. He could perceive the void beyond as a sixth layer of reality, overlaid on the 5 that normal cultivators experienced. The effect was subtle but profound. When he looked at a person, he saw not just what they were, appraisal, and what they could become, creation, but what they could have been, the unrealized potentials that the void represented. A young disciple was also, simultaneously, the master she might become, the failure she might suffer, and the completely different person she would have been if she'd been born in a different clan. It was overwhelming until he learned to control it. Then it was beautiful. Learning to control it took 2 weeks of concentrated practice, during which he accidentally perceived 3 simultaneous versions of a kitchen disciple bringing breakfast and had to apologize for appearing distracted by something she couldn't see. The control mechanism, once he developed it, was similar to the technique he'd used for managing the integrated dual perception, a conscious narrowing of awareness, choosing which layer of reality to attend to at any given moment while keeping the others as peripheral sensitivity rather than active focus. He could still see all 3 layers, present, potential, possible, but he could choose which one was the foreground. The Shun clan remnant site was restored. The ruins were cleared, the contaminated soil was purified, and a small monument was erected, not to the clan's glory, but to its lessons. Shun Wei wrote the inscription himself after 3 drafts and 2 consultations with his grandfather. Here stood the Shin clan. They were corrupted by whispers they couldn't hear, weakened by theft they couldn't see, and destroyed by truths they refused to face. May those who come after learn to listen, to look, and to face what they find. Xin Yun read the final draft and was quiet for a moment. It's accurate, he said. I wasn't sure about the tone. It doesn't celebrate anything. The Shun clan doesn't need celebration. It needs honesty. Xin Yun touched the inscription with his mortal hand, the weathered hand of a man who had outlived his clan's collapse and had chosen to understand it rather than eulogize it. Besides, you're not writing for the Shin family. You're writing for everyone who comes after. Everyone who might look at this stone and think about what they're not seeing, what they're not hearing, what they're refusing to face. The fox sat on the monument's base and groomed itself with regal indifference, which somehow felt like the most appropriate response. Reports from across the continent painted a picture of accelerating change. Young cultivators were developing minor perception-enhanced abilities naturally, just as the redistributed energy integrated with their cultivation. A girl in the southern provinces could instinctively identify the quality of cultivation materials by touch. A boy in the western frontier could sense structural weaknesses in buildings and bridges, making him an unprecedented asset to the construction guild. A woman in Cloud Peak City could perceive the emotional connections between people as faint threads of color, a diluted, natural version of the destiny gaze. The concentrated perceptions were gone, but their essence lived on in everyone. Chen Mu received these reports with a satisfaction that went deeper than professional accomplishment. This was what the first perceiver had intended. This was the cultivation system operating as designed, not as a hierarchy of power, but as a universal framework for growth. The hierarchy had been the corruption, the concentration that Su Mohan had tried to maximize, and that the redistribution had dismantled. What remained was the foundation, the capacity for perception, for creation, for understanding limits, for forming bonds, and for finding the courage to face what needed facing. Chapter 131. With the immediate crises resolved, Chen Mu turned to the mystery of the eye's origins. Su Mohan's dying words echoed in his memory. The library of the first perceiver. Beneath the world's oldest mountain, the sovereign had claimed that this library contained knowledge Chen Mu would need, knowledge about the perceptions, the gate, and presumably the cultivation system's deeper history. Chen Mu consulted the Azure Lotus Sect's archives, the Heavenly Tribunal's records, obtained through the Alliance's now extensive intelligence network, and Su Tianlao's inherited knowledge for references to the world's oldest mountain. He had expected the search to take weeks. It took 3 hours. The answer was consistent across all sources: Primordial Peak. Not a major landmark, not a pilgrimage site, not a sect's sacred mountain. It appeared in records primarily as a navigation reference, a solitary spike of stone in the continent's interior that cartographers used as a fixed point for their maps. The records agreed on its location and age, and said nothing else of significance. That silence was itself significant. In a cultivation world where every notable mountain was claimed, named, and attributed with some spiritual history, a mountain that nobody had claimed and nobody taught about was either entirely unimportant or so important that the knowledge had been deliberately kept small. Located at the continent's geographic center, Primordial Peak was a mountain so old that geologists in the sect's natural philosophy department estimated its age at 60 million years, older than the cultivation system itself, older than recorded history, older than the geological features that surrounded it. It was not part of any mountain range. It stood alone, a solitary spike of ancient stone in the middle of a broad plain, its peak hidden in clouds that never dissipated. No sect claimed it. No cultivation tradition included it. It was simply there, ignored, unremarkable, invisible by virtue of being too obvious. Chen Mu traveled there alone, leaving his team at the Azure Lotus sect with instructions and contingency plans. The fox insisted on coming, as always, and he had long since stopped trying to argue with a celestial creature that weighed 3 kilograms and had a personality the size of a mountain. The journey took 4 days at a comfortable traveling pace. As he drew closer, he paid attention to what his eye showed him, or more precisely, what it didn't show him. Normal mountains generated spiritual energy patterns as they interacted with the ambient field, creating subtle eddies and flows around their slopes. Primordial Peak generated nothing. It was spiritually silent, not absent, not drained, but quiet. The way a person who is very still becomes temporarily invisible, because stillness doesn't attract attention. Primordial Peak was exactly as described, a single mountain, unremarkable in appearance, surrounded by grassland. It was about 2,000 meters tall, with a gentle slope covered in grass and wildflowers. No spiritual energy anomalies. No formation arrays. No hidden defenses. Goats grazed on the lower slopes, apparently finding the ancient stones footing adequate for their purposes. But Chen Mu's eye, even in its diminished state, detected something profound. The mountain itself was old. Not just geologically old, but spiritually old. Each layer of stone contained compressed spiritual history. Millions of years of accumulated existence, pressed into rock the way memories are pressed into the pages of a journal. As he climbed, his eye read the layers. The lowest strata, pre-cultivation. An era when spiritual energy existed in the world, but no conscious being had learned to use it. The energy was raw, unstructured, waiting. It had the quality of a blank page, not empty, but full of potential for anything. Higher strata, the first cultivation era, beings, not human, but aware, began to interact with spiritual energy, shaping it through instinct rather than technique. The first crude approximations of what would become cultivation. His eye read them as the spiritual equivalent of cave paintings, technically limited, emotionally real, unmistakably the work of minds engaging with the universe and trying to express what they found. Higher still, the age of the first perceiver. The spiritual energy here was different, structured, intentional, bearing the unmistakable imprint of a consciousness that had understood reality at its most fundamental level. The first perceiver had been immortal, not a cultivator, not a supernatural being, but an ordinary consciousness that happened to perceive the universe's structure more clearly than any other being had before or since. Their perception was not the appraisal eye. It was the raw, unprocessed awareness that would later be refined into the 5 perceptions. They had seen everything. Every atom, every energy flow, every dimensional fold, every causal chain. The totality of existence, perceived simultaneously by a single mind. The experience had not driven them mad. It had driven them to compassion. Because when you see everything, you see every being suffering with perfect clarity. And when you see every being suffering, you cannot remain indifferent. The first perceiver had created the cultivation system as an act of love. Not romantic love, not parental love, but the fundamental empathy of a consciousness that understood what it was like to exist and wanted that experience to be available to as many beings as possible. They fragmented because they realized that their own concentrated perception was a bottleneck. As long as one being held all the awareness, no one else could develop their own. The fragmentation distributed the potential for perception, the ability to see, to understand, to create, to connect, to accept limits, across all living things. The sacrifice was real. The first perceiver died. Not in the physical sense. They had transcended physicality long before the fragmentation, but in the ontological sense. The consciousness that had been one became 5, and then 5 became many, and then many became everyone. They did not regret it. The final memory in the crystal was the first perceiver's last coherent thought. Let them see for themselves. Let them make their own choices. Let them grow in their own way. I have given them the tools. The rest is theirs. Chen Mu wept in the dark chamber, surrounded by floating memories, holding a crystal that contained the origin of everything he was. He wept for the being that had chosen dissolution. He wept for Su Mohan, who had spent 2,000 years trying to reverse that dissolution and had died before understanding why it was a gift. He wept for Su Tianlao, who had carried the eye's weight alone for decades without knowing this room existed. He wept for the blind boy who had lain in the Shun clan compound, counting the sounds of a world he could not see, never knowing that 60,000 years of compassion had been aimed at reaching him. The crystals floated in the darkness and glowed, patient and still. After a long time, he stood up, wiped his face, and began to read. Chapter 133. The deepest crystal in the library was different from the others. It didn't glow. It didn't float. It sat on a stone pedestal at the chamber's center, dark and still, waiting. Chen Mu had read 37 other crystals before reaching it. He had spent 2 days in the library, moving through the floating patterns of memory. The first perceiver's understanding of dimensional architecture, their analysis of the cultivation system's growth patterns across 60,000 years, their observations about the perception's tendency to reconcentrate in specific bloodlines over generations, their careful documentation of the void beyond's nature as unrealized possibility rather than hostile negation. Each crystal was a complete world of knowledge, dense and precise, and given without reservation. None of them had felt quite like this one. Chen Mu's eye analyzed it and received something he had never seen before. Not data, but a message. A direct communication from the first perceiver, left specifically for whoever came here with the eye. The eye will show you everything except yourself. To see your own truth, you must close the eye and look inward. Only then will you be complete. He had already learned this lesson. The integration that had broken Su Mohan's soul binding. The moment when he stopped being a cultivator who possessed the eye and became a being whose nature was perception, had taught him exactly what this message described. But the message continued. You have done what I hoped someone would do. You have redistributed. You have built a membrane. You have chosen compassion over power. But you are not finished. The world beyond the ocean carries the same perceptions, the same conflicts, the same potential for growth or destruction. What you have accomplished here is local. The work is global. Not now, not soon, but eventually, the work will call you eastward. When it does, remember this, the eye sees truth. But truth is not a weapon. It is a gift. Offer it as I offered my perceptions, freely, without condition, and with the understanding that what others do with the gift is their choice, not yours. He stood with the message for a long time. The chamber's floating crystals drifted in their slow patterns around him, their lights steady and patient. The message asked nothing of him except his eventual attention. It issued no commands. It set no timeline. The first perceiver, who had seen the full arc of cultivator history across 60,000 years, apparently understood that urgency in a mortal mind produced resistance, and that the eastward call would come in its own time, when the circumstances and the person were both ready. You don't rush a 60,000-year plan. You trust it. Chen Mu touched the dark crystal. It warmed under his fingers, and for one instant, he felt the echo of the first perceiver's consciousness, vast, kind, and utterly at peace. Not the peace of someone who had achieved everything they wanted. The peace of someone who had given everything they had and was satisfied that the giving was enough. Then the crystal dissolved. Its energy dispersed into the cavern's air, joining the ambient spiritual energy of the world's oldest mountain. The library was complete. Its purpose, to convey the first perceiver's knowledge to whoever came with the eye, was fulfilled. The remaining crystals, their knowledge transmitted, dimmed one by one, and settled to the floor. By the time Chen Mu moved toward the stairs, the chamber was dark and still and silent, not empty, but at rest. The way a letter is at rest after it has been read. Chen Mu climbed back to the surface with a head full of 60,000-year-old memories and a heart full of purpose that was as vast as the sky above Primordial Peak. The fox was waiting at the entrance, grooming its paws with studied nonchalance. "Let's go home," Chen Mu said. It yipped and jumped onto his shoulder. Chapter 134. The journey back to the Azure Lotus sect took a week on foot. Chen Mu could have flown. Tribulation Transcendence Cultivation made long-distance flight trivial, but he chose to walk. He needed time to think, to process the library's revelations, to integrate 60,000 years of cosmic history into a mind that was still, fundamentally, that of a young man who had been blind for most of his life. The walk helped. It helped the way all walks help, by putting distance between the walker and what they're processing, giving the mind time to catch up with the events that the body experienced. He had spent years moving at the pace that crisis demanded, fast, deliberate, reactive. Walking at a mortal pace, the way his grandfather walked, felt like returning to something essential. The countryside was beautiful in ways his eye had always been able to analyze but had rarely paused to appreciate. The autumn leaves were turning, reds, golds, oranges that his eye catalogued as specific wavelengths of reflected light, but that his heart perceived as simply beautiful. The fields were being harvested, mortal farmers working alongside the occasional cultivator, their lives intertwined in a way that the redistribution was subtly enhancing. A young farmer who had never cultivated was showing unusual precision in sorting grain, setting aside the best seeds with a tactile accuracy that suggested diluted appraisal awareness. An elderly cultivator resting at a field's edge watched the harvest with a contentment his eye read as genuine, not performed patience, but actual peace. The world was settling into itself. He passed through a village and stopped at a tea house. The proprietor, a middle-aged man with calloused hands and kind eyes, served him tea and conversation. "You look like a man who's been carrying something heavy," the proprietor said. "I've been carrying the weight of a choice," Chen Mu replied. "I had the power to change the world, and I chose to give that power away." "Sounds about right." The proprietor refilled his cup without being asked, the gesture flowing from the same intuition that the innkeeper on the return from the sunken heavens had demonstrated. "Power's funny. The people who deserve it are usually the ones trying to get rid of it, and the people who want it are the ones who shouldn't have it." "Did someone teach you that?" "My grandmother. She was a farmer. Never cultivated a day in her life. But she was the wisest person I ever knew." He paused. "Lately, though, I've been having moments where I see things. Not visions. Just clarity. About people. About what they need. It started a few months ago. The diluted appraisal perception. Working in a mortal tea house owner's mind. Granting him the intuitive understanding that made him the kind of host who could read a stranger's mood and offer exactly the right words. "It's a gift," Chen Mu said. "Use it well." "How?" "Just keep doing what you're doing. See people clearly. Serve them honestly. The rest takes care of itself." He finished his tea, paid, and continued walking. The conversation had clarified something that the library's cosmic revelations had obscured. The revelations were vast, 60,000 years of history, a cosmic consciousness's understanding of reality's structure, the full context of everything Chen Mu had experienced. The scale was overwhelming and the specifics were profound, and he was genuinely grateful to have them. But the heart of it was simpler than any of that. The redistribution wasn't just a strategic decision or a moral choice. It was the expression of a simple truth that the blind boy in the Shun clan compound had understood instinctively, long before any eye gave him sight. The blind boy who had spent 18 years listening, who had learned to hear what people didn't say, and feel what people didn't show, and understand what people didn't mean to reveal, who had developed, in the darkness, a kind of perception that didn't need golden text to function. Everyone deserves to see. Not the way he saw, not with golden text and structural analysis and perception frequencies, but in their own way, to their own degree, with their own understanding. The first perceiver had known this. Shenwei had lived it. And now the world was learning it, one cup of tea at a time. His eye showed him the truth of things. But the truth he valued most was one no supernatural ability could provide. People were fundamentally good, given the chance to see clearly. The blind boy had always known that. The cultivation prodigy was finally catching up. Chapter 135 months had passed. The world continued without catastrophe. Shenwei returned to the Azure Lotus sect to find it transformed, not by crisis, but by growth. The compound had been repaired, expanded, and reorganized under sect master Hua Lingshi's meticulous leadership. New buildings had been constructed using Baifeng's perception-enhanced formation techniques, which produced structures that were not just functional but responsive, walls that adjusted temperature based on occupants' needs, corridors that improved lighting based on the time of day, training grounds that adapted difficulty to the user's level. The changes were visible in the small things as much as the large. Disciples moved differently through the compound, not with the competitive tension that had characterized the old hierarchy, where advancement depended on demonstrating superiority, but with a collaborative energy. They taught each other without being asked. They shared resources without calculating future reciprocity. In the old system, generosity had been a strategic choice. In the new system, it seemed to have become a habit. Sect Master Hua's governance restructuring deserved most of the credit. But the redistribution's diluted binding perception, the one that had originally enabled the formation of genuine alliances and connections, was working in the ambient spiritual energy, making community feel more natural and isolation feel less comfortable. The sect's membership had grown. The redistribution's effects had awakened latent cultivation potential in people who had never considered the spiritual path. Former farmers, merchants, craftspeople, and laborers were arriving at the sect's gates with newly developed abilities and a desire to understand them. Sect Master Hua had handled this influx with her characteristic efficiency, creating a new tier of community disciples who maintained their civilian lives while receiving part-time instruction. The traditional full-time disciple path remained for those who chose dedication, but the walls between cultivator and mortal society were becoming permeable. Shenwei's friends had flourished in his absence. Baifeng had become the continent's premier formation master. His spatial gate network now connected 14 cities, and his research into perception-enhanced formations had generated techniques that would have been considered impossible before the redistribution. He had also, somewhat to everyone's surprise, begun teaching a class of young formation enthusiasts, discovering a talent for pedagogy that his combat-focused career had never revealed. It turns out, he told Shenwei over tea, that watching someone understand something for the first time is significantly more satisfying than designing the something in isolation. I wish I'd started earlier. Yushiran had completed the spatial gate network and was now exploring the limits of her Starweaver abilities in the new reality. The redistributed spatial perception energy had enhanced her bloodline's natural capabilities, allowing her to sense dimensional structures across continental distances. She was mapping the world's dimensional geography, the hidden folds, the spatial anomalies, the places where reality was thicker or thinner, creating the first comprehensive atlas of the cultivation world's true structure. Her preliminary findings suggested that the dimensional membrane Shenwei had built was not a localized feature, but had propagated globally, creating a subtle reinforcement of the barrier everywhere, not just at the Shen clan site. Zhen Kuan's Academy for Outcasts had become a regional institution. His one-armed teaching style, demonstrating techniques with adapted forms, emphasizing adaptability over textbook perfection, had attracted students from across the continent. Former slaves, orphans, and the marginalized stood alongside children of noble families, united by the belief that talent knew no birth. He had also, his eye showed Shenwei with some amusement, begun growing a beard, apparently an unintentional consequence of being too busy teaching to maintain his previous fastidiousness about appearance. Lin Qingmei had advanced to spirit severing during Shenwei's absence, her healed core and the redistributed perception energy fueling a progression that she pursued with the same fierce determination she brought to everything. She had also taken over coordination of the Alliance's intelligence network, using her natural talent for reading people, now enhanced by the diluted appraisal perception, to manage a web of informants that kept the allied sects aware of threats before they materialized. She greeted Xin Wei's return with a brief embrace, an assessment of his current cultivation state that would have done credit to a trained healer, and the observation that he looked underfed and needed a meal before he did anything else. He had missed her acutely. And Shun Yun, grandfather, advisor, the mortal anchor of an increasingly supernatural family, had found a new purpose. He was writing a history, not of the Xin clan, but of the Perception War, the conflict that had begun with Shun Wei's awakening and ended with the gate's redistribution. It was a comprehensive, unflinching account that included every mistake, every failure, and every lesson learned. Someone needs to remember what happened, he told Xin Wei when asked why, and what nearly happened, and what must never happen again. It's going to be a difficult read. The most important histories always are. The comfortable ones are the ones that lie. The world was growing. Not uniformly, not without problems, but growing. And Xin Wei's eye, watching it all with its reduced but refined perception, saw potential everywhere. Chapter 136. The celebration was held on a perfect autumn evening. Not a military victory parade or a political ceremony, but a genuine celebration. Food, music, laughter, and the uncomplicated joy of people who had survived something terrible and were still standing. The Azure Lotus sect's rebuilt Great Hall was decorated with spirit lanterns and living flowers. Tables groaned under the weight of dishes prepared by the sect's kitchens and contributed by the city of Greenvale's restaurants and street vendors. Musicians played, cultivators danced, badly, in most cases, and even the usually austere elder, now sectmaster, Hua Lingshi, was seen tapping her foot to a particularly energetic drum rhythm. Xin Wei sat with his core group at a table near the garden. The fox curled contentedly under his chair after consuming an entire roasted chicken by itself. The table was a thing that should not have existed. Each of its occupants was there because of a chain of choices that had been, at the time, desperately unlikely to work out. By Feng, who had been an anonymous genius working in formation research until Xin Wei noticed his potential through a combat evaluation. Yu Shiran, who had been Su Mohan's most valuable asset for 22 years before choosing to become his enemy. Jin Kuan, who had been an arena slave with a missing arm and no obvious future. Lin Qingmei, who had spent 15 years constructing a perfect mask and had put it down for a blind boy in a sect courtyard. The fact that they were all here, eating well and laughing loudly, was the most improbable outcome Shun Wei could imagine. His eye was too reduced to run probability calculations on complex social outcomes. But even without it, he could make a reasonable estimate. Very unlikely. Very good. To survival, Bai Feng said, raising his cup. To growth, Lin Qingmei added. To friends, Yu Shiran said. To hitting things, Zhen Kuan said, which earned him a round of laughter. Xin Wei raised his cup. To seeing clearly. They drank. Xin Yun, wheeled to the table by a devoted attendant, watched the celebration with bright, mortal eyes that no longer needed supernatural enhancement to perceive the truth of the moment. I'm proud of you, he told Xin Wei quietly, while the others were distracted by Bai Feng's attempt to demonstrate a formation technique that accidentally launched his cup into the air. Not for the fighting or the breakthroughs or the world saving. For becoming a good man. I had a good teacher. Several good teachers. Xin Yun smiled. Including a blind boy who refused to be useless. He was convinced he was useless for a long time. He was wrong. He knew it even then, on some level. He just needed time to prove it to himself. The evening progressed. Cultivators who had fought together in the sunken heavens shared stories that were already growing in the telling. The rescued capsule prisoners, 200 cultivators who owed their lives to the Alliance's assault, circulated through the celebration, connecting with the people who had freed them. One of them, a core formation cultivator from a distant sect that Su Mohan had imprisoned 30 years ago, found the healer who had stabilized her during the evacuation and bowed in a gesture of gratitude so deep and formal that every cultivator nearby fell silent. The healer, a junior disciple who had been practicing for 2 years, didn't know how to respond. She bowed back, lower, and the two of them stood there bowing at each other until Zhen Kuan told them loudly that they were blocking the food table. Late in the evening, Lin Qingmei pulled Xin Wei aside to the garden, away from the noise. I have something to tell you, she said. I know. Of course you do. Your eye, no. I didn't use the eye. He smiled. I just know you. She put her hand on her stomach. We're having a baby. Xin Wei's eye activated reflexively, a habit that months of diminished power hadn't fully broken. The golden text appeared, faint but clear. Fetal assessment, 11 weeks. Healthy. Development normal. Spiritual root. Developing. Strong indicators of perception type alignment. Potential. Exceptional. Genetic combination of appraisal eye lineage and jade lotus cultivation heritage. He dismissed the text with a thought. Some things didn't need analysis. A baby, he said. A baby. In a world that's changing faster than anyone can predict. With a father who has enemies across the ocean and a shadow in his eye that connects him to a parallel reality. Yes, all of that. She took his hands. Also in a world with friends and family and a cultivation system that finally works the way it was supposed to. And with parents who can see truth and beauty and potential, and who will teach their child to see those things too. Chen Wei looked at the woman he loved, at the life growing inside her, at the world that he had helped save and reshape and set free. He thought about what his grandfather had said, not for the fighting or the breakthroughs, but for becoming a good man. He hoped that was still in progress. He suspected it always would be. His eyes showed him the truth. His heart showed him the rest. We're going to be good parents, he said. Of course we are. We're terrifying. He laughed and held her, and the celebration continued around them, and the world, changed, imperfect, growing, turned toward a future that no one could see, but everyone could shape. Chapter 137. Chen Wei made one more journey before settling into the peaceful life that his friends insisted he deserved. He returned to the Shun clan compound ruins, now a construction site. The monument he had erected standing sentinel over the foundations of new buildings that would house the community the surviving branch families were building. The ruins were less ruined than he remembered. The branch family survivors, those who had escaped before the patriarch's purge, those who had been away during the destruction puppet's assault, those who had returned from wherever flight had taken them, had been building steadily for months. The new buildings were plainer than the old Shun clan architecture, less ornate, more practical. They looked like what they were. The structures of people who had lost everything and were choosing to build something different rather than rebuild what had failed. Shun Lian was waiting for him. The 8-year-old girl with golden-flecked eyes had grown in the months since the evacuation. She was taller, less frightened, and possessed of a quiet confidence that came from being surrounded by people who treated her potential as a gift rather than a burden. Her appraisal eye variant had awakened 3 weeks ago. Not dramatically, no meteor fragments, no blinding visions, but gently, like a flower opening. She could perceive the quality of objects she touched, sensing their composition and condition through tactile contact rather than visual analysis. She had spent the 3 weeks since awakening methodically touching every object she could reach in the settlement, cataloging what she found with a thoroughness that had simultaneously delighted the craftspeople and exasperated the cooks, because she had discovered that 3 of the kitchen's supposedly premium spirit herb batches were substantially lower quality than advertised. The head cook had thanked her for the information, then asked her to perhaps be more selective about which kitchen items she assessed. "Can you teach me?" she asked, standing before Shun Wei with the directness that the Shun bloodline apparently bred alongside perception abilities. "I can show you the principles," he said. "But your ability is different from mine. Mine works through sight. Yours works through touch. You'll need to develop your own techniques." "How?" "By practicing. By making mistakes. By learning from those mistakes and trying again." He knelt so they were eye to eye. "And by remembering something I wish someone had told me when my ability first appeared." "What?" "The ability doesn't define you. You define it. It's a tool. What matters is the person using it. Their kindness, their courage, their willingness to see truth even when it's uncomfortable." He paused. "Can you do that?" Shen Lian considered the question with a seriousness that belied her age. "I think so. My grandmother says I'm stubborn. Stubborn is good. Stubborn is what kept our family alive." Before he left, he established the Perceivers Academy, not a formal institution, but a declaration of principle. The academy would accept anyone with perception-related abilities, regardless of background, family, wealth, or prior cultivation. Its purpose was not to create warriors or elders or sect leaders, but to help people understand and control abilities that the redistribution was awakening across the continent. Shen Lian was its first student. "Will you come back?" she asked. "As often as I can." He ruffled her hair, a gesture that earned him an indignant look that was pure Shin clan stubbornness. "Practice your touch reading. When I come back, I want to see improvement." "You'll see improvement before you come back. I'm faster than you were." He laughed. "Probably. You have the advantage of not being blind for the first 18 years. She grinned. It was the grin of a child who had found her purpose, and it was, to Shun Wei's eyes, more valuable than any treasure his eye had ever identified. Chapter 138. Shun Wei visited Su Tianlao's grave on a hillside overlooking Greenvale City. The grave was marked by a single stone, uncarved, unremarkable. The the way Su would have preferred. The junk shop below had been cleaned out and converted into a museum of sorts, displaying the treasures that Su's appraisal eye keyed pricing system had hidden among the trash. Visitors came from across the region to see the heaven-grade sword, the sealed fire spirit, the formation blueprint painting, all still priced at copper coins, displayed behind glass with plaques explaining their true value. The museum's curator had written a biography of Su Tianlao, a short document, because the old man had told almost no one anything about his actual life, and the gaps had to be filled with inference and the testimony of people who had known him as a peculiar, perceptive junk dealer. The biography was honest about its own limitations. It described what Su had done rather than what he had been, which was, Chen Mu thought, probably closer to how Su would have wanted to be remembered. What you do, not what you claim to be. The fox climbed the hill ahead of Chen Mu and sat on the gravestone, its jade eyes luminous in the afternoon light. Chen Mu sat beside the stone and reported, "The war is over. Su Mohan is dead. Luo Bingwen is dead. The perceptions have been redistributed." He paused. "Your 7 flaw strike technique has been documented and made available to the Perceivers Academy. Young cultivators are learning it, adapted for their abilities, not just for the appraisal eye. The principle of finding and targeting weaknesses through perception is becoming a fundamental combat doctrine." He pulled a flask of rice wine from his spatial ring, the same brand Su had kept in his shop, and poured a cup on the grass beside the stone. "The girl you taught me turned out okay, I think. I made mistakes, a lot of them, but I learned from each one, the way you taught me. Analyze the error, fix the approach, verify the fix, update the method." He paused. On the hillside, with no one watching and no one to perform for, he allowed himself to feel the grief that he'd held back throughout the war. Su Tianlao had died in the early stages of the conflict, killed by the Crimson Veil sect before the war had a name or a clear shape. He had not lived to see the alliance form, or the gate close, or the redistribution take effect. He had spent decades guarding an ability he didn't fully understand, protecting a lineage he never claimed, paying a price in isolation that he had chosen and never complained about. And he had, in the end, given Shen Wei the foundation without which none of the rest would have been possible. The fox yipped softly, as if confirming, "I have something to show you." Shen Wei activated his eye at full intensity, his reduced, refined, post-redistribution eye, and looked at the gravestone. The golden text appeared, faint but clear. Gravestone, natural granite, spiritual imprint, Su Tianlao, residual, fading over time, fate thread, detected, faint golden thread extending upward, the golden thread, extending from the grave toward the sky, thin as spider silk, barely visible even to his eye. A connection between the physical world and whatever lay beyond death. Su Tianlao's spirit hadn't dissipated. It was still connected, watching, perhaps, from whatever afterlife cultivators believed in. Or simply persisting, the way strong wills always persisted, regardless of the body's failure. Shen Wei reached out with his perception and touched the thread. A warmth traveled through the connection, not words, not thoughts, but a feeling. Approval, pride, and underneath both, the deep, settled peace of someone who had finally found what they were waiting for. He closed his eye, not the appraisal eye, that remained open, but the right eye, the physical eye, the one that had been sealed for 18 years and had then received a gift that had remade his entire life. He sat on the hillside with that eye closed and simply felt. The grass under him, the afternoon sun, the fox's quiet warmth on the stone, the thread between his perception and whatever persisted of Su Tianlao. "Thank you, teacher," Shen Wei said. The thread pulsed once, golden and warm, and then settled back to its barely visible state. Shen Wei drank his own cup of wine, sat with the fox on the hillside, and watched the sun set over the city that had been his first home outside the Shen clan compound. Below him, Greenvale's lights came on, spirit lanterns and mortal oil lamps, cultivation energy and human industry, side by side. Somewhere in that city, the museum was probably closing its doors for the evening, the heaven-grade sword still priced at 3 copper coins, the old junk dealer's legacy quietly educating everyone who stopped to read the plaque. The world was as it should be. Imperfect. Growing. Seen. Chapter 139. The final months before the birth were a period of resolution. The Crimson Veil sect's remnants were given the choice to reform or disband. Most chose reform. The sect's identity was rebranded as the Jade Lotus Veil, a nod to both its poisonous past and its lotus-inspired future. The new sect focused on medicinal alchemy rather than weaponized poisons, using the Crimson Veil's extensive pharmacological knowledge for healing rather than harm. Several former Crimson Veil disciples proved genuinely talented healers once the organizational pressure to create weapons was removed. The transformation was not painless. Some disciples found the pivot from weaponized chemistry to healing chemistry philosophically straightforward. The knowledge was the same, only the application changed. Others couldn't reconcile the two, found themselves unable to view their training without seeing what it had been used for, and left cultivation entirely. Chen Mu thought that was, in its own way, a form of integrity. A few holdouts refused reformation and were disbanded by the alliance. Their leaders were given the choice between retirement and imprisonment. Most chose retirement, disappearing into obscurity with the understanding that any return to Crimson Veil activities would be met with force. The four great families restructured. The Su family, stripped of its Dao fusion patriarch and its perception advantages, was absorbed into the continental governance system as an administrative unit rather than a power unto itself. The remaining three families, Chun, Bai, and Song, accepted new oversight mechanisms that prevented the kind of unchecked accumulation of power that had allowed Su Mohan's 2,000-year reign. The negotiations were long, occasionally heated, and marked by the careful maneuvering of people who had spent lifetimes in a political system that rewarded concealment. The diluted perception energy made those negotiations harder for the concealers. Chen Mu sat in on several sessions as an observer, not a participant, and watched the Song patriarch navigate with the assurance of someone who had developed his own perception for deception over decades of political survival. The diluted abilities only sharpened what he already possessed. The Heavenly Tribunal underwent the most significant reform. Under pressure from the Alliance and the Song family patriarch, who, freed from the political constraints of the pre-war era, proved to be a formidable advocate for transparency, the tribunal's shadow council was dissolved. A new governance structure was implemented, elected representatives from each sect and family, with term limits and public accountability. It wasn't perfect. Political systems never were. But it was better, and the diluted perception energy was making dishonesty harder to maintain. People could sense deception more easily now, making corrupt officials' lives significantly more difficult. Not impossible, but requiring more effort and generating more discomfort, which was, for most people, sufficient deterrent. Chen Mu ensured that knowledge of the perceptions was democratized. The library of the first perceiver's contents were transcribed, from his memory, as the library itself had dissolved, and published through the Perceiver's Academy. The cultivation world's most closely guarded secret, that the entire system was a gift from a cosmic consciousness that chose compassion over godhood, became common knowledge. Some people were inspired. They began to see their cultivation practices as a form of participation in something 60,000 years in the making, a relationship with the universe rather than a conquest of it. Their techniques evolved, their cultivation improved, and their understanding deepened. Some were disturbed. The idea that the power they had worked their entire lives to accumulate was not theirs, was in fact a diluted fragment of a deceased cosmic consciousness that had been trying to share itself, required a significant revision of their relationship to everything they had achieved. Several notable elders spent weeks in meditation following the publication before emerging changed in ways their students struggled to articulate, but clearly felt. Some refused to believe it. The reactions were as diverse as the people who had them, which was exactly the point. The world continued to change, not through dramatic events or cosmic interventions, but through the slow, steady accumulation of small improvements made by billions of beings who could see a little more clearly than they could before. Chen Mu watched it all with his eye, his wife, his friends, and a fox that was getting too old to sit on his shoulder, but stubbornly insisted on trying. Chapter 141. Year after the gate's closing, Chen Mu stood on the Azure Lotus sect's highest peak at dawn, Lin Xingmei beside him, their newborn son in his arms. The birth had been 10 hours of sustained tension that made the sunken heavens assault feel comparatively straightforward. He had been present for all of it, not useful in any cultivation sense, since Lin Xingmei's healer team had the medical situation in hand and did not require his eyes analysis, but present, which was what she had asked for and what he had provided. He had held her hand when she allowed it, stepped back when she preferred space, and experienced the helplessness of being, for possibly the first time, in a situation that his perception could observe but not improve. The baby had emerged at the hour of the tiger, screaming with an energy that seemed disproportionate to something so small, and Chen Mu had understood, in a way he hadn't before, why parents across 60,000 years of cultivation history had considered this moment worth all the cost of the years preceding it. The baby was small, red-faced, and making the soft, snuffling sounds that all newborns made, regardless of bloodline or cultivation heritage. His eyes were closed, had been since birth, 10 hours ago. The healers said this was normal. Some babies took a day or two to open their eyes. They had climbed to the peak because Lin Qingmei had asked to see the dawn. She had carried their son for 9 months through a cultivation war's aftermath, a spirit-severing breakthrough, a global redistribution's changes, and the ordinary difficulties of pregnancy that were, as she noted, not diminished by supernatural circumstances. She had earned a view. Shen Wei looked at his son with the appraisal eye, gently, the way he looked at everything now, not to analyze or categorize, but to see. Shen Shun, newborn, named for Chun Lihua, Su Mohan's wife, whose death started a cascade of events that shaped the world. Spiritual root, developing. Type cannot be determined at current age. Potential, unknown. Assessment exceeds current eye capability. Note, latent energy signature contains harmonics that do not match any known perception frequency. This is a new pattern, not appraisal, not creation, not destruction, not binding, not void. Something unprecedented, a sixth perception. Shen Wei stared at the text. He dismissed it. He called it back. He analyzed it from every angle his eye could manage. The harmonics were real. The energy signature was genuine. His son carried something inside him that had never existed before, a perception that was neither the original 5 nor any combination of them. The redistribution had done something unexpected. The 5 perceptions, diluted and seeded across the world, had interacted with each other in the ambient spiritual energy. In the environment of enhanced awareness, enhanced creativity, enhanced connection, enhanced acceptance, and enhanced understanding of limits, something new had emerged. An emergent property of the system, a sixth aspect of reality that the original 5, working together in diluted form, had generated. What was the sixth perception? Shen Wei's eye couldn't tell him. It was too new, too undefined, too much potential, and too little actuality. It existed in his son as a seed, a possibility that might take years or decades to manifest, or might never manifest at all. He thought about what the first perceiver had written in the dark crystal. Let them see for themselves. Let them make their own choices. Let them grow in their own way. His son would make his own choices. The eye Shen Wei passed down through bloodline, whatever diminished, evolved form it took, was not a gift that came with instructions. It was a capacity. The boy would have to learn what to do with it himself, as Shen Wei had, as Su Tianlao had before him, faltering and falling and getting up and seeing more clearly for having fallen. But it was there, and it was genuine, and it was new. Shen Wei smiled, not the analytical smile of an appraiser cataloging a discovery, but the warm, wondering smile of a father looking at his child and seeing the future. What do you see? Lin Qingmei asked, leaning against him, her spirit severing cultivation warm against his tribulation transcendence field. Something new, he said. Something I've never seen before. Good new or bad new? Just new. Neither good nor bad. Just possible. She kissed the baby's forehead. He'll figure it out. He has good teachers. Shen Wei looked out from the peak. His eye, the divine appraisal eye, diminished and refined and integrated into his very being, surveyed the world. Across the continent, the membrane between realities held strong, the void beyond pressing gently against it like a curious neighbor leaning on a fence. The Hollow King watched, patient and vast, content with the arrangement that allowed its unrealized potential to exist alongside realized existence. Through the shadow fragment, Shen Wei felt the Hollow King's attention rest momentarily on him, on the baby in his arms, and sensed something that wasn't exactly surprise, but was adjacent to it. A recalibration. Young cultivators across the world discovered minor perception abilities and wondered at them, not knowing they were inheriting a gift 60,000 years in the making. The Perceivers Academy's doors opened to its second class of students, Shun Lian standing at the front with golden-flecked eyes and a determination that would have made the first perceiver proud. Baifeng's spatial gate network hummed with traffic. Yu Shiran mapped dimensional structures that had been hidden since the world's creation. Zheng Kuan's students punched training dummies with one arm and proved that limitation was just another word for opportunity. Shen Yun sat in his wheelchair in the sect's garden, writing the history of the perception war, his mortal hand slow but his mind as sharp as the day Shun Wei had left the clan compound. The fox sat at Shun Wei's feet, jade eyes bright with ancient intelligence, and yipped once. A sound that might have been commentary, might have been approval, might have been a simple expression of foxness that transcended analysis. Then it looked east, in the way it sometimes did, toward the ocean, toward the distant continent, toward the origin of the bloodline that had changed everything. And somewhere beyond the Eastern Ocean, across waters that no one from this continent had ever crossed, the land where the appraisal I had originated waited with its own perceptions, its own conflicts, its own potential for growth or destruction. Threads of fate connected Chen Mu to that distant land, golden threads that pulsed with a summons he would eventually answer. But not today. Today belonged to the dawn, the baby, the woman he loved, and the world that was learning, one person at a time, to see. Is the world safe? Lin Qingmei asked. Chen Mu looked out across the continent with his eye, past the mountains, past the cities, past the oceans, through dimensions. He saw the membrane holding strong. He saw the Hollow King watching but patient. He saw young cultivators discovering perception abilities. He saw threats that hadn't yet materialized, shadows moving in places his eye could barely reach. He saw his grandfather below in the garden, writing in the early light. He saw Shun Lian, awake early as she always was now, practicing touch reading on the stone wall of the academy building with focused intensity. He saw Lin Qingmei, truly saw her, in the full sense his eye had always enabled, and something more that needed no ability to perceive. For now, he said. For now it's safe. But there's so much more to see. He closed his eye and opened his arms to embrace the dawn with mortal sight. Some things were better experienced than analyzed. The warmth of the sun, the sound of his son's breathing, the weight of his wife against his shoulder. The fox yipped at his feet. In the distance, a new light rose from beyond the eastern ocean. Something beautiful, something unknown, something waiting to be seen. And so the Tao continues. If this journey moved you, leave a like and share your thoughts in the comments below. Subscribe and ring the bell. More stories await on the path ahead. Until next time, fellow cultivators.